Chinmu sat up suddenly from the bed, panting heavily, his forehead covered with cold sweat. It took him a long time to recover, looking at the surrounding environment in confusion. Is this his dormitory? Wasn't he dead? A huge memory came, making Chinmu tremble again. Half a month ago, the global temperature dropped, and even the south, which has been hot all year round, was snowing. When no one paid attention, the temperature had dropped to -20 degrees Celsius, and even the sea surface was completely frozen. Everything was frozen, the vegetation died, and the world fell into doomsday. Soon, the power system and heating collapsed, a large number of people froze to death, and the social order was completely chaotic. In order to survive, humans had to go out to find food and fuel, and even fight each other for a small piece of bread. At that time, Chinmu had just been with the school beauty Suqingqiu. He ran around for the child in her belly and was on the verge of life and death many times. In the end, he relied on his will to survive for 3 months, but the final death was planned by Suqingqiu, the woman he loved deeply. At that time, Chinmu found the last bag of rice, but Suqingqiu contacted the outside world, opened the door, and let a dozen strong men rush in, tied up Chinmu and dismembered him. I opened the door, you have to take me away. Suqingqiu was hugged by a strong man and touched all over, looking at Chinmu with contempt. Chinmu, you are such a coward. This place is so poor, but you still stay here. And at this time, you don't even dare to kill a person. Can I survive with you? For me, you'd better die. I will live well with Brother Long. Oh, by the way, Chinmu, the child in your belly is not yours. You didn't even have sex with me. I lied to you. After hearing this, Chinmu, who was still struggling, was stunned for a moment and died soon, and came here when he woke up. Pain, like a snake, tied Chinmu's neck, making him unable to breathe. The campus belle of Shandong University licked by himself for 3 years, and was so happy that he almost went crazy when she agreed. I thought he really touched her, but I didn't expect that he would end up being a scapegoat. During the 3 months of the Doomsday, Chinmu didn't even let Suqingqiu step out of the door, for fear that she would encounter danger. The food and water he found were always eaten by Suqingqiu after she was full, and sometimes he couldn't even drink a mouthful of clean water. But even so, Chinmu still had no regrets. He repeatedly told himself that even if it wasn't for Suqingqiu, it was for the child in her belly. Even if he had to climb mountains of swords and go through seas of fire, he would protect them behind him. But who would have thought that it was not his child, and he had never even had sex with Suqingqiu? On the day when he successfully confessed his love, he was so happy that he got drunk. When he woke up the next day, he saw Suqingqiu in dishevel, and naturally believed her lies. A few days later, Suqingqiu issued a pregnancy certificate, which made Chinmu more determined to fight for her in the Doomsday. I never thought that I would be deceived by a woman after being so smart all my life. As for the child in Suqingqiu's belly, he already knew it in his heart. Shandong University has always had the tradition of having overseas students study with each other. Suqingqiu has been studying with Inigo since freshman year. Chinmu was still very worried at that time, but Suqingqiu said that she was doing it for credits, so he believed it. Now think about it, I am really a fool. When I was still preparing gifts painstakingly, she had already hit a home run, and even changed her posture a lot. Damn, the dog licker deserves death. Chinmu slapped himself hard and killed the original self completely. From today on, he has nothing to do with Suqingqiu, the vicious woman. Of course, the pain and humiliation suffered in the previous life will be repaid 100 times in this life. Chinmu's eyes flashed with a fierce look, and a cold voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations to the host for binding the infinite space system. The host can store various items in the space, and time will stop flowing in the space. System? He actually awakened the system? Chinmu's eyes condensed, and the instant noodles on the table disappeared instantly. Then he waved his hand, and the noodles reappeared on the table. Storage items? Isn't this exactly what the Doomsday needs? If I build a shelter and store a lot of supplies, even if the Doomsday comes, it won't shake me. Chinmu's eyes flashed with brilliance. I was reborn, and God really treated me well. Chinmu was originally a rich second generation. After his parents died, he handed over the company to himself. Although he didn't make much money, his total assets exceeded 100 million. This is also a major reason why Suqingqiu chose him as the savior. Hehe, Chinmu stood up, and the sun was shining on him through the window. It was very comfortable for him who had been surviving in the frozen Doomsday for 3 months. Go out to bask in the sun and eat something. I have been hungry for 3 months, and I have to have a good meal. Shanghai Hotel, the highest level restaurant in Shandu. The price of the highest level set meal is 188,000 yuan. Once someone orders it, the restaurant will be cleared immediately, leaving only one customer to dine. Today, there is only one young man sitting in the Shanghai Hotel, even a college student. The lobby manager stood trembling beside him, completely unable to imagine how this boy, whom he just looked down upon, would throw a card in his face and order the highest level set meal. A meal costs nearly 200,000 yuan. Even people with a net worth of billions would only order it when entertaining friends. And this young boy didn't make an appointment in advance, but ordered it right away and swiped his card so happily. Is this the invisible rich man? Another bottle of 1982 Lafite swiped the card. Chinmu bit an Australian dragon and threw his bank card over. I have to say that the food in this restaurant is really delicious. Back then, I was always frugal, and the only time I came here was with Su Qingqiu. As for now, haha, it's more comfortable to spend your own money on yourself. You know, after the Doomsday, only 1 month later, 90% of the world's population starved to death. At that time, a small piece of bread could make more than a dozen people fight over it. A piece of ham sausage could make a lot of beautiful women kneel down in front of you. In this life, Chinmu never wanted to experience the pain of hunger again. Through the glass of Shanghai Hotel, the two girls stopped and looked at the people inside curiously. Qingqiu, is that Chinmu? Why is he eating alone in Shanghai Hotel? Chinmu? The girl stared at the inside carefully. She was wearing a loose white t-shirt and denim hot pants, and her pair of jade legs were only wrapped in a layer of black calf socks, leaving a lot of white. EP366.com, 80bex.com, xss.cc, yjxscc3ajx.com, 8piecew.com, xiaohongshu, kanshuba.cc, hmxest.com, biki.com. The girl stared at the inside carefully. She was wearing a loose white t-shirt and denim hot pants, and her legs were only covered with a layer of black calf socks, leaving a lot of white. The makeup on her face was even more pure, and she looked like a goddess who was ignorant of the world. If Chinmu had not been deceived for a lifetime, he would never have thought that such a woman would be so vicious. Yes, isn't that one of your liquors? How can he afford to eat here? The girl next to Su Qingqiu had a melon seed face, a navel-bearing short-sleeve top, a black miniskirt, and very textured black stockings on her legs. Although she was a little worse than Su Qingqiu in terms of appearance, she had a better figure, with a protruding front and a curved back, and the narrow clothes could not cover her plumpness at all. Chu Yi, Su Qingqiu's best friend, was also a dancer. At this time, she looked puzzled and scanned Chinmu. That's not right. Why is he the only one in the restaurant? Could it be that he ordered the 200,000 yuan set meal to book the restaurant? Following Chu Yi's exclamation, Su Qingqiu was also stunned. 200,000 yuan for a meal? The bag I bought with the money I saved for several months was only 30,000 yuan. How many bags did he eat in one meal? Qingqiu, didn't he tell you that he made a lot of money? I remember he has a small company under him. Hearing Chu Yi's words, Su Qingqiu frowned. No, he said his company was very stable and couldn't make a lot of money, and most of it was working capital, so he didn't have much spare money. How could he suddenly spend 200,000 yuan on a meal? And he didn't ask me to eat with him? Didn't he chase me anymore? Su Qingqiu's heart tightened immediately, and she couldn't help but get nervous. She just found out she was pregnant 2 days ago, and because she had too many abortions, if she had another one, she would lose her fertility. So Su Qingqiu had to find a savior. And Chinmu had been licking her for 3 years and had a little money. He only needed her to nod and he would be a father, and she could continue to play after giving birth. What a good plan. It can't be ruined like this. Let's go in and take a look. Su Qingqiu pulled Chu Yi, who was still chattering, and walked into the door of the hotel. Hey, miss, I'm sorry, the place is booked today. The front desk saw the two people coming in and immediately intercepted them. It was really the 200,000 yuan set meal. Su Qingqiu couldn't help but take a deep breath, put on the most innocent smile, and said, I'm a friend of that gentleman, and I'm a little late. Oh, is that so? Then follow me. The front desk didn't doubt it, and took the two people to Chinmu's place, just bumping into the manager who was delivering the wine. and Qinmu's eyes also swept here. Su Qingqiu, looking at Su Qingqiu's gradually approaching figure, hatred was like an ant gnawing at his bones. Kill her! The hatred in his heart was roaring, and he wanted to stab this woman to death immediately, cut her into pieces, and even feed her bones to the wild dogs on the roadside. It was this woman who deceived him for 3 whole months and made him fight for her in the end. In the end, she still opened the door and said in front of him that she wanted to eat the best meat. Damn it! Qinmu's eyes turned red, and the knife and fork in his hand trembled almost uncontrollably. Calm down, calm down. The remaining rationality shouted loudly, and Qinmu's anger was buried deep in his heart. It's not the end of the world yet. If he kills this woman, it will cause him a lot of trouble. He finally got a chance to be reborn, and he can't let this bitch ruin his big plan. And a simple death is too easy for her. The pain he has suffered cannot be offset by a single death. Muzi, you come here to eat too? Su Qingqiu pretended to be a white lotus and greeted enthusiastically. I didn't expect to meet you when I was shopping with my girlfriend. Su Qingqiu, who looked pure, pouted her lips and looked at Qinmu with a pair of big eyes full of affection, just like a girl next door. This is her usual trick. Not to mention dealing with Qinmu, it is also very useful to deal with other licking dogs. Especially when she saw the Lafitte in the manager's hand, the smile in her eyes never stopped. Oh, just come and have a casual meal. Qinmu forked up a piece of 5A grade Wagyu, glanced at the two casually, and answered coldly. Whatever, Mr. Qin's meal must be at least 200,000, right? Chuyi's mouth twitched, and she was jealous. How could such a rich son-in-law be caught by Su Qingqiu? Su Qingqiu smiled even more, grabbing the corner of his clothes, looking pitiful. Muzi, we haven't had lunch yet. With her image, no man could resist. As long as Qinmu kept her here for dinner, she could take him down if she couldn't finish the meal. Haha, a licking dog. Even if he has money, he is still a licking dog. No, I'm done. Before Su Qingqiu finished thinking, her smile froze on her face. Really? That's a bit unfortunate. Su Qingqiu laughed to ease the awkward situation. She couldn't understand why the licking dog in front of her would reject her. Send the remaining things and wind back to my address. Qinmu stood up, made some arrangements, and turned to leave. Looking at Qinmu's back, Su Qingqiu bit her lip and pulled Li Yi to chase him. Where are you going, Muzi? Can we go? With you? Go with me? Okay? Qinmu's eyes flashed coldly. He was too lazy to talk nonsense. He took the two women and got on a taxi and went to the largest shopping mall in Chengdu. Muzi, why did you buy so many down jackets? Su Qingqiu looked at 100 sets of high-end down jackets and her mind was stagnant. Each set costs tens of thousands of yuan, and 100 sets would cost 1 million. Qinmu glanced at her and made up an excuse. It's a gift for the employees. It will be distributed during the Chinese New Year. Mr. Qin is really good to his subordinates. Chuyi's sour voice sounded, and her peach blossom eyes never left Qinmu. Hearing the voice, Qinmu raised his eyebrows and paid attention to the girl who was narrating beside Su Qingqiu. Tsk, her figure is really good. In my previous life, I only cared about Su Qingqiu, which was really a waste. Don't treat yourself badly in this life. Pack up all the daily necessities over there and send them to this place. Yes, all of them. Every one of them. Sumo threw a bank card, which made the supermarket manager's face wrinkled with laughter, and he ran to tell his men, this is the largest supermarket in Chengdu. If it is emptied, it will cost at least 10 million. Does Qinmu really have so much money? Su Qingqiu's eyes condensed, and he spoke softly. Muzi, I'm going to the bathroom first. Wait for me to come back. After saying that, Su Qingqiu threw Chuyi directly and turned around and ran outside. When this vicious woman saw that Qinmu really had money, how could she let Qinmu go? She secretly found a corner, called the Flower Sea Hotel, and directly booked a couple's suite, waiting for them to deliver the room card to her. Since she was so proactive, how could this licking dog not come? In Su Qingqiu's eyes, Qinmu's takeover was a foregone conclusion. Hey, Qingqiu? Chuyi was about to say something when Qinmu hugged her in his arms. Mr. Qin, you? EP33366xs.com, awxx.com, xxs.cc, xiaohongshu.cc, kanshuba.cc, chemxetsu.com, 7cc.com, chuyi.com. Qinmu looked at the beauty in his arms with interest. Qingqiu just left, Mr. Qin, how dare you do this? Chuyi twisted her body as if struggling, which made Qinmu secretly happy. This woman is quite sensible. Mr. Qin, there are a lot of people here. Chuyi couldn't struggle away and tilted her head back, Her eyes were as charming as silk, and she drew circles on Chinmu's chest. Heh. Chinmu smiled evilly. Are you free tonight? If young Master Chin is free, then I am free too. Chuyi pouted, naturally knowing what Chinmu wanted. Be sensible. Go back and wait for my news. Chinmu let go of Chuyi, stuffed a card into her arms, turned around and left. He had to continue purchasing things, and later he would sell the company to raise funds, so naturally he couldn't let Chuyi and the others know. Chuyi straightened her clothes, her face flushed, and looked at Chinmu's back and walked out the door sensibly. Are you the manager of the fresh food area? Yes, young Master Chin. You order. The fat manager of the fresh food area stood by timidly, his mouth almost grinning like a sunflower. This gentleman just cleared out the living area. Is it his turn to be in the fresh food area next time? Chinmu glanced at the fresh food area. There were at least a few hundred tons of food here. But it was still too little, too little. The duration of the Doomsday is immeasurable, and with just these, it will definitely be a waste of money. Seeing Chinmu frowning, the fat manager couldn't help asking, Mr. Chin, are you not satisfied? Well, it's too little, too little. Too little? This is still too little? The fat manager's heart tightened, knowing that his chance to make a fortune had come. Mr. Chin, just give me your orders. I, Lao Wang, know the entire Shandu supply chain and will definitely satisfy you. Chinmu glanced at him and nodded. Okay, then I'll teach you how to do it. Remember it, 50,000 freshly slaughtered pigs, 10,000 freshly slaughtered beef cattle, 10,000 freshly slaughtered sheep, 100,000 freshly slaughtered chickens and ducks, 10,000 jungle deer, 10,000 grassland rabbits, 20,000 tons of various seafood. Also, if you can buy rice and flour, buy them, by the way. 100,000 tons of Northeast rice, 100,000 tons of flour, 100,000 tons of peanut oil, 10,000 tons of pork, 1,000 tons of salt, soy sauce, oyster sauce, vinegar, dark soy sauce, light soy sauce, pepper, chili powder, and cumin powder. By the way, prepare 2 million eggs, each for chicken and duck eggs. Any questions? Chinmu stared at the fat manager, who was completely stunned. This? The fat manager was stunned, completely stunned. He originally thought that a big boss had come, and he might be able to make a few 100,000 from it. But he didn't expect that the one who came was actually a Buddha, and he almost enlightened him to ascend to heaven as soon as he opened his mouth. This trip, I will make at least a few million. Mr. Chin, I promise to buy it in 10 days. The fat manager's face was flushed with excitement, and he almost knelt down to kowtow to Chinmu. Okay, send it here after it's done and give you the final payment later. Chinmu gave an address and didn't stay here for long. He had already spent a lot of money today, and buying more might hurt the principal. He didn't have much wealth now, only about 100 million, which was far from enough to deal with the end of the world. However, as a bachelor of economics, Chinmu has done a deep study on stocks, especially a stock that has recently risen rapidly against all odds. In his previous life, he only invested 100,000 yuan and gained nearly 3 million yuan. This time, Chinmu plans to go all in and invest 100 million yuan directly. When the stock price goes up, he can directly get 3 billion in funds, which is enough for him to build an invincible Doomsday fortress. Muzi! Just as Chinmu was about to return to the company, Su Qingqiu suddenly ran over. Her face was ruddy, she was panting, and she patted her chest, which immediately caused a turbulent wave. What? I have something else to do. Chinmu's eyes were cold, and he wanted to leave. Su Qingqiu bit her mouth and looked at Chinmu, whose personality had changed drastically, with some annoyance. This licking dog, why did he suddenly become cold? If it weren't for the child in her belly, would I have to look for you? Su Qingqiu gritted her teeth, threw herself into Chinmu's arms, and whispered in his ear. Muzi, I have something to tell you tonight. Oh? Chinmu smiled, and clearly felt that there was something extra in his pocket. This woman is really not reserved. Just seeing that he has money, she can't hold it back, or is it that the child in her belly has made her unable to hide it anymore? Heh, if I had received this in my previous life, I would have laughed my teeth off. As for now, Chinmu's eyes turned cold. Now I will make it difficult for you to die. The feeling of the knife piercing the flesh still lingered in his heart, and Chinmu trembled in his heart just thinking about it. At that time, the group of people did not even give him a quick death, but stabbed him with a knife and killed him alive. That kind of pain, even if a god came, he would not be able to bear it. And the root of all this is the woman in front of me, this vicious and hypocritical woman. In this life, I can't let you die so easily. Remember to come, Suchinchu said and left coquettishly. She knows how to control men. This kind of vague sense of distance can drive the licking dogs crazy. Heh. Chinmu sneered at her back, turned around and went out to take a taxi back to the company. Boss, do you really want to sell them all? The company's value is still rising. A tall woman in a business suit stood opposite Chinmu, listening to his order in confusion. Her name is Tian Tian. She just graduated from college, with a devilish figure and a sweet face, and she looks really good in a business suit. Sell. The lowest price is 100 million, and you can handle it. After selling, keep 10 million, and invest the rest in this stock. Chinmu handed over a note, motioning Tian Tian to keep it well. By the way, I remember your family is in logistics, right? Ah? Yes. Tian Tian looked at Chinmu strangely. Why did he suddenly involve herself? You have a wide network of contacts over there, so just collect these things. After preparing them, I will give you a commission of 1 million. Huh? Tian Tian took the list handed over by Chinmu and stood there in a daze. 200 industrial diesel generators, 200 small household diesel generators, 100 transformers, 100 computers, 100 air conditioners, 100 refrigerators, 10,000 power banks. And these snowmobiles, constant temperature suits and sleds, all of which require 1,000. This is the South, there is no snow, so even if you want to sell them, you can't. And these cameras, thermal imagers, high-power flashlights, searchlights, all require thousands of sets. Even if you want to light up the whole city, you don't need so many, right? No? How come there are still cars? Even 100 Wuling magic cars? Mr. Chin, are we going to drive Wuling magic cars for 10 lifetimes? Mr. Chin, isn't this too much? Are you going to open a supermarket? Chinmu glanced at Tian Tian, who was full of doubts. Do as you say, and purchase after the company is sold, and the goods will be delivered to the address I sent you. Also, pay attention to that stock and cash it out at the highest point. Okay, Mr. Chin. Tian Tian tactfully stopped asking questions because she couldn't understand the affairs of rich people. After Tian Tian left, Chinmu stretched his waist. He was really tired after being busy all afternoon. Now it's time to relax himself. Chinmu smiled evilly, opened his phone and sent an address to Chu Yi, then walked out of the company and came to a dirty alley. There were many homeless people on this street, and they dared to pick up anything on the ground. Chinmu walked quickly and a card accidentally fell on the ground. A homeless man with dirty hair picked it up quickly, stuffed it into his arms and looked at it carefully. Huahai Hotel, room 520. Room card? EPZWW.com, 336.com, XSXS.cc, YJXS.cc, 3JsWW.com, Xiaohongshu.cc.cc.com, 7CCT.com, Biki.com. What good stuff. Let me see. The homeless man with dirty hair didn't look at it for long before it was snatched away by a homeless man in a military coat, and then a group of people scrambled for it like monkeys. Room card. This is worth a lot of money. We have a place to go tonight. There might be a little girl waiting in this room. Brother, I'm really lucky today. Several homeless people gathered together and laughed noisily. In the distance, Chinmu had turned back and was quietly watching everything in an inconspicuous corner. Seeing the homeless people moving in groups of 3 or 5, Chinmu's mouth curled up and revealed a wicked smile. Suchingchu, you must like this gift. As the backs of the homeless people disappeared, Chinmu did not stay any longer and took a taxi to Mingyue Restaurant. Compared with Shanghai Hotel, Mingyue Restaurant has stronger privacy and is more suitable for a tryst between two people. Soon, the car stopped under Mingyue Restaurant. As soon as Chinmu got off the car, he saw Chu Yi waiting at the door. She had light makeup on her face and wore tight jeans. Her already beautiful figure looked even more devilish, which was completely different from Suchingchu's pure appearance. Chinmu cursed in his heart, wondering why he was so focused on Suchingchu in his last life that he didn't even look at such a beauty. But in this life, he couldn't let her go again. Mr. Chin. Chu Yi saw Chinmu get off the car and immediately ran to hold his arm without any shame of stealing her bestie. To her, besties were just fakes, and the goal was to catch a rich man. Hey. Chinmu looked at Chu Yi, who took the initiative, and naturally felt happy. But as for being emotional, for a woman who steals her bestie for money, anyone who gets emotional is a fool. Let's go in. Chinmu hugged Chu Yi and walked into Mingyue restaurant. What do you want to eat? Chinmu opened the menu and asked the beauty next to him. Chu Yi looked at the numbers on the menu and smacked her lips. She had heard of this Mingyue restaurant a long time ago, but she never dared to come in. Although it's not cheap to look at the environment, isn't it too outrageous to spend 4 figures on a vegetable dish? Is this how you rich people live? I have to spend thousands of dollars to buy a second-hand bag by saving money. How many bags can you buy me with one meal? Chin, please order less. I'm fine with anything. Chu Yi adjusted her expression and pushed the menu to Chinmu, not daring to say anything more. Let's have one of the signature dishes and a bottle of the best red wine. The price is not a problem. Chinmu didn't look at it much, folded the menu and handed it to the beautiful waitress. Having experienced the apocalypse, he now wants to enjoy life. In the apocalypse, let alone red wine, it is not easy to find even a mouthful of clean water. Under the extreme cold, all the water was frozen into ice cubes, and most of it was polluted. Even after thawing, it was not drinkable. And because of the lack of fuel, most of the water was melted by Chinmu's body temperature. After melting, he gave it to Su Qingqiu first, and he mostly ate the snow directly. Thinking about it now, it's really ridiculous. He fed the dog with good intentions. Just when Chinmu was lost in thought, the phone rang. Tian called. Hello, boss? The company has been sold for a total of 115 million. I have invested 100 million in that stock, and now it has risen to 500 million. Should we sell it? Tian's voice was excited. She had never handled such a large amount of funds before, and her heart was about to jump out of her chest. Don't worry. Keep waiting. I'll let you know when it's time to sell it. Also, don't forget what I told you to do. Keep the 10 million for your use and pay the deposit first. Chinmu's tone was light, not excited, and very calm. After his rebirth, everything should develop in the direction he expected. Chu Yi, who was standing aside, was simply terrified. Oh my God, 500 million! 500 million! Chinmu is now worth at least 500 million. And he casually gave his employees 10 million. Is this fucking college student? Su Qingqiu, why are you so blind? You are a spare tire for such a powerful and wealthy son-in-law. Then don't blame me for snatching him away. The food came up quickly, and Chu Yi snuggled up to Chinmu, eating quietly. Chinmu didn't have anything to deal with, so he hugged the beauty next to him and enjoyed the food. This was something that he couldn't even think about in the apocalypse. In the apocalypse, let alone a hot dish, even a piece of hard bread could be fought over. Chinmu could clearly remember that his best brother had his head broken by the person on the other side when he was fighting for a piece of bread, and his brains were all over the floor. But in this life, he would never let the tragedy happen again. Mr. Chin, where are we going later? Chu Yi drank a glass of red wine. Her face visibly reddened. She leaned in Chinmu's arms, looking at him with seductive eyes. Hey! Mu naturally knew Chu Yi's thoughts, and if she took the initiative, he naturally had no reason to refuse. It just so happened that there was a suite upstairs in Mingyue restaurant. Under the understanding eyes of the beautiful waitress, the two went upstairs tacitly. At the Flower Sea Hotel, Su Qingqiu's life was not so peaceful. She was wearing a black silk nightgown, with a large area of snow white under the hazy black, which would make any man bleed from the nose. For the sake of the child in her belly, she had invested a lot of money and was determined to let Chinmu take over. Besides, Chinmu the liquor was so rich now, and she would not suffer any loss if he took over. And with his attitude towards her, could he still refuse her? How could it be possible? Su Qingqiu sat on the bed, waiting expectantly. Ding! It was the sound of swiping the room card. Su Qingqiu smiled and turned off the headlights, leaving only a vague atmosphere light to create a mood. Click! The door opened and a foul smell floated in with the sound of footsteps. Su Qingqiu frowned and almost dared not breathe. What's wrong with this person? He hasn't taken a shower for a few days. Why is he so smelly? Damn, it's so disgusting. If it weren't for the child in my belly, who would look for you? A piece of trash. Su Qingqiu cursed in her heart. Due to the lighting, she could only see a black shadow and had no idea what was going on. Where is the light in this house? It's so dark that I can't see anything. It seems to be over there. I'll turn on the light first. What the hell? Why is there a little bitch on this bed? Little bitch? Damn, I'm so lucky today. Several different voices frightened Su Qingqiu instantly. Didn't she give Chinmu the room card? Who are they? How did they get in? Pop! The lights in the room were turned on, and dozens of homeless people surrounded the bed, staring at Suchinchu like wolves looking at tender meat. EPWE336XS.com, XSXS.cc, YJXS.cc, 3JWXS.met, Xiaohongshu.com, 7CCT.com. Biku, what are you doing? Suchinchu yelled when she realized something was wrong. But this was in a private room, and the homeless man at the door had quickly closed the door, so the sound that could be heard was extremely limited. Heh, he's really lucky. I've never seen such a beautiful woman in my life. After this night, it's worth dying for. Brothers, today's the night. Who's going first? Hey. Several homeless men looked at Suchinchu like lambs with green eyes, completely ignoring what she was saying. You are breaking the law. You will go to jail. Suchinchu had no time to think about what was going on. She could only threaten them with a trembling voice. Haha, you are the same as anyone who has been in jail before. Little girl, this is the room card you gave us. We just didn't refuse. Ha 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 ha, what are you talking about? The homeless man smiled evilly and stretched out several hands at the same time. Get out of here! Help me! Suchinchu shouted while struggling. She had been spoiled since she was a child. How could she have seen such a scene? And she had always been the one toying with men's feelings. When had she ever been toyed with in return? At this moment, Suchinchu's eyes were full of despair. Scream. No one will pay attention to you even if you scream your throat out. The sound of hitting and grim laughter continued to be heard. The couple next to them shook their heads when they heard what was happening in the next room. These days, everyone is really playing more and more. The next day, early in the morning, Chinmu was awakened by the ringing of the phone. He gently pushed Chuyi away from his arms and answered the phone. Hello? Chinmu, what are you doing? Suchinchu's roar came from the other end of the phone, which made Chinmu's sleepiness disappear a little. I just woke up. What are you doing? Why are you yelling so early in the morning? Chinmu's voice was cold, and he naturally would not indulge Suchinchu. You? Why didn't you come yesterday? Suchinchu stammered and questioned. Where did you come? Flower Sea Hotel. I gave you the room card. Hearing this, Chinmu naturally understood what happened, smiled, and pretended. Room card? I don't know. When I went back, the card was gone. I don't know who stole it. What's wrong? Are you okay? You? Suchinchu on the other end was almost crying. This dog actually lost the room card he gave, and it was picked up by the group of homeless people. If she hadn't fought back desperately yesterday and been discovered by the people next door, she really wouldn't know how she died. But could she tell Chinmu? How dare she tell him? Could she tell Chinmu that she was almost raped by a group of homeless people? Wouldn't that make him even more disgusted with her? Wouldn't she let him take over? Now Suchinchu could only swallow her anger. No, it's okay. What are you going to do today? I'll go with you. Go shopping. I'll tell you when the time comes. Chuyi panted softly when she heard the noise and her tiny baby voice came into the microphone. What's that sound? Chinmu, is there someone over there? Huh? It's the kitten coming over. It's purring. Chinmu patted Chuyi's face with some amusement and said when she woke up slowly, Come on, kitten. Meow? Meow. The gentle meow came into the microphone, which made Suchinchu feel relieved. Fortunately, it was a cat. If it was a woman, she would have lost a lot. But with Chinmu's attitude of licking dogs, how could he cheat on her? Thinking of this, Suchinchu hung up the phone and cleaned herself up. She didn't sleep well last night. Her makeup was ruined, and her thighs were bruised and purple. She couldn't let Chinmu see it. Chinchu's call? Chuyi stretched out on the bed and looked at Chinmu with resentment. I don't know what these rich people think. They bully people every day. Yes, you go back first. I'll go buy something. Okay. Chinmu got off the bed and looked back. There was a red flower on the snow-white bedsheet. I didn't expect that someone who looks so playful is actually a pure girl. Chinmu didn't think about it anymore, turned around and went downstairs to a construction company. Shanghai Construction Company, the strongest and most low-key construction company in Shandu. The most low-key because they don't take jobs easily. The strongest because they start with tens of millions when they take jobs. The houses they built, let alone dealing with bad weather, may not be flattened even with a few missiles. For Chinmu, who was going to live in the apocalypse, this kind of construction company was simply the best choice. Hello, how can I help you? As soon as he entered the door, the receptionist came to greet him. Call son, peng out. I have a big business to discuss with him, Qin Mu said lightly. Sun Peng, a retired Special Forces soldier, also had exchanges with foreign arms dealers. He was the boss of this construction company. He was a generation of heroes in the apocalypse. He recruited talents and hoarded a large amount of supplies. It is estimated that he survived for a long time. Okay. The receptionist was very sensible and went to call people. Their boss was quite low-key. Anyone who knew his name must be a big boss. He just needed to follow his orders. Not long after, a strong man walked in. He was nearly 2 meters tall and his muscles bulged all over his body like a giant bear. Hello, who are you? Sun Peng looked at Qin Mu in front of him and had no impression of him at all, and he looked so young. What did he want to do with him? Hello, I'm Qin Mu, and I'm here to discuss a business deal. Young man, our prices are not low. Can you afford it? Sun Peng sat opposite Qin Mu, staring at him with some suspicion. The people who came to him were either big men on the road defending their enemies, or business tycoons defending their opponents. Why would a little kid come to him? Did he also have enemies who wanted to kill him? The budget is 500 million. I wonder if Mr. Sun can take it? Qin Mu raised the corner of his mouth, smiled faintly, and handed the blueprint to Sun Peng. Sun Peng took the blueprint and frowned slightly. Defend against intercontinental missile-level attacks? Can it achieve self-heating and power generation? It also needs an independent ecosystem? 800 square meters? There is also a garden swimming pool, 5 floors up and down, and a basement and parking lot. Young man, it's not easy. 500 million, completed within 10 days. If possible, I will do it for you. Sun Peng stared at the young man in front of him, not understanding what he was thinking. Yes, I can a 20% deposit, which is 100 million. Okay, the amount is too large. I can't transfer it out now. You can go to the bank with me tomorrow morning to trade. Okay, Sun Peng nodded. He naturally knew that 100 million was not so easy to withdraw. Also, I wonder what weapons Mr. Sun can provide. What do you mean? For example, guns? EPZWW.com, 336XS.com, ADVOX.com, XSXS.CW.com, XiaoHaxW.com, 7CCT.com. Sun Peng's heart trembled, and his eyes gradually deepened when he looked at Qin Mu. White shirt, jeans, looks like a college student, but he opened his mouth to talk about such a taboo topic. Either he is really capable or he is just dreaming. He is more inclined to the latter. After all, there are only a handful of ruthless people in this era. As long as there are goods, the money is enough. Qin Mu laughed. He naturally knew that the other party would not easily believe his words. As his slender fingers pushed forward, a brand new bank card appeared in front of Sun Peng. Brother, I don't understand what you are talking about. How could we do such a thing that violates the law and discipline? Sun Peng pretended to be stupid, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. Although he didn't know where the other party got the line, he really thought he was a fool. He didn't know which rich man's stupid son had learned this posture of pretending to be powerful. It's not too late for you to take another look. With a wicked smile on his lips, Qin Mu crossed his arms and was arrogant and confident. If Sun Peng was really worthy of cooperation, he would not let himself down. The two people had different thoughts, but their fake smiles were not restrained at all. Could it be that this Qin Mu really had the ability? It would be better to kill the wrong person than to let him go. Seeing the huge numbers signed on the document, Sun Peng, who was calm, couldn't help but feel itchy in his heart. Ha ha ha, okay, I'm going to see if you can get my goods today. Picking up the bank card on the table, Sun Peng took out his own PS machine. As the crisp, mechanical girl sounded, his face gradually became dull. 100 million yuan. The gorgeously decorated hall suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Qin Mu rubbed his knuckles with boredom and said lazily, "Is that enough?" It was not a question, but a firm tone, like a warning bell, awakening Sun Peng's nerves. "Enough, enough. Please wait." He responded hurriedly, with a flattering smile on his face, and the joy between his eyebrows could not be concealed. His business was originally opened every 3 years, and he made a living for 3 years after opening. This time, a big customer came directly, and he didn't have to worry about the next few years. As for Qin Mu's purpose, he chose to remain silent. In this era, everyone has their own secrets. If you choose to pry into other people's secrets, you must be prepared to die without a whole body. I had fought my way out of the hail of bullets. How could I not see the looming murderous aura on Qin Mu? the deep, dark eyes filled with smiles, like the sharp roar of Satan in hell. This man must not be offended. Watching Sun Peng's figure leave, Qinmu flipped open his mobile phone, and the message from Chu Yiming on it was very conspicuous. "Mr. Qin, are you free tonight?" With a wicked smile on his lips, Qinmu typed 2 words casually and then threw the phone aside. The old place. In the last life, his sincerity was treated as garbage and was wasted. In a few months, the end of the world will be 1,000 ghosts crying and a mountain of corpses. He will become the king of this new era. His fingers suddenly clenched, and the solid wood chair next to him had a crack. Qinmu had long discovered that he was reborn, and the basic physique of his last life still existed. A huge joy swept through his whole heart. He clenched his fists, and a hint of madness flashed in his slightly restrained eyes. "In this life, I will make everyone pay the price. Naijie, Suqingqiu, you 2 dogs and bitches, reunite in hell!" Sorry for the long wait. Waving his hand to block all eyes, Sun Peng carefully lifted a wooden box in front of Qinmu. His eyes lit up, and he stretched out his hand to grab the grid in the other's hand. Qinmu opened the wooden box at lightning speed. The silver shining gun inside was very handsome. "Desert Eagle, good gun." He touched the cold gun body with admiration. In the last life, he followed him to the battlefield with a Desert Eagle, and he was famous for killing people alone. "How many guns like this do you have?" With a pop sound, Qinmu pressed the box and looked at Sun Peng with a sharp look. He knew that the other party's inventory was far more than this. "Brother, you have a good eye, but you know the current market. Singles are good and most are rare." With a smile on his face, Sun Peng put his index finger and thumb together and made a rubbing gesture. "Price is not a problem. This 100 million is just a deposit. I will take whatever goods you have." Qinmu waved his hand and directly finalized such a terrifying order. After the end of the world, guns were not much cheaper than food. The other party created the largest survivor base at that time with its huge military strength. Money is just a meaningless piece of paper in the end. Only absolute strength is the hard truth of survival. "Okay, brother, you are generous. I will give you a satisfactory answer within 3 days." He slapped the table, and the solid wood table couldn't help but tremble. Sun Peng's face showed a look of great joy. This is a rare big deal. With the startup capital, his other businesses can be greatly developed. Happy cooperation. I hope this big guy will not regret it later. After all, guns are used less and less. By then, he will be crying with a room full of money. A friend dies, but a poor Taoist dies. Qinmu, who has fought his way out of the sea of blood, will not be as indecisive as before. The fittest survive. In this world, it's either you or me. Happy cooperation. A broad palm pressed against a slender palm. This is the intersection of a century. If you have other ideas, you can come to me. A thin piece of paper was flying in the air. Sun Peng stretched out his hand to intercept it. When he looked up again, he could only see Qinmu's back waving his hand. What does this mean? Sun Peng frowned tightly. The mysterious young client reminded him. He looked down at the paper in his hand. On the pure black matte card, there were only 2 sharp words, Qinmu. For some reason, his sixth sense suddenly issued a hasty warning. Qinmu. He put the card close to his body. Sun Peng believed in his sixth sense very much. This feeling had saved his life in the rainforest. As for Sun Peng's contact information, Qinmu grabbed a flyer at the entrance of the company when he passed the front desk. Sun Peng on it was dressed in a suit and tie. It was impossible to tell that he was a great hero. "Sun Peng, I hope you won't let me down." Qinmu hummed a tune. His thin figure gradually disappeared in the traffic in the distance. The night was dark and the day was bright, as if announcing the arrival of a new century. EPZWW.com, 336S.com, 80WX.com, CC, YJX.CC, 3JBLZU.C, Kanshuba.cc, HMXS.com, 7CCT, Bikuhead.com. After glancing on, Qinmu sat up from the bed, tilted his neck and heard a crackling sound. "Huh! I have to strengthen my exercise next." Seeing the thin muscles on his arms, Qinmu secretly made up his mind. His physique in the previous life was indeed friendly, but this weak body was completely powerless. "I'm hungry, let's go eat." Touching his rumbling stomach and picking up his coat, Qinmu strode to the door, drove the Porsche in the garage, and drove away directly, causing passers-by to look back frequently. It was probably another young man from a wealthy family who came out to show off. Half an hour later, a sleek luxury car stopped at the entrance of Shanghai Hotel. "Mr. Qin." The hotel manager had been waiting at the door since early in the morning, looking at Chin Mu with a big smile on his face. Chin Mu was a living god of wealth to him, who had made his performance rise steadily. According to the last arrangement, Chin Mu threw his keys into the other person's arms, took off his sunglasses, and curled his lips in disdain. Yes, Mr. Chin, please come in. The manager made an invitation gesture, and his fat belly squeezed out a circle of swimming rings. He glared at the waiter with a dull look on his face and whispered, "Didn't you hear what Mr. Chin ordered? Hurry up. The most expensive meal, give me 500 tables." Chin Mu walked to the sofa and sat down. He said casually. Seeing the manager's stunned look, he gently curled the corners of his lips. "Anyway, the end of the world is coming soon, and this Shanghai restaurant will no longer exist. If it weren't for the fact that the food here is not bad, he wouldn't bother to order so much. Chin, Mr. Chin, are you going to hold a banquet?" He wanted to dig his ears open to listen again. The smile on the manager's face bloomed like an old chrysanthemum, which made Chin Mu feel sick. "Just do it when I tell you to do it. Why so much nonsense?" A hoarse voice came over, and a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes walked in front of Chin Mu and bowed slightly. "Hello, Mr. Chin. I'm Lu Shanghai, the person in charge of Shanghai Hotel." "So it's Mr. Lu?" Chin Mu stretched out his arm to shake hands with the other party and negotiate. The two looked at each other tacitly. "Please excuse me, Mr. Chin, for a moment." Lu Shanhai's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. He had heard about this young man's deeds a long time ago. He bought all the supermarkets, his stock soared, and his methods were clever. When he saw him today, he was indeed extraordinary. The two walked into the very private office. The male partner poured a cup of tea for Chin Mu casually. The mist blurred his eyebrows. It was difficult to see his expression. The male partner said cautiously, "We naturally dare not neglect Mr. Chin's instructions, but these ingredients are urgent. I'm afraid it will take a few days. Money is not a problem. Just prepare it as soon as possible." Chin Mu crossed his legs and took in the other party's cautious expression. He only felt a burst of joy in his heart. It was a pleasure to have the boss who used to be out of reach now flatter him. Since young Master Chin has spoken, Shanghai Hotel should make full preparations. Sorry to bother, Mr. Lu. Chin Mu would not lose face if the other party gave him face. Ring, ring. The crisp ring rang. Chin Mu bowed his head apologetically, then walked to the balcony to answer the phone. "Young Master Chin, we have prepared all the daily necessities you want. Do you need us to transport and organize them?" The other party's tone was very humble, as if he treated Chin Mu as a distinguished guest. "Great. His plan has been half successful. It is indeed the largest department store, and the efficiency is high." A hint of joy flashed between his eyebrows. Chin Mu coughed twice and said coldly, "No, temporarily store it in the warehouse. I will check it myself." Things in his system space must not be known to another person, and he must choose a suitable time to store it in the space. Betrayed by his dearest person in the last life, Chin Mu will not easily trust anyone again, and being alone is the most secure possibility. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Chin Mu turned and walked towards the office and found that the table was already filled with a dazzling array of meals. "Please enjoy your meal, Mr. Chin. I apologize for the poor hospitality." After seeing the person he wanted to see, the male partner did not continue to pester him. He smiled and nodded and left the office directly, leaving a separate space for the other party. Only a moderate sense of distance can win the other party's favor. He is a businessman, not a private detective. This male partner can be dated. Picking up a piece of fresh steak and putting it in his mouth, Chin Mu showed an intoxicated look on his face. The first-class beef from Europe costs thousands of dollars per piece. Such a large plate, the other party has spent a lot of money. Seeing the bright red flesh in front of him, Chin Mu's eyes darkened. He couldn't help but think of the time when his left arm was broken because of a piece of beef. After taking the meat home, he only got Su Qingchu's sharp and violent scolding. "Why are you so useless? It's just a piece of meat." Su Qingchu's charming face is now disgusting in Chin Mu's eyes. He poured all the beef into the trash can expressionlessly, took out his mobile phone and dialed the familiar number. "Hey, Su Qingchu, are you free tonight? I need your help with something." Chin Mu's voice was gentle, but his face was cold. Since he had suffered so much, what reason was there for Su Qingchu to continue to have an easy life? He was not a gentleman, and revenge was his nature. "Really? Muzi, where are you? I'll come to help you right away." Su Qingqiu's tone was full of excitement. She thought that the other party had forgotten her, but now it seemed that she was still conquered by her charm. The corners of her mouth raised a proud arc, and her curvy figure wrapped in thin clothes was very attractive. "I'm at Shanghai Hotel. Just come in and find me." Qinmu's voice was very low, and the ambiguous atmosphere gradually spread. Su Qingqiu's beautiful eyes moved, and her bright red tongue licked her dry lips. She had been jealous when she saw Qinmu eating in the restaurant before, and now it was finally her turn. "Okay, wait there, I'll be right there." Su Qingqiu crawled down from the bed, picked a light and cool dress, and put on a pure makeup. Looking at her beautiful self in the mirror, she couldn't help but smile wantonly. Ha! Qinmu actually took the initiative to invite her to dinner. It turned out that he was still an animal with a lower body controlled by sexual desire. Su Qingqiu attributed everything to her beauty and had no idea what kind of miserable situation she was about to face. She was still intoxicated in her dream of becoming a rich man's wife. EPZWW.com, 3366SSXXS.com, XSS.cc, YJXS.cc, 3JX.com, 8PZiaoHongshu.canshuba.cc, KJXW.com, 7CCT.com. Knock, knock, knock. A crisp knock on the door sounded, and Su Qingqiu happily adjusted her thin clothes, and her beautiful eyes showed anticipation. She had deliberately chosen the sexiest clothes, and Qinmu, the pervert, would definitely be fascinated by her. "Come in." Qinmu's faint voice came from the door. Su Qingqiu frowned in dissatisfaction, but still suppressed the anger in her heart and walked in. When she got the assets from the other party, she would definitely make him cry and beg for mercy like a scoundrel. "You're just in time. Help me clean up the things next to you." Qinmu pointed to the pile of daily necessities next to him without even looking up, and lowered his head to continue processing the shopping cart in front of him. These daily necessities and food are far from enough. It's still early, and it's still not too late to buy some things online. Qinmu has already planned to build his system space into the most powerful storage base in the end times. With these goods in hand, it will be the first step to establish his hegemony. "Mr. Qin, what do you mean by this?" Su Qingqiu's mouth twitched and he looked at his eyes and felt very disappointed. This idiot came here by himself, just to sort out the goods. Who does he think he is? Is it in vain? Forced to laugh twice, Su Qingqiu walked to Qinmu's side with a charming cat step, and her soft and boneless fingers wanted to climb on the other's broad shoulders. "Mr. Qin, it's still early. Do you want to do something interesting?" Su Qingqiu said in his ear, but the bruise behind his ear was very conspicuous, and Qinmu turned his head away in disgust. "It's just a worn-out shoe that has been played with by others, and she wants to show off in front of me." "Didn't you say you are willing to help me with anything? You are not willing to just organize things?" Looking at the other party with a face full of suspicion, Qinmu took out his mobile phone, as if he was going to call the security guard, and Su Qingqiu quickly stretched out his hand to stop him. "No, since you ordered, I am willing to do it, but look at this." Tone was a little hesitant. "If you don't look, you won't know. When you see it, you will be shocked. These daily necessities add up to about 100 tons. Qinmu is crazy. Why buy so many useless things?" Qinmu hooked the corners of his mouth. He leaned back, his expression was very leisurely. Before, he refused the supermarket's delivery behavior. First, to prevent the target from being conspicuous and arousing suspicion from others, and second, to test the sincerity of some people. This time, it seems that this woman really can't stay. A dark color flashed in the depths of his eyes. Qinmu clapped his hands and stood up. His tall and slender figure was visible at a glance. "I'll leave today's matters to you. I have things to do." He showed a standard 8-toothed smile and patted Su Qingqiu's shoulder hard, almost making her fall to the ground. Without even looking at the other party's ugly face, Qinmu walked away. Yes, Qinmu was still useful now and couldn't offend him easily. He nodded reluctantly and watched him leave with a stiff smile. "Damn it! I thought I could get some benefits, but you asked me to sort out the goods. And they are worthless things." He kicked the mountain of goods next to him, and the scattered daily necessities fell from the sky and hit Su Qingqiu's white forehead, which instantly bruised her. She slipped and fell flat on her face. "Ah!" The miserable howl resounded throughout the room. Qinmu, who was outside the room, curled his lips, closed the door, and added a protective lock. "Since you like working so much, then work for a day." Humming an unwritten tune, he left the Shanghai hotel under the respectful attitude of the waiter. In the end times, in addition to the scarce firearms, there is also food, and there is one thing that may be indispensable, that is energy. Energy is the source of all mechanical movement. It can be electricity, water, or coal. In the last life, apart from the big gun, merchants, there were only energy bosses like coal bosses. He obtained the top position. Without energy, everything is empty talk. Chinmu's current goal is the city's largest energy market, the black market. This kind of thing is not presentable after all. During the last mission, Chinmu accidentally got the news of this market, which can be regarded as a blessing in disguise. Master, go to Renmin Street. The luxury car was too conspicuous. Chinmu stopped a taxi and sat down on the seat. He turned to the driver and said, "Young man, there are few people there. Why are you going there?" The driver looked like a warm-hearted person. He was surprised to learn that Chinmu was going to Renmin Street. Although Renmin Street is called Renmin, it is actually a mixed bag of people. It is a gathering place for all kinds of scoundrels. 1,000 yuan. The straightforward number directly shut the driver's mouth. If you don't make money, you are a bastard. This trip is only 2 or 3 miles. Glancing at Chinmu's handsome face through the rearview mirror, the driver secretly exclaimed in his heart, "The young man looks like a decent person. Why is he so careless to go there to make a living? This world is really crazy." After solving the energy problem, we can deal with the end of the world with peace of mind. I hope Sun Peng and the others can go faster. He closed his eyes tiredly. The high-speed operation in the past 2 days made Chinmu a little tired, but when he thought of the cheek life in 3 months, he couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. This time, I have to strike first and make everyone crawl at my feet. It would be great if most people could read the driver's eyes like Sun Peng. After getting off the car, Chinmu casually pulled out a stack of red banknotes from his wallet and sprinkled them in the driver's window. While the other party was bending down to pick up the money, he quickly walked into the black market. 3721. Arriving at an abandoned cabin, Chinmu lowered his voice and said a code. Under the other party's cold eyes, he walked into a dark and shadowless basement. "Come on, the latest gems, super low prices. New energy stocks, big sale. 200 rounds of Desert Eagle bullets, retreat after selling them all." A noisy voice came over. All kinds of people, interspersed on a narrow road, and sharp shouts were heard. "That's right, this is the black market hidden in the world. As long as it is valuable, you can get everything you want." Chinmu's eyes suddenly lit up. He aimed at the target and walked directly in front of the so-called new energy man. "I have a big deal. Do you want to do it?" Chinmu put on the cloak he had prepared in advance and came to the man's stall. The man had a sharp face and looked like a monkey. He didn't look like a good person. "My dear, I'm just selling stocks. If you want big business, please contact our boss." He changed the subject with a smile. The other party obviously didn't believe in Chinmu's ability. Knowing the rules of the black market, Chinmu took out a check from his arms. EPWW.com, 366XS.com, ADWX.com, XSXS.cc, YJXS.cc, 3PZW.com, Xiaohongshu.cc, HMXSW.com, 7CCT.com, Beck.com. He knocked his fingers in front of the other party's stall, and the crisp sound was very pleasant. "My name is Monkey. Please go this way, my dear." His pupils suddenly contracted, and he accepted the check without changing his expression. Monkey slightly turned sideways, revealing the alley behind him. Chinmu nodded slightly, and the salesman's figure gradually disappeared in the darkness. Monkey turned around and continued to greet other customers with a smile, as if nothing had happened. "What do you want?" A burly man sitting behind the counter glanced at Chinmu and said impatiently, "Another ignorant wild boy who thought he could buy what he wanted with a little money. He didn't know what would happen to him." "Energy. I want energy. Give me all you have." Chinmu lifted the coat on his head, not caring about his appearance, and exposed himself to everyone, and asked arrogantly, "Little baby who has not been weaned, I advise you to leave early. Otherwise, there will be no body to collect. If you want energy, bring something to exchange." The big man slammed the table fiercely, and the deafening sound made the wall dust fall a little. 100 million. Too lazy to talk to such a brainless person, Qin Shao naturally knew that the boss behind the energy market was powerful and would never show up easily. But things that could be solved with money were not a problem. As long as we can get in touch, the rest will be much easier. "Good boy, straightforward." He was just pretending before. He had heard from Monkey that this boy was a big customer. Although it was not worth the boss's personal appearance, he was indeed a big shot. 200 tons of coal and oil each. Your money is only enough for this. He threw out a colorful card with rough lines of coal, oil, etc. on it. It was probably a voucher for exchange in the black market. Okay. He took the card quickly. His neat hands and feet made the big man couldn't help but look at it twice. I didn't expect that this boy was also a martial artist. It was quite interesting. Goodbye? After getting the answer he wanted, Chinmu didn't continue to entangle. He put on his hat and left here quickly. He deliberately revealed his true face just to let the boss behind him notice him. The other party didn't know that the end of the world was coming, and his appearance should make him wary. This is also an opportunity to make friends. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. At this point, Chinmu had already spent most of the 300 million yuan he had earned, but he didn't feel bad at all. Money should be spent wisely. It is a sure win to exchange a pile of scrap paper for resources that can be relied on for survival. It's time to go to the company. After stroking the leather-wrapped steering wheel, Chinmu stepped on the accelerator, and the gorgeous luxury car sped away. The company has been sold, but some procedures still need to be handed over by him in person. It's time to see how Tiantian has manipulated the stock. He had left a detailed operation plan before. With Tiantian's IQ, doubling the money is just a piece of cake. Boss Chin? Seeing Chinmu walking into the company, the receptionist was stunned for a moment, and then hurriedly stood up to greet him. Where is Tiantian? Chinmu went straight to the point and asked Tiantian's location directly. The salesperson at the front desk smiled, then turned around and said, Miss Tiantian is in the office. I'll take you there. Chinmu glanced at the other party. His eyes were slightly cold. In his previous life, the apocalypse broke out and he fled to the company. In order to save their lives, this woman and that damn security guard claimed to guard the company and isolated themselves outside, causing themselves to be almost bitten to death by zombies. No need. You and Wang Lei from the security department are having an affair in the company. You are fired. Chinmu changed the lives of the two people lightly, and he showed no mercy. He sneered contemptuously twice, completely ignoring the other party's dull face. Anyway, it's just a word death, so let this adulterous couple live happily for a few more days. Pushing the door in, seeing Tiantian's towering breasts pressed against the smooth ice-blue table, Chinmu's eyes dimmed, walked up to the other party and took out the contract in front of her. Boss Chin, our stocks have exceeded 1.5 billion, Tiantian said excitedly. Her big white rabbits wanted to jump out of the thin cloth. She was so happy that she hugged Chinmu's strong arms. The soft feeling made Chinmu's heart flutter. It must be said that Tiantian's figure was the best, and it was no exaggeration to compare with those supermodels. Ahem, good job. She coughed twice and left his sight. This woman was completely seducing without knowing it. Of the 1.5 billion, you keep 500 million for continued investment, and sell all the rest. With a big wave of his hand, Chinmu signed his name directly on the document. In Tiantian's surprised eyes, he stretched out his hand to put the paper in front of the other party, but accidentally touched the towering mass. Ah! The different touch made her whole body numb, and she couldn't help but feel weak under her feet. She glanced at the other party with a reproachful look, gritted her teeth, and took the paper with a red face. This CEO is good in everything except being reckless. However, when she saw his righteous face, Tiantian suspected that she might have taken advantage of him. Thank you for your hard work. You can take out 1% of the remaining money as a bonus. She looked away awkwardly, but Chinmu couldn't help kneading the fingers beside her. The touch just now was very good. I don't know what kind of erotic scene the other party would have in bed. Thinking of this, Chinmu couldn't help but feel his lower abdomen tighten, but business was more important. He had to take advantage of the time to collect funds and buy necessities. Go down and buy it. Yes? Tiantian turned and left, but Chinmu couldn't help but focus his eyes on the other party's beautiful buttocks. A big butt must be easy to have children. Touching his smooth chin, Chinmu's thoughts drifted to some outer space. In the following period of time, Tiantian relied on her beauty, sweet voice, and superb operation skills to successfully bring 500 million stocks to an unprecedented peak, and even became a legend in the circle for a time. Thank you for fulfilling your mission. putting the check with a huge number in front of Chin Mu. Tian Tian proudly straightened her chest, and her big white rabbits jumped twice. You did a good job. I knew it was right to hand over the company to you. Chin Mu crossed his hands and rested them on his chin, but a hint of darkness flashed in his eyes. He admitted that Tian Tian's ability was extraordinary, but there was also the shadow of another force. It seems that Tian Tian also has her own secrets. Her scalp was tingling under the other party's gaze. Tian Tian pouted in dissatisfaction and said coquettishly, I have done so well, and you only praise me. What do you want? Are you going to marry me? I would be very happy to have such a beautiful and talented woman as my wife. Chin Mu's words without blushing or beating his heart made Tian Tian clench her fists. This damn pervert boss only knows how to make fun of herself. But for some reason, she just felt that her heart was as sweet as eating honey. Which woman doesn't like a handsome man to praise her beauty? Not to mention that Chin Mu specifically pointed out her ability, which was naturally unique in her eyes. EPZW.com, com3366, XS.com, XSXS.cc, 3JOX.com, 3dahongshu.com, kongshu.cc, KHMXSWHMONBiki.com, Ha! Why are there so many? Wiping the sweat off her head, Xingqiu looked at the pile of goods in front of her with an impatient look. It was not so easy to sort out hundreds of tons of goods. Chin Mu was obviously making things difficult for her. Su Qingqiu cursed in her heart. You'll be in trouble later. She raised her fist in a show of strength, and suddenly a cold voice came from behind her. Who do you want to make trouble for? Of course. He had known for a long time that this woman had ill intentions, but the audacity of her cursing him in public also wiped out the last bit of affection in Chin Mu's heart. Find a chance to arrange her to go down. Otherwise, she will be like a flea jumping in front of you, which is really annoying. Su Qingqiu's voice stopped abruptly. She turned around stiffly and smiled at the other party twice. As luck would have it, Chin Mu came back when she was cursing. Muzi, I'm tired all day today. Let's go eat. Looking at the other party pitifully, Su Qingqiu grabbed the corner of Chin Mu's clothes and shook it gently. After working for so long, it's not right to get no benefits at all. Su Qingqiu secretly glanced at the gorgeously decorated hall on the side, and her lips curled secretly. Fortunately, this is Shanghai Hotel. Chin Mu can't be so stingy that he can't even afford a meal. If the other party is shameless again, I will expose his behavior to the public. No, I have something to deal with tonight. How can I not see the mind of this woman? It's nothing more than trying to make a profit for myself, really treating me as a sucker. Glancing at the other person with contempt, Chin Mu shook him off with all his strength. He grabbed the hand on his sleeve and said with a fake smile, If you're hungry, just order takeout. Su Qingqiu's face instantly turned as pale as gold paper. She looked at Chin Mu in disbelief and stammered, But this is Shanghai restaurant? She came to such a high-end restaurant, but she didn't even have a meal. If she spread the news, she would be laughed to death in the circle. Chin Mu didn't care about her vanity. He just smiled lightly and walked away. What he wanted was for you to become the laughing stock of the whole circle. According to Su Qingqiu's habit, she would definitely show off this meeting in the circle of friends. It's a pity that I have been a dog licker all my life, but I don't even have the qualifications to appear in her circle of friends. Now it's the other person's turn to become the object of ridicule. Chin Mu's eyes were slightly cold. He turned to look at the waiter beside him and whispered, Don't worry about the person inside. Just kick her out at the appointed time. Yes. Everyone present was smart. He nodded tacitly, and a sarcastic arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Seeing the delicate-looking woman in the room, he couldn't help but sigh twice. He had seen many such gold-digging women. They just wanted to find someone to take advantage of the opportunity to climb up the social ladder. Now they have lost their wives and soldiers and offended Chin Mu. The end is obvious. Damn it! Damn Chin Mu! I have long seen that he is a poor guy, and he is wasting my time. Su Qingqiu stomped her feet hard, but the low-quality high heels made her soles numb. She took a breath of cold air and took 2 steps back, holding on to the table beside her. With the time to flatter Chin Mu, Su Qingqiu could have hooked up with other CEOs. What happened today made her so angry that she almost bit her teeth. Ignore me, right? I'm going to expose your behavior. Subconsciously turning herself into a victim, Su Qingqiu indignantly took out the latest model of Apple mobile phone. The crackling sound of typing resounded throughout the room. Ah! I'm so angry. This Chinmu is just a poor loser. I came here to help out of kindness, but he not only insulted me, but now he has left me alone. This group chat named Rich Women's Gathering Place is a gathering place for several famous socialites in the circle, and Su Qingqiu is the group leader. As soon as she spoke, the socialites scattered all over the country couldn't help but curl their lips and show contempt. This crazy woman started to complain about her sponsors who showed off, but the surface work still needs to be maintained, and they replied enthusiastically one by one. You made Miss Su Qingqiu so angry? You really don't know a great man. Yes, this Chinmu is just a man with a small fortune. He is not worthy of your attention. Maybe he is just pretending. I think he is playing hard to get. He wants to coax you into his hands. In fact, he has no money. The consolation of her girlfriends touched Su Qingqiu's heart. She held her mobile phone tightly and had some doubts in her heart. With her looks, how could she not be able to win over this little Chinmu? I'm afraid he is really pretending. It seems that she has lost more. Her face is very ugly. Others are also watching the fun and adding fuel to the fire. You should leave Chinmu quickly, otherwise you will be cheated, and nothing will be left. Lying on the leather-wrapped sofa, Chuyi lazily flipped through her mobile phone and took in all the conversations in the group chat. Although she didn't know how Su Qingqiu had offended Chinmu, she would definitely be dying of despair with the other party's means. Chuyi finally chose to remain silent with a mysterious expression on her face, unable to tell whether it was pity or secret joy. Now Chinmu was her financial sponsor. With him as her backer, she could have all the glory and wealth she wanted, and she didn't need to associate with this group of crazy women. Chuyi stretched slowly and her graceful curves were fully revealed. Walking into the room and facing the mirror, looking at her face, Chuyi nodded with satisfaction. She had an appointment with Chinmu tonight, and she must not show any sign of fatigue. Chinmu, on the other side, had just left the house when he received a call from Tian. Boss Chin, the task you assigned to me has been almost completed. She looked at the date in surprise. It was clear that the time she had assigned the task was not long, but Tian's work efficiency was too high. Such a talent must not escape from her palm. Chinmu opened his mouth and smiled in a low voice. I wonder if Miss Tian has time today to have dinner with me? Chinmu raised his dark eyebrows and already had his own plan in mind. It would be much easier to control the base in the future if he had Tian in his hands. Okay, why not go to dinner when someone invites you? Tian's mind is very simple, and she agreed to Chinmu's invitation immediately. I'll send you the address later. After hanging up the phone, Chinmu chuckled twice, and there seemed to be an invisible foxtail swaying behind him. Be it coercion or bribery, finally getting the person into his hands, that's the result. EPWF.com, 3366XS.com, ADWX.com, XSXX.CJXS.cc, Kanshuba.CHMXSSW.com, 7CCT.com. Mr. Chin, what time will you arrive in the evening? Sorry. Chuy's message suddenly popped up. He had completely forgotten that he had an appointment with the other party. Then let's have dinner together. The bridge is straight to the bow, and Chinmu sent the same address to Chuyi with confidence. Chuyi is his woman. Although her appearance is not as good as Su Qingqiu, she is also loyal. It's okay for the two to meet. The two beauties didn't know how passionate the meeting would be. There's too much traffic outside. Who is this? Rushing to the restaurant, Tian put her bag on the chair next to her and looked up to see another girl with delicate features. The other party just smiled at her lightly and also showed curiosity. Chuyi rushed to the restaurant after receiving Chinmu's message. Unexpectedly, Tian arrived right after she arrived. The two stared at each other for a long time, with different thoughts. Could this be another lover of Chinmu? Chuyi's face was pale. Seeing the other party's hot figure, she also straightened her chest, unwilling to be outdone. What if she has a good figure? Now the man is next to her. This is my friend, Chuyi, and this is my assistant in the company, Tian. Chinmu slowly poured a glass of red wine and briefly introduced the two. Chuyi was happy, no longer nervous and suspicious, introducing the company's people to herself. Did Chinmu allow her to enter his circle? The smile on her face became more genuine. Chuyi took the initiative to stand up and make room. So you are Mr. Chin's capable man. Please sit here. Tian nodded, flattered. Her smart eyes swept over Chuyi and Chinmu. She said in a surprising way, Hello, sister-in-law. Ahem. This beautiful sister seems to have an unusual relationship with Qin Mu. Could she be his girlfriend? Chu Yi, who had just taken a sip of red wine, almost choked on the wine in her mouth. She covered her mouth and looked at the other party in disbelief. This Tian Tian is too fierce. She said a big bomb as soon as she opened her mouth. But after glancing at Qin Mu and finding that he looked normal, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Mu did not lose face in public, which was already a great reward. But not denying is a partial admission. Maybe there is a chance for him to get promoted. The sudden ambition scared herself. She covered her beating heart. Chu Yi's expression was inexplicable. Why can Su Qingqiu do it, but I can't? This thought took root in Chu Yi's heart, and it was unknown when it would grow into a thriving tree. Qin Mu didn't care about these details, but just curled his lips in a good mood. Two beautiful women with different styles were eating with him here, and the envious eyes of the men next to them made him happy. In the future, such activities can be held more often. Anyway, the end of the world is coming, and all beauties are just a red-faced skeleton. Life should be enjoyed to the fullest. Dinner was over. Tian Tian wiped the corners of her lips with proper etiquette, and a bright smile appeared on her face. Thank you for the hospitality, Mr. Qin. I have something to do at home, so I'll leave first. Tian Tian waved like a little girl, picked up the bag beside her, and turned to leave. Completely different from those women who were tempted by money. Qin Mu looked at the other person's figure, which gradually disappeared on the opposite road, and had a new plan in his mind. The power behind Tian Tian had different reactions. To be able to intervene in the stock market here where the rich gather, the company must have a capital of at least 10 billion. It was strange that the eldest daughter of such a group would hide in such a broken company. Mr. Qin, shall we go home now? The gentle and soft Jade was close to him, and Qin Mu's eyes were attracted back. Looking at Chu Yi with delicate makeup in front of him, he stretched out his hand and hooked her upturned nose. Little wild cat, I will deal with you when I get back. A fire was burning in his heart. Chu Yi's enchanting dress today was all for Qin Mu. With a beauty in his arms, he was not Liu Xiaoyi. I look forward to Mr. Qin dealing with me. Chu Yi stretched out her delicate tongue and licked her plump lips, and her face showed a look of expectation. As long as Qin Mu didn't get tired of her, she would have a chance. She knew her advantages and capital very well. He looked at her with appreciation, hugged her slender waist, and took her back to his newly bought apartment. Qin Mu did not intend to tell anyone else about the renovated base. It was his last trump card and the basis for survival. Without enough trust, he would never reveal a word about it. Back at the apartment, the two of them naturally made love and stopped. Well, Mr. Qin, I want? Chu Yi bit her red lips, leaving a row of teeth marks, and stretched out her fair fingers to draw circles on the other's muscular chest. Just say it if you have anything to say. Reaching out and holding the other's soft and boneless fingers, Qin Mu closed his eyes, as if he was resting his mind. The other party had been with him for so many days it would be unreasonable not to take some benefits. As long as it was not an excessive move, he would naturally satisfy her. I want to borrow money from you. Chu Yi's voice became lower and lower, and at the end of the words, she couldn't help but lower her head, her face full of shame. She was simply a slut, asking Qin Mu to borrow money after just knowing each other for a few days. What if the other party misunderstood her and broke up with her? It's not that he hadn't thought about this possibility before, but thinking about that incident, Chu Yi hardened his heart. If things don't work out, he would not be willing to die. Didn't I give you 100,000 before? As expected, she was selling herself, asking for money as soon as she opened her mouth. Qin Mu's eyebrows showed a hint of coldness. People are greedy, and if they want their own money, it depends on whether you are worth it. Then 100,000 is not enough. When it comes to money, Chu Yi is straightforward. After all, money is the thing that makes a living. Watching Qin Mu's strong arm pull away from his body, Chu Yi's heart sank. It's over. This time he's in trouble. But the difference between the two, Qin Mu didn't walk away or curse. He just took out a bank card from his wallet and threw it into Chu Yi's arms. There's 200,000 in it. Card. The crisp sound of a lighter rang out, and the rising smoke blinded Chu Yi's eyes and covered Qin Mu's angular face. If you want money, just give it yourself. It's a transaction relationship anyway. She provides her body, I provide the money. and it saves unnecessary trouble. After living a new life, Chinmu's mind is open-minded. Apart from survival, everything else is nothing. He doesn't want to live such a hard life. Thank you, thank you. Chuyi felt a little wet in the corners of her eyes. Looking at Chinmu, whose face she couldn't see clearly, she felt a little strange in her heart. It seems that it's not bad to be with him like this. No, with Chinmu's vision and means, she is just one of his women and has no right to expect others. Chuyi was very sober, but the movements of her hands gradually became ambiguous. Heh. Seeing the other party's tactful performance, Chinmu chuckled twice, put out the cigarette butt in the ashtray beside him, and then turned over and pressed Chuyi under him. The charming sound of moaning and heavy breathing filled the whole room. As if to thank Chinmu for his generosity, Chuyi worked extra hard tonight, making him feel refreshed. Ring, ring, ring! The shrill ring of the mobile phone sounded, and Chinmu raised his chin, and sweat flowed down his angular chin and gradually fell into the white greasy under him. With a charming moan, Chuyi clung to Chinmu's body as soft as boneless, and the two ignored the ringing ring. Pa! Let's continue. With a wicked smile on his face, Chinmu waved his phone to the ground. He resisted Chuyi's attempt to get up and said casually, "I'll buy you a new one later." "Thank you, Mr. Chin." With a new phone, Chuyi didn't feel bad about breaking the old one. She looked at Chinmu with seductive eyes and hooked her finger at him. What a deadly demon! Chinmu cursed in his heart, and the lust that had just been put down burned again. Damn it! Why didn't Chuyi answer the phone? Which man did she go fooling around with? Su Qingqiu took back the phone indignantly and stared at the black screen angrily. She originally wanted Chuyi to test the waters and see what Chinmu was really like. If he was really pretending to be rich, she could find another buyer. But now the other party's phone couldn't be reached. Fox charmer, sooner or later die in a man's bed. Su Qingqiu's originally beautiful appearance was gradually distorted by jealousy, and she hated it so much. She was famous in the socialite circle for her beautiful looks and figure. Chuyi was just her little follower. She was flattering her by saying she was her best friend. But recently, for some reason, the news of her pregnancy spread all over the circle. Her increasingly out-of-shape figure was disgusting. Subconsciously considering the other party as a traitor, Su Qingqiu's fingers gradually tightened and her joints turned slightly white. "Chuyi, do you really think you can get the upper hand if I fall? Look at what kind of person you are," Su Qingqiu shouted loudly, relying on the fact that there was no one around her. Her goddess image was gone. I must find a way to take down Chinmu. Touching her bulging belly, the venom in Su Qingqiu's eyes was about to overflow. The most urgent thing was to find a fool to be the scapegoat. The next day, Su Qingqiu deliberately put on a light makeup, but the dust all over her body could not be covered up. After rolling in the mud for so many years, it is not so easy to get ashore. You are so pure today, you will definitely win Chinmu. Carrying the latest brand name bag, Su Qingqiu walked to the gate of Chinmu's community with a proud look, but was stopped by the security guard. "Hey, who are you? Why are you walking in?" He looked at the woman suspiciously. The security system of the apartment where Chinmu lives now is the safest in the whole country, and strangers like Su Qingqiu cannot enter. "Hello, I am Chinmu's girlfriend. I came to see him for something." She frowned in dissatisfaction and took 2 steps back in disgust. A stinky security guard with stains all over his body dared to stop in front of him. When Chinmu came, he must let him fire him. "I don't care who you are here to see. You can't go in without a pass." Waving his hand like shooing away flies, the security guard pushed Su Qingqiu's shoulder and wanted her to leave. There are so many people who pretend to be here every day. If everyone is allowed in, will he still have this job? The security guard was also very tough. He would not be timid to work in such a high-end community. You wait! Su Qingqiu was furious and stamped his feet fiercely. Then he took out his mobile phone and called Chinmu. However, in the eyes of the security guard who was looking at him with a joke, the phone rang for 2 seconds and hung up directly. "Don't pretend. People like you don't know the big shots in there." The security guard looked contemptuous. He looked Su Qingqiu up and down and curled his lips in contempt. He didn't even look down on such a person. "Don't go too far. Where is your manager? I want to see your manager. You are so bold to show off in front of me." Su Qingqiu refused to suffer a loss and retorted with a sharp tongue. He even pushed the security guard when he was not paying attention and rushed into the community. "Stop! Stop right there! I'll call the police if you don't." Su Qingqiu didn't know where she got so much strength from. She staggered and almost fell to the ground. After the security guard stood firm, he chased after Su Qingqiu, turning on his intercom while chasing. Hey, there's a crazy woman at the north gate, breaking into the community. Quickly surround her." He was scared and broke into a cold sweat. He couldn't afford to offend the big shots inside. If this crazy woman bumped into someone, he would kill himself and couldn't afford the compensation. The security guard cursed in his heart, thinking that if he caught Su Qingqiu, he must teach her a lesson. After going around in circles for a long time, he finally escaped the security guard's pursuit. Su Qingqiu leaned against the wall, panting, and the makeup on her face was all smudged, looking very embarrassed. "With your means, you think you can catch me? Dream on." Su Qingqiu snorted twice and limped to the door of Qinmu's house. She ran too hard just now and accidentally sprained her ankle. If it were somewhere else, she would have pretended to be pitiful and asked for help. But now she was surrounded. If she shouted, it would definitely attract the security guards. Seeing the deserted door in front of her, Su Qingqiu walked to the door and started knocking on it. Qinmu, are you home? Come out and see me, I'm injured, it hurts so much." She took out the wind oil she carried with her and applied it directly to her eyes. Su Qingqiu's eyes instantly turned red and looked pitiful. This is her usual trick. As long as she shows weakness, men will wag their tails and beg for mercy like a dog. When Qinmu appears, I will let him vent my anger and make him kneel on the ground to apologize to me. Su Qingqiu took out a mirror and touched up her makeup, thinking contentedly, but she waited for 10 minutes and there was no sign of the door opening. "What's going on? Is there no one at home?" Su Qingqiu was shocked by her own thoughts. She knocked on the door again, but the memories were silent. E366s.com, 80wx.com, xsss.cc, yjxs.com, axiaohongshuit.c, kanshuba.cc, hmxf2.com, bikatom. She was really unlucky. She was surrounded by security guards and sprained her ankle. She lost both the wife and the army. Su Qingqiu almost bit her teeth and sat at the door in self-destruction. She just didn't believe it. Qinmu didn't go home all day today and she was waiting for him at the door. The whistling cold wind outside, accompanied by the sound of trees rubbing against each other, was so quiet that it seemed a little creepy. Unless he buys me the latest bag and invites me to Shanghai restaurant for dinner, I will never forgive him. Su Qingqiu hugged her arms and curled up at the door. She was still unwilling to give in when the time came, and she kept muttering. "Achoo!" She sneezed violently, and transparent snot hung on the tip of her nose. Su Qingqiu wiped it carelessly. She glanced at her phone and found that an hour had passed. It's so cold. Why hasn't Qinmu come back yet? Su Qingqiu felt so wronged. She had fallen to Qinmu's level and made peace with him, but he just dumped her at the door. "Qinmu, when are you going home?" Qinmu, who was sitting in the office reviewing the contract, suddenly heard the ringing of his phone. He looked down and found that it was a message from Su Qingqiu. With a cold smile, it seems that this woman still refuses to give up. Judging from her posture, she is probably waiting at her doorstep. "Su Qingqiu, why are you at my doorstep? Do you have something to talk to me about?" Qinmu pretended to be stupid and caring, but all his questions were nonsense. Su Qingqiu was so angry that she almost threw her phone away. Thinking that she would have to settle the score with Qinmu, she could only take it back in a huff. Her eyes rolled around. She pursed her lips and replied in a weak voice, "I came to talk to you today about something, but I didn't expect you were not at home. I'm really cold." Along with the message, there was also a large-scale photo. The camera was directly attached to Su Qingqiu's chest, and a large area of whiteness caught her eye. Taking a breath of cold air, he looked at the photo carefully, clicked to collect it, and Qinmu smacked his lips. No matter what, Su Qingqiu's figure is still top-notch. "It may not be convenient today. I'm outside negotiating a contract with a client. The scale involves 500 million yuan. I can't leave easily." Qinmu casually took a picture of the messy desktop and sent it over. He supported his chin with one hand and waited for Su's reaction like watching a play. As expected, Su Qingqiu's eyes suddenly lit up and he quickly typed a reply. "So that's the case. You go about your business. Don't worry. I wonder if you have time later. Can I treat you to a meal? I didn't expect Chin-Mu to have such means. How much money would he make from a contract of 500 million yuan? He stretched out his fingers and scratched for a long time, but he couldn't figure it out. Su Qingqiu's eyes were shining with the brilliance of money. As long as Chin-Mu was taken down, wouldn't all the money be his? Thinking this way, it's okay to suffer a little. Only after the storm can you see the rainbow. Su Qingqiu was very happy in his heart, and he didn't know that he had been played by the other party. In the last life, he ignored me, but this time, he took the initiative to lower himself and invite me to dinner. Should I say that Su Qingqiu is greedy, or that I am blind? Chin-Mu's eyes darkened, and then he turned his phone upside down on the table. He did not respond to Su Qingqiu's invitation. Given her personality, if he took the initiative to agree, it would only make her worse. Let it hang for a few days. Maybe there will be other different chemical reactions. Sure enough, an hour later, Su Qingqiu took the initiative to send a message again. The address is here. I'll wait for you the day after tomorrow night. Under the ambiguous message, there was also a room card with a corner exposed. Isn't this a naked hint? Chin-Mu snorted coldly. Sure enough, the last instant did not teach the other party a lesson. Then I will prepare a bigger surprise for you next time. With a playful smile, Chin-Mu's fingers tapped on the table. Finally, he replied with 2 words faintly. Okay, great, the fish is hooked. Holding the phone is like holding the most precious treasure. You can't wait to kiss the chat record. As long as Chin-Mu comes to the room, she will let herself be at her mercy. She is very proud of her methods. Pulling her tight waist, Su Qingqiu's face was ugly. The longer the time drags on, the harder it will be to cover up the secrets on him. He must quickly take down Chin-Mu. Hey Lao Wang, what do you see there? The other elderly people in the community sat together, looking at the trucks that kept coming into the community, with surprise on their faces. Everyone here is rich, so buying fresh food is not a problem, but it is too exaggerated to bring in trucks after trucks like this. They even blocked the entrance of the community, blocking the road. It seems that the direction of the delivery is Xiaoqin's home. Is he planning to start a new business? Everyone in the community knows that Chin-Mu's parents have both passed away, and he has been living in a daze and has never operated his own business. Now, he has suddenly made such a big scene, it is hard not to attract attention. Do you want to ask? Middle-aged and elderly people are all gossipy. When a few people get together, they can talk about everything. If they are not unfamiliar with Chin-Mu, he can talk about destroying the world. But it must be said that this group of middle-aged ants, in a sense, also revealed the truth of the world. Master, just put it at the door. I'll clean it up myself. Chin-Mu came over, holding a box of water in his hand, and smiled at the master. His home is a single-family villa, and these things have been piled up in the yard into a huge mountain. The master wiped the sweat from his head, hesitated for a long time, and finally said hesitantly, Boss, why do you buy these fresh and cold products? The shelf life is not long, and they will go bad in the yard in 2 days. He looked at the box in front of him with some distress. This is a big oyster worth 200 yuan each. These dozens of boxes are piled up here, adding up to at least several million. You don't have to worry about so much. Just deliver the goods, and your boss will give you overtime pay. Chin-Mu laughed and didn't give a direct answer. He couldn't say that these items were for the end of the world. If he said such a thing, he would be taken to a mental hospital the next day. Spreading terrorist rumors is not a good reputation. Okay, thank you, boss. These delivery masters only earn hard-earned money by doing things for others. He secretly regretted mentioning it just now. Fortunately, Chin-Mu was broad-minded and did not bother with them. If it were a petty boss, he would definitely beat and scold them, and also deduct their wages. After watching a group of people and a bunch of cars leave in a mighty manner, Chin-Mu turned around and locked the door. Next, it's my turn to show my skills. Licking his dry lips, Chin-Mu walked to the front of the goods with his hands rubbed. System. EPZ.com, 3366XSS.com, 80wx.com, XSS.cc, YJXS.cc, 3JWX.com, 8xiaohongs.cc, Kanshuba.cc, HMXSW.com, 7cc.com, Beat.conf. The next second, a flash of white light appeared in front of him. Nearly 1 million tons of cargo disappeared in an instant. The ground was empty as if nothing had ever appeared. It really works! With a look of joy on his eyebrows, Chin-Mu closed his eyes. The next second, he also disappeared from the spot. When he opened his eyes again, he was in a vast white space. In front of him was the pile of fresh food. In addition to these things, there were also a lot of other items piled up next to them, which were exactly what Chin-Mu had been searching for with great difficulty during this period. With these supplies, we will finally have a layer of protection when the end of the world comes. Chin-Mu slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, and a trace of relief appeared on his face. But his pupils were deep. However, these are not enough. If you really want to survive in the end of the world, you need more preparations. Hey, Lu Yun, do you have anything to do this afternoon? After putting all the supplies into the space, Chin-Mu called his best brother Lu Yun. I have nothing to do this afternoon, Brother Chin. What do you have to do? In broad daylight, Lu Yun was lying on the sofa, and there were some cigarette butts and wine glasses on the coffee table in front of him. Rubbing his eyebrows, trying to sober himself up, he climbed up from the sofa. It is not difficult to see that he had a hangover last night. Chin-Mu raised his eyebrows, not caring about these details, and said directly, I want to discuss some material business. Do you have any connections there that you can introduce to me? Material business? Don't you always dislike business? Lu Yun's tone was a little surprised. He and Chin-Mu have known each other for so many years, and the other party has been waving his hands to refuse to take over the family business. Why did he suddenly change his temper today? It's not like him. Holding the phone farther away and making sure that the name on the screen was Chin-Mu, Lu Yun muttered to himself, This is weird. Could it be that Brother Chin is possessed by a ghost? You kid, you must have drunk too much. Chin-Mu scolded with a smile, and then said seriously, Yun, listen to me. This matter is very serious. If you are a brother, you can help me get it done, and you should also prepare more for yourself. Of course, it is impossible for him to publicize the coming of the end of the world. He can only remind the other party secretly. He and Lu Yun have known each other since childhood. They have done everything from stealing and fighting. They have a friendship of blood and tears. If the disaster really comes, he doesn't want the other party to get into trouble. Brother Chin, why are you so weird today? Supplies, right? Okay, I happen to have a connection here. I'll send it to you. Lu Yun agreed to Chin-Mu's request at once. Anyway, it was not a big deal, but the shock in the other party's words made him a little confused. Chin-Mu was not a person who worried about everything. He could say this, it seemed that the world was going to change. To have come to this point today, Lu Yun was not a fool. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Chin-Mu saw a phone number sent by Lu Yun. Reliable. Satisfied smile on his face, Chin-Mu tossed his phone on his phone, and then saw the additional message from Lu Yun. This Mr. Wong is a complete pervert. If you want to deal with him, you'd better bring a few beauties with you. Beauties? Chin-Mu's face was stunned, and then he thought of a familiar figure. Ready-made beauties? Isn't there one next to him? With a wicked hook, Chin-Mu turned and walked into the room and began to watch TV at ease. Soon, night fell, and in the most luxurious hotel in the city, Chin-Mu sat alone on the top floor. The night breeze was a little chilly, but Chin-Mu stared at the dark night in a daze. Since the end of the world, the whole sky has been covered by a large cloud. Except for the blood moon rising and setting, it is impossible to tell the time, so people have developed a new way of timekeeping. It has been a long time since I saw such a beautiful moonlight. When I thought that such a beautiful scenery would disappear in 3 months, Chin-Mu felt a little sad for a while. Mr. Chin, the person you invited has arrived. The manager of Shanghai Hotel stood aside respectfully. If others saw it, they would definitely drop their jaws. This gentleman usually looked down on others, but he was so obedient in front of Chin-Mu. Bring him up. Yes. After the brief conversation, Chin-Mu's eyes slowly shifted from the sky to the fat meat that was moved up. Mr. Wong looked shifty, his face was red and shiny, and his body was full of fat, like layers of swimming rings. Mr. Wong, you are finally here. Please take a seat. Since you were introduced by Mr. Lu, you don't have to care about these empty formalities. Ha ha! The other party was obviously full of energy, and his eyes were focused on Chin-Mu. He looked quite handsome, and he was able to talk to Lu Yun, and he must be extraordinary. Mr. Wong, I believe you know my purpose. Please name a price. Chin-Mu didn't have time to tangle with this fat guy, so he came straight to the point and proposed a deal. No, how can you not drink in the business world? You are still too anxious. He changed the subject with a smile, and Mr. Wang was already dissatisfied. How could this young man be so blind? He didn't give gifts or send people off. Does he look like someone who is short of business? If it weren't for Lu Yun's face, he would have walked away long ago. Seeing the other party's performance, Qinmu's eyes flashed a cold light in the depths of his eyes. Pa! When the crisp sound of clapping hands fell, Su Qingqiu, who was dressed in cool clothes, came over. Qinmu? Who is this? Su Qingqiu, who was full of joy, saw Mr. Wang, who looked like a pig brother, as soon as she entered the door. His greedy eyes were about to become real, which gave her goosebumps. Didn't Qinmu invite her to dinner? She even dressed up specially for a spring breeze. But how come there was an extra person? Ahem, Xunqiu, come here. This is Mr. Wang, the biggest material owner in the city. Qinmu smiled and pulled Xingqiu over, pinched her buttocks without revealing his dark color, causing her face to blush. Hateful! Gently hammering Qinmu's chest, Su Qingqiu looked extremely shy, and her charming expression made Mr. Wang drool. On the surface, she was flirting with Qinmu, but Su Qingqiu couldn't help but look at Mr. Wang. This Mr. Wang seems to be much easier to deal with than Qinmu. If he cannot be taken down today, it seems that changing the target is not a bad idea. Mr. Qin, there is such a peerless beauty around you. Why don't you introduce her to me? Mr. Wang took a step forward in a hurry, and even wanted to stretch out his fingers to grab Su Qingqiu's arm. Su Qingqiu pretended to be panicked and hid behind Qinmu. ePubadai.com, the Rex6XSCY access.cc3x.com, Xiaohong70.com, but she was grabbed by the shoulders by Qinmu and pushed into Mr. Wang's arms. With the warm and soft jade in his arms, the other party's face looked much better. He looked at Qinmu with an admiring look, and the meaning was very clear. The young man was really smart. Hello, Mr. Wang, Su Qingqiu said softly, without any strength, and leaned on Mr. Wang. She only thought that her charm was infinite, and Qinmu introduced her to connections, which was not true love for her. Originally, her heart was very rippled, and Su Qingqiu began to flirt with Mr. Wang in front of Qinmu. A fickle woman. Behind Qinmu's fake smile, there was extreme indifference. He had seen through Su Qingqiu's true face a long time ago. Since the other party liked to seduce people so much, let her have a taste of pleasure. With a sneer on his lips, Qinmu poured a bag of white powder into the wine glass in front of him without showing it. Since the two people are already inseparable, he might as well add fuel to the fire. Mr. Wang, I'm sorry for not treating you well today. Let's have a drink, Qingqiu too. Qinmu came to the two people with a smile, holding 2 glasses of golden wine. The two people were already a little drunk, and the next step was up to him. Okay, since Mr. Qin is so kind, how can I refuse? With a beautiful woman in his arms, Mr. Wang has long been fascinated and can't tell east from west. If Qinmu asked him to sign the contract now, he would agree immediately. Thank you, Mr. Qin, Su Qingqiu said delicately, and when she took the wine glass, she hooked Qinmu's palm without revealing her expression. Although she was hooked up with Mr. Wang, she was unwilling to give up Qinmu. After all, she still knew the difference between old fat pigs and young fresh meat. Looking at the arm around her waist, Su Qingqiu felt sick. If it weren't for making money, she wouldn't want to come to this kind of drinking party and accompany this disgusting pig brother. Qinmu sat quietly aside, watching the two people feeding each other with wine. Ha, 2 fools. Such people can't survive a night in the end times. Cheers. After swallowing the last sip of wine in the glass, Qinmu looked at Su Qingqiu, whose face was red, and winked at Mr. Wang. This woman is prepared for you. Qinmu's meaning was very clear. Boss Wang, Miss Su Qingqiu seems drunk. Can you help me take her to her room? I'm not feeling well either. Covering his head, Qinmu pretended to have a headache, and his tone was very low. The atmosphere reached this point, and the two of them tacitly chose to respond. Okay, then Mr. Qin, you have a good rest, and Miss Su Qingqiu will be left to me. Boss Wang was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He was waiting for this moment. Looking at the beautiful Su Qingqiu in front of him, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He had played with such a top-notch girl a lot, but today he was in the mood and no one could stop him. Watching Boss Wang anxiously carrying Su Qingqiu away, Qinmu's back, which was leaning on the sofa, gradually straightened up. Wiping the non-existent wine from the corner of his mouth, he said to the waiter who had just walked in, "Pay attention to the traces of the two of them." "Yes." The waiter nodded and left. Chinmu had already made a deal with the person in charge of Shanghai Hotel. As long as he didn't do anything excessive, he could get what he wanted here. After all, in the face of huge benefits, it is worthwhile to give up what is worthwhile, and everyone with a discerning eye knows it. Su Qingqiu, just look forward to tonight. Looking at the twinkling stars in the sky, Qinmu's tone was a little casual and melancholy. He hated her, but it was not his turn to dirty his hands in such a matter as killing Su Qingqiu. Rather than letting her have a quick death, it is better to let her live and experience the most painful torture. Cold smile gradually spread across his face. Qinmu had no kindness for someone who could fight in the apocalypse. There was no conversation that night. Ah! A sharp and unpleasant scream swept the entire room, and President Wang slapped Su Qingqiu in the face. "Why are you yelling? It's just asleep. I'll give you as much money as you want." Being woken up by this crazy woman early in the morning, President Wang's face was very ugly. His attendant pulled a handful of red banknotes from his bag and smashed them on Su Qingqiu's face. Stunned by the other party's behavior, Su Qingqiu sat there blankly with a few banknotes hanging on his face, looking very funny. "It would have been better if you had listened earlier." With a disgusting smile, Mr. Wang held the other person in his arms and kneaded him wantonly. "Ah, gently." Qingqiu panted and lay in Mr. Wang's arms, a trace of hatred flashing in her eyes. Why was she lying here? Where was Qinmu? Could it be that the other party had seen through her tricks? No, it was absolutely impossible. With Qinmu's love for her, he would not do such a thing. Su Qingqiu still did not repent and was immersed in her beautiful dream. Since she could not find Qinmu, she could only use this fat guy. The disgusting smell made Su Qingqiu turn her head away, and she was slapped hard the next second. "Ah!" Covering her red face, Su Qingqiu looked at the man with a hideous face in front of her in disbelief. It was over. This was the only thought in her mind. She just wanted to hook up with a rich man, but she didn't expect to offend Mr. Wang, who had a special fetish. "Beauty, let's continue." Ha ha ha! Mr. Wang's unbridled laughter and Su Qingqiu's cry for help gradually disappeared in the deepest part of the hotel. That night, Su Qingqiu, with scars all over her body, finally escaped from the hotel on the pretext of buying something. It's terrible. It's really terrible. Su Qingqiu couldn't help but hold on to her thin coat tightly and looked around nervously, fearing that Mr. Wang would suddenly appear from a certain angle. After being tortured all night, her spirit was on the verge of collapse. Unconsciously, she walked to the gate of Qinmu's community again. "It's you, crazy woman again. Why don't you leave quickly?" Seeing Su Qingqiu appear, the security guard's eyebrows stood up in anger. This woman had made him suffer a lot before. Not only was his salary deducted, but he also became a joke in the community. "Today, I'll teach you a lesson." The security guard raised the stick in his hand, but the next second, Qinmu's cold voice came over. "Hello, wait a minute, this is someone I know." "Qinmu, please save me, Mr. Wang. He is a pervert. This security guard just spoke rudely to me. Please fire him immediately." Seeing Qinmu was like seeing the last straw. Su Qingqiu ran over and grabbed his sleeve and begged, even ignoring the strange faces of others. Su Qingqiu told them everything he had experienced. EPZW.com, TUM3366des.com, ADWX.com, SXS.cc, YJXS.c3JWX.com, Xiaongshu.cc, Ikenshuba, HXSW.com, 7CCT.com, but BQ, believe me, when this contract is completed, we will make a lot of money. Qinmu took a step forward and held the other's warm fingers as if he was thinking about Su Qingqiu. Su Qingqiu looked at Qinmu with tears in her eyes and was moved, but a trace of greed flashed in the depths of her eyes. This was a big contract involving 500 million yuan. If she could get half of it, would she still care about the child in her belly? She could live a carefree life with the money. "Maybe I was being unreasonable, Qinmu. Don't be angry." Su Qingqiu gently leaned into the other's arms, her tone as sweet as honey. As long as she coaxed Qinmu well, it would be a matter of time before she got the money. Anyway, she had caught a lot of rich men and could keep going. "It's great that you can understand my intentions. I have to continue to deal with work here. You go home first." Pushing Su Qingqiu away from his arms, Qinmu pulled his coat and turned away. It was just a show. It was enough to make Su Qingqiu go around in circles. When the end of the world came, she would have her own end. Qinmu secretly curled his lips. In her previous life, she had made countless promises to herself. This time, she would have to taste the feeling of being cheated. Watching Qinmu disappear, Su Qingqiu pouted her lips and said suspiciously, "Why do I feel something is wrong?" Su Qingqiu's IQ was not negative to be able to deal with so many wealthy people, but the current situation was special and she couldn't think too much. Forget it, even if he changes his mind, it won't cause any trouble. She curled her lips and covered her clothes tightly. Feeling the tinted glasses of others, Su Qingqiu couldn't help shuddering. She completely forgot that there were so many people watching around. Damn Qin Mu. He didn't know to arrange herself in the house, Su Qingqiu thought indignantly in her heart. In the next few days, Qin Mu sorted out his supplies while observing the decoration of the house. "Xiao Qin, what have you been doing these days? The clanging of thunder and lightning has seriously disturbed our sleep." The neighbor next door was indignant and broke into Qin Mu's room. He was shocked to see the big men in black in the room. Why are there so many people? Could it be that Qin Mu is doing some shady business? Looking at the other person with an increasingly unfriendly look, Qin Mu smiled, stepped forward, and stuffed a cigarette into the other person's hand. "Uncle, you really think too much. I just want to reinforce your house because it is too old. Look, take a look at the new materials." Qin Mu turned sideways, revealing a pile of steel bars and cement behind him. The neighbor subconsciously took a breath of cold air. With so many steel bars and iron plates, those who didn't know would think Qin Mu was building a military base. "Well, it's my fault for disturbing your sleep, but I can't stop the project here. I have a box of good pu'er tea. You can take it back and relax." Qin Mu's eyes flashed. He knew that his neighbor loved tea the most. He had already inquired about the interests and hobbies of the neighbors around him, just in case they came to ask about it. "That's fine. You should pay attention to the time later. We are all neighbors, so I can't say much." Seeing Qin Mu's polite and considerate appearance, the neighbor hesitated for a moment and looked at the tea box in Qin Mu's hand with nostalgia. He coughed twice and reached out to take the box. "Then I won't ask any more questions. The children are still at home. I have to go back to cook." Okay, take care." The smile on the corner of his mouth slowly faded. Qin Mu turned his head and looked at the construction worker next to him. He said coldly, "All construction projects will be accelerated, and I will double the money." Now that a lot of people have attracted attention, time is still too tight. If you want to be foolproof, you must speed up the progress. The workers looked at each other in bewilderment. Without the boss's order, they dared not work independently. "I will talk to Mr. Sun myself. Thank you for your hard work. I will also give you extra subsidies for your wages." Give a sweet date after a stick. This is the most basic way to control people. Seeing Qin Mu's big move, the workers did not hesitate, and the intensity of the next work was much greater. Seeing the bustling construction site, Qin Mu's brows were furrowed. Looking down at the time on his phone, there was only 1 month left before the end of the world. "This time, I will definitely be the strong one who survives to the end." Holding the phone tightly in his hand, Qin Mu's face was stained with determination, and his dark eyes flashed with cold light. It seemed that in the next second his whole body would turn into a cold blade and tear all the enemies in front of him to pieces. 1 month later. "Hey, look! Why is it suddenly dark? Moon! What's going on? It's so cold!" Surprised voices echoed through the streets. Qin Mu stood in front of the tempered glass window, looking at the crowds of people on the street with a cold gaze. The tiny figure was like an ant in nature, crowded with people but powerless. Here they come. Qin Mu's heart suddenly shuddered. Staring at the very familiar blood moon in the sky, his heart couldn't help but beat violently, and his blood was about to boil. 3 days ago, his safe house was just built, and all the supplies had been stored in the system space. Everything was ready, only the east wind was missing, and he silently counted down 3 numbers in his heart. 3, 2, 1. As if angering the divine punishment, heavy snow suddenly appeared in the sky, and it was a hot summer now. In the hottest month of August, cold snowflakes actually fell. This abnormal weather image not only caused panic among the crowd, but also attracted the attention of the upper echelons. Dubo, the largest online communication platform on Blue Star, was already full of discussions at this time. What's going on? A mysterious blood moon suddenly appeared, and it snowed heavily. Could it be the end of the world? Don't worry too much. The upstairs, it may be abnormal weather. There won't be a severe drought in the past 2 years. Let's wait for the upper echelons to notify us. We ordinary people can't do anything. A bunch of fools. Qinmu sneered, but his eyes stayed on the nickname of the first floor owner for 2 seconds. Leng Shuang. This is the other party's name. Humans are like this. They worry about nothing when there is nothing to worry about. But when the real disaster comes, they like to cover their ears and steal the bell. It was the same in the previous life. When the end of the world just came, it was just a simple meteorological disaster, and people had plenty of opportunities to seek a way out. But because the so-called peaceful days lasted too long, it was not until the city was sealed off by heavy snow and crops and animals could hardly survive at -100 degrees that they thought of escaping for their lives. EPW.com, 3366SS.com, 80WSS.CCY, XSSE3GRIDOC.com, 8PWX.com, Xiaohongshuba.cc, HMXS.com, 7CT.com, Biki.com. The comments did not stop. Qinmu just took a look at them as if they were interesting and threw his phone aside. Only those few people have a sense of crisis. I hope they can survive in the end of the world. I am not a saint, and I am not in the mood to save those people. Qinmu lay lazily on the sofa with a burning stove next to him. The red flames distorted the air around him. Compared with the gradually decreasing temperature outside the door, he seemed extremely warm here. At first, people just regarded the snow as an ordinary meteorological disaster. 3 days later, the temperature suddenly dropped from -20 degrees to -50 degrees. Dear citizens, the country has issued a red meteorological disaster warning. Please lock the doors and windows and take warm-keeping measures. The country will distribute food and aid. Similar words have been played outside for 3 days, but except for the food supply on the first day, there was no news afterwards. Many people are panicking, but some people continue to believe in the instructions from above. We have survived the drought and flood before, so why are we still worried about this little snow? Some people said stubbornly, but were slapped on the head by the people next to them. Don't you see it's been a few days, and the heavy snow has blocked the door? Maybe the upper level can't solve it. A group of people huddled together with sad faces. Their food had been consumed in the past few days, and the heating supply had been intermittent in the past 2 days, as if it would be cut off in the next second. If I had known, I would have gone out to buy something 2 days ago. It's all because of this damn weather. Rubbing his arms, hoping that the temperature of his body could rise, the man's face was bitter. When the weather was good 2 days ago, he was lazy and felt that it was cold outside. There was still a lot of food at home, so he gave up going out shopping. Who knew that the city was closed by heavy snow the next day, and he couldn't go out even if he wanted to? What's the use of regretting now? I told you to go out and buy it, but you didn't listen to me. The partner next to him snorted coldly and said something weird. He completely forgot that he had also shown an attitude of firm agreement before. What do you mean? If you have the ability, go out and buy it, bastard. The two people raised their eyebrows. They were hot-tempered. 2 or 3 sentences directly ignited the powder keg, and in the end they fought directly. Similar scenes were strangely played out in countless families in the city at the same time. Looking at the gradually thickening snow outside, Qinmu answered the ringing phone. Mr. Qin, thank you. Sun Peng's deep voice came from the other end of the phone, with a trace of imperceptible respect. Back then, this man was indifferent to Qinmu. Even when he took out a large sum of money, he only flattered him a few times. Now he turned his face faster than turning the pages of a book. Taking a sip of the red wine in his glass, Qinmu said in a relaxed tone, Nothing. We are partners, and it is only right for us to help each other. Yes, this time I owe you a favor, and I, Sun Peng, will definitely repay you when I have the chance in the future. Patting his chest, Sun Peng's face was steady, but he was also in a state of anxiety. A few days ago, Qinmu suddenly called him. Sun Peng, the weather has been bad recently. Remember to stock up more supplies at home. Sun Peng seemed a little surprised by Qinmu's sudden concern. His relationship with the other party was not good enough, but his eyes shifted to the snowflakes flying outside. Sun Peng replied inexplicably, Okay. Hearing the sound of the other party hanging up, he came back to his senses and frowned. What did Qinmu mean by this? Then he thought of the cold look on the other party's face when he customized the house before. Putting the mobile phone on the table, Sun Peng picked up the intercom beside him and ordered his subordinates. Let the brothers go out to buy supplies in batches. Remember not to make a fuss and hide in the company's underground warehouse. Boss, you don't believe those rumors on the internet? What if the same supplies are at a loss now? His subordinates were careless. He just thought it was just an ordinary snowstorm, and there was no need to make such a big fuss. Just do it when I tell you to do it. Why are you talking so much nonsense? After scolding the other party, Sun Peng picked up the smooth business card in front of him and focused his eyes on the two words Qin Mu. For some reason, he always felt that Qin Mu had a natural momentum that made people surrender. This time he took a gamble. If he won, he would be rich. If he lost, he would only lose a sum of money, which was just a drop in the bucket compared to Qin Mu's phone bill. More importantly, he wanted to make friends with Qin Mu. Qin Mu soon got the news that Sun Peng was preparing supplies, and his face was slightly surprised. It's Sun Peng. With this keen perception, he can leave those rubbish far behind. Sun Peng dominated the cities in the end times not only because of his powerful weapons, but also because of his superior strategic tactics. His subordinates were obedient, and his combat consumption was minimal. It must be mentioned that he was a rare talent, and even Qin Mu couldn't help but cherish his talent. With Sun Peng joining, the journey ahead will be much easier. Qin Mu was very sure that the other party would join his team. In the end, when it came to life and death, as long as they could survive, people were willing to give everything. Don't underestimate people's bad nature. Memory returned to the present. Qin Mu and Sun Peng talked for a few words and then hung up the phone. Both of them kept this secret knowingly. Sacrificing their own interests in exchange for others' gratitude was what a saint should do. What's going on? The food at home is almost gone. Chu Yi hid in the quilt and shivered. The heating supply at home had been cut off. She searched over and over again before finally finding a worn-out hot water bottle, filled it with hot water, and now held it in her arms. Picking up the phone and putting it down again, Chu Yi sighed slowly. Is it possible to ask Qin Mu for help now? I remember that he has stockpiled a lot of supplies. Chu Yi pursed her dry lips, and she was still hesitant. Why did Qin Mu stockpile supplies in advance? Why did he suddenly change his attitude? Everything seemed so coincidental and strange, making people suspicious. No matter what, surviving is the most important thing. Chu Yi threw away the vain thoughts in her mind, took a deep breath, and dialed the familiar number in one breath. Even if Qin Mu knew, so what? The other party was not a soft-hearted person. Qin Mu, do you know what's going on? Although she had mustered up the courage in her heart, Chu Yi's voice was still as soft as a mosquito. Qin Mu's action of picking up the food suddenly paused, and she didn't expect that she could actually notice it. EPZBBomb336s.com, 80wxxss.ki3wx.com, xiaohongshu.csum, semsssw.com, zengsexitat.com. If you want, you can come to my house now. Qin Mu said calmly, glancing at the bad weather outside. This was a chance he gave Chu Yi. Life or death depended on her. Since the end of the world had come, he only needed valuable people here. Although he had a brief relationship with the other party, so what? In the end of the world, women are not as real as a piece of bread. Okay, once again, Qin Mu was surprised. Chu Yi agreed directly. It seemed that she didn't know the bad situation outside, but in fact, she knew it well. Wait for me. Before Qin Mu could reply, Chu Yi lifted the quilt on her body, took out her thickest clothes, and began to equip herself fully. She might die if she went out, but she would definitely die if she stayed at home. So she might as well give it a try. The family was burdened with a huge debt, and her parents were in the hospital with their lives uncertain. Chu Yi had taken on the burden of the family at a young age. Her character was much better than those socialites. She was much smarter than she thought. Qin Mu silently put away his phone and took out another spare key. He had opened several more guest rooms in his apartment in case of emergency. Now he had to open another guest room. An hour later, there was a crisp knock on the door. The sound was very regular, just like the Morse code from a century ago, but with a strange rhythm. Finally, with a sincere smile on his face, Qin Mu came to the door and opened the layers of locks. Welcome. Looking at Lu Yun, who was wrapped like a bear in front of him, Qin Mu closed the door and opened his arms to the other party. Seeing the other person's expression as if he had seen a ghost, Qin Mu's eyes could not help but become moist. In his previous life, he and Lu Yun had survived together, and the other person had always advised him to stay away from Su Qingqiu, but he turned a deaf ear to him. He also thought that the other person coveted Su Qingqiu and wanted to snatch the woman from him. Until that zombie wave, when Lu Yun was directly swallowed up by the zombies in order to protect himself, and his body was completely destroyed. That became a permanent scar in Qinmu's heart. In his next life, he would never let such a tragic thing happen again. Brother Mu, what's wrong with you? It's fine if you don't let me stay at home, but you're being sentimental as soon as we meet. What's going on? The heating in the room made his body feel a little hot, and Lu Yun took off his heavy cotton jacket while complaining. The weather outside was really too cold. If he didn't trust Qinmu, he would not have been willing to step out of the door. He had quite a lot of supplies stored, and was reluctant to leave until the other party's words awakened his heart. If you want to live, come to my place. Although he was full of doubts, relying on his trust in the other party, Lu Yun crossed the snowstorm in half of the city and finally arrived at the safest safe house in the world. Nothing, just treat it as if I'm sick. He poured a glass of wine and placed it in front of the other party, indicating Lu Yun to warm up his body. Strange. His eyes stayed on the wine glass in front of him. Lu Yun once suspected that Qinmu was going to drug him and turn around to sell the kidneys to others. Drink it or not? Qinmu rolled his eyes after guessing the other party's thoughts at a glance. He turned around and walked to the cat's eye and began to observe the situation outside the house. Lu Yun was as unreliable as in his previous life, but it was such a flesh-and-blood person that made him feel excited. The other party's identity was not ordinary, and he had to be careful whether someone was following him secretly. Don't worry, there's no one behind me. I also made a special observation. After confirming that nothing was wrong, Lu Yun drank the wine in the glass. Lu Yun occupied Qinmu's leather sofa and treated it as his own home, even throwing his stinky shoes aside. Pay attention to your appearance. Someone will come soon. Qinmu said helplessly. His brother was good in everything except when he encountered an emergency. Otherwise, his brain was like a short circuit, and he just wanted to be a bastard second-generation rich kid. I don't accept business, mainly because I don't like it, and even if the other party does business seriously, they will lose everything. In short, they are not cut out for business. Someone else is coming. Do you have any other friends besides me? Lu Yun approached Qinmu with a curious look on his face, but was pushed aside by the other party with his face covered. Go away. What a jerk you are talking about. It's a woman who came. Standing aside with his arms folded, Qinmu looked at the other party with disgust and once doubted whether he had made a mistake in calling him here. Woman, did you hire a female model? If you don't know, you will be shocked. The character jumped above Qinmu's head. Stay calm. You must stay calm. Fuck you. You can't stay calm. He hugged the other party's neck and beat him up. Ah! Help! The screams echoed throughout the house, but the house was well soundproofed and used the most expensive materials, so naturally no one would notice it. If you yell again, I'll throw you out. Qinmu finally cursed with a smile, and then he loosened his grip. Lu Yun covered his sore neck and looked at the glass next to him. There was actually a bruise. Damn, brother, where did you learn this move? You knocked me down in one go. Touching the bruise on his neck, Lu Yun was amazed. He didn't care about Qinmu's attack on him just now. When they were kids, they fought much harder than this. He was more curious about when the other party learned these things. He wanted to throw Lu Yun out to feed the zombies. Qinmu rubbed his wrist and replied lightly, I felt too thin, so I learned some martial arts. Oh. Not knowing whether he believed it or not, Lu Yun just nodded and then huddled on the sofa next to him. Qinmu said it, and it didn't matter whether it was true or not. Anyway, the other party couldn't hurt him. Lu Yun's mind was very simple. Qinmu was good to him, so he risked his life to protect him. Hey. Qinmu laughed softly and looked at Lu Yun with a very gentle look. If nothing unexpected happened, the other party would be the only person he could trust in the end times. But why hasn't Chu Yi come yet? Qinmu was a little confused. The other party's residence was not far from his apartment. Lu Yun had already arrived. Why didn't Chu Yi show up? Speak of the devil, and the devil will appear. In the blink of an eye, there was a hurried knock on the door. Mr. Qin. A weak voice came from outside the door. Qinmu's face changed. He stared at the cat's eye cautiously. After confirming that there was no shadow behind Chu Yi, he slowly opened the door lock. You must be on guard against others. Even if it was Chu Yi, once he was contaminated with something, he would kill the other party immediately. EPZ.366xs.com, ADWX.com, XXSS.CCYS.CC, 3JWX.com, Xiaohongshu.cc, Kanshu.cc, HMXW.com, 7CCT.com, Beak.com. Mr. Qin, what's going on outside? Chu Yi sniffed her red nose. She was wrapped in a warm blanket, and she hadn't recovered from the cold yet. Qin Mu had just opened the door and let her in. Knowing that she was just a burden to him, Chu Yi didn't say a word after entering the door. She took the blanket and huddled in the corner. She looked pitiful, like a little animal. Qin Mu didn't pay much attention to her. Instead, Lu Yun looked at her curiously. He only knew that Qin Mu had always regarded Shu Qingqiu as the goddess in his heart, and had never heard of any scandals with other women. Under such circumstances, Chu Yi was still allowed in. This woman must be of extraordinary status. Lu Yun and Chu Yi stared at each other for a long time, but Qin Mu pressed the switch in his hand. Click! A crisp mechanism sounded, and the originally transparent glass was instantly covered with a layer of dark brown iron plate. No matter how hard the tempered glass in the world is, it is not as good as the real steel plate, but the price is very different. Qin Mu values his life more than anything else, so he naturally would not be reluctant to spend money. Do you believe in the end of the world? After a moment of silence, Qin Mu slowly said under the gaze of two dark eyes, Brother Mu, what are you kidding? It's just that the city is closed due to heavy snow. Is it so outrageous? Lu Yun opened his mouth to refute, but seeing Qin Mu's determined look, he slowly lowered his tone. His eyes gradually shifted to the one outside, and his heart was as cold as ice water when he saw the falling snowflakes. The snow in August lasted for a whole week, and there was no indication from the top. Is the end of the world really coming? Impossible. Isn't that something that only exists in novels? Chu Yi also denied it flatly, with an expression of disbelief on her face. All of this did not conform to her ethical and moral values. If she followed what Qin Mu said, her beliefs and ideas of more than 20 years would be completely overturned and reorganized. How could she believe it? It's just snowing now. When the monster appears, that will be the real end of the world, right? Chu Yi still felt a little relieved. Seeing the performance of the two people, Qin Mu sneered in a low voice. Haha, then we'll wait and see. Reaching out to lift the bangs in front of his head, Qin Mu's handsome face was stained with a hint of evil, which was completely different from his usual gentle and kind appearance. He seemed to have opened the mysterious seal of his body, and the whole person became like a blade, majestic and awe-inspiring. Brother Mu, you seem to have become a little different. Lu Yun looked at him with a complicated expression. 3 months ago, he contacted him inexplicably and said a lot of incomprehensible words. Since then, he felt a little uneasy in his heart, as if something was going to happen. Qin Mu's performance now just confirmed his thoughts. The other party has really changed. The me now is the real me. It seems to be a reply to Lu Yun's words, but in fact it is an affirmation of his rebirth. Qin Mu was also confused. Was he dreaming or starting over this time? In the end, he threw all his thoughts behind him. Since God has given him the opportunity to choose again, he will retaliate against those who have bullied him one by one. Black flames seemed to be burning in the depths of his pupils, and Qin Mu clenched his palms. Lu Yun and Chu Yi stayed aside, not daring to breathe more. Qin Mu now is like a devil crawling out of purgatory, and he will choose who to eat. Brother Mu, no matter what, I will always support you. Lu Yun showed a mouthful of white big teeth, stepped forward and punched the other's strong shoulder, but the pain from his hand made him grin. Although he didn't know why Qin Mu became like this, he was his recognized brother. Mr. Qin, I have become your woman. I will not give up easily. Chu Yi also hurriedly followed suit. Facing danger, Qin Mu was not afraid. He was much stronger than she had imagined. Even if the end of the world comes with such a big tree to lean on, her chances of survival will be greatly improved. It must be said that Chu Yi's foresight is very superior. Many years later, she will never regret her decision. Okay. Qin Mu's eyes swept across the two resolute faces and slowly raised the corners of his lips. It was indeed right as he had guessed. Addition to building a solid shelter in the early days of the end of the world, he also had another goal, which was to gather talents. In the late days of the end of the world, various abilities were awakening. With the memory of his previous life, he could win over these talents to his own command. Supplies are naturally indispensable, But the guardians who protect the home and the master are indispensable. In this house built of cold steel plates, the two powerful men of the future end of the world met by chance and encouraged each other. For the next period of time, with Chinmu's sufficient supplies, the three of them lived a relatively easy life. However, the heavy snow outside showed no signs of stopping, and the temperature continued to drop, even reaching a terrifying -70 degrees. Many people were cursing outside, but they refused to step out of the door. Going out to find food at this temperature is completely a suicidal act, and the so-called upper class disappeared directly. Seeing the blood moon in the sky, Chinmu whispered, "The end of the world has truly arrived." It was like an emperor giving orders. The next second, the whole world was like being swept by a tornado, and the flying snowflakes even reached the size of a person's palm. The billboards of hundreds of meters were directly rolled into the sky, and then fell heavily, destroying a group of houses. Mu? Chuyi walked to Chinmu with the dinner she had just prepared, but when she saw the horrible scene outside the house, she subconsciously took 2 steps back. What on earth was going on? When her eyes stayed on the expressionless Chinmu, Chuyi felt her heart trembling like a cold. That's right, everything was exactly as Chinmu said. This man, he knows. Shh. Chinmu stretched out his index finger and pressed it against his lips. He shook his head gently at Chuyi, and the corners of his lips slightly raised. I'm just guessing. After all, this situation has never happened before. Don't think too much. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Chuyi is much smarter than he thought, but he hopes she won't be too smart. Once it involves his own interests, he will eliminate it without mercy. Yes? With a trembling voice, Chuyi clenched the plate in his hand and then walked to the living room next door with stiff steps. Although the ingredients are complete, Chinmu and the other 2 men naturally don't know how to cook, and Chuyi has mastered good cooking skills because he has been in charge of the family for a long time. Looking at the delicious food in front of him, Chuyi stayed where he was, stunned. EPWDO.com, 3366S.com, 80xxs.c33jxx.com, DJ8chemist.xiaohongshu.cc, kanshuba.cc, hmxxs.com, 7cct.com, blackhui.com. No, I must show my value. It's not just about cooking and cleaning. I can't compare to Su Qingqiu in terms of beauty, and I can't compare to Lu Yun in terms of qualifications. If I don't work hard, I will definitely be abandoned by the other party. The shadow of the god of death loomed over Chuyi, making her almost unable to breathe. What's going on? Why did the water and electricity suddenly cut off? How can I live next? The heart-wrenching wails echoed in the residential building, as if in response to this cry, and similar words were heard from other places one after another. Sub-zero freezing, no water and electricity, struggling to survive. Everything is a sign of the beginning of the end of the world, and it will be the real death and extinction later. Mr. Qin, have you heard? They all say that the end of the world is coming. At this time, Su Qingqiu no longer looked like a goddess in front of others. Instead, she was wrapped in a puffy cotton jacket and shivered in the quilt. Like Chuyi, the heating in her home had been cut off, and even the water and electricity were temporarily cut off. Looking at the little power on the phone, Su Qingqiu's fingers were shaking as she grabbed the body of the phone. She tried to ask for help from the adults, but the second-generation rich and the eldest son who had pursued her madly in the past all turned their faces and refused to recognize her, and even cursed her. You are so embarrassed that you have to lose face at this point. What did you do before, bitch? The vicious words still echoed in her ears. Su Qingqiu couldn't help shivering, with a pleading tone. Come and save me. I will agree to any conditions you ask for. I know your family has replaced new equipment and has a lot of food. It's just a small favor for me. Yeah. Chinmu answered perfunctorily, and his eyes focused on the TV flashing with snowflake characters. Now, except for small smartphones that can operate with difficulty, other high-power electrical appliances have all gone on strike. Fortunately, Chinmu used his connections to buy a large number of generators and diesel engines on the black market, so he doesn't have to worry about energy generation for the time being. As for Su Qingqiu's request for help, he ignored it directly. Last time, he risked half of his life to save her in the south, but what he got was a sarcastic remark. Why are you so slow? Are you here to save me or to collect my body? You might as well die outside. The vicious words stimulated Chinmu's brain like a needle, and he frowned and covered his eyebrows. The memory of the previous life was like a lingering nightmare. Although it brought convenience to himself, it also added troubles. "Mr. Chin, is that Suqingqiu?" A soft finger pressed against Qinmu's temple, and he subconsciously grabbed her wrist, which was twisted back. "Ah!" Qinmu came back to his senses after hearing Chu Yi's exclamation. The other party was holding her bruised wrist, standing there with her head down, refusing to say anything. After a while, she explained in a low voice, "I saw that you had a headache, and I happened to know how to massage, so I wanted to help you relieve it." He really didn't expect that the other party's vigilance would be so strong. He was held backhanded before he even touched her skin for a second. Then there was a long silence. Looking at Chu Yi's guilty face, Qinmu still had no expression on his face. In his previous life, he fought for life and death, and was lucky to rest for 5 hours a day for 24 hours. Over time, he developed an extremely keen anti-reconnaissance awareness. "It has not diminished now. Nothing, just continue to massage me," Qinmu said weakly, turned around and lay on the sofa, gave a simple order, and slowly closed his eyes. "Yes!" Chu Yi showed a look of surprise on her face. As long as she was still useful, she was willing to work like a cow or a horse. "Qinmu? Young Master Mu? Ah!" She was so angry that she smashed her phone directly into the corner of the bed, and the latest model of fruit phone was instantly broken into pieces. At this time, Suqingqiu was already annoyed and ignored all these. She took the initiative to contact him, but Qinmu ignored her. What happened to this world? Could it be that her beauty is no longer useful? Feeling a sense of horror in her heart, Suqingqiu rolled and crawled to the bathroom. Seeing her pale face in the mirror, she couldn't help but shed hot tears. "Ah!" The sharp and uncomfortable roars continued. Accompanied by the sound of huge glass breaking, Suqingqiu slid softly to the ground. It's over. In this situation, those rich kids are totally unreliable, and Qinmu has this attitude. What should I do? Suqingqiu's usually lively eyes were covered with bloodshot, and she looked very creepy. She nervously stuffed her fingers into her mouth, and even bit the paper seemed to bleed. In the dim rental house, Xingqiu curled up in a corner, silent. "Brother Mu, look, there is no car outside and the traffic lights are not on." Lu Yun lay on the transparent tempered glass in a big shape, wiping the fog caused by his exhaled breath, his face full of curiosity. A few days ago, he could still see some living creatures, but now it was silent outside, as if he was in a pantomime world. Ouch! A hard object hit his head. He squatted down to pick up the green object. Lu Yun was surprised to find that it was actually a military telescope. "Since you like to observe so much, I'll give you a task. Observe for 10 minutes every hour, and report the situation outside to me." Qinmu gave the order without raising his head, with a cup of steaming coffee in front of him. He was not surprised by the situation outside. As long as the monsters didn't appear, there would be no big problem. As for the arrangement for Lu Yun, he was not joking. In his previous life, he was busy protecting Suqingqiu and knew nothing about the situation in the middle of the apocalypse. He still heard a few words from some old people, but it was useless now. "You really treat me like a hard laborer," he complained, but when Lu Yun saw a string of numbers on the telescope, he almost jumped up from where he was. "Brother Mu, where did you get this good stuff? This is not those inferior things." Lu Yun couldn't help but click his tongue. His grandfather was a soldier, so he had some understanding of these things. That string of numbers was nothing else. It was produced by a regular factory. Where did Qinmu get this kind of thing? Don't worry about it. No one can stop it if it gets out anyway. That makes sense. Lu Yun nodded after hearing this, but then he thought something was wrong. He clearly wanted to ask about the origins of these things. "Mu, observe carefully." Qinmu picked up a biscuit in front of him without looking away and threw it in Lu Yun's direction. He believed that the other party's skills were not bad. 3366scom80dbeck.com, xsss.c, yjxs.c, 3jwx.com, 8tahongshubhongchu.com, 7ccsw.com, biki.com. "Hey, don't!" Reaching out to take the biscuit and holding it in his mouth, Lu Yun smiled flatteringly and then began to observe the situation outside with great concentration. Without the other party saying much, he could understand the significance of this matter. At this point, it is not just natural disasters that need to be guarded against. Sometimes, humans are countless times more terrifying than natural disasters. "Give me food. This is the last piece of bread. Give it to me." A pale and skinny woman threw herself on a man, biting his arm like a monster. Ah, you crazy woman, get out of here quickly, who worked so hard to earn money to support you. Now you are about to die and you still want to steal my food, ugh. The man kicked the woman 1 meter away, then got up from the ground panting, and swallowed a small piece of bread in 2 or 3 bites. But he didn't feel full at all. It had been nearly a month since the end of the world, and there was no food source. They turned the house upside down and finally found a piece of expired bread. They were a very loving couple in the community, but now they were fighting for a bite of food. Eat, eat, hungry. The man squatted in the same place with green eyes, and his eyes slowly shifted to the woman who fell to the side and didn't know whether she was dead or alive. Meat, eat! Bang, bang, bang! With the sound of clothes being dragged, the sound of a huge blade chopping meat followed. Woo, woo, woo. Suchinchu covered her ears tightly and curled up in the corner of the room. She took in everything next door. The house was not soundproofed, and she could clearly hear the sound of bones and meat touching the blade. It was too terrible. In the end, there was a scene of cannibalism. Suchinchu's stomach was growling with hunger. She had only managed to hold on until now, because of the snacks she had stockpiled. No, I must find a way, otherwise I will really starve to death here. Her dry lips cracked, and the little saliva moistened her empty mouth. She didn't know when the madman next door would come to her side. She vaguely remembered the man's covetous eyes, which stayed on her curvy figure for a long time. Thinking of the fact that she had a wanton affair with the other party for a jade pendant, Suchinchu felt sick. If he ate a human, was he still a human? A few minutes later, Suchinchu stayed beside a broken mobile phone, crying for help. Chinmu, Mr. Chin, please come and save me. Do you know that my neighbor has eaten his wife? If it was the previous Chinmu, he would definitely feel distressed when he heard Suchinchu crying, and would go to rescue her regardless of his life. But the current Chinmu would not let it go. When the other party's hoarse voice gradually faded, Chinmu asked back with interest, "He can eat people. Why can't you?" "You? How can I eat people? But I'm a beast!" Suchinchu was choked by the other party's words and almost couldn't breathe. He finally found a rechargeable mobile phone and called Chinmu with full expectation, but he got a cold sentence in return. Chinmu? These 2 words were called with a lot of tenderness, like a 1,000-year-old fox demon whispering in the man's ear. But Chinmu was unmoved and hung up the phone. Funny, the woman herself has her own supplies, and now there is no water or electricity. Suchinchu doesn't know how dirty she is, and she can be compared with the beggars outside. "Ah, damn Chinmu! I won't let you go!" Veins popped up on his face, and Suchinchu looked ferocious, gritting his teeth and said, "Since it has come to this, don't blame me." Suchinchu naturally knew that Chinmu's house had a lot of supplies piled up, but with her current ability, it would be a pipe dream to go there. If she wanted to take Chinmu's supplies for herself, there was only one way: teamwork. Suchinchu has now given up the idea of asking Chinmu for help. People are greedy, and she wants to use the power of others to plunder all the other party's supplies. Ha ha! With a sneer, Suchinchu slowly stood up, opened the door, and walked towards the bottomless corridor next door. Boom, boom, boom! The heart was about to jump out of the chest. As the knocks on the door fell one after another, the skull-like man's face appeared in front of Suchinchu. What's the matter? Licking his lips, the blood and raw flesh in the man's gums were clearly visible. He looked at Suchinchu with covetous eyes, as if he was looking at a piece of delicious meat. Yes, without any energy to cook, the other party could only eat raw meat, and Suchinchu was the freshest ingredient for him. Suppressing the creepy feeling in his heart, Suchinchu smiled stiffly. "My friend has a lot of supplies. He invited me to live there, but it's hard for me to go there alone. I want to ask you for help." Suchinchu shook his mobile phone and said this. In the photo, the male partner was standing quietly on the side of the road. Beside him were large trucks piled with supplies. This was taken secretly by her when Chinmu was socializing with others at the entrance of Shanghai Hotel. She didn't expect it to be useful now. "Why should I believe you?" The door was slowly opened. Although the man was very thin, he was still a human wall compared to the petite Suchinchu. Suchinchu couldn't help but take 2 steps back with fear in her heart. She gritted her teeth and said directly, "The thing inside can only be eaten for a week at most. If you help me, you will get more than that little bit." The man reached out and snatched the phone from Suchinchu's hand, and scared the other party to sit on the ground. Staring at the man's face with lingering fear, Su Qingqiu slowly lowered her head and a hint of viciousness flashed across her skinny face. Damn it, wait until I get Qinmu's supplies. I will fool this kind of people and it will be over. I have to be patient for the time being. In just a few seconds, the man made a decision. Okay, my brother's house is not far away. If you dare to lie to me, I will eat you. This eat is not an adjective, but a verb. Su Qingqiu was shaking like a sieve, nodded quickly, and then got up from the ground. Wait, I want to go with you too. Just as the two of them reached a deal, a door next to them suddenly opened. A bald man with tattoos all over his body walked out. EPZWW.com, 336xx.com, 80W.com, XSXS.cc, YJXS.cc, 8PDZW.com, Xiaohongshu.cc, KateShuba.XSW.com, 7CCT.com, Beak.com. My name is Wang Hu. You can call me Brother Hu. I heard your conversation. I'm one of you in this operation. I have many brothers under me. Wang Hu immediately decided on the itinerary, but seeing his tall and strong appearance, the man and Su Qingqiu did not dare to resist, but just nodded weakly. Su Qingqiu secretly rejoiced in his heart. With Wang Hu's presence, his journey should be much easier. But she ignored that if Wang Hu had a rebellious heart, the two people present were no match for him. In the end, it turned into a group of people, moving towards Qinmu's residential area. Hey, are you serious? If I catch you, I will make you live a life worse than death. Wang Hu held a steel bar in his hand, which he had just turned out of an abandoned building. He was wrapped in a thick cotton jacket and couldn't help sneezing. The brothers around him all shrank their necks and moved forward timidly. The temperature of dozens of degrees below zero was not something that ordinary people could endure. They all relied on Su Qingqiu's big cake to move forward. Brother Hu, you have to believe me. Qinmu is a rich second generation. There must be a lot of inventory at home. The residential area where he lives is also a high-end residential area. The facilities will not be interrupted so easily. Su Qingqiu stood in front of Brother Hu with a smile and leaned against him from time to time, rubbing her soft breasts on him. Brother Hu narrowed his eyes, waved his big hand, and directly hugged Su Qingqiu in his arms and touched her wantonly. Hate! Su Qingqiu laughed tenderly, but with her embarrassed face, it was not good-looking. If she didn't need someone to scout the way ahead, how could she commit herself to these guys? Su Qingqiu gritted her teeth secretly, but her face was tender and affectionate. Humph! The man who hurt his wife hid aside and said nothing, but his cold eyes kept flashing. This bitch, after seeing the stronger tiger brother, she forgot about herself. But so what? It's just a paper frame, and I will make them pay the price when I find the opportunity. The man's eyes showed a bloodthirsty look. After all, he had seen blood, and the pleasure of killing would make people addicted. In the end of the world in the previous life, there was such a group of people who were not afraid of death. They took pleasure in killing people, and wherever they went, there was no corpse left. Hey, there is a group of people outside. It seems that they are going to move to other places. Should we follow them? The survivors hiding in the building looked at Su Qingqiu and his group on the ground with shining eyes. If there are traces of people, it means there is hope for survival. He no longer has anything to rely on to survive, so he might as well go out and fight. His body reacted faster than his brain, and when he came to his senses, he was already standing in front of Brother Hu. Where are you going? The man's legs were trembling, as if he would fall to the ground in the next second. Su Qingqiu took a step back in disgust. How could such a stinky guy with a messy body dare to come in front of him? Hurry up and leave. We have important things to do. We won't take you with us. The whistling wind sounded, and Brother Hu hit the steel bar in his hand hard, scaring the other party to sit on the ground. A fishy smell appeared, and the other party was actually scared to pee by this action. Ha! The feeling of bullying the weak made Brother Hu very happy, and he couldn't help laughing. He kicked the man and made him roll on the ground in pain. Get out of here! He exchanged glances with the brothers behind him, and the others laughed and stepped forward, gradually surrounding the man on the ground. In a world without electricity besides playing with women, only bullying the weak can make them feel excited. You, what are you doing? The man's teeth kept turning, and he cast a look of help to Su Qingqiu beside him, but the other party turned his head away with disgust. He regretted it in his heart. If he had known, he would not have run out impulsively. Before he could say the second word, A violent blow swept his whole body. A low groan sounded, and the man lay on the wasteland covered with scars in the heavy snow. The remaining blood quickly dyed a piece of white snow red. Brother Hu is mighty, and a bastard like that should be severely punished. A group of younger brothers surrounded Brother Hu and flattered him. The other party had always claimed that he had been in the special forces and was agile. Now it seems to be more real. That's right. When we get there, we brothers will have a good time. Although he only taught a weak man a lesson, Brother Hu was filled with lofty ambitions. Now that the end of the world has come, it is the strong fist that matters. His strength will surely dominate the whole city. A greedy look flashed in his eyes, and Brother Hu's gaze gradually focused on the gate of the community not far ahead. After a long journey, they finally arrived at the community where Chinmu lived. Brother Hu? It's right there, on the third floor, 3011. Suqingqiu shook Brother Hu's hand excitedly, his heart surging with emotion. Once he found Chinmu, he would be saved, and all the previous embarrassment would be thrown away, and a new life would begin again. With a bit of stupidity on his face, Suqingqiu let go of the other's arm and rushed forward, but was kicked in the waist by Brother Hu. Ah, Brother Hu, what are you doing? Looking back angrily, Suqingqiu was about to shout, but was frightened by the other party's fierce look. The bitch hasn't even entered yet, and you're already thinking about your lover. Spitting at Suqingqiu, Brother Hu's mouth curled up a sneer. How could he not know that Chinmu and Suqingqiu had a special relationship? He said he brought him here to plunder supplies, but in fact he turned his face and refused to recognize him after finding him. I have experienced this kind of thing a lot, but this woman cannot be killed for the time being. The cold eyes fell on Suqingqiu, making her shiver. She miscalculated this time, but she had no choice but to get up from the snow honestly. I am useful. I can help you lure Chinmu out, and then you can rob everything. Suqingqiu covered her chest with her hands. Looking crazy, she frantically expressed her usefulness, fearing that she would be abandoned by Brother Hu's people. Without even looking at her, Brother Hu threw down a sentence coldly. Follow me? Okay. Nodding quickly, Suqingqiu followed the group without saying a word, even when she was taken advantage of by other younger brothers. Just bear with it for a while, and everything will be fine when we get to Chinmu's place. Bang! The security booth outside was already covered by snow and wind. Brother Hu kicked the door open and searched around. There was no usable supplies, so he curled his lips in dissatisfaction. Ipsidibidchilla.com, ets.cayjetis.com, xiaohongshu.cc, kenshuba.cc, hmxsw.com, 7cct.com. I thought this kind of high-end community would have some good stuff, but there was nothing. Why are you pretending all day long? Lead the way. Pulling Suqingqiu's shoulder, Brother Hu pushed her forward. Okay. Suqingqiu stumbled, bit her lips, and limped forward to lead the way. When she was flirting with Chinmu before, she found out his family background. This property was the most valuable one, so Suqingqiu would not let it go. On the other side, Chinmu stood in front of the window with a frown on his brow. For some reason, he felt a little uneasy in his heart, as if something was going to happen. Brother Mu, it's bad. A group of people broke into the community. Lu Yun took off the telescope from his eyes and shouted to Chinmu anxiously. Sure enough, Chinmu and the others closed their eyes. At the last moment of survival, people began to kill each other and look for a more suitable place to live, but he didn't expect that things would happen so quickly. Huh? Looking at the crowd in the distance, Chinmu's eyes flashed with surprise. His physical fitness has been extremely improved. Even without the help of a telescope, he can see every face in the crowd. He also saw a familiar figure, and then couldn't help but smile, but there was no warmth. No wonder he could find his apartment so accurately. It turned out that someone led the way. This Suqingqiu was more vicious than he had imagined. Mr. Mu, are they coming towards us? Chu Yi walked over worriedly, and as the crowd approached, she saw Suqingqiu among them. With his personality, it was not surprising that he would do anything to survive. Let them come. I want to see what means they have. Putting aside his own powerful strength, the machine guns hidden in the room can also make this group of people come and go. Seeing Chinmu's fearless look, Chu Yi slowly breathed a sigh of relief, looking at him with an inexplicable dependence in his eyes. It seemed that as long as Chinmu stood here, he could resist everything. Brother Mu, you are so domineering. Lu Yun gave Chinmu a thumbs up and once again leaned on the glass. The task of observation was not difficult. Anyway, he was either playing single-player games or daydreaming every day, so he might as well help Chinmu with his work. Well done. Seeing the other party's enthusiasm, Chinmu praised him indifferently. Heh! Throwing a wink at Chinmu, Lu Yun touched his messy hair and looked out the door and window. The group of people's movement speed gradually slowed down. It seemed that the temperature outside made them physically and mentally exhausted. That's it! Su Qingshu shivered and pointed to the door not far away. The building lock of this building had been completely destroyed. It seemed that someone had forced his way out. Good. Pinching his knuckles, there was a crackling sound. Brother Hu had a cruel smile on his face and led the way in. Without the support of electric energy, the group could only climb the stairs breathlessly. Su Qingshu's physical fitness was not good to begin with, and he was thrown behind by the group halfway through. Ah! Damn it, Aunt. When you get hurt later, you'll know to come and beg for mercy from me. Su Qingshu propped his fingers on the wall, lowered his head, with a nervous smile on his face. Only if he went there in person, would Chinmu open the door to welcome him. This group of people were armed and rushed over aggressively. It would be strange if a normal person could open the door. With an attitude of watching a show, Su Qingshu slowly followed behind the group of people. Hey, listen to me. Your woman is in my hands now. If you want her life, just open the door and hand over the supplies to me. Bang! The hard steel bar hit Chinmu's door, but it didn't leave a trace of scratches on it. Brother Hu looked puzzled. It was just an ordinary anti-theft door. How could it withstand the beating of steel bars? No matter where he looked, he didn't find Su Qingshu's figure. He simply sat down on the ground, and a group of people sat down with his movements. I don't believe it. He didn't say anything. In his imagination, Chinmu had fallen to the ground with weak legs and feet. After a while, he would come out to apologize. Brother Mu. Lu Yun looked at Chinmu hesitantly. His memory was still stuck in the time when Chinmu was crazy about Su Qingshu. In such a hurry, Chinmu shouldn't give up everything for a woman, right? Feeling Lu Yun's suspicious eyes, Chinmu touched his forehead with a headache and said speechlessly, "Whether you believe it or not, I don't like Su Qingshu anymore. I'm not stupid enough. That's good." Lu Yun breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that the other party would fall in love and run out to die. What should we do next? Let them block the door? Su Qingshu was holding the freshly prepared food in her hand, and the aroma filled the air. Lu Yun ran over happily because of the food. The world is big, but eating is the most important thing. If they are willing to wait outside the door, then just wait outside the door. Anyway, they can't break in, right? With a piece of steak in his mouth, Lu Yun turned around silently and saw more than a dozen locks of different sizes on the door. He swallowed the food in his mouth silently. It seems that I am overthinking. It's okay, leave it to me. Chinmu shook his head, took a step forward, and seemed to open some mechanism on the wall. A loudspeaker suddenly appeared at the door. What is this? The group of people outside the door were startled, and Brother Hu even crawled up from the ground, holding a steel bar in his hand and staring at the loudspeaker vigilantly. Playing tricks! Brother Hu cursed when he found out that it was just an ordinary loudspeaker. It would be embarrassing to spread that he was startled by a loudspeaker. Ahem, I don't know who brought you here. Don't believe that woman, and don't try to challenge my authority, or you will die here. Chinmu knocked on the microphone and announced the facts in a calm tone. For him, killing this group of people was as simple as crushing a group of ants. It was just a pity for the white wall that he had just painted outside the door. If it was stained with blood, it would be a gorgeous scene. Licking his lips, Chinmu's pupils revealed a trace of bloodthirstiness. It has been a long time since I killed anyone. I hope these guys don't die easily. Coward, don't hide behind the door and talk big. If you have the guts, come out and fight your brother Tiger. Then I will sleep with your woman. Seize your house, you can cry bitterly. The steel bar hit the door again, but it was useless. Instead, he was shocked by the aftershock and took 2 steps back. Damn it! Upload.com, 3366s.com, xsxs.cc, ygxs.cc, 3chb, xiaohongshu.cc, kanshuba.cc, hmxsu.com, 7cct.com. There was a sharp pain in the tiger's mouth. Brother Hu looked down and saw a bloody mark from the recoil. Brother Hu, this door seems unusual. A timid younger brother came over. He had worked on a construction site before and had seen many such anti-theft doors. However, the door of Chinmu's house reflected a special luster and did not look like an ordinary item. "It's not that outrageous? It's just a door. Look at your brother, Tiger." He was so arrogant that he could talk big, spit on the wound on his hand, and shouted loudly, "Boys, pick up your weapons. Follow me to break this door open." With the shout, a group of people were like monkeys in Huaguo Mountain, squeaking and screaming, and attacking the closed door aggressively. "Humph, you don't know what you can do." Chinmu sneered at some people and saw him move his hands, and he didn't know what mechanism was activated, and suddenly a lot of water splashed outside. The temperature outside was very cold, and the water splashes that just sprayed fell on the group of people, and they didn't feel anything, but condensed into ice at a very fast speed. "Ah! What the hell is this? Purified water? Bring the precious water source to spray. Our boy is crazy." Brother Tiger took 2 steps back, wiped the ice flowers on his body, and his face was full of disbelief. In this hellish scene of the end of the world, they actually used precious water to spray people. For a moment, he didn't know whether to say that Chinmu was rich or ignorant of cause and effect. "Brother Mu, isn't this too cheap? Are they just simply throwing water?" Lu Yun raised his fist angrily. If Su Qingqiu hadn't been holding him back, he would have wanted to rush out and fight with the group of people. He was really bold to run to Chinmu to make trouble. If he had his previous personality, he would not have let it go without making a big fuss. But now, after spending a long time with Chinmu, he realized that the world has undergone tremendous changes. It is no longer the society that can be settled with money. Just watch. The lip line at the corner of his lips gradually rose, and the next second, screams came one after another outside the door. "Ah! What's going on? My body hurts." The screams were endless, and Chuyi's face turned pale with fear. "What's going on? Isn't it ordinary water?" Glancing at her calmly, Chinmu explained, "It's ordinary water, but they have been in the cold outdoors for so long. In order to prevent freezing to death, they must take off their clothes. Once their skin touches the air, it will naturally crack." Chuyi finally understood and looked at the other party with a little more fear. Without using any means, just a simple natural reaction, he could make this group of people scream. Chinmu's true strength is not only this, but also so terrifying. "Damn, boys, hurry up with me." Brother Hu's lips were already frozen purple. He took off his coat in a few seconds, picked up the stick and rushed forward. But the next second his pupils suddenly contracted. Bang! With a muffled sound, Brother Hu just moved his lips slightly, and the whole person slowly leaned back and fell to the ground. The same sound rang out, but this time there was a bloody hole on his forehead. "Ah! Someone's dead. Brother Hu is dead. And that kid actually has a gun in his hand." A scream even more tragic than before rang out again, and a group of people pushed each other and rolled on the ground. They knew that Chinmu was well prepared, and thought that they could take down the supplies with their large numbers. But they didn't expect that Chinmu actually had a hot weapon like a gun in his hand. It was simply a foolish dream for ordinary flesh and blood to want to fight against such a thing. How is it possible? Isn't he an ordinary rich second generation? How could he have a gun in his hand? Su Qingqiu shrank in the corner. She had been hiding here, fearing that Brother Hu would take her hostage. But now it has changed all her worldviews. Chinmu is not just an ordinary rich second generation. Brother Hu was killed by the other party, and the terrifying thing of guns actually exists in life. Her teeth were trembling, and she inexplicably thought of her previous behavior of pointing fingers at Chinmu. "Chinmu won't attack me, right? He definitely won't. Doesn't he like me?" Su Qingqiu asked herself over and over again, trying her best to make herself look smaller, but the crowd of people didn't care about her. Someone suddenly shouted, "Yes, it's this woman. She's the woman of the madman inside. Take her over and use her as a human shield. We can definitely survive." "No, you got the wrong person. I was just talking nonsense before. Get out of here, all of you." As if they had caught the last piece of fat meat, a group of people began to surround Su Qingqiu. Like a wild animal, they grabbed her arm and threw her in front of Chinmu's door. No matter how the other party screamed or begged for mercy, it was useless. History always repeats itself in a surprising way. Half a day ago, the poor man was beaten to death by the crowd, and now Su Qingqiu was caught and used as a hostage. The same situation was repeated on the two people, but the person who just watched coldly became the victim now, which was really ironic. Chinmu, it's me. I'm Su Qingqiu. Please let me in. I'm willing to be your woman. They're all crazy outside. Su Qingqiu was crying now. She was scared out of her wits, the only one she could rely on. Brother Tiger had already become a corpse. He was lying quietly beside her. She wanted to retreat far away, but the group of people were hiding behind her with a covetous look. If she moved a step, she would be killed by them before she was shot to death. Brother Mu, don't be soft-hearted. This woman is always good at acting. Looking at Su Qingqiu in the cat's eye with disgust, Lu Yun touched the goosebumps on his body. The sound of the other party's clip made him feel uncomfortable, not as good as Chu Yi next to him. He secretly glanced at Chu Yi next to him and found that the other party's expression was cold, and he actually had a strange similarity with Chinmu before. Tsk, tsk, tsk. They are indeed a pair. Smacking his lips, Lu Yun stared at Su Qingqiu in the cat's eye like watching a play, begging for mercy and acting pitiful. Hurry up and leave if you don't want me to kill again. Ignoring the pitiful Su Qingqiu in front of him, Chinmu seemed to have never met her before and just stared coldly at the group of people behind her. They were like wolves waiting to hunt, and once the prey relaxed its vigilance, they would rush up and tear his flesh and blood madly. As for Su Qingqiu, he was just a sacrifice, and it was still unknown whether he could survive tonight. EPWW.com, 3366XS.com, 80XX.com, XSXS.cc, YJXS332X.com, 8PZW.com, Shongshu.c, Kanshubutsi, HMXS.com, 7CST.com. After hearing Chinmu's words, Su Qingqiu felt that her heart froze in place, and her whole body felt like she was falling into an ice cellar. What did Chinmu say? He told them to get out of here quickly, without even asking her what she meant. Su Qingqiu felt a burning pain on her face, and a psychedelic scene appeared in front of her eyes. Some of the words that Chinmu said to her were like a dog licking her dog, but in the blink of an eye, they became the other party's cold perfunctory. Die! Her long hair covered the sinister look on her face. Su Qingqiu was now like a poisonous snake. Once she found an opportunity, she would bite someone and cause a fatal wound. Compared with Chu Yi's vigilance, she realized later that relying on others now was just a dream, and only by becoming stronger could she survive. The last 3 seconds. If you don't leave, I will get serious. Not wanting to waste time talking to this group of rubbish, Chinmu finally issued an ultimatum. Seeing that Su Qingqiu could not threaten Chinmu, the group of people immediately changed their faces. What's the matter? Aren't you his woman? Why would he ignore you directly? He pinched Su Qingqiu's neck hard, making the other party's face turn purple. No, ugh! The feeling of suffocation was overwhelming, but Su Qingqiu's weak body could not compete with this group of sturdy men. Am I really going to die here? Tears flashed in his eyes. Thinking of the supplies and money that he had not yet obtained, he was unwilling to give up. Humph! Cough, cough, cough! Seeing the fearful eyes around him, the man snorted coldly and threw Su Qingqiu on the ground like garbage. Turning his head, he became particularly flattering. That kid? No, big brother. As long as you let us in, or give us some supplies, we will be at your disposal. The younger brother's eyes rolled. He was a think tank in Brother Hu's team. He had long been unhappy with this boss with strong limbs and a simple mind. Now that the other party happened to die, he succeeded in taking the position. Oh, then you should show your performance. Chinmu looked at the smiling man in front of him with interest. He didn't expect that there would be a turnaround. Look, you can't consume so many supplies by yourself, and no one knows what the end of the world will be like in the end. If a monster appears, we have more people, right? People are not fools. Seeing this strange scene, they can actually predict the terrible reality behind it. If a monster zombie like the one in the novel appears, they can't fight it. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shudder, and looked at Chinmu's door with more greed. As long as he can soften Chinmu's heart, he will naturally have a way to seize the supplies after entering. This person can't be vigilant all his life. Are you stupid? I have guns and ammunition in my hands. Even if there are monsters, I am not afraid. What can your skinny arms and legs do? Chinmu curled his lips in disdain, and looked at them with more contempt. If they said they could serve as cannon fodder for him, he could consider it, but they made unfounded promises. You have to know that empty words in the end of the world are just a joke. The other party's words were consistent. He didn't expect Chinmu to react so quickly and jump out of the verbal trap he dug. Well, I'll give you a choice. I will only rescue the 3 strongest people. Chinmu's words, with a certain playful look, made everyone's face change drastically. Only 3 people were selected, so there were about 20 people in his group. To select the strongest, there was only one choice: to kill each other. Looking at the surveillance camera with fear, the man secretly groaned in his heart. I didn't expect Chinmu to use such a despicable method. You think about it. I will come to check the results in 30 minutes. The broadcasting sound with a slight electric sound stopped abruptly, and the whole space was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Damn, I was calculated by the other party. Everyone, we must not fall into his trick. He just wants us to kill each other. The man turned around and raised his hands, as if calling on other brothers to deal with difficulties together. But when he noticed the eager eyes of the crowd, his heart sank. Brother Wang, I'm sorry. I have old people and young children to take care of. I can't die here. A yellow-haired man cried with snot and tears all over his face, but his hands did not stop moving. A steel bar hit Brother Wang hard. Ah! Brother Wang's screams seemed to turn on a switch, and then screams filled the entire corridor one after another. Damn it! Ah! I'm your brother! Help! My legs are broken. Someone come to save me. Covering his ears, Suchinchu took the opportunity to hide in the corner where he had just hidden, trembling all over. There was a sense of fear in his pupils. It was too terrible. Just a simple sentence actually caused everyone to fight each other. What happened to Chinmu? Damn, Brother Mu, you are too amazing. Lu Yun looked at Chinmu with amazement, but there was a trace of undetectable awkwardness in his heart. After all, he had grown up with the right values for more than 20 years, and suddenly faced with this situation, he was still a little uncomfortable. Just get used to it. Simple psychological skills. They have been forced into a desperate situation. In order to survive, they can do anything. He threw the dagger in his hand out of boredom. The cold light was cold under the light. Chinmu had a faint temperament. It seemed that the mess at the door was just an ordinary game. It was true for him. Those perverts in the end of the world had long been psychologically twisted in order to vent their anger. There was also a famous game called Arena. As the name suggests, it is to lock the recruited subordinates and the captured slaves in a house and let them kill each other. Whoever comes out alive will get a lot of food and supplies. Later, another profession evolved: competitor, who represented other bases to participate in the competition and get relevant rewards. If you want to ask why Chinmu knows so much, you can only say that he dragged his sick body to participate in this game for a little food and almost died there. He slowly closed his eyes and exhaled a foul breath. When he opened his eyes again, he saw Chu Yi's concerned eyes. His heart suddenly moved, and Chinmu said lightly, "Hurry up. Let's hurry up and eat." "Okay, there is another soup. It will be ready soon." Chu Yi nodded timidly. As time passed, she uncovered more and more of Chinmu's true face. This man was much more terrifying than she had imagined. After about 10 minutes, the delicious food was served on the table. EPZ.com, 366.com, 80XX.com, XSXXSCC3XX.com, 8PZDub.com, Xiaohongshu.ckncbk7CCT.com, Beak.com. The 3 of them ate slowly and methodically, but after a while, a faint shout came from outside the door. "Brother, boss, I won." Chinmu raised his eyebrows and poured the food in the bowl into the trash can with some dissatisfaction. Really, the appetite that had just been eaten up was completely consumed. Chu Yi looked at the food in the trash can with heartache, but she didn't dare to say anything unless Chinmu said anything. That was a good steak. It would cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy it outside. It was even more precious in the end of the world, but now it was thrown into the trash can like a worn-out shoe. Chinmu pushed the chair away expressionlessly and stood at the door again. Yeah. The blood-covered man outside the door should not be considered a human. He had wounds of all sizes all over his body, and blood was all over the ground. Chinmu estimated that he probably couldn't survive more than 3 hours based on the amount of bleeding. "Brother, let me in. I'm the only one alive now." After finally getting out of the sea of people, the man knelt on the ground with his hands on the ground and begged Chinmu for mercy. But it was completely different from what he imagined. Chinmu raised his eyebrows with interest and said with a smile, "When did I say I would let you in? You big brother, don't tease me. What do you mean? Didn't you say to select the strongest 3 people?" The previous tone was still unbelievable, and the man even roared out the last sentence. His eyes were red, and if there was no door blocking him, he would even want to tear Chinmu's heart with his teeth. Why is this happening? Isn't he the strongest? I'm the only one left. The man realized belatedly that he and his brothers had been completely tricked by the other party. The so-called selection was just a gimmick. This man just wanted to watch them kill each other. You will not die well. He cursed viciously even when he was about to die. As the man moved, blood continued to flow out. His breath became weaker and weaker, and finally returned to silence. He is dead. Su Qingqiu's mental state finally collapsed. Seeing the last corpse in front of her, she covered her face with her hands, and a look of fear was written all over her body. Dead, all dead, will she be the next one? The man's eyes were fixed on Su Qingqiu's position, and the sinister eyes seemed to drag people into hell. A bunch of clowns. The pitying eyes were cold. Chinmu seemed to not care about the passing of life. He just stayed on Su Qingqiu for 2 more seconds. Forget it. She won't live long with her ability. With a contemptuous arc on his lips, as if he remembered something fun, Chinmu casually threw the remaining beef in the trash can out through the vent. Eat it, my little baby. As if he was still in the time when he liked each other, Chinmu's voice was very lingering, just like the whispers between lovers. Pa! The sound of the body hitting the ground attracted Su Qingqiu's attention, followed by the tempting smell of meat. That was steak. It was like a hungry wolf pack seeing a lamb to be slaughtered. Su Qingqiu didn't care about the group of corpses under her feet. She ran over in 2 steps, grabbed the steak with both hands and stuffed it into her mouth. Delicious. So fragrant. The new red beef was looming in Su Qingqiu's gums. She didn't care at all that it was stained with blood and dust when it was thrown down. There was only one thought flashing in her mind now. That is, to eat. Eat enough to survive. Brother Mu? Although he was very unhappy with Su Qingqiu, the bitch Chinmu's extreme humiliation made Lu Yun hesitate. Is this really okay? But he looked up and saw the scarlet flashing in the other's eyes again, and the overwhelming hatred seemed to be turning into substance. What's going on? Is there a deep hatred between Chinmu and Su Qingqiu? With a belly full of doubts and no answers, Lu Yun could only swallow the words on his lips. It seems that Chinmu has a hidden secret. Mr. Qin, do you want her to live? Seeing this disgusting state, Chuyi couldn't eat anymore. She thought for a moment and guessed Chinmu's intention. A trace of uneasiness flashed through her heart. If Chinmu planned to save Su Qingqiu, how would her position be arranged? Yes! Chinmu did not deny his decision as if to comfort the other party, and explained it deliberately. I won't let her in, she doesn't deserve it. After the voice fell, Chinmu seemed to be tired and walked to his side, and then under the horrified eyes of the person who came again, he dragged a big knife from the room. Mu, brother Mu, what are you doing? Lu Yun suspected that he was mentally disturbed, and his tongue was a little knotted. Where did Chinmu get this cold weapon? Looking at this, is he going out to kill people? Mr. Qin, be careful. Chuyi calmed down a little. She stepped forward and took the initiative to help Chinmu tidy up his messy collar, and said with a concerned tone, she said this sincerely, Chinmu is the core of their team. Okay. Chinmu's eyes moved slightly, and the look he looked at Chuyi was also meaningful. This woman is much more sensible than he thought. If there is no special situation, he will not kill her for a while. Sensing the other party's gaze, Chuyi gently showed a bright smile. She didn't know that in Chinmu's eyes, she was just a tool to be used, and she would be pushed out when the right opportunity came. Okay, nodded silently. After nearly a month, Chinmu opened the blocked door again. When he opened the door, the overwhelming smell of blood came to his face. He frowned slightly and slowly walked in front of Su Qingqiu, who was still squatting on the ground with a numb look. You? What are you going to do? Su Qingqiu only saw the blade in the other's hand. She was so scared that she stepped back repeatedly, and her face became a little pale. After all, she had a brief relationship with him, but he killed her so mercilessly. But Chinmu just stood in front of her without saying a word. His cold eyes fell on Su Qingqiu, as if thinking about the next move. As long as the other party didn't make a move, there was a chance to breathe. Forget it. Try it out. Maybe Chinmu still has the last friendship for her in his heart. I don't know who gave Su Qingqiu the message. She stepped forward with a messy hair and wanted to kiss Chinmu on the face. It seemed that she thought that by sacrificing herself to Chinmu, she would have a chance to survive. EPZWW.com 3366XS.com 80WX.com XSF XXS.cc YJXS.c 3JAWXW.com Shanshuba.cc HMXS.com Betki.com. Get lost. He pushed Su Qingqiu to the ground with disgust, and the next second the cold blade was against the other's fragile neck. Don't appear in front of me in the future. It was as if the god of death was announcing the end of the deceased. Qinmu's face did not change, but his cold temperament made Su Qingqiu tremble. He would not easily forgive the other party. The real end of the world has not yet come. After she survives with difficulty, she will thank this crazy world. The arc of the corners of his mouth slowly rose, and Qinmu looked at the other party with contempt. Now it's your turn to survive, Su Qingqiu. All the hard struggles in the previous life were just empty wedding clothes for others. This time, he will slowly torture these people. Okay, nodded tremblingly, not caring about the food residue in her hands. Under Qinmu's cold eyes, she rolled and crawled away from here. Stop! Her footsteps immediately stopped where they were. Su Qingqiu turned around and showed a smile that was uglier than crying. We are acquainted after all. Just treat me as a fart and let it go. After so many ups and downs in reality, the other party no longer has the sharpness she had at the beginning. Now she just wants to escape from this place that is like purgatory on earth. I'm not talking about you. Qinmu rolled his eyes, and then his eyes gradually gathered at another corner of the stairwell. Next to the pillar, a white robe fluttered in the wind. Sure enough, I still can't escape your eyesight. Qiuran closed her eyes, breathed a sigh of relief, and walked out from behind the pillar with a righteous temperament. Qinmu's eyes flashed with surprise. The other party had a very hot body, but her face was cold and indifferent. With a pair of brown, thin-framed glasses, she looked like a winter goddess who could not be violated. Hello, I'm Qiuran, a family doctor, Qiuran said helplessly. When Brother Hu and his group left the apartment building in a mighty manner, she happened to be discovered by her. At first, she thought that this group of people wanted to spontaneously build a base or help each other. But after entering Qinmu's community, she found that the so-called mutual help was just an excuse. They just wanted to plunder other people's resources. In other words, she was deceived into joining this plunder. Doctor? Qinmu repeated subconsciously, and the look he gave the other party became meaningful. In the end of the world, besides the most important warriors, there is another important role, that is, doctors. Warriors can fight to the extreme to plunder supplies, while doctors are the most guaranteed logistical support. It can be said that without the treatment of doctors, even the strongest warriors will die once they are exhausted. So Qinmu couldn't help but look at Qiuran twice more, and slowly put down the blade in his hand. Huh? Seeing that the other party finally didn't look like a target, Qiuran held the wall next to her, and her steps were a little weak. Normal people would naturally be afraid when facing the threat of cold weapons. Those people are not dead yet. In fact, there were still a few lives left in the group of corpses next to them. Qiuran couldn't bear it and wanted to rescue them, but Qinmu was there. Can you give some medical supplies? Doctors are kind-hearted. I can't let them die here in vain. With her eyes closed and her heart determined, the humanitarianism in her heart did not allow her to do so. Qiuran asked Qinmu with a stiff face. As expected, he received a mocking look from the other party. Looking at Qiuran as if he was looking at a mentally retarded person, Qinmu pulled the corner of his mouth and said, "Are you a fool? Don't you know that they are here to encircle and suppress me and rob my supplies?" The contempt in his tone could not be concealed. Qiuran blushed subconsciously and said in a mosquito-like voice, "I know, but not everyone is guilty." As if she had caught a loophole in the language, Qiuran took a deep breath and walked to the side of the group of people. She pointed at this and then at that with a somewhat disappointed tone. This one was just forced to come here, and that one was just a college student who just turned 18. They can only come to this point out of helplessness. Deep in her delicate eyes, there seemed to be a trace of tears, and a crack appeared on her cold face. As a doctor, she couldn't bear to see life disappear in front of her. She had superb medical skills, but lacked the help of medical resources. A good cook can't cook without rice. She had the will, but not the strength. Heh? Qinmu looked at the other person with pity. He had not yet given up his true kindness and thought that relying on this courage, he could survive in the end of the world. He had seen many such people, and all of them died tragically in the end. However, considering the other person's special identity, Chin-Mu curled his lips. How about this? You measure your value, and I will consider rescuing them. Standing in place with his hands folded across his chest, Chin-Mu's presumptuous eyes swept up and down the other person's beautiful face and hot body. What he meant was self-evident. You! Don't go too far! The female doctor in the medical field was obsessed with experiments and medical experiments. How could she face such presumptuous and bold teasing from Chin-Mu? Chin-Mu raised his eyebrows and saw the other person's blushing face. He couldn't help but think, could it be that she is still a novice? What do you want to do? Kyoran's voice was very low, but her eyes couldn't help but drift to Chin-Mu's strong body. Food and sex are both important. Even if you have to commit yourself to someone, you can't suffer a loss. Chin-Mu is handsome and tall. No, what am I thinking? They haven't even started yet. Kyoran stared at Chin-Mu as if he were a pervert, fearing that he would force her to marry him. Seeing the intense psychological drama on his face, Chin-Mu couldn't help but laugh softly. Ha ha! I didn't expect that the goddess who looked cold and arrogant would be so simple and idiotic in the face of an emergency. I can give you medical supplies, but in exchange you have to come to my side. Chin-Mu's words naturally turned into a woman who must become his woman in Kyoran's heart. No, you're dreaming. You're taking advantage of someone's misfortune, which is immoral. If it weren't for the egg on the weapon in the other's hand, Kyoran would have wanted to rush up and teach Chin-Mu a lesson. As soon as she said it, she regretted it. Chin-Mu's temper was weird, and it was inevitable that he would get angry and chop herself. Can you, think about this? After hesitating for a long time, Kyoran did not give a clear answer. Chin-Mu frowned impatiently. He grabbed the other person's arm and stuffed him into the house. Hey! EPZW.com, 336xs.com, 80wxs.com, yjxs.c3jiaohongshu.com, inc.shuba.7.com, 7ct.com. Kyoran screamed repeatedly, but to no avail. Seeing the sudden appearance of the woman, Chuyi's face changed slightly. I didn't expect that there was another woman who survived. Would this be a threat to me? She narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at Kyoran with a bit of unkindness. Feeling the other person's gaze, Kyoran stared back. What are you doing? You are just a woman. What is there to show off? Like repels, like opposites attract. This is the most basic law. Chuyi, go get the medicine box in the room. Chin-Mu raised his chin, not caring about the drama between the two. Okay. She nodded reluctantly. Due to Chin-Mu's power, Chuyi would have thought of turning around to look for the same. Kyoran is a doctor, which is completely different from her identity as a socialite. Compared with her, there is a world of difference. I have to find another way. The look in the depths of her eyes moved slightly, and Chuyi couldn't help clenching her teeth. Thank you. This sentence was said sincerely, and Kyoran looked at Chin-Mu with a grateful look. She knew very well that the other party had compromised. Otherwise, it would be just a piece of cake for him to choose not to save people with his strength. It's just a matter of interests. Chin-Mu curled his lips in a mood, but his presumptuous eyes did not restrain. Kyoran is such a beautiful woman that other people would usually look away from her in real life. But now, in the apocalypse, she is just a shell. As if she had misunderstood Chin-Mu's meaning, Kyoran's face flushed. She took a deep breath, stepped forward, and offered her sweet lips. You! She could hardly hold the medicine box in her hand. Chuyi just came out and saw the intimate scene between the two. Miss Kyoran, this is the medicine box you need. Chuyi pushed Kyoran away without making a sound, with a jealous look on her face. After giving the medicine box to the other party, she deliberately blocked Chin-Mu's arm. She did not see Chin-Mu's disgust in her eyes. She breathed a sigh of relief and then looked at Kyoran with pride. It seemed like she was declaring her sovereignty. Now Chin-Mu did not give her any identity. She was the only woman around her. It was just a little trick between women. It was not a big deal. Chin-Mu just watched the show. Instead, Kyoran accepted the provocation, shrugged her feet, and turned to treat the group of people lying on the ground. 2 hours later, Kyoran wiped the sweat from her forehead. Seeing the people lying on the ground groaning, she couldn't bear to look away. Seeing her hesitant expression, Chin-Mu added coldly, I only promised you to provide medical supplies. I won't take in this bunch of rubbish. Looking at the unfortunate guy lying on the ground with disdain, Chin-Mu shrugged and turned his head. Squeak! With a loud noise, Kuyuran subconsciously looked up and saw that the door in front of Chinmu was half closed. Wait for me. Without caring about others, Kuyuran took 2 steps at a time to stop Chinmu from closing the door. Only by surviving in the apocalypse can you have the opportunity to continue saving people. It was already a great kindness to save them, as if to give herself a psychological preparation. Finally, looking at the people who were gradually getting up from the ground, Kuyuran sighed. She wanted to follow Chinmu's movements, but Chinmu's hands suddenly moved, and the sound of whistling cold wind came from her ears. Kuyuran's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip in an instant. Could it be that her behavior angered the other party? Was he trying to destroy the bridge after crossing the river? She closed her eyes and silently waited for her head to be separated from her body. Kuyuran felt sad. She hadn't found her sister yet. It turned out that Kuyuran joined Suqingchu's team just to find her long-lost sister. She and her sister were in 2 different campuses. After the end of the world, all powered equipment was disconnected. She couldn't find her sister's whereabouts at all, so she had to resort to this last resort. I'm sorry, Luoluo. Sister will come to find you in the next life. Crystal tears fell from her eyes, but the pain she imagined did not come. What she remembered was a shrill scream behind her. Ah! Damn it, my arm! Blood gushed out instantly, staining the wall in front of her, and even some of it sprayed on Kuyuran's face. Kuyuran stood there with a dull look in her eyes. She looked back in disbelief. She vaguely remembered that this was the youngest boy in the team, who was only about 18 or 19 years old. She had just bandaged his wound. He had called her sister sweetly before, but now his eyes were full of ferocity. His broken arm lay quietly on the ground, and he was holding the steel bar that Tiger had just held. Damn woman, you only care about yourself. What should I do? Do you have any sympathy? The whole person seemed to be in a state of madness. The boy cursed at Kuyuran. If he hadn't been afraid of Chinmu's cold expression, he withdrew his vicious gaze in dismay and tightly covered his broken wound that was constantly gushing blood. See, you saved them in the end of the world, but it was just a joke. As if he was used to all this, Chinmu stood there expressionless as if he had guessed such an ending. As for Kuyuran's reaction, it was none of his business. If he wanted to survive, he had to be ruthless. Even if he was a doctor, so what? The world was so big, and finding a doctor was just a matter of time. He just took this opportunity to test Kuyuran's character. I'll give you a chance. See if you can grasp it. Grabbing the other's slender fingers, Chinmu placed the blade in his hand on Kuyuran's palm. Looking at the other with a smile, he wanted to see how Kuyuran would deal with this situation. If she killed someone without caring, it means that she is cruel and must be guarded against in the future. If the other party is soft-hearted and can't kill, then she is useless. No matter how you look at it, this is a dead end. Okay. Kuyuran agreed softly and couldn't help but tighten the cold blade in her hand. Her eyes slowly moved to the boy in front of her. The other party seemed to have noticed something, and his face was full of horror. No, sister, you're on. I was just joking. Just now, you won't be so cruel, right? Showing a smile that was uglier than crying, the boy slowly moved behind him while searching for other useful weapons. Unfortunately, his hand had been cut off at the wrist by Chinmu, and the pain from the wound made him grimace. EPZ.com, 3366XS.com, 80dubx.com, XXX.cc3JWX.com, 8APZW.com, Xiaohongshu.cc, DCHMXS.com, 7CCT.com. I'm sorry. Kuyuran's eyes, which had been somewhat warm, gradually froze. She had saved these people with good intentions, but now they wanted to kill them. People's hearts were no longer the same. She was like a joke. There was a strong sense of irony on her face, and Chinmu's words suddenly echoed in her mind. It seemed that everything was under the control of this man. Swish! The sound of the blade touching flesh suddenly came, and Chinmu's eyes widened slightly, looking at Kuyuran with a strange look. I didn't expect this woman to choose another path. Thank you. After wiping the blood off her face, Kuyuran smiled and returned the blade to Chinmu. Behind her, the boy opened his mouth wide, and all the blood in his body gushed out, forming a small lake on the ground. If it weren't for the pupils still trembling violently, Chinmu would have doubted whether this person was dead. Hiss! This woman is really cruel. Lu Yun couldn't help but widen his eyes and marveled. Kuyuran did not choose to kill or let the other party go directly, but took a different approach and chose another way. That is, torture. As expected of a medical student, her hands were very sharp, and she dismembered the other party's important lifeline with a few cuts, and she also avoided the position of the artery where heavy bleeding occurred, so that the blood would gradually drain away without dying quickly. Kyu-Yoran was determined to let the other party fend for himself outside. Welcome to join. With a bit of appreciation on his face, Chin-Mu clapped his hands and then pushed the door open heavily. The door, which weighed nearly 100 kilograms, became as light as a piece of paper in his hands. Okay. Biting her plump lips, Kyu-Yoran's face was pale. What she learned in the academy was only dismembering animals, but this time, she killed a person alive. The nausea in her stomach confirmed her discomfort. Chu-Yi, take her downstairs to change clothes. He frowned slightly. After all, after living outside for so long, Kyu-Yoran's smell was not good. Even if he wanted to take her into the room, he had to clean it up. Yes. It seemed that what happened just now shocked Chu-Yi's mind. It took her a long time to hear Chin-Mu's order. The two women supported each other and walked into the bathroom. Chin-Mu glanced at them lightly. The people outside had disappeared in the chaos, leaving only a mess of corpses. Lu-Yun, clean up the corpses outside. Ah, you want me to move the corpses? Lu-Yun dug his ears, afraid that he had heard it wrong, and felt sick in his heart. He had never thought about moving corpses, but, thinking of Kyu-Yoran's ruthless attack just now, he inexplicably felt a surge of courage. It was just moving corpses. So what? There would probably be many such things in the future. Thank you for your hard work. Chin-Mu smiled and encouraged him, then walked into the room. On the other side, Kyu-Yoran sat on the toilet in a daze without saying a word. Hey, are you okay? Although he was afraid that the other party would compete with him, Chu-Yi couldn't bear to ask when he thought about Kyu-Yoran's life and death experience. They are all the same kind of people. Why should women make things difficult for other women? After witnessing everything just now, she gradually let down her vigilance against the other party. If they really quarreled, she would not be the opponent of the other party with one knife. It is better to relax and live in harmony. At least establish a good alliance before others arrive. Chu-Yi understands that with Chin-Mu's strength, it is impossible for him to have only a few women in his life. He just took the initiative and occupied the first position. How things will develop later is another matter. It's okay. She closed her eyes tiredly, but in the darkness, the boy's wide-open face kept flashing in her mind. If a person dies, will he really come back as a ghost? Take a shower first. I'll get you my clothes. Chu-Yi got up and left. She was the only woman in the safe house. Kyu-Yoran was in a hurry to escape, and it was impossible for her to bring clothes with her. She could only borrow her clothes first. After the figure disappeared in front of her, Kyu-Yoran seemed to have lost her strength and slowly collapsed. Luo-Luo, the sweet smile of her sister suddenly appeared in front of her. This was the only motivation for Kyu-Yoran to live. She finally joined Chin-Mu's team. In addition to surviving, she had to find her sister's whereabouts. Kyu-Yoran's personality was a bit silent, and she was used to gnashing her teeth and swallowing her anger. After being decadent for a while, she slowly walked into the steaming bathroom. She didn't expect that she would have the opportunity to take a bath in hot water today when the end of the world is coming. The hot water poured over her beautiful body, flowing slowly into the depths of her body along her curvy curves. The clothes are here. Chu-Yi pushed the door open and saw the other person's flawless figure. She pursed her lips in a bit of jealousy. She didn't expect this doctor to have such a good figure. Jealousy was at work, but it was useless. Chu-Yi could only leave indignantly. Then she took a look at her own breasts and straightened them proudly. Her figure was not bad either. After taking a shower, Kyu-Yoran came out with wet hair. Chu-Yi's clothes were a little small for her, showing off her perfect figure to the fullest. You. Chin-Mu turned around and saw such a beauty attack. His nose felt hot. He turned around and coughed awkwardly twice. Even though he was excellent, he had only just started to have sex. Facing such temptation, he still couldn't control himself. Where should I stay tonight? Although she knew the answer in her mind, Kyu-Yoran still asked. You can stay in that room for the time being. After coughing twice, Chin-Mu casually pointed to a room. Anyway, he had a lot of rooms here, so it wouldn't matter if one more person stayed. Okay. The heartstrings in her heart suddenly relaxed, but there was still a hint of loneliness. Why didn't Chin-Mu want to touch her? Did he look down on her? Women are really strange creatures. If you force them, they will get angry, and if you don't want them, they will feel melancholy. I want to make a deal with you. Go ahead. Crossing his legs, Qinmu supported his chin with one hand and signaled Lu Yun and Chu Yi to return to the room with his eyes. Then we'll leave first? He tactfully pulled the other's sleeve. Lu Yun's mouth curled up an ambiguous smile. It seemed that there would be another spring palace tonight. In the entire spacious living room, only Qinmu and Kuyuran were left. I want to ask you for a favor. Help me find my missing sister. This matter had been stuck in Kuyuran's heart for a long time, and she finally chose to speak it out. epwww.com, 366s.com, asxs.cc, yjxs.com, 3jshu.cc, hmbazats7cct.com, 7c.com. Without power or influence, it was difficult for a weak woman like her to survive in this world. If she wanted to find another person, she had to rely on Qinmu's power. What's the price? As a mercenary businessman, Qinmu would never do a business that would make him lose money. As if he was on guard against the other party, he slowly said, "Don't threaten me with your identity as a doctor. Doctors are dispensable to me." Qinmu was telling the truth. There were a lot of medical supplies in his space, and all he lacked was a pair of hands. More importantly, in the later period of the apocalypse, a group of people will awaken superpowers. The injuries of superpowers cannot be treated by ordinary medicines alone. They must have a matching superpower healer. At that time, people like Kuyuran will only become cannon fodder and will not even be able to play the most basic role. I have nothing else to give you. Kuyuran's cold face showed a trace of helplessness, like a deflated balloon. He was used to exchanging interests in daily life. Now in the apocalypse, he has nothing else to have except himself. Oh, and he still has this body. Her eyes stayed on the other's handsome face, and her heart, which had been frozen for more than 20 years, suddenly trembled. This man saved her from the water and fire, and gave her a chance to be reborn. It seemed that it was no big deal to give him. Have you thought about it? He looked at Kuyuran with interest, and his fiery eyes went from the delicate collarbone to the plump thighs, and the other's body seemed to be on fire, and slowly became hot. Tonight, I'll go to your room. This is the only chance. After all, it's just a body. At worst, she can just lie down and enjoy it. Thinking of this, Kuyuran took a step forward, took Qinmu's hand, and placed it on her soft and slippery body. Some ambiguous panting sounds were heard, and her legs and feet became weak. Without knowing when, she fell into a broad embrace. "Be mine, and I won't let you down." The low and hoarse voice echoed in her ears, and Kuyuran's ears turned red. She nodded silently, and she felt at ease. She lost her parents when she was young, and she raised her sister alone to this age and suffered a lot. Now that there is such a reliable man holding her in his arms, she feels the long-lost warmth. This night is naturally red and full of spring. Snowflakes fell one by one outside, and a large number of buildings were covered by snowflakes, covering a piece of white. Su Qingqiu was shivering and hiding in an underground garage until he saw bursts of light coming from not far away. "There's someone there!" At this point, she didn't care who was inside. She fled into the light like a sheep in a tiger's mouth. "Who is it?" A sturdy man was guarding the door. When he saw a slender figure rushing in, she grabbed the other person's neck. "Ah! Let me go! Let me go!" The subconscious stress reaction made Kuyuran struggle violently, and her sharp nails cut several cuts on the other person's arm. "Damn crazy woman!" The big man cursed and pushed Kuyuran to the garbage dump next to him. I'm a good person, don't kill me." Kuyuran curled up in the corner and said timidly, but the light flickered, illuminating her originally delicate facial features. "You are still a delicate and tender beauty." The big man licked his dry lips and a greedy look appeared in his eyes. He had no money and no house, and he couldn't get a wife. He was working as a security guard in this community. He accidentally came across a former generator and hid in this house to survive. He didn't expect to pick up a woman and take her home today. Brother, as long as you take me in, I can do anything else." Su Qingqiu was naturally able to catch this familiar look. She smiled flatteringly and deliberately lifted the cloth on her shoulders. Although she was covered in dust, her enchanting figure could not be concealed. "Okay, as long as you serve me well." The man took off his clothes in a hurry and pounced directly on Su Qingqiu. The rough action left some red marks on the other person's body. Su Qingqiu closed her eyes and forced herself to endure it. Survive? Only if you survive. Then you will have a chance to seek revenge on Chin Mu and those two bitches later. Jealousy climbed into Su Qingqiu's heart little by little, making her crazy like thousands of ants eating her heart. In the next few days, Kuyuran barely survived by relying on the supplies provided by the strong man. Huh? There seems to be someone there? The compressed biscuits in the room almost made her vomit. While the strong man was not paying attention, Su Qingqiu sneaked out, thinking of finding something else to eat in the supermarket. As a result, she found a sleeping girl in a corner. She looked young, about 18 years old. But why does this face look so familiar? Frowning, Su Qingqiu kicked the other person unhappily. Ah! A soft cry startled her. It turned out that the girl was not dead at all, but fell into a short coma due to excessive cold. She looks pretty. Maybe I can take her back to satisfy Brother Teng. The other party had been madly exploiting her for the past 2 days, which made Kuyuran lose his appetite. He just needed another woman to attract firepower. With this idea in mind, Kuyuran finally pulled the girl into the hut where he lived temporarily. Brother Teng, also known as Ma Teng, came back with a gloomy face and saw Su Qingqiu with a smile on her face. She was furious just looking at him. He worked hard outside hunting, but she was just lying in the warm house. She was really a cheap bastard. She spat to the side, and before Su Qingqiu could open her mouth, she slapped him. Ah! Brother Teng, what are you doing? The burning pain shocked Su Qingqiu, but she still timidly stepped back a few steps. She had long been accustomed to the other party's crazy behavior from time to time in the past 2 days, but why was he so angry today? I don't know who came to the damn rich community next door and emptied all the supermarkets around. I can't get any benefits. He sat heavily on a chair beside him and picked up a beer can beside him, but the empty touch made him furious. Bang! The beer bottle was thrown and hit the debris nearby. A loud noise sounded, and Su Qingqiu covered her ears in fear. Now she couldn't think of offering her woman. She just wanted Brother Teng to vent his anger quickly and not get herself involved. EP6NCWX.com, XSXS.C3.EBSeeps.com, XiaohongshatCCHanchu.com, TanXiaoHC7EC.com, Bikik.com. But things didn't go as planned. The next second, she felt a sharp, stinging pain on her scalp. Brother Teng grabbed Kuyuran's hair and dragged her to another corner with a perverted smile on his face. No, don't. The belly was already showing after a few months. After hanging out with the other party for a long time, Brother Teng realized that this cheap woman was actually pregnant. Su Qingqiu gave him the reason that he lost his virginity because he was young and confused. He didn't expect that it was someone else's mistress. When he thought about keeping someone else's slut, the chauvinistic Teng wanted to kill the other person directly, but this would reduce a channel for venting, which was not worth the loss. Su Qingqiu was lucky enough to survive. You! Who are you? Covering her mouth tightly, tears flowed down her eyes. Kuyuluo huddled up and hid in the corner. She had just witnessed the whole process of Su Qingqiu being beaten. She didn't dare to walk out timidly until Ma Teng had left. Bitch! Ah! Su Qingqiu slapped Kuyuluo with her backhand, looked at her coldly, and clenched her teeth. If it weren't for this woman, how could she be beaten for no reason? She was completely useless and a drag. Su Qingqiu was angry now, and Kuyuluo had become a tool for her to vent. You, don't hit me. What do you want? My sister will definitely come to save me. Kuyuluo hadn't eaten for several days. Her whole body was soft and she had no strength. She could only be forced to take the beating. She tried to reduce the area of her body, hoping to reduce the pain. But how could Su Qingqiu let her go? Her eyes swept over the baseball bat next to her. The other party showed a weird smile. She might as well die here. Don't kill me. My sister is Kuyuran. She is a doctor. She can help you. No matter how cautious she was just a high school student who had just graduated. Kuyuluo was so nervous. She had been spoiled by her sister since she was a child. She had never encountered such a situation. Your sister is Kuyuran? The fierce wind suddenly stopped in the air. The baseball bat was only 1 meter away and was about to hit Kuyuluo. Seeing the other party nodding quickly, Su Qingqiu raised a faint smile on his face. So you're Kuyuran's sister. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I used to be friends with your sister. Turning around, Su Qingqiu showed a warm attitude. She was a perfect example of how someone could change their attitude faster than turning the pages of a book. But deep in her eyes, a trace of deep hatred flashed. It turned out that the other person was Kuyuran's sister. This made it easier. Using her to threaten Kuyuran was the best choice. The eyes like a venomous snake entangled Kuyuluo, making her tremble all over. This woman was really terrible. Her body was blue and purple like a ghost, but her eyes were bright and her body was skinny. But how could she know my sister? Kuyuluo forced a smile. How do you know my sister? Are you her friend? The tone was doubtful. She had never heard of her sister or heard of this person. But now there was no one to rely on, so she could only believe the other person's words temporarily. Of course, your sister is with Chinmu now. Oh, Chinmu, you should not know. He is my boyfriend. With a charming expression on her face, Su Qingqiu stretched out her hand to hold the hair by her ear, but felt a greasy hand. She wiped her fingers on her body with disgust, but Kuyuluo's words made her face change suddenly. Since you said Chinmu is your boyfriend, why is he with my sister? Have you been dumped? Kuyuluo's simple and straightforward words made Su Qingqiu embarrassed. Damn little brat, I will kill you after I lure your sister out. Su Qingqiu gritted his teeth and said coldly, Rest here first, I'll contact your sister to pick you up later. Oh no, why did you lock me up here? Su Qingqiu locked Kuyuluo in the house. He estimated that with Ma Teng's speed, he would not come back for a while. There was not much food at home, and the other party had to go out hunting, about 3 hours a day. Kuyuluo must be brought to the door of Chinmu's safe house within 3 hours. Bang, bang, bang! Aren't you my sister's friend? Why did you lock me in here? Where are you? Slapping the door hard, Kuyuluo's face showed an aggrieved expression. She took her finger back and saw her palm was red. She slowly put her finger into her warm mouth. It was too cold here. She wanted to go home and find her sister. Thinking of the strong back in her memory, Kuyuluo couldn't help but redden her eyes and hid in the corner sobbing. She didn't know how long she had waited. Just when she was half asleep, the tightly closed door suddenly opened, followed by Su Qingqiu's sharp and harsh voice. Hey, don't sleep anymore! What's your name? Su Qingqiu looked at Kuyuluo with disdain and pulled her out of the room by her shoulders. My name is Kuyuluo, the girl answered carefully, fearing that she would upset the other party. Who are you going to give me a name like this? Su Qingqiu rolled her eyes and took the lead to walk forward. Turning around, she found that the other party was still standing there. Are you stupid? What are you doing standing there? Do you want to freeze to death outside? This kind of brat is the most difficult to deal with. He has no brains, but you have to take him with you. Su Qingqiu frowned tightly and occasionally bumped him with his elbow. Ah! Once again, Su Qingqiu deliberately knocked him down in the snow, and suddenly there was a sharp pain in his ankle. The whole ankle was swollen and congested, and it looked like it was sprained. Hurry up! The temperature outside was too low. Even if she brought all the warm clothes in the house, Su Qingqiu's lips were still trembling from the cold. She glared at Kuyuluo with a look of regret, and she pulled his arm and stood up. Thank you. A mosquito-like apology sounded, and Su Qingqiu's movements suddenly paused, and then he let go of his hand expressionlessly. I don't need your apology. Just stay here honestly. Otherwise... She didn't finish the rest of the sentence, but Kuyuluo saw the silver light flashing in the other's hand. That seems to be... a knife! evib6.com, throughstordex.com, atmx.cc, ygxs.com, senumstia.com, 7ct.com, bicwe.com. Tears welled up in her eyes again, and she covered her mouth tightly, forcing herself not to make a sound of fear. No, she must not confront the other party head-on, and must hold on until she reaches her sister. Cheer herself up in her heart, Kuyuluo gritted her teeth and limped behind Su Qingqiu. The two slender figures were gradually covered by the falling snow, and they seemed to be two inexplicable ghosts floating in it. About an hour later, the familiar gate of the community finally appeared in front of them. Su Qingqiu showed a look of surprise on her face. She didn't care about anything else. She took Kuyuluo's hand and rushed into the community. She didn't slow down until she reached the corridor with the smell of blood. Her chest rose and fell violently. Kuyuluo, who was beside her, was panting violently. Your sister is here. Wait until 12 o'clock noon and knock on the door. She looked at Kuyuluo with a warning. Su Qingqiu had called her a long time ago. Since the time changed inexplicably, Qinmu and Lu Yun would go out to investigate. At 12 o'clock noon, only Ku Yoran was cooking at home. Su Qingqiu didn't know that her good sister Chu Yi was also here. Okay, who is this person? Why didn't he let her go to her sister directly? Kuyuluo was full of doubts, but she could only nod silently. Hopeful eyes fell on the tightly closed door, which still had some traces of friction. It was left when Suqingqiu brought people to make trouble. The corpses and bloodstains around were basically cleaned up, except for the scattered spots in the corners. The two waited patiently at the door until the watch on their hands pointed to 12 o'clock again. Suqingqiu's face showed an ecstatic expression. The time has come. She pushed Kuyuluo's shoulder and urged, "Hurry up and knock on the door." Yes. Swallowing the saliva in her mouth, Kuyuluo walked forward slowly, stretched out her slender fingers, and knocked gently on the door. Bang, bang, bang! The inside and outside of the house are completely two extremes. The temperature difference is at least 50 degrees. The slightest movement outside is often clearly visible inside the house. It seems that someone is knocking on the door outside. Putting down the plate in his hand, Chu Yi turned his head to look at Ku Yoran, who was studying the medical books in his hand. When Qinmu received the goods, he also searched for various papers and books. Thinking that it would be used for later talent training and base construction, he did not expect to provide convenience for Kyoran. "Do you want to go and have a look?" Kyoran closed the book in his hand and frowned slightly. Qinmu and his male partner had just gone out for less than an hour when someone came to the door. This was really a coincidence. "I'll go to the Cat's Eye to take a look." Chu Yi's heart trembled. Since the last blockade, she has been more vigilant. The most terrifying thing in the end times is the human heart. It is better to be cautious in everything. If you mess up, losing your life is a small matter. If Qinmu finds out, it will be a lot of trouble. Through the Cat's Eye, Chu Yi only saw a girl standing in front of her, wrapped up tightly. The other party's big black and white eyes stared at the door nervously, completely unaware that her behavior was seen by the other party. "There is a girl outside the door," Chu Yi said hesitantly. If it was another burly man or someone who came to the door to ask for money, she could understand it, but it was just a little girl who was powerless. Wait, the Cat's Eye was very large inside, and you don't need to lie on it to see the situation outside clearly. Seeing Kuyulo's familiar eyebrows, Kuyoran's pupils instantly shrank to the size of a pinhole. It seemed to be her sister. The long missing person suddenly appeared at her doorstep, and she was stunned by the pie in the sky. Now she had only two choices. One was to ignore it directly, and the other was to open the door and bring the other person in. But Qinmu, the person in power, was not there. What should she do? He was sure that the person outside the door was his biological sister, Kuyuluo. "Open the door and let me out." "Are you crazy?" Under Chu Yi's unbelievable eyes, Kuyoran exhaled deeply. With a helpless look on her face, she shook her head gently and explained, "The one outside the door is my sister. I must go to save her." "Then you," Chu Yi's voice stopped abruptly, and she suddenly thought of it. "This is Qinmu's territory, and all people must be agreed to by the other party before entering." Kuyoran nodded silently, and it was because of this restriction that she thought of it that she decided to go out alone. "Thank you for taking care of me during this period of time. When Qinmu comes back, remember to say thank you for me." Yoran's frozen cold face suddenly thawed, and she looked at the other party with a faint smile. On the surface, they were at peace, but the two of them had fought a lot in secret, and in the end they only stopped fighting under Qinmu's instruction. But it must be said that the time they spent together had deepened their friendship. "Now that I am leaving, apart from Qinmu, the special existence, only Chu Yi can make me miss him. Otherwise, wait for another 2 hours. Qinmu and the others should be back, and we can use the loudspeaker to shout to your sister." "No, we can't wait now. There is someone behind her." Kuyoran's tone was very heavy. Through the clear Cat's Eye, she saw the corner of the clothes flashing in the corner, and she knew her sister's strength. Without the help of others, she would never get here. All this was manipulated by someone behind the scenes. "I'll use the intercom to contact Qinmu." Kuyoran couldn't be allowed to leave like this. Otherwise, they would definitely die outside. Chu Yi understood this very well. It was difficult for weak women to survive. In such an extremely harsh environment, there were also a group of men with bad intentions hiding outside. Once Kuyoran leaves the safe house, she will definitely be dead. Watching Chu Yi's figure leave, Kuyoran's eyes flashed with a hint of complexity. "Thank you, Chu Yi, and Qinmu." She loves and hates Qinmu. which is a huge contradiction. She loves his powerful strength, and she is an extreme admirer of the strong, so it is hard not to be moved. She also hates that the other party took advantage of her misfortune and took her away, although there is a sense of dedication in it. But Kyu-yoran, who has never been in love, subconsciously blames the other party. Her fingers were placed on the position of the multiple locks, and with a slight force on her wrist, the locked door finally opened. "Sister!" Yoran just turned around and a crisp voice rang out, and Kyu-yulo threw herself into her arms like a swallow. EPWW.com 3366XS.com 80WXX.cc YJXS.cc 3JXX.com APTZW.cc HUBXS7CCT.com BK.com. Feeling the bones that were within her reach, Kyu-yoran felt her nose sour. Without her by her side, how much suffering did Kyu-yulo have to endure? Wiping away the tears on her face, Kyu-yoran comforted her softly. "It's okay, Luoluo. Sister is fine here." After many years, she finally saw her beloved relatives. Kyu-yulo could no longer hold back, and overwhelming grievances hit her heart. She burst into tears. "Ah!" Hugging her sister tightly in her arms, Kyu-yoran raised her head and observed the surroundings vigilantly, fearing that the person behind her would attack. "You!" The slender legs suddenly attacked and kicked Su-Chingchu's chest hard. "Cough, cough, cough!" The other party took several steps back, and the dagger in his hand flashed with cold light. Su-Chingchu's sinister eyes fell on Kyu-yoran. "Kyu-yoran, I brought your sister here intact, but you must hand over the supplies in the house to me." "You are dreaming." Kyu-yoran flatly rejected the other party's request. She was very grateful to Su-Chingchu for saving her sister, but this was not an excuse for the other party to make a specious argument. The supplies inside belonged to Chin-mu, and no one can touch them. Pulling her sister back carefully, Kyu-yoran's heart was filled with doubts. Why was the other party so fearless? What did you say? With a cold face, he wiped the blood off his face and kicked the body in front of him to the side. It happened to bump into Lu Yun's sophistry, and the other party took 2 steps back in disgust. "Brother Mu, what are you doing? It's disgusting." After a few days of training, Lu Yun's face no longer had the fear of the original magic, but kicked the corpse as usual. When they were alive, they were small gangsters. Now that the end of the world has come, they are still running to be cannon fodder to die. I really don't know what's wrong with these people's brains. Shaking his head helplessly, his eyes shifted to Chin-mu's expressionless face, and Lu Yun asked carelessly, "What did your wife call you again?" It was clear that the 2 women in the room were Chin-mu's people. Lu Yun joked about these things every day. Anyway, the other party didn't care. "Something happened at home, and someone came to threaten me." Chin-mu's cold eyebrows were a little angry. He had just left the house and someone came to make trouble. He really thought he was a sick cat. "Hurry up and pack up. Let's go back." It happened that the supermarket that was robbed today still had some storage in the warehouse. The 2 people filled 2 large suitcases with supplies and dragged them home. Although the family had abundant supplies, if they wanted to survive for a long time in the apocalypse, they still had to go out hunting every day. He clenched his fists and felt the power coming from them. Chin-mu finally had a bit of joy on his face. After many days of killing and fighting, his fighting skills had become much more proficient, and his originally weak body had become stronger. And Lu Yun also got a bone-breaking exercise. If he faced the provocation of that group of people again, Chin-mu would not need to use weapons at all, and he could knock them down with his fists and feet. "I want to see which blind person dares to come to my house to make trouble." Lu Yun's eyebrows were raised. He had long wanted to find someone to practice with. Every time he went out with Chin-mu, the other party would solve the problem like cutting melons and chopping vegetables. Except for a few minions who could pick up the leaks, there was actually no chance of bloodshed. He understood that the other party subconsciously protected him behind him. Seeing Lu Yun's lively appearance, Chin-mu felt a little relieved. At least this time, the other party did not die tragically because of him. The 2 people hurried home quickly, while Su-Chingchu and Kyu-yoran were still confronting each other. "What's there to say? One life for another. If you don't want to give me supplies, you can die here." After a loud roar, Su-Chingchu rushed towards the 2 of them with a dagger in his arms. "Kyu-yo-luo, hide to the side." After pushing her sister to the corner, Kyu-yoran went forward fearlessly. These days, she not only read books to learn knowledge, but more importantly, she asked Chin-mu to teach her some secret fighting moves. She didn't want to become a burden to the other party, or have no power to fight back. Facing Kuyuran's stubborn words, Chinmu's eyes, as dark as ink, looked straight into the depths of the other party's soul. "Teach me." Kuyuran repeated the words again. Only if Chinmu was willing to teach her, there would be room for reversal. "I can't fight, I can only kill people." The light words made her stunned. The other party's meaning was very clear: either learn to kill people or learn nothing and continue to live. "I will learn." The straightforward answer made Chinmu's heart flutter. Since the other party is so desperate, why should I be afraid? Chinmu had his own plan in mind as he raised a wanton smile at the corner of his mouth. This Kuyuran is very useful. If he is trained properly, he may become a general under his command. Ah! His wrist suddenly felt sore and the dagger fell straight down. Kuyuran took the weapon from Suqingqiu's hand with a simple move. "I said there is no room for negotiation. You saved my sister, so I owe you a favor. Leave now, I won't chase you." He took the dagger in his hand and swung it in a beautiful knife flower. Standing there indifferently, she was sweating profusely after the exercise. "It's impossible that I can't get the supplies. I will never leave." "Sister." Suqingqiu still misjudged the other party's vicious heart. She suddenly gave up and continued to fight with Kuyuran. Instead, she ran towards Kuyuluo. "Ah!" A blood mark suddenly appeared on the slender and white neck. It turned out that the other party had another dagger hidden in his arms. "Let my sister go." Watching the blood dripping, Kuyuran felt as if her heart was broken by a knife, and she wished she could take the blame for the other party. Her beautiful lips straightened directly, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Suqingqiu, you are gambling with your life. When Chinmu and the others come back, you will definitely not be able to escape." The second girl was in the hands of the other party, so she naturally did not dare to act rashly and could only use Chinmu's power to suppress her. Suqingqiu did not care, but said with a sneer, "Even if Chinmu comes, what does it matter? I don't believe he can take me down in one fell swoop. Let me see whether human life is more important or supplies are more important. It's just a yellow-haired girl who is about to grow up. What qualifications do you have to exchange for my supplies?" The slow speed of speech is distinctive. Several people quickly turned around and saw Chinmu walking back covered in blood. Throwing the full box aside, Suqingqiu's greedy eyes followed the other party's movements. EPWWWs.com, 336.com, 80SXS.cc, YJXS.c, 3JWHub, Xiaohongshu.com, Chubasasi.com, 7NCT.com. As expected, the box contained the missing supplies. "Give me this box and I will release Kuyuluo." He couldn't wait to make a deal. The longer he stayed here, the more danger there was. Suqingqiu urged Kuyuran to beg for mercy. "Don't you want to save your sister? Go and ask Chinmu for help. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Get out of here with your people." Chinmu's words were quite sarcastic, as if he didn't care about Kuyuluo's life. Kuyuran stood there, hesitant to speak, feeling a chill in her heart. What qualifications did she have to ask Chinmu to take action? She watched the dagger gradually approach Kuyuran's neck. A dangerous idea was born in her heart. If anything happened to her sister, she would just let him do whatever he wanted. Cough! A slight cough came over, awakening Kuyuran's trance. Chinmu and Suqingqiu were negotiating, and Lu Yun sneaked into the corner without knowing when. He gestured wildly at Kuyuran. "This is... Chinmu is playing tricks on him." Kuyuran's mind suddenly turned around, and she wanted to slap herself now. How could she have such an idea? It's useless. Let him go. Get out of here now. Not wanting to waste words with this scumbag, Chinmu made a move. I don't know when. He suddenly appeared behind Suqingqiu, and the cold blade was pressed against the other's white neck. Feeling the cold on her neck, swallowed her saliva, and her weapon slowly fell down as her hands lost strength. Bang! The crisp sound seemed to indicate her failure. Kuyuluo took the opportunity to break free from the other party's restraints and ran to Kuyuran's side. "Sister!" she cried breathlessly while hugging Kuyuran. She had been exhausted physically and mentally after going through so much in just one day. After finally finding her sister, she slowly fell asleep in her warm arms. Lolo! Rubbing her sister's soft hair, Kuyuran looked at Chinmu with increasingly complicated eyes. This man saved her again. How should she repay him? Get lost! He kicked Suqingqiu in the waist, causing her to roll on the ground several times. Chinmu had a faint smile on his lips, as if he was playing with an ignorant beast. "Mr. Chin?" Su Qingqiu's extremely charming voice rang again, and she even deliberately lifted her clothes in an attempt to seduce the other party. At this point, she clearly realized that Qinmu had no feelings for her, but she still wanted to take a chance. "Get lost!" A thunderous voice sounded, and Qinmu's cold blade smashed in front of Su Qingqiu. Su Qingqiu was so scared that she sat down on the ground, not caring about the clothes on the ground, and rolled out of the community. "Qinmu, I will never let you go." Once again embarrassed in public, Su Qingqiu, who had lost her clothes, slowly crawled in the snow. But the flame of hatred in her heart, like an endless source of power, supported her movement. When he walked in front of the hut, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a strong arm grabbed the clothes in front of him and smashed them hard on the floor. "Brother, Teng! Ah!" Looking at the ferocious Lu Yun in front of him with horror, Su Qingqiu could only let out a quick scream and fainted again in embarrassment. "Bitch! You dare to betray me and leave alone! I'll teach you a lesson." The deafening roar resounded throughout the snow, but it did not attract any attention. Ma Teng had just returned and saw the messy residence. He was not a fool and guessed that it was Su Qingqiu's doing. After discovering that all the valuables and warm supplies in the house had disappeared, he calmed down in front of the door. If the other party had someone to rely on, he would never shrink back to him. At that time, he would most likely return to the porcelain. The death of two people in the end of the world is just a common thing, and the resources in the house are not enough. The bloody eyes gradually shifted to the ground, to Su Qingqiu, who was covered with scars but fainted on the ground. The scarlet tongue licked his lips. Ma Teng picked up the blade on the ground and walked towards the other party's body step by step. "Since you have done something wrong to me, then compensate me well." "Mr. Qin." Kuyuran lowered his head, his face full of guilt, but his hands were still firmly protecting his sister. She knew that it was her impulse that had caused Su Qingqiu to salivate. Knowing that Qinmu would not leave useless people behind, she mustered up her courage and said loudly, "I will take Loluo away directly." "Stay." Qinmu picked up the blade not far away, grabbed a handful of blood and wiped it. The blood on the blade instantly became fluorescent. The other party's nonchalant tone made Kuyuran feel a tinnitus. "You? What did you say?" "My brother said that you two should stay in the safe house." Lu Yun suddenly interrupted and held Kuyuran's arm and pulled the two up from the ground. Kuyuran woke up slowly at this time. Seeing Lu Yun with a sunny smile on his face, she couldn't help but shrink into Kuyuran's arms. "Who is this person? He looks like a good person. Is that man the sister's boyfriend that Su Qingqiu said?" Curious eyes fell on Qinmu, who raised his eyebrows and showed a bad look on his face. "This little girl looks quite fun." But he was too small to be taken in. Qinmu looked at the other person with regret, then turned around and walked into the room first. "Let's go." Resigned to his fate, he lifted up the supplies beside him, and Lu Yun followed closely behind. Qinmu was playing dumb, letting him do the dirty work. After walking a few steps forward, he didn't hear any other familiar footsteps. Qinmu didn't even turn his head, but just threw down a sentence coldly. "If you feel guilty, then work hard for me." Although he didn't know what the other party meant by work, Kuyuran nodded subconsciously. If the two sisters didn't rely on Qinmu's power, they wouldn't survive for less than a week in this cannibalistic apocalypse. "Sister," Kuyuluo's expression was uncertain. Why did her sister look so troubled, mixed with gratitude? Is this still the famous cold goddess? Without giving her time to think, Kuyuran turned around and stared at Kuyuluo's eyes, which were like autumn water, and asked in a deep voice, "Do you want to become stronger?" "Yes." She nodded without thinking. As long as she could help her sister and let the two of them survive, she would be willing to die. EPZW.com, 3366S.com, AWX.com, XSXS.CYJX.CC, 3JWs.com, Xiaohongshu.cc, CanChimHMXSwood.com, 7CCTT.com. She already felt guilty about this matter, and it also put Kuyuran in a dilemma. Kuyuluo's mind moved towards further evolution. If she couldn't protect the person she loved most, what was the point of doing other things? Okay. A bright smile appeared on her face again. As expected of her sister, she was so strong. It turned out that Kuyuran had thought of asking Qinmu to help train Kuyuluo. The other party had learned Sanda and Taekwondo, and had a natural talent for martial arts. However, due to financial constraints and her own selfishness, she persuaded her sister to give up this path. Now it seems like a good opportunity to pick it up again. Let's go. Turning her eyes to the dark and heavy door, she spit out the foul air in her mouth and pulled Kyuluo into the warm and safe place. So warm. Feeling the warmth that she hadn't felt for a long time, Kyuluo almost shed tears. Chuyi also brought a few new clothes from the side and said softly to Kyuluo, "Sister, go to the bathroom to take a shower first. Here are some clothes. Go!" Pushing Kyuluo to Chuyi's side, Kuyuran turned to look at Chinmu. The other party just stretched out a finger and pointed to her room, and Kuyuran followed her with understanding. "What are you doing?" Seeing the white and soft body in front of him, Chinmu pulled the corner of his mouth speechlessly. What on earth was this woman thinking about? But she still sat on the bed with a leisurely look. If you don't take advantage of it, you're a bastard. After all, she's his woman, so what's wrong with looking at her a few more times? Aren't you? Facing Chinmu's expression of, "So you are this kind of person," Kyoran suddenly realized. She blushed and put on the clothes thrown on the ground again. Really, it turned out that I was wrong. Why didn't he remind me? She was secretly shy in her heart, but Kyoran quickly said seriously, "I want to ask you to train my sister." Reason. He casually picked up a close-fitting small shirt of the other party, and Chinmu took it in his hand to play with it. His vague eyes stayed on the towering mass. This woman has a really good figure. It was dark at the time, so he didn't pay much attention. His mind was full of dirty trash, but the other party's next sentence made him raise his eyebrows. "My sister has some talent in martial arts, and I want her to learn some self-protection skills. If necessary, you can sacrifice her. You can't always fight alone, right? Lu Yun's growth also needs some time. I know Kyoran is ruthless, but I didn't expect her to be so ruthless. She handed her own sister to me for training, and even wanted to send her to be cannon fodder. Have you asked her what she thinks? Her thoughts are not important. What's important is how to survive." Facing Chinmu's doubts, Kyoran denied it flatly, with a firm look in her eyes. "I don't know how long I can live. I am used by Chinmu with my half-baked medical skills, but Kyuluo has no use value. Rather than being thrown out to die in vain, it is better to fight now." Starting to train at the beginning of the apocalypse and surviving by chance is also a local hero. Kyoran's vision is far-sighted, just like she is now obsessed with reading, hoping that one day she can be put to use instead of being sacrificed. "You are very good." Looking at the other person with deep eyes, Kyoran's face suddenly smiled, and with that exquisite and beautiful face, Chinmu actually felt a surge of excitement. "Okay, I promise you, but there is a condition. It is impossible to directly agree to train a novice for nothing. Chinmu naturally has his own considerations. His own team has already taken shape. He is the core of it, and also the one with the highest military value. Lu Yun's strength is still to be discussed. Kyoran's identity as a doctor is self-evident, and Chuyi is also doing logistics work. What is missing now is a bait. Yes, a bait. With the rise of the end of the world, there are many people with active minds who secretly search for some children and women. In those areas where supplies are gathered or people come and go, they are released as bait, and those kind-hearted people are often surrounded by them. Then the supplies are seized and they die in the wilderness. This kind of thing is immoral and black-hearted, but it is endless in the end of the world where human nature is bright. Chinmu claimed that he was not a noble person, but this method worked every time. "You and your sister will go out with me tomorrow. If you can pass my test, I can teach her the art of self-defense." Chinmu touched his chin and finally decided on this strategy. Before, he taught Kyoran martial arts just out of interest. Now that he thinks about it carefully, training a Doomsday team may be more fulfilling. "Okay," Kyoran agreed immediately. Although she didn't know why Chinmu wanted to take her out, it wouldn't be wrong. The two then made some simple plans for future development and training. What surprised Chinmu was that Kyoran's eyes and strategy were not at all like this old man. If it weren't for the help of his memories of his previous life, some key points would not even be as good as the other party's wonderful ideas. This woman is really the right one to recruit, Chinmu muttered to himself in a low voice, with a look of surprise on his face. He had found a treasure this time. The other party's strategizing attitude was very similar to that of a big boss in the late apocalypse. Death Poison Doctor. The name of the Death Poison Doctor showed that she was a medical student. Not only did she have a great medical skill that was unrivaled in the apocalypse, But her poisoning method was also unique. She was ruthless and cruel. Everyone only knew that she was a woman, but no one had ever survived her poison. Accordingly, if someone was seriously injured only by looking for her, could they have a chance of saving their lives? Although it was not the time for awakening superpowers in the apocalypse, Chinmu had a vague guess in his heart. This Kuyuran was the future death poison doctor. The next night was spent adjusting and resting. Kuyulo was arranged to stay in the same room with Kuyuran. "Sister, is that Chinmu your boyfriend?" Blinking her big black and white eyes, Kuyulo's words almost made Kuyuran choke. "Ahem, where did you hear this rumor?" She stretched out her finger and tapped the other party's forehead. Kuyuran's face was helpless, but a suspicious red cloud flashed across her face. According to what was said before the end of the world, she was indeed Chinmu's girlfriend. But now she didn't know whether she was alive or dead, and there was also Chu Yi, so she could only stand in the back. That weird woman told me. She also said she was Chinmu's girlfriend. She couldn't figure out the relationship between the people. She just saw Chu Yi's sister lying in Chinmu's arms and acting like a spoiled child. VAR-EZW.com, 3366XS.com, ADWX.com, XSXS.CCYJX.CC3JWZ.com, ACOMZACTUNJAPON.CZ.HMA.com, 7CCT.com, Kobikuhi.com. Get a good feeling for Chu Yi. She treated her gently and even cooked for her. Moreover, her sister was a goddess like the bright moon in the sky, and now she was leaning on Chinmu's side. Did she have any magical power? Don't let your imagination run wild. Chinmu, he's a mysterious person. After hesitating for a moment, Kuyuran finally chose to use mysterious to describe him. After being together for so long, she still didn't know how strong he was, just like a bottomless pool of water, hard to figure out. And Chinmu always encountered some strange things, such as Lu Yun's strange face before he came back. It means that Chinmu was a prophet who guessed that there were gangsters hiding in the supermarket. Before the other party could react, Chinmu kicked the shelf in front of them, making them embarrassedly buried. When describing, Lu Yun also gestured and vividly showed the situation on the scene. The sighing tone could not be concealed, and finally Chinmu knocked her unconscious with a tray. "If you have a brain disease, go lie down." Chinmu turned around and left after leaving a seemingly true and false sentence, but Kuyuran remembered this matter in her heart. Chinmu showed much more than that, and the only thing she could do was to follow him. After a full night of rest before dawn, Kuyuran dragged Kuyuluo out of the bed. "Luoluo, sister tells you something. Going out today is a life and death battle. No matter what, you must protect yourself first." Her fingers patted her shoulders hard, which made Kuyuluo sober up a little. Looking at her sister in front of her with a confused face, Kuyuluo opened her mouth and closed it again. Her sister stayed in Chinmu's room for a long time yesterday. Could it be because of what happened today? What price did she pay? Kuyuluo became very perceptive about some things. She knew that Chinmu was not a person who would suffer losses. Kuyuran must have paid a price. "Sister will go out with you today. Remember my words." After another instruction, Kuyuran straightened her collar, and her gentle eyes fell on her. This is the only relative she has left in the world. No matter what, even if it means risking her own life, she must protect each other. Two sisters are very similar to a certain extent, but they are also particularly sincere and crazy. "Okay," nodded vigorously, her black hair stuck to her face. Kuyuluo still had a childish face, which made Kuyuran feel a sour nose. They should have been laughing and playing on campus, but in order to make a living, they had to go through life and death trials. Why is the fate of the two sisters so miserable? After sorting out her emotions, Kuyuran took Kuyuluo's hand and slowly walked out of this warm, safe house. At this time, Chinmu and Lu Yun were already standing there ready to go. Chinmu had no equipment on his body except for the cold weapon flashing with cold light in his hand. But Lu Yun brought a lot of large and small bags. Looking at each other helplessly, Chinmu couldn't help but remind him, "If you carry so many things every time you go out, you won't be able to run away when the time comes." I don't know where he learned this habit from, as if he had to stay outside for 10 days or half a month every time he went out, and he always liked to bring some unnecessary things with him. "I'm just in case. What if something happens?" Lu Yun frowned in dissatisfaction, and in the face of the other party's words, he was selectively deaf. Chinmu sighed quietly, and could only secretly feel fortunate that the zombies in the apocalypse had not yet awakened. Otherwise, with Lu Yun's large and small bags, he would only be killed. Are you ready? Turning his gaze to the two sisters who looked nervous, Qin thought for a moment and pulled out 2 blades from Lu Yun's backpack, threw them in front of the two. These are weapons for self-defense. Take them. Don't think too much. Hot weapons have not really surfaced yet. If we act first, we will definitely become the target of public criticism. Qinmu's words are not without reason. The end of the world has just entered the early stage, and the hidden munitions are large, and it is impossible to take out the equipment at the bottom of the box. If ordinary people like us take out the munitions first, it will definitely cause riots. Okay? Distributing the blades to herself and her sister, Kuyuran nodded. She was wearing a tight outfit today, which was completely different from the fabric of her previous clothes. Some of the rough fabrics hurt her skin, but it outlined her perfect figure to the fullest. In fact, the design of these clothes was designed by Qin, based on some battle armor in the late end of the world, and he gave it to Chu Yi for processing. Although it was a bit rough, it could still block some attacks from ordinary people. Let's go! Turning his eyes to the snowdrifts outside, the surrounding environment was pure and spotless, but underneath the white, countless corpses and blood were hidden. A group of people left the community in a mighty manner. Their goal was simple, which was to go to the Carrefour supermarket 800 meters away from the community. This area was a wealthy area, and even an ordinary supermarket had a huge warehouse hidden inside. Because of the remote geological location, no one thought of this place. Instead, Qin walked into the warehouse by mistake in order to search for supplies. Not only were there ordinary supplies hidden inside, but there was also something more important, that is, matches. I didn't expect that in this era, there would still be such a large batch of matches. If there were problems with the engine and fuel engine later, this batch of matches would be life-saving. In the end times, you can live without electricity and energy, but without fire, you will definitely not be able to survive. You guys stay alert outside. Kyuluo, follow me in. After a simple defense arrangement, Qin turned his attention to the girl. When he found that the other party did not refuse, but nodded firmly, a trace of surprise flashed in the black depths of his eyes. The sisters in this family are tough. Be careful, Lu Yun warned worriedly. For some reason, he always felt that something was wrong. His sixth sense was as accurate as ever. Yeah. Under the concerned eyes of the two people, Qin and Kuyuluo gradually walked into the bottomless warehouse. Because of the low temperature preservation, the surrounding temperature was several degrees lower than outside. Be careful! Suddenly, a delicate shout came from the side, followed by a black shadow that suddenly jumped out. Qin moved his wrist. The black shadow fell to the ground instantly, and the body was separated. Bursts of black blood flowed from the wound. Not good. EPZD.com 3366us880dex.com xsxsccyjx.cczs.com 8pzw.com hongshu.chmxse.com sem7cct.com. Qinmu's eyebrows, which had been relaxed, suddenly locked together. He grabbed Kyuluo's arm and stepped back a few steps. He felt a pain in his teeth. If he was not mistaken, the body lying on the ground was an animal. The wounds on the body had rotted, and it looked like it had been dead for a long time, but it came back to life again, so there was only one possibility. The other party was infected with the Doomsday virus and was about to become a zombie monster. Damn it! I clearly calculated the time correctly, and there was still about half a month before the middle of the Doomsday. How could such a creature suddenly appear now? Could it be that my appearance promoted the butterfly effect? His mind was constantly disturbed. Even Qin couldn't help but be distracted a little. Brother! Seeing a black shadow appear again and Qin looked dazed, Kyuluo didn't know where she got the courage from, and thrust the blade in her hand forward fiercely, with the sound of the blade scraping against flesh. Ah! A weird scream sounded, and Qin woke up as if from a dream, and pushed forward along with the opponent's strength, and the zombie monster died again. Thank you. Qin back was already covered in cold sweat. He couldn't imagine that if he hadn't come back to his senses, he would be bitten by this thing. His whole back was cold, and his eyes looking at Kyuluo were also a little gentle. This girl is much more useful than he thought. He smiled at the other party gently. No kidding, Kyuluo only felt her hands and feet cold. The appearance of the monster just now really scared her, and the movement of her hands was a few points faster than her brain reaction. I should not disappoint my sister's expectations. You leave. Chinmu took a few steps back and gestured to Kyuluo, signaling her to leave. Originally, he thought that this place was close to the community and had abundant supplies, so he could use it to train his sisters and lovers, but he didn't expect the zombies to come so soon. Okay, Kyuluo nodded decisively and turned around to run. She didn't want to stay here and hold her back. The blade at hand was slowly pulled out and pointed directly at the monster with bared teeth. I haven't killed zombies for a long time. Let me try the feel. The next second, the bricks under Chinmu's feet suddenly shattered, and he rushed to the zombie at lightning speed. Swish! The zombie's skin was sticky, and the rotten flesh fell to the ground with the fall of the blade, staining it black. Want to run? No way. All the blood in his body was concentrated in his heart, and Chinmu had a crazy look on his face. It had been a long time since he had such a passionate fight, and the bloodthirsty factor in his blood gradually awakened. People who survived the apocalypse all had some bloody habits. Chinmu was a great good man for not killing innocent people indiscriminately. Now that he finally had a place to vent his anger, he would naturally not let it go easily. The monster seemed to have realized that Chinmu was not easy to deal with. It did not have orthodox thinking, but knew how to dodge and escape. But it misunderstood the gap between itself and the other party. If it had any reason left, it would definitely regret its behavior. Ah! With a scream that sounded like neither a human nor a ghost, Chinmu wiped the blood off his face and couldn't help frowning. After all, he was impulsive and all his clothes were wasted. He threw his coat on the ground casually, picked up the blade on the ground, and stared at the monster on the ground, wondering whether it was dead or alive. Why did the loss that only occurred in the middle of the apocalypse appear so quickly now? Could it be that someone was manipulating it behind the scenes? No. I must have thought wrong. Chinmu couldn't help tightening his fingers. He thought of a rumor that spread in the end of the world in his previous life. The end of the world was not because of heaven's punishment, but because there was a mysterious biotechnology company that used experiments to create these monsters. The latter company organized a group of awakened people in an attempt to capture zombies for research. He was desperate at the time and wanted to go there to seek refuge, but was driven out. Your ability is too weak. We don't need it. The guard's voice and smile with sarcasm still appeared in front of him. Chinmu's mouth slowly raised an arc, but his face was cold. Even if it was man-made, so what? If they dare to kill me here, I will naturally make them have no way back. Brother Mu, are you okay? Lu Yun and his group were anxiously turning around outside the door. They had already learned the news from Kyuluo. Now seeing Chinmu come out intact, they were relieved. Who are you trying to scare to death? The fingers clenched into a fist and hit Chinmu's shoulder hard, but Lu Yun still reduced the strength. He looked at the other party with a complaint, and there was a trace of tears in his eyes. God knows that when he just learned that Chinmu was fighting desperately in there, his heart almost stopped. He only had such a good brother, and he was also his savior. If he died in there, he would not want to live. How much you underestimate my ability. Chinmu raised his eyebrows, and a smile appeared on his face. Seeing the worried expressions on everyone's faces, his heart was also warm. Unlike the previous life, he had such a group of reliable partners in this life. Maybe he will go on a different path. By the way, Chuyi just sent us a message. It seems that someone is making trouble at the door. Lu Yun raised the walkie-talkie in his hand, and he felt a pain in his teeth. What kind of sweet cakes are they? Groups of people come to the door one after another to make trouble. It seems that I have spoiled them too much. Chinmu's eyes flashed with a cold light. It seems that the group of good neighbors hiding behind him can't help it. I have witnessed with my own eyes that group of humans fighting for a bite of food and even killing a famous good person in the community. In their words, the fittest survive. Since that's the case, I won't be polite. A group of people quickly rushed to the community, and just as they reached the door, they heard a noisy voice. Hurry up and break the door. There is only a weak woman inside. Kill her and we can get the supplies. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. What are you urging? Am I not using force? Oh, stop arguing. It will be bad when Chinmu comes back. The noisy voices echoed in his ears, and Chinmu's face sank. I didn't expect that this group of people really set their sights on his own home. Brother Mu, Do you want me to go over and teach them a lesson? Lu Yun said impatiently, holding a machine gun in his hand. It was given to him by Qin Mu before he went out, just for prevention. Now it seems that it is the best to use it to deter those greedy people. I don't know what the neighbors are doing at my door. EPZ3366XS.com, 80xxxxxxx.cyjxs.cc, 3jwww.com, xiaohongshu.cc, hhmxs2.com, 7cct.com. Bean did not say anything, but took the initiative to greet them. Killing these termites is a complete waste of bullets. It is better to use strategies. The crowd was silent for a moment, and then the old man Wang, the leader, flattered. Xiaoqin, look at the current situation. It's hard to survive. I heard that you have a lot of supplies. Why don't you take them out and share them? Old man Wang is a famous peacemaker in the community. Everyone will go to him to mediate any problems, and more or less give him some face. But today's words are meaningful. It sounds nice to say that everyone can share, but in fact, they want Qin Mu to support this large group of people alone. I am not a fool, so I will let him provoke me. Old Wang, are you kidding me? Where can I get the supplies? You know, my friend lives with me, and our family is living a tight life. I was thinking of borrowing some supplies from you. We are all friendly neighbors. Qin Mu directly bit back, leaving the other party speechless. Yes, we are all good neighbors. Why do you let me provide supplies alone? You should also help me. Everyone has nothing, Xiaoqin. Just listen to my advice and take out the things. Old man Wang's seemingly earnest consolation was actually a threat. This man was holding weapons of different sizes in his hands, and even brought the hammer he brought over. Qin Mu believed that if he refused again, they would rush over with weapons. I said, I don't have any supplies here. Qin Mu stared at the group of people for 2 seconds and said with a smile. This half-smile completely ignited their fear and anger. Why did they and others hide at home and linger while Qin Mu hid at home eating delicious food and drinking spicy drinks and holding a beautiful woman? This is unfair. Under the threat of death, people's bad nature is infinitely magnified. Let's see who dares to come over. Lu Yun shouted at the top of his voice, holding a machine gun in his hand, and stepped forward to block Qin Mu. The black muzzle was pointed at everyone, and they rolled and crawled back. What's going on? How can they have guns? Which bastard provided this information? This group of people is nothing more than a mob, a temporary alliance that was broken by a single attack. Qin Mu was frightened by the weapon in Lu Yun's hand before he could move. Lu Yun stood there proudly, his calves still shaking. When he came to this community before, this group of people looked down on him and thought he was a gangster. Now it was his turn to look down on them. Everyone, come on, don't worry about this. It's just a fake. The crowd was armed, and no one knew who suddenly shouted this. As if they had mustered up their courage, a group of Hop people put aside their fears, shouted, and attacked Qin Mu and his men. Kuyoran's food and energy were all dying soon, so why would he care about this fake toy gun? Bang! Continuous and huge explosions sounded, and bullet shells fell crisply on the ground. As several figures fell, his body was gradually stained with a pool of red. Ah, someone's dead! Ah! Deafening screams sounded, and this group of people would not turn back until they hit the wall, and they had to learn to restrain themselves after seeing the tragic situation. I said, don't try to covet my supplies. Qin Mu raised his eyebrows, his tone as cold as iron. This group of greedy community people. They were obviously scared by his methods. Unexpectedly, Qin Mu really dared to attack them, and took away several lives with one move. Qin Mu, you dare to kill people. The higher-ups will never let you go. Just wait, just wait. A heart-wrenching rebuke sounded, and the wig on old Wang's head fell to the ground at some point and was trampled into a mess. He was supported by others, and his fingers kept trembling as he pointed at Qin Mu. This is simply a madman. What kind of society is it now? Killing people in public. Do you still want to live? Oh, why don't you go and look for him? Qin Mu looked at him with amusement, and they realized that Kuyoran. Has the higher-ups completely given up on ordinary people? That's right. This old man Wang always relies on his son-in-law, who is the decision-maker of the government, to show off in the community. But what is the truth? In his previous life, this old man was showing off in the community, and the fact was exposed by someone. The so-called son-in-law was completely unfounded, and he was just using it to collect supplies. In the end, he was besieged to death by the crowd and ended up being torn apart by 5 horses. It was really ridiculous. Let's go! Seeing the gun raised again, Old Man Wang did not dare to continue to pester. He drove a group of people away from Qin Mu's door with tears and shouts. It was a joke. He originally wanted to scare the other party with the power of numbers, but he didn't expect to be killed by Qin Mu. Qin Mu, you wait. A vicious look flashed in Old Man Wang's eyes. Now his identity was exposed by Kuyuran. He was the boss of this group of people, mainly because the supplies had been exhausted. Even if he was the boss, he couldn't get any food, so he had to resort to this last resort. Qin Mu. Seeing Qin Mu and others finally come back, Chuyi couldn't help but throw herself into their arms, with tears in the corners of her eyes. She was so scared to death in the house alone. The people outside were laughing and scolding. Although she had contacted them, Chuyi, a weak woman, was still trembling. This support like Mount Tai, back home again, Chuyi realized that she was becoming more and more dependent on Qin Mu. It's okay. Feeling the warmth in his arms, Qin Mu bent down slightly and whispered in his ear, "If you are afraid, come to my room tonight." Looking up and seeing the other party's evil smile, Chuyi couldn't help blushing a little, but still nodded slightly. Then she told the whole story. Bang! He slammed the table hard, causing the water cup on the table to break into pieces. Qin Mu looked at Lu Yun, who was full of anger, speechlessly. They are bullying too much, and they are also morally blackmailing. Originally thought that I was already a bastard, but I didn't expect this group of people to be even more shameless. If you can't survive, you have to sacrifice other people's lives, and you also want the upper level to send people to rescue you. Is this preparing to make a fool of yourself? For a while, they won't dare to come again, but we must be on guard against others. We must be prepared in advance. After arranging Kuyuluo in the room, Kuyuran walked out. Yes, and there is also Su Qingqiu. Qin Mu opened his eyes in surprise when he suddenly heard this familiar name. If this woman stays, she will be a disaster. You have also seen how many problems she has brought. upwww.com, 3366xs.com, 80wxsxs.cydxs.c, 3jw.com, k.com, xiaohongshu.cchmxs.com, 7ct.com. Kuyuran observed the other party's expression nervously, fearing that Qin Mu would refute her ideas if he was dissatisfied. She pursed her lips tightly, but she had to say this. The problems brought by Su Qingqiu are definitely not a little bit, and they will definitely form a prairie fire in the future. Don't underestimate a woman who is full of revenge. What kind of things will she do? Okay, I have my own plans, and I know some things in my mind. Qin Mu nodded, and a bad smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. There was no point in simply killing. He wanted Su Qingqiu to survive in this apocalypse, but only if she lived a life worse than death. He wanted to return the pain of his previous life to Su Qingqiu 1,000 times. I'll give you a task. Copy 100 copies of the contents on this paper and post them on the surrounding buildings. The more obvious, the better. He took out a piece of paper from the drawer of the table and pushed it in front of everyone. The 3 big words "wanted" on it made people feel cold. Qin Mu was really cruel. He put Su Qingqiu on the wanted list. Anyone who beats or scolds the other party can be exchanged for corresponding supplies. He wants to force the other party into a desperate situation. Okay. Lu Yun was the first to raise his hand to agree. He had been unhappy with Su Qingqiu for a long time. Relying on Qin Mu's love, he was arrogant and rude to him. This kind of scourge should die sooner. Yes, Kuyuran and Chuyi also nodded in unison. Su Qingqiu is not only their enemy, but also a potential competitor. Although they don't know when Qin Mu will change his mind, they must not let him take the position. The two looked at each other silently. As long as Su Qingqiu doesn't appear, they can tolerate his existence. To be honest, women's minds are really weird. In the next few days, everyone posted the wanted notice on the surrounding buildings. Ma Teng also saw the paper when he was hunting outside. There is such a good thing. Thinking of the useful woman at home, his heart was alive. Ma Teng chose to keep the woman first. After all, he still needed her to clean up. Now it seems that exchanging her for supplies is also the best choice. Teng, brother Teng, you are back. Seeing Ma Teng coming back, Su Qingqiu subconsciously raised a flattering smile. She knew very well that the other party needed a machine to vent, and she was this machine. But for some reason, the other party's expression seemed different today. Brother Teng, there are no more supplies at home. After hesitating for a long time, finally chose to tell the truth. He had been hungry for several meals. If there was no more food source, he would starve to death here. It's okay, we will have supplies soon. Ma Teng waved his hand and sat on the garbage dump. He looked at Su Qingqiu meaningfully. The uneasiness in her heart became stronger, but before she could react, a loud noise rang out. Ah! A little bit of warmth flowed down her head, and Su Qingqiu opened her eyes and saw a bright red in front of her. Brother Teng! It's okay, Su Qingqiu. Just bear it. Wait for me to send you over and get the supplies. Ma Teng was as excited as if he had taken stimulants, breathing heavily as he looked at her. It was as if there was a large plate of delicious food in front of him. Brother Teng, what do you mean by this? The sharp voice seemed to tear the eardrum, and before the other party could reply, there was another crackling sound outside the door. Hey, the people inside, hurry up and hand over Su Qingqiu to me. Yes, you will be fine if you hand him over. The sound of condemnation outside the door was endless, and Su Qingqiu's face gradually turned pale. What on earth is going on? Why are so many people looking for me? Bah, a bunch of blind people, dare to come here to provoke me. Spitting on the ground, Ma Teng picked up the baseball bat in the corner and rushed out. Only he could take the supplies released by Qin Mu, and all the others who were in the way would be killed. Soon there was the sound of weapons clashing, but followed by Ma Teng's miserable screams. What the hell is going on? Su Qingqiu tore her hair madly. Her eyes were bloodshot. Qin Mu. It must be Qin Mu. It was the group of people he bribed to come and kill me. She fumbled around for something, but there was nothing. Gritting her teeth, Su Qingqiu finally chose to climb out of the window. But seeing that there was a height of nearly 4 or 5 meters below, her heart began to pound. I won't die if I jump down from here. Just as Su Qingqiu hesitated, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her scalp. Ah! She was actually dragged down from the windowsill by her hair. Please let me go. Please let me go. I can promise you anything. She knelt on the ground with her hands clasped together. She even wanted to take off her clothes, but was kicked into the corner by someone. A slut like a rotten fish and shrimp wants to seduce people. How shameless! The man looked at Su Qingqiu with disgust. How could this woman be considered a good thing if she could provoke Qin Mu? Not to mention the idiot lying at the door, who actually wanted to fight with everyone with a baseball bat, but was sent to the West in the end. For the sake of supplies, you can only be sacrificed. With a weird smile on his face, under Su Qingqiu's terrified eyes, a group of people swarmed up. Except for the tiny moans, there was no trace of them in the snow. Heaven has its own way of reincarnation. No one can be spared by heaven. Su Qingqiu did many evil things in his previous life, and he sought his life in this life. This end is also his own fault. The least valuable thing in the end of the world is human life. Soon, another week passed. Now even the headquarters of some electrical companies began to lose power. Water and food were the most precious things in this world. Mutilated corpses and bloodstains could be seen everywhere. In order to survive, this group of people would do anything, and killing and robbing were common. Now society has been completely paralyzed, and the upper level can't take any measures. Qin Mu's face was indifferent, and he stood in front of the window with the same movements as a few months ago. But his cold temperament was many times stronger than before. As the end of the world progressed, the power awakened in him became stronger and stronger. The upper level in the previous life also took some measures to save the people, but the people in this life were completely abandoned. Should we say that things are impermanent or people are cruel? Compared with Qin Mu's safety, the eyes of the people in the community were green. They were not infected with the zombie virus, but simply hungry. EPZWW.com, 3366SWX.com, XS.C, 3JXS.CCYJOutcom, 8canshuba.cc, HMXT.com, 7CCT.com. Before they went to Qin Mu to ask for supplies, they were already at the end of their strength. Now they have done a lot of unscrupulous things. He survived until now. Among them, the old man Wang is the leader. Now he can't be considered human. The degree of disgust among them is not to be investigated, but a trace of red flashed in the pale gums. Old Wang, what should we do now? There is no food anymore. A strong man said beside him, "Those who can survive are all capable. Except for old Wang, who threatened with a fake identity behind him, all others are strong young men, and there are a few women who are used to vent." The sturdy man looked at old man Wang with more and more dissatisfaction. If the other party had not been intimidating him with his background, he would have killed him and taken the position. Don't worry, Dachang. It really doesn't work. We can only go to Chinmu's place. Old Man Wang now has a sharp face and a monkey face. The wig on his head has disappeared without a trace. No one knows where it was thrown away in the melee. He has been secretly observing the whereabouts of Chinmu and his men. Their faces are flushed, and tempting fragrance occasionally comes from the room. They are like rats in the tunnel, greedily coveting everything. In order to survive, they once again set their sights on Chinmu's safe house. As long as they seize that house, surviving is just an easy thing. Today, my family made squirrel mandarin fish and tofu stew. He took a photo of the food on his table and sent it to the group. The community group, which had been silent for nearly 3 months, suddenly became boiling with people. Old Man Wang, Chinmu, what do you mean by this? Are you provoking me in public? We are all suffering from the cold here, and there are so many elderly, children, women and children here, but you are the one enjoying it all. It's simply inhumane. After a scolding, Old Man Wang's ugly face finally eased. He stared at the screen, wishing he could get in immediately and grab the food to eat. This Chinmu is so infuriating. Can we just rush over tonight? The strong man smashed the glass next to him with a punch, and then withdrew his punch with a grin. Ordinary people nowadays have no awakened superpowers at all, so doing this is just asking for trouble. Looking at the constantly flashing mobile phone screen, Chinmu slowly hooked a cold smile. Don't you like to make trouble? I want to see what kind of trouble you can make. It is obvious that Chinmu did this on purpose in order to provoke conflicts in the community. There are still many people alive in the community, most of whom are strong laborers, and they are a force that cannot be underestimated after the end of the world. He just wanted to take this opportunity to attract them to come to attack him so that he could destroy this force naturally. Old Man Wang, as the director of the community, I have to say a few more words. Now we are in a time of extreme danger. I call on everyone to help each other and overcome this disaster together. As soon as these words came out, the whole group fell silent again. There was not much food left at home. Old Man Wang now called on everyone to hand over the food, which was simply killing people. Old man, shut up! What stupid reasoning are you talking about? You want my food? No way! He hugged the thin woman beside him and curled his lips in disdain, pretending old thing. Others did not dare to say much because of Old Man Wang's power, but Zheng Ke was not afraid. He was a famous rich second generation in the city. A few days before the end of the world, he ran here to meet his lover secretly, but he was trapped here and couldn't get out. Fortunately, there was still some food hidden at home, so he could hold on until now. He was always unhappy with that Old Man Wang, and now that he was spreading rumors, he was the first to disagree. Old Man Wang? Ahem, Master Zheng Ke, I know your family is powerful, but don't underestimate my family. In this situation, do you want to live alone? A cold light flashed in the depths of Old Man Wang's eyes. This Zheng Ke had always been against him. If he hadn't been afraid of the other party's identity, he would have dragged this useless guy out and killed him. But now the superiors don't care, and the social order is completely disordered. No matter how powerful the other party is, it is just a paper tiger. With Zheng Ke's intervention, the other families who were unwilling to give out food also spoke up. Hundreds of messages were instantly swiped in the group, and Chinmu just supported his chin like watching a show. He wanted to see how long this group of people could hold on. Old Man Wang, I remember that Xiaoqin's family still has a lot of supplies. Xiaoqin, we are all good neighbors. Are you really willing to watch everyone starve to death? Chinmu understood in his heart that this was the other party's idea. First, he used the idea of living together to blackmail me, and then he used Zheng Ke's microblog to cause unrest. The ultimate goal was to force me to take out supplies. What a good trick. Chinmu, Mr. Wang, are you kidding me? My family can't even afford to eat. Chinmu couldn't help but burst out laughing. He leaned on the soft sofa, and the stove next to him emitted a constant stream of heat. It was as cold as a sub-zero ice cave outside, but his home was like spring. On the dining table not far away, there were several plates of delicious food. What he said was completely nonsense. But so what? He had absolute strength to stand here. If the group was not satisfied, they could come to his door. Mr. Qin, will there really be no problem if this happens? Chuyi had a full view of the situation in the group, and she looked at Chinmu with some concern. She understood that the other party wanted to lure the snake out of its hole, but once the group of people came forward, the situation would be difficult to control. "Don't worry, we have our own tricks." Chin-Moo had a smile on his face as if he didn't care about it. The weapons and ammunition in his warehouse were not vegetarian. If they dared to come, they would just bomb them. Anyway, their safety and quality were guaranteed. Even if the whole community was bombed, they would be safe. Okay, Chuyi was relieved after hearing the other party's promise. She always had an inexplicable trust in Chin-Moo. Even if the other party asked her to go out and get information immediately, she would be willing. After all, he gave her this life. Ding dong! The phone rang suddenly and Chin-Moo looked down, only to find that Old Man Wong had sent him a message alone. He raised his eyebrows with some amusement. He was so high-sounding in the group, and now he was chatting privately. This old man was really calculating. Old Man Wong. Xiao Qin, I am now the temporary director of the community committee. I am here to borrow some food from you on behalf of everyone. Don't worry, after this period of time is over, everyone will definitely return it to you. Chin-Moo laughed in anger. He knew that the other party had always coveted the position of director of the community committee, but he was unwilling to pay financially, so no one took him seriously. Now the other party did not know what shady means to get a temporary director position. EPZW.com, 366XS.com, 80WWXS.com, XSXS.C3W.com, Shanshuba.cc, Kanshubexs.com, Kanshashmaf, 7CCT.com. The so-called borrowing of food, I am afraid there will be no return, really fooling himself like a 3-year-old child. The end of the world is coming. Life and death are not a concern, but still care about this little official power. This Old Man Wong is really funny. Old Man Wong? Xiao Qin, do you know that seeing someone die is an immoral act? If you leave it outside, you will be sentenced. You are a good boy and don't want to cause trouble. Old Man Wong stared at the phone in front of him nervously and swallowed his saliva. He kept this private chat a secret from the community. If Chin-Moo was scared into submission by him, he planned to embezzle the supplies. A trace of greed flashed across his face. With this batch of supplies, he could last for a long time. As for the life and death of others, what does it have to do with him? People die for money, and birds die for food. Now that the world is like this, what's the point of caring about those ethics and morals? Chin-Moo. A short symbol, but full of irony. Ignoring the other party's crazy anger, Chin-Moo's thoughts fell into memories. The supplies that he had won with great difficulty in his previous life were looted by this Old Man Wong in the name of moral kidnapping. It's also his fault that he was young and believed the fake faces of that group of people. So when he went out to search for supplies again, the door of his house was forcibly broken by the other party, and the supplies that he had worked hard to save for 3 months were looted. No one knows how much contempt he suffered from Su Qingqiu during that time, and how humiliating he did to survive. This was like a mountain, pressing on Chin-Moo's heart, making him breathless. "Mr. Chin!" Chuyi exclaimed and threw herself at Chin-Moo's feet. The other party's eyes were now flashing with scarlet, and the heavy breathing was clearly visible. Could it be that Chin-Moo had suffered some additional internal injuries? What should I do? Should I go get medicine? Chuyi was anxious and flustered, with a hint of moisture in her eyes. She had never seen the other party so out of control. Nothing. I just thought of something bad. Holding the other party's tender hand, Chin-Moo couldn't control his strength and frowned slightly, but Chuyi didn't take back his hand. When the other party let go again, it was already covered with purple bruises. "I'm fine. Go down and apply some medicine." Chin-Moo's eyes softened as he looked at Chuyi, and his mind was a little complicated. It's hard to meet such a sensible and obedient woman. If Chuyi is always so well behaved, he doesn't mind protecting her all the time. This is the promise Chin-Moo made. "Hearing what you said, I think my behavior is a bit wrong. How about this, Mr. Wong? Since you are the director of the community, please come alone and move the supplies to me." Old Man Wong. "Okay." He responded excitedly, and his hands were shaking so much that he almost couldn't type. He didn't expect Chin-Moo to be so smart. Sure enough, his power was useful. Such a tough guy was taken down by himself. He was complacent in his heart, and he didn't expect that this was a trap designed by Chin-Moo. "Come on, I will give you a big gift." Chin-Moo threw the phone aside casually, and his expression was inexplicable. He knew that with the greedy nature of the other party, he would not let go of this opportunity. According to his understanding of Old Man Wong, he would never tell the people in the community about this. There would be a good show to watch at that time. He would definitely break his legs and throw him into the crowd, making him be cursed by thousands of people. Thinking of his difficult survival in his previous life, Chinmu's heart was cold. He said in a stern voice, "Take out the knife in my room." Chuyi's face suddenly changed. She knew very well that the Tang sword was Chinmu's most precious thing. It was usually placed in the bedroom without moving. Now he was going to take it out. He was going to kill people. "Don't worry, it's just a lesson." Chinmu glanced at the other party, closed his eyes, and explained lightly. With Old Man Wong's status, he was not worthy of using this knife to shed blood. It was just that he hadn't fought side by side with his good brother for a long time, and he missed the life of fighting desperately before. He lowered his eyes, and his dry lips curled up a bloodthirsty arc. At 12 o'clock midnight that night, a timid figure slowly approached the door of the safe house. "Report, the target is approaching the door." Lu Yun stood in the monitoring room of the safe house and reported to Chinmu, who was standing at the door, looking at the heat source sensor in front of him. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Chinmu assigned tasks to everyone. Lu Yun is squatting in the monitoring room to observe everything, while Ku Yoran and Ku Yolu are guarding the stairwell to observe how quickly others are coming. "Let me go out and play alone." He simply laid out a strategic plan. Although it is said that you should not use a butcher knife to kill a chicken, a lion should also use all its strength to fight a rabbit. Before the end of the world really comes, and before the awakening of superpowers, he plans to be cautious. As for Chuyi, just make a good midnight snack. Chinmu noticed the other party's eager eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up with a wicked smile. "Mr. Chin." Chuyi glanced at the other party with a coquettish look, and her fair face was stained with a little red. He obviously did it on purpose. "I'm telling the truth. I'll be hungry." Looking at the other party seriously, Chuyi finally gave in. She nodded helplessly and whispered, "Be careful. Don't underestimate your husband's strength. Wait and see." Chuyi's face immediately flushed. Seeing Chinmu carrying the blade on his shoulder with a domineering look, she couldn't help but feel moved. It was such a man with superior martial arts and extraordinary temperament who provoked her mind everywhere. In a place where others couldn't see, Ku Yoran silently clenched her fingers. Why was Chinmu only so intimate with Chuyi? Without her knowing it, Ku Yoran's feelings for Chinmu had undergone subtle changes. She was jealous. "Let's go." Chinmu raised the blade with high spirits. When the heavy door opened, a beast-like madness flashed across his face. Finally, there was a chance to vent. Even if he couldn't kill someone, he had to make the other person live a life worse than death. New and old grudges together. Chinmu. Chinmu. Standing outside the door of the safe house, Old Man Wong tentatively scraped the door with his dagger. Apart from a sharp sound, no mark was left. A look of shock appeared on his face. What kind of material was Chinmu's house built with? His dagger was a fine steel dagger that he had stolen from someone else, and it was priceless. It couldn't leave any mark on this door. Ah! He fell backwards, leaving warm liquid in his nasal cavity. Old Man Wong got up from the ground with a dazed head and found Chinmu pushing open the door with an innocent look on his face. EPZW.com, 336S.com, 80DHSXS.C set 3G.com, ekanhuba.chmxs.com, 70.com. Old Wang, what are you doing? It's not the new year yet. The glaring mockery on the other party's face did not seem fake. Old Wang looked down and found himself kneeling on the ground in an extremely embarrassing posture. Ahem, my legs are not good at all because of my age. He glanced at Chinmu viciously. This little bastard was deliberately making fun of him. When he got the supplies, he would never let pat him off easily. But he couldn't quarrel with Chinmu now, so he could only smile awkwardly. Xiao Qin, where are the supplies in your house? I'll help you carry them. While rubbing his hands, he impatiently poked his head into the room behind Chinmu. Old Man Wang had already felt the faint heat source in the house, and he was full of jealousy. He also said that his family had no supplies and no food. This Chinmu is just drama queen. Cursing secretly, Old Man Wang was about to step forward, but something cold pressed against his throat. You, Xiao Qin, what are you doing? Didn't we agree on this? Drops of cold sweat fell from his forehead, and he saw the blade flashing with cold light in front of him. Old Man Wang was so scared that he almost fainted. He was a good citizen who abided by the law. Where had he seen such a thing? But I don't want to give it to you now, Chinmu said in a leisurely and meaningful tone. The whole person was floating with the momentum of asking for a beating. No matter how angry Old Man Wang was, he didn't dare to move in the face of the threat to his life. Chinmu, you will cause public outrage if you say that. Staring at Chinmu angrily, Old Man Wang tried to use the power of numbers to threaten him. He secretly regretted that he would not have been greedy for profit and brought more people with him. He did not expect Chinmu's methods to be so vicious. He would kill people at every turn. Didn't it also be useless when you came with a group of people last time? Chinmu casually tore open the other party's scar, hooked his lips, and his expression was not serious. He was just doing it casually. As long as it didn't cause an accident, he would do whatever he wanted. Even if he killed Old Man Wang here now, he would only laugh heartily. But the other party is still useful now. Xiao Qin? No, young Master Qin, I didn't recognize the great man. It's not easy for this old man to live until now. Just treat me as a fart. Seeing that the threat failed, Old Man Wang immediately knelt down and begged for mercy, crying and crying. If he didn't know the other party's true face, Chinmu would really be moved by him. Hehe. He laughed twice in a low voice, and just when Old Man Wang looked up in surprise, a sound of bone fracture rang out. Ah, my leg! Covering his leg, Old Man Wang's right leg showed a twisted arc. It turned out that Chinmu had broken his leg. Remember, this is the end of provoking me. After saying this coldly, Chinmu turned around and left, leaving the other party alone screaming. Did you record it? Chinmu walked straight to the monitoring room and asked in a low voice under Lu Yun's excited expression. I recorded it. I recorded it. Brother Qin, you are so handsome. Didn't you see how miserable the old man cried? Lu Yun's mouth was grinning. He wanted to teach that group of people a lesson with guns before, but Chinmu kept stopping him. Now, seeing the punishment of the culprit, he is happier than anyone else. I'll post it in the group after recording it, so that those people can see what will happen if they mess with me. Chinmu looked gentle and calm, and it was hard to tell that he had just broken a man's leg. He directly recorded the miserable state of Old Man Wang and posted it in the group. On the surface, he was playing along with the enemy, but in fact, he wanted to take this opportunity to show off his power. With the example of the other party, those cowards would naturally not dare to watch again. Okay. Rubbing his eyebrows tiredly, Chinmu returned to the room and placed the blade on his legs. His slender white fingers stroked the blade that flashed with cold light, and he muttered to himself, After a while, we can fight side by side again. This tang sword was collected by Chinmu alone in the suburbs of another province after he collected supplies. In his previous life, he relied on this tang sword to fight his way out, and it was also obtained by chance. He used Lu Yun and his own connections to find clues about this blade. It took nearly a month to get it, and the best craftsman in the city was asked to forge it. Strictly speaking, this ordinary blade is not inferior to those spiritual weapons in the late apocalypse. Ah! Save me! Save me! A mosquito-like sound rang out, and Dachang looked out the door with some concern, and saw an old man with blood on his hands lying on the ground. Oh my God, what the hell? Without holding back, he kicked hard and kicked Old Man Wang over. Dachiang! The angry voice appeared, and Dachiang suspected that he had tinnitus. He picked his ears and looked carefully, and he found that the person lying on the ground was none other than Old Man Wang. Old Wang, how did you get into this state? He quickly helped the other person up from the ground. Dang also noticed the abnormal shape of the other person's feet, and asked straightforwardly, Who did you offend to get beaten like this? Old Wang's twisted face suddenly froze. He stretched out his hand to push the other person's arm away, then gritted his teeth and said, It was that bastard Chinmu. I kindly asked him to give us some supplies. Not only did he not give it to us, he also beat me up. He is not good at doing other things, but he is good at talking nonsense and confusing right and wrong. In just a few words, he pushed all the faults onto Chinmu and cleared himself. Dachiang is not a fool either, he asked suspiciously. But why did you go to ask for supplies in the middle of the night? Pa! I thought that everyone would rest at night, and I, an old man, would work hard alone, so this and that. At the end of the words, Old Wang couldn't make up anything, so he could only glare at the other person in shame and anger. I don't know where this idiot got this habit from, He has to dig deep to get to the bottom of things. If he says a few more words, he will be exposed. Okay. Trying to suppress his smile, a cold light flashed in Da Qiang's eyes. He didn't believe that this old man Wang would give up his own interests and sacrifice for everyone. This kind of chicken soup for the soul is good to just listen to. But now it seems that he has returned in disappointment. Qinmu is really not easy to deal with. Hurry up and call all the people in the community. I want to hold a meeting. He was itching with hatred, but he was sure that he could not defeat Qinmu at all. So Old Man Wang planned to attack from another side and kill with a borrowed knife. EPZW.com, 336XS.com, 80WS.com, XSS.cc, YGXS.cc, 3J.com, 8PZW.com, Xiaohongshu.cc, Konshuba, HXSS.com, 7CCWUHE.com. Sitting on the chair next to him, Old Man Wang's expression eased a little and he gave instructions to Da Qiang. He was still talking about caring about everyone's rest the last second, but now he wants to mobilize everyone for a meeting. This old man is really slapping himself in the face. About an hour later, people from the community came here in all directions. They all had sleepy and dissatisfied looks on their faces. If anyone was sleeping well, they would not be satisfied to be called over, not to mention that they were all hungry. They finally coaxed themselves to sleep, but were forcibly woken up by Da Qiang. Old Wang, what on earth are you calling us for? A young man from the community couldn't help but ask. His curious eyes fell on the strangely angled right leg of Old Wang. There were many such eyes. Old Wang pulled his leg back with a dark face, but he felt another sharp pain. Thinking of the culprit of his wound, he almost bit his teeth. Everyone has seen how I was injured. It was Qinmu, that bastard, who beat me. He claimed that he wanted to dominate the entire community. Old Wang's words were different this time. He didn't know that his behavior had been announced in the community group. Facing the strange faces of the people, he just thought they were indignant. In my opinion, we should unite and teach that bastard a lesson. Take back the supplies that belong to us. These words made his blood boil, but there were few responses. With a chill in his heart, Old Wang knew that today's matter would not be easy. He quickly added a condition. Whoever wins the most in this struggle will own Qinmu's safe house. There must be a brave man under a large sum of money, not to mention that Old Wang pushed Qinmu into the spotlight. Okay, count me in on this. Da Qiang raised his hand first, not to cooperate with the other party. He had been eyeing Qinmu's safe house for a long time. He also used his strength in the last fight, but found that there was no damage. It looked like a good place to live. Someone responded, and the next people nodded in agreement. As for the video in the group, they just regarded it as a joke. In the end times, only those who survived are real people. Even if Old Man Wang used their names to ask for supplies, it was just a joke. What they want now is Qinmu's supplies and safe house. Sometimes people's hearts are more complicated and dark than imagined. Then everyone should have a good rest tonight. Tomorrow morning we will go to besiege Qinmu's house. Old Man Wang comforted a few words, and then pointed at everyone. Remember to bring all your useful things tomorrow, and don't show your fear. This kind of people are really ruthless now, and they are really naive and pitiful. Do you really think that the gap between them and Qinmu is only in weapons? At 3 o'clock in the morning, a dark figure sneaked into Qinmu's safe house. He bit his lips tightly, and a hesitant look flashed on his face. I don't know if my decision is right or wrong. He lowered his voice very low. Unlike those crazy people, the man still had a trace of kindness in his heart. Even if he was extremely hungry, he just forced himself to find some food to fill his stomach and did not go along with them. He came here today to inform Qinmu and others to be careful of the attacks of this group of community people. Knock, knock, knock. Chu Yi seemed to hear the sound of someone knocking on the door in a trance. He opened his eyes in a daze, but was directly hugged by Qinmu. You stay here, I'll go and see. With his eyes completely open, Chu Yi covered his mouth and nodded vigilantly. Seeing Qinmu pick up the blade in the corner, her heart sank. Someone knocked on the door in the middle of the night. Could it be that group of people attacked again? Qinmu just walked out of the room and saw Ku Yuran and Lu Yun standing next to the sofa. Obviously, they were also woken up. You knock on the door in the middle of the night. I want to see what it is. Lu Yun sneered twice and walked over first with the machine gun in his hand. Qinmu and Ku Yuran stayed in the living room. They believed that the other party could easily solve this matter. I'm looking for Qinmu. Frightened the dark face, the man, Wang Wei, took 2 steps back and said timidly, "I'm here to report the information to you. Come in." Without listening to Wang Wei's words, Lu Yun grabbed the other person's collar and dragged him into the room. His mouth was wide open, and his white teeth looked very creepy. "No, don't kill me. I'll tell you everything." As soon as he entered the door, Wang Wei knelt on the ground. Feeling the warm breath around him, his pores seemed to stretch, and his body softened. After being frozen in the snow and ice for so long, his body obviously couldn't stand the contact with warm air again. "Oh, are you here to report intelligence to me?" Qinmu looked at Wang Wei with some surprise. This man looked timid and didn't seem to be so bold. Sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, Qinmu reached out to take the red wine that Kuyuren poured. He had a rich life, and Kuyuren in his arms. The other person's life was something he wouldn't dare to dream of. A trace of jealousy flashed through his mind, but Wang Wei shuddered when he met Qinmu's smiling eyes without a trace of warmth. "Am I crazy? Jealous of this living devil, but don't think about the fate of that group of people." The bloody scene appeared again, and Wang Wei no longer dared to hope for these. He just rubbed his knees on the ground, moved to Qinmu's feet, and smiled flatteringly. Yes, Old Man Wang and his men plan to find a time to attack your safe house tomorrow." "Why should I believe you?" Qinmu raised his eyebrows and smiled. He had already known in his heart that Old Man Wang would never give up with his character, but he didn't expect someone to come and tip him off. Could it be their new plan? The depths of his eyes were dark, and Qinmu just sat there. His overwhelming momentum was enough to make people tremble with fear. No, how dare I deceive young Master Qin? What I said is true. If there is any falsehood, I will be struck by 5 thunders and die miserably." Raising 4 fingers of his right hand and placing them beside his head, Wang Wei gritted his teeth and swore a poisonous oath, fearing that the other party would not believe him. He had sacrificed a lot for this opportunity. If he was discovered, he would have no place to stand in the community. But the brave will win when they meet on a narrow road, and he must find a chance to survive. And Qinmu is the turning point of everything. You can think of me as an undercover agent in the community. I have a low sense of presence, but I can find out about their plans. I can tell you all the information." Wang Wei looked at Qinmu eagerly. His heart was in turmoil. Dabsparstick.com Brexidum SXSSC3 sentence 70c.c.7c.com Bicky.com. He only had these pale and powerless conditions. If the other party did not agree, he might even expose his identity. He had already prepared for suicide. A bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. If he could survive, he would not choose this road of no return. "Brother Mu?" Lu Yun took down the gun on his shoulder. "I don't know when." He looked at Qinmu, hesitant to speak. It sounded like this man was very useful. Should he kill him or not? He came here alone to offer advice. How brave is Wang Wei? Maybe he will be useful. Kuyuren understood Qinmu's thoughts. She pointed out his advantages in a few words. This provided Qinmu with a basis to keep him. Qinmu put his finger on his chin. His eyes slightly narrowed, revealing a thoughtful look. "What I want is very simple. You just need to give me some supplies to survive. 3 or 2 packs of instant noodles will be enough." Seeing a glimmer of hope, Wang Wei spoke up quickly. Opportunities are all fought for by oneself. Once Qinmu, the golden thigh, is taken down, it will increase his chances of survival. And he didn't ask for much, and the other party had no reason not to agree. Don't talk to him about community friendship. Those beasts can no longer be described as human. They did everything they could to survive, and he just sold a little information. What's the big deal? With an obvious greedy look on his face, Wang Wei attributed himself to the part of being untainted by mud. But he has no idea that he has also lost his humanity. How pitiful and sad. With a look of pity on the other person, Qinmu made a move. "Go to the warehouse and get 2 bags of instant noodles." Kuyuren nodded and walked into the warehouse. He was also careful and pulled Lu Yun to block Wang Wei's sight. In a key place like a warehouse where things are stored, Qinmu held the key to the innermost part, so of course he only dared to take supplies from the outer periphery. It was impossible to be exposed to the sun. Wang Wei retracted his regretful gaze and looked up to see Qinmu's half-smile. It was as if he was a naked body with nowhere to hide in front of the other person. "Next, tell me in detail what you know." With one hand supporting his chin, Qinmu listened to the other person telling all the plans in detail, as if he was listening to a story. At the end of the conversation, Wang Wei was already dry in the mouth. He swallowed the saliva in his mouth, and his greedy eyes stopped at the instant noodles next to him. That is food that can keep people alive. Even instant noodles are precious. Before the end of the world, people looked down on it, but after the end of the world, it became a rare treasure. People always learn to cherish after they lose it. Mr. Qin, you have to be careful. There are welders in that group of people. They plan to use machines to force open your door. Wang Wei said another important news. After hearing this, Qinmu put down his legs. His expression remained unchanged, but he was extremely sarcastic inside. Give him a few pieces of bread. After glancing at the other party, Qinmu turned his head and instructed Kuyuran. If you want a dog to work seriously, you must give it meat and bones. This is the most basic principle. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Write more, Mr. Qin. Wang Wei was overjoyed. At first, he only asked for 2 packs of instant noodles, but he didn't expect Qinmu to be so generous. He became more and more determined in his heart. The supplies in Qinmu's hands were definitely a terrifying amount, and his means were definitely extraordinary. Just based on this long-term strategy for storing supplies, the other party left others far behind. Tell me about those things in detail. This Wang Wei is quite capable. Not only can he clear himself of all charges, but he can also understand the composition of the other party's team so clearly. He has made a good deal on this trip. They got some machines and cars from nowhere, and even tried to force the door open. After wolfing down a piece of bread, Wang Wei wiped the corner of his mouth reluctantly and carefully hid the remaining bread in his arms. This is the capital for survival, so he can't be greedy. Taking in the other party's performance, Qinmu's tone was unhurried. If you make your words clear, I will give you another 10 bags. They searched for a large number of weapons and equipment, and planned to attack head-on to seize your safe house. Moreover, that old man Wang issued a notice that whoever can kill you can occupy the command of the safe house. With the temptation of supplies, Wang Wei spoke clearly like pouring beans. Seeing the box of bread in Kuyuran's hand, his eyes flashed. Don't move. Lu Yun held the gun against the other's chest. Wang Wei was shocked and didn't know where to put his hands. Mr. Qin, what do you mean? I told you everything I know. His face turned pale and blue. According to Qinmu's strength, even if he wanted to turn against him, he would have no power to break free. Wang Wei sat there with a dead heart. He only felt regretful. Why did he take the risk to make a deal with Qinmu? The previous deal is established. You provide me with information and I provide you with supplies. Qinmu looked up at the other party, and his lips gradually straightened. In the end, he was still timid and cowardly. Forget it. The world is mostly made up of ordinary people. There are too few people like Kuyuran who are brave and resourceful. In the later stage, he can offer rewards for supplies and gather talents. There is no need to feel regretful. After comforting himself, Qinmu asked Lu Yun to send Wang Wei away. After stretching, Qinmu casually hugged Kuyuran and walked towards her room. Very happy? Seeing the bright smile on her face, Qinmu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, his face full of pride. To be able to make an iceberg beauty like Kuyuran fall in love, his charm is really extraordinary. Touching his chin, Qinmu thought narcissistically. The smile on Kuyuran's face suddenly disappeared, and even her hands and feet were the same when she walked. Ha ha! You are so cute! Ah! Qinmu directly picked up Kuyuran the princess and laughed wildly. The other party shrank in his arms, blushing and saying nothing. I have to say that I have some thoughts in my heart, seeing Qinmu and Chuyi together every day. Kuyuran tossed and turned, but it was hard to say it, so she could only seduce secretly. Qinmu is a sensitive man and a normal man. He will naturally not ignore the invitation of a beauty. Chuyi on the other side just turned over lightly. She was so nervous that she didn't fall asleep at all. Epjeptlu.com, 36.com, hasesakes.cseb, bikesakra-aim, ditshua.speded, hemxsly.com, 7cct.com. She felt a little bitter about the intimacy between the two, but more relieved. She was also worried that if Qinmu always favored her, Kuyuran would do something irrational out of jealousy. Now it seems that she was completely overthinking. The other party's methods are definitely not ordinary. Get out of here quickly, if I find out you dare to lie. First ask if the shotgun in my hand agrees. He pushed Wang Wei's shoulder hard, causing him to fall forward and fall to the ground in embarrassment. Lu Yun raised his chin and looked at the other person with a meaningful look. This person is definitely not as simple and honest as he seems. He suffered a lot when he just entered the society, and he hates this kind of smiling tiger-like character the most. If Chinmu had not given the order, he would have dealt with the other party long ago. Yes, yes, yes. He nodded repeatedly on the ground, but there was an inexplicable look in Wang Wei's eyes. Damn, Lu Yun, wait until I get the safe house. I will definitely break your limbs and throw you outside to freeze to death. Lu Yun's sixth sense was right. Wang Wei did not come to surrender on his own initiative, but came with a mission. Today's so-called tip-off was just a show. He returned to the community in the dark. As soon as Wang Wei entered the room, he saw dozens of people gathered in a small room. The cold feeling outside and the sense of difference inside the room made his heart flutter. If he took the so-called safe house of the surrender, it would be his exclusive place. Wang Wei, how is it? Did Chinmu fall for it? Seeing the other party's stupid face, Old Man Wang couldn't help but frown and asked impatiently, could it be that the mission failed? He remained silent. Wang Lao, you really underestimated me. I will definitely catch him easily. Wang Wei's tone was not polite. He even pulled a man to the ground and sat on the chair. The other party glared at him, but dared not say anything. After all, Wang Wei successfully gained Chinmu's trust, which was the most critical part of the plan. Okay, you are worthy of it. After the plan is completed, you will be our great hero. Hearing the satisfactory answer, Old Man Wang's face was naturally flushed, but he still asked suspiciously, how did you deceive Chinmu? The man's face was embarrassed. What Old Man Wang meant by his words was that he doubted his behavior. Don't blink. These are the supplies Chinmu personally sent me. He begged me a lot before I agreed to be his spy. He took out the bags of food from his arms and swayed them in front of the crowd with a smug look. Feeling the wolf-like eyes of several people, Wang Wei was very proud. See, this is the proof of my strength. But he didn't know that his behavior was undoubtedly a sheep walking into the tiger's mouth. This group of people were so hungry that they could even kill people. He took out the supplies openly. Didn't he give others the opportunity to attack? Old Man Wang naturally guessed the trick, but he didn't say it. He had a surprised smile on his face, but under the smile was deep malice. It seems that Wang Wei is going to get into trouble tonight. Anyway, it's a contribution to the community. For everyone, the other party will definitely make sacrifices. The high-sounding words once again pierced their own hearts like a blade. I have told Chinmu that we are attacking from the front. He will never think that we will attack from the dark. Old Man Wang's eyes flashed, and he was determined to take down Chinmu this time. He deliberately sent former Wang Wei to confuse Chinmu and his team's vision, and then secretly arranged other plans in order to catch them off guard. Even if the other party has the ability to reach the sky, facing this sudden attack, he will definitely be in a mess. At that time, it will be the best opportunity for him and others to take down the safe house and supplies. When the time comes to defeat Chinmu, you, Old Wang, will first get the most supplies, and then the most courageous person will get the right to occupy the safe house. A sly-looking man rubbed his palms and teased beside him. He is the younger brother behind Old Man Wang, who will be his supporter on various occasions. And over time, he has also gained some benefits. He has long discovered that Old Man Wang's identity is fake, but so what? As long as he can get benefits, it is not impossible to play with the other party. Yes, this sentence is very touching to me. The smile on the face of the Old Man Wang was like an old chrysanthemum, and everyone was talking beside him. There are many women around him, and we will enjoy them together when the time comes. The others can divide the supplies equally, and they will definitely last a long time. Anyway, we'll rush forward when the time comes, and whoever grabs it first will get it. Everyone had a satisfied smile on their faces, as if they had defeated Chinmu and snatched the supplies, immersed in their beautiful fantasies. But this fantasy, like a mirage, will disappear like a bubble in the face of absolute strength. Da Qiang, you will first lead people to sneak attack the other people's side assistance. The Old Man Wang was commanding here, but in fact he didn't know how to deploy troops. He just followed his own wishes. He arranged everything arrogantly, and he guarded the rear. He said righteously, "My leg is injured, and I can't help you for the time being. Please cheer for me." The old man Wang was a little happy in his heart, and he didn't expect that this injury would also provide him with an opportunity. Going to Qinmu to settle accounts or something, there will definitely be no return. He didn't think that this group of rabble could rob supplies, but just wanted to use them to attract the firepower of Qinmu and others, and then steal secretly. He had come to this point by cheating and deceiving. Even if he was caught at that time, he could turn the tables and put all the responsibility on the community. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. It must be said that the arrangement of Old Man Wang was really wonderful. A group of people fell into a sweet dream in their own fantasies, just waiting for the next day to attack Qinmu's safe house. Brother Mu, do you really believe that Wang Wei? After putting the gun back in place, Lu Yun sat on the sofa for a long time without saying a word. After waiting for a while, Qinmu actually walked out of the room. He hurriedly followed behind the other party and asked, swallowing the boiled water in his mouth. Qinmu shook his head gently. Do you think I am so easily deceived? The cup was placed on the table, making a crisp sound as if hinting at the gunshots tomorrow. With a slight look of self-satisfaction on his face, the world has changed, and he could tell at a glance that the other person had a clumsy look. Don't you think it's fun to play with these ants? A strange temperament permeated his surroundings. After being peaceful for so long, he finally had something to do. I hope that tomorrow's little fleas can bring me a little different surprise. eplebe.com, 336.game, adwx.com, xsxs.cc, freeyjxx.com, xiaohongshu.c, kenshuba.cc, hmxst.com, 7cst.com. There was a crackling sound from the stove next to him. Qinmu supported his chin with one hand and his eyes fell on the snowflakes outside. Now that the middle of the apocalypse has arrived, monsters like zombies have appeared. It seems that it won't take long for the supernatural power to awaken. He stretched out his white and slender fingers, and in a trance it seemed that blue flames were dancing on them. Slowly he tightened his fingers, and Qinmu moved his eyes to Ku Yoran, who appeared beside him. How do you decide to deal with them? He walked forward to help him pour a cup of hot tea. Ku Yoran put her hands on her lower abdomen and stood aside obediently. Such a cold and noble doctor in front of Qinmu was like a little maid serving beside him. Do you have other plans? Qinmu threw the question to the other party with a firm tone instead of a question. He believed that with Ku Yoran's thinking, it would be easy to deal with such a small matter. Silently glaring at the other party, Ku Yoran knew that Qinmu was joking with him. No more joking. That person said it was a frontal attack. I'm afraid he would attack from behind. There is a big problem inside the safe house. The key is those ventilation holes. Having lived here for so long, Ku Yoran already knew the structure inside very well. The entire safe house was like iron, and there was no entrance or exit at all, except for those ventilation holes. Qinmu left a secret door inside so that he could escape from there if something happened. But this also became the best opportunity for the other party to attack. According to what Wang Wei said, they have welders and others there, and it is not impossible to pry in if they find a gap. Qinmu's face was dyed with a smile, but the smile did not reach the bottom of his eyes. Don't underestimate the materials I use here. They come from the black market. Black market? Ku Yoran asked subconsciously. She was an ordinary person and had no idea about the unspoken rules in the industry. The other party's sudden words made her a little confused, but she thought about it and understood that it was a tacit transaction place for everyone. I see. She was still awe-inspiring in her heart. Before the end of the world came, she stored a large amount of materials and built a safe house that no one could defeat. Qinmu's idea was not only one step ahead of others, but also unexpected. Don't worry so much. Come one by one. Come a group of people. I will kill them all. Qinmu's words can be regarded as rampant, but he has absolute strength, and he doesn't take those cats and dogs seriously at all. It was just a little distraction in the boring life. Seeing the other party's high-spirited face, Ku Yoran's heart was slightly relieved. It seemed that her worries were completely unnecessary. No matter what, it's better to be careful. Perhaps it was because she had seen the shamelessness of that group of people. Ku Yoran always felt a little hesitant in her heart. Shaking her head, throwing these strange thoughts out of her mind, she looked at Qinmu with a moist look in her eyes. Let's go. Go back to sleep. Sitting up from the sofa, Qinmu stretched his body and showed his strong muscles to the fullest. Although it was not the exaggerated muscles of Johnson, there was extremely terrifying power under the thin skin. Chinmu had compressed his energy into his body long ago. He looked thin and slender, but in fact he could kill a cow with one punch. Okay. He hugged the woman next to him and the two returned to the room leisurely. In a corner that no one could see, Chinmu slowly stopped the smile on his lips. This disgusting reptile will never see the sun again. I don't like killing, but it's best to use their heads to sacrifice to the hell that is about to appear. Wang Wei, wake up, don't sleep anymore. Old man Wang shook the other's shoulder vigorously, and Wang Wei opened his eyes dazedly. He yawned and complained. Old Wang, why did you call me up so early? Isn't it time yet? The plan made by this group of people was to start the sneak attack on Chinmu's safe house at 6 p.m. At that time, after a day of hard work, the people inside would definitely relax their vigilance. Although it is not day or night now, the sky will be extremely dark at nearly 6 o'clock. This is just the best time for them to take action. Why don't you go to Chinmu to find out the situation? He doesn't seem to be such a reckless person. Old man Wang can hold this position firmly, and he still has 2 brushes in his hands. He thought about it for a long time at home, and decided to be safe. After those several battles with Chinmu, he knew the horror of this young man. Even an old hand like him couldn't defeat the other party, so Wang Wei's nonsense was nothing but the boasting of a paper tiger in his eyes. Old Wang, you think too much. Chinmu has been conquered by my charm. When the time comes, he will definitely kneel down and beg for mercy. His 2 legs were crossed together, still trembling. Since Wang Wei got the supplies back, his status in the community has changed. The woman who used to be polite to him now called him Brother Wang, and he felt very comfortable. He just took the other party's sudden words as a sign that he didn't believe him. Old Wang, if you don't believe me, just go and find out for yourself. Oh, I forgot, your legs are not convenient. The bad eyes fell on the twisted right leg of old Wang, and Wang Wei felt a burst of ridicule in his heart. He was scared out of his wits just because his leg was broken. Can such a coward really become the leader of the community? If so, then he would have a chance. Excessive arrogance and vanity gave birth to a lot of greed in Wang Wei's heart. He wanted not only the materials and the right to use the safe house, but also to become the new ruler of the community. The so-called right to use is just a cover. As long as he gets the dominant position, he can ask for anything. You! The old man was so angry that he jumped up and down, but he had no choice but to lower his voice and smile. Even if it's for everyone, you should check it again. It would be bad if you lose people. Unsatisfied, Wang Wei slowly climbed down from the bed with a sk. The other party actually threatened the people in the community. If he turned his face away again, he would definitely be attacked by the group. Be patient for a while. When the safe house is successfully taken, what awaits him will be wealth and glory. Under everyone's jealous gaze, he once again came to the familiar place, but this time he was not timid. Wang Wei walked with a swagger and even rang the doorbell directly. Chinmu, who was sitting in the room, was enjoying a delicious breakfast. He didn't even raise his head when he heard the bell. Leave him alone for an hour. Hearing Chinmu's clear voice, Chuyi stopped what he was doing, turned around, and continued to do his own thing. Others were not surprised, and the room was peaceful. EPZW.com, 336S.com, 80xs.c, xxs.c, 3GWX.com, xiaohongshu.cc, kenshuba.cc, hmxw.com, 7cctt.com. What's going on? Aren't they getting up yet? Covering his arms with his hands and trembling in the same place, Wang Wei pressed the doorbell again without giving up, but there was no movement at all after pressing it more than 10 times. Damn it, I'm suffering outside while you guys are sleeping comfortably inside. Subconsciously thinking that Chinmu and the others were not awake yet, Wang Wei simply cursed at the door. His desire to rob Chinmu's safe house was growing stronger and stronger. People always become more unbridled towards certain objects after tasting the sweetness. Wang Wei was like this. Last time he felt warmth and food, this time he wanted the whole house and the woman inside. Under extreme danger, people's desires will be infinitely magnified. What did you say? The voice like the king of hell demanding his life scared Wang Wei. Seeing Lu Yun's dark face, he laughed uglier than crying. It's over. I cursed at someone else's door and was heard by the owner. Did I think my life was too long? I'm wrong, brother. You heard it. Wrong. I'm not smart. Don't pay attention to me." Without caring about his face, Wang Wei knelt on the ground with a thump. Although he didn't know Lu Yun, he knew that he was Qin Mu's right-hand man. If the other party's disgusted look was not too obvious, he would have wanted to lie on the other party's feet and cry. Although the saying goes that a man's knees are as golden as gold, in order to survive, what does dignity matter? "Come in, Brother Mu is waiting for you." Rolling his eyes, Lu Yun understood the bad nature of this group of people a little more, and felt that he would vomit if he stayed with this person for a while longer. Turning sideways, a small gap appeared, and Wang Wei hurriedly squeezed in with many thanks. The moment he felt the warm air, he felt that his whole soul was sublimated. This time, Chu Yi and other women were with Qin Mu. Chu Yi was pouring wine for Qin Mu. Kuyoran was picking up dishes beside him, and even the young Kuyuluo was helping to arrange the plates. Qin Mu was like a medieval noble, sitting on a chair and enjoying everyone's clothes. My goodness, this is the life that people live. Swallowing the saliva in his mouth, Wang Wei slowly lowered his head, not wanting to reveal the depth in his eyes. Why can Qin Mu be like this? Why? Why? The jealousy and darkness in his heart seemed to be turning into substance. Qin Mu noticed something wrong with the other party from the corner of his eye, and he frowned. Why do I feel a strange aura? He is now the first awakener in the whole world. Although his ability has not been fully utilized, of course he can already sense some unique auras. There is another saying in the end times. If a person's malice reaches its peak, there is a chance to awaken the dark aura. Different from other awakening skills, the dark aura is similar to the ghosts in ancient China and the devils in the West. After all, they are inferior and dirty things. I didn't expect that Wang Wei had such an aura, so he couldn't stay. Qin Mu put down the knife and fork in his hand, flattened the corners of his mouth, and said without emotion, "What do you want to see me for this time? It's like this. I have already inquired about the details of the plan, and I dare not delay for a moment, so I will report it to you, Mr. Qin." He took a step forward, but was kicked in the knee by Lu Yun and fell to the ground. "Stay where you are." After scolding, Lu Yun still felt dissatisfied. Just when he was about to draw the knife in his hand, he was stopped by Qin Mu's eyes. A guest is a guest, but listen to what he says. As a result, Qin Mu wiped his hands with the tissue handed over by Ku Yuran. He looked down at Wang Wei, as if he was looking down at the ants on the ground. In terms of strength, they don't have it, and in terms of strategy, there is no comparison. If it weren't for the temporary leadership of Old Man Wang, this group of people would not have survived until the middle of the apocalypse. There are about 30 people coming this time. The weapons are the ones I mentioned last time. More importantly, they found a car with gasoline. Wang Wei's tone was obviously smug. He didn't expect that his poor acting skills had been exposed. In his heart, he and Qin Mu were now on the same boat, and the other party would never attack him. "Okay, thank you for your hard work." Looking at the other party with a fake smile, Qin Mu casually took out 2 packs of instant noodles from the bag beside him and threw them over. Wang Wei immediately took them in a hurry, and even drooled at the corners of his mouth. He could exchange supplies for just talking. This Qin Mu was too easy to fool. He wanted to ask for more, but when he saw Lu Yun next to him, he silently shrank his body. This little bit of supplies was life-saving for him, but Qin Mu didn't take it seriously. He stored so many supplies. Unless there was an emergency, these supplies could support him until his death. He didn't care about these things at all. What was important was intelligence. Since he knew that they should cooperate with each other, he also extracted some clues from Wang Wei's tone. Now he was waiting for this group of prey to come to him. "Tell me the plan in more detail, and these are all yours." He kicked the bag next to him in front of Wang Wei, which was piled with chocolate, instant noodles, and other different supplies. Wang Wei's eyes suddenly burst into green light. If he hadn't taken care of the guns next to him, he would have jumped directly on the supplies. That's food. Food that is extremely difficult to obtain in the end of the world. He hid the instant noodles that Qin Mu gave him before in his secret base, and with the supplies this time, he would definitely gain an extraordinary status in the community. But Wang Wei didn't know that his so-called secret base had long been exposed to everyone's eyes. On the other side, the room where everyone in the community gathered was already piled up in a mess. All kinds of smelly garbage and clothes were piled together, Everyone's face was more or less stained. Since the power and water were cut off, they didn't care about taking a shower. Only a few people usually bring some water back for simple washing, but the temperature is too low. Unless it is heated by human body temperature, it is useless. Old Wang, is it really okay for us to do this? Seeing the messy hole, a young man next to him hesitated. He naturally knew that this was Wang Wei's room. What Old Man Wang did was to take all the other party's life-saving supplies. Isn't this asking for his money? What do you know? He can survive entirely with the help of everyone. Otherwise, how would he have the opportunity to get these supplies? And the supplies should be divided equally. Otherwise, how can our community say that we help each other? Old Man Wang said shamelessly, glaring at the young man. EPZW.com, 366S.com, ADWX.com, XSXS.cc, 3JWXX.3JWX.com, 8PZubongju.cc, HMX.cc, HMX.com, BQuehe.com. The reason why he proposed the principle mutual help was to wait until now. Old Man Wang knew very well that he was old and had no other means of survival. In the end, he could only rely on other people in the community. And this group of people, under extreme fear, would subconsciously huddle together for warmth. Yes, Wang Wei can live until now, all thanks to my protection. A strong man patted his chest, and his words were right. At the beginning, Wang Wei locked himself in the room and fainted from hunger. It was only when he kicked the door open that he rescued the other party. In fact, he just wanted to break in and plunder some food. Everyone subconsciously chose to remain silent about this kind of thing. Since Wang Wei's lifesaver said so, it gradually became a matter of course to take the supplies. Wang Wei was trembling with fear at Qinmu's side, and this group of people ate the food he had worked so hard to bring. If he knew, he would be so angry that he would faint. This group of people is so inhuman. But how can these few packets of instant noodles and bread feed a large group of people? After smacking his lips, Old Man Wang licked the sweetness in the packaging bag again and again. If he was not afraid that the plastic bag was poisonous, he could even eat the bag raw. Others showed disgust on their faces, but they also followed suit. After all, the real thing was too precious. After eating and wiping their mouths, everyone went back to their homes to sleep. As for what to do when Wang Wei comes back, that is not their business. They will use the most common method of playing dumb. Without Old Man Wang and others knowing, Lu Yun curled up in the corner and took in all their performances. When he first heard the Old Man Wang's shameless speech, he felt a pain in his teeth. The performance of the crowd made him pale. They didn't regard Wang Wei as a human being at all. He was just a tool that could be used and discarded. "You are really pitiful," Lu Yun muttered to himself on the spot, with a hint of sarcasm on his face. Qinmu sent him to check on the situation of the people in the community to prevent other tricks. But now it seems that there is no need. He even believes that if they provoke from within, they will naturally start from the inside and break through without attacking. In the following period of time, Wang Wei pretended to be crazy and stupid in front of Qinmu. As long as he could exchange for more supplies, he would even learn to bark like a dog and do it secretly. Sticking out his tongue, Wang Wei knelt on the spot, with a wetness on his dusty face. This was the water that Qinmu had just splashed on his face. With a smile, he looked at the man in front of him who had no dignity. Qinmu hooked his finger. Chuyi understood and took another bag of supplies. There was no expression on her face. She was unmoved by Qinmu's actions, and even when she was having fun, she stretched out her legs in high heels and kicked him hard. To be honest, there are too few entertainment activities in the safe house. This kind of fresh stuff can sometimes attract some fun. "Thank you, Mr. Qin." The exact same scene reappeared, but Wang Wei was holding a large pile of supplies in his hands, and his mouth was almost grinning behind his ears. Although he risked his face in exchange for life-saving things, this deal was really worth it. "Yeah." The other party's faint reply fell into his ears, just like hearing the music of heaven. Could it be that Qinmu was optimistic about him? Wang Wei's mind was active, and he even had the idea of abandoning the community and joining Qinmu. No, absolutely not. If he stayed with Qinmu, he would only be enslaved by him. If the plan in the community succeeded, he would gain greater power. At this time, I don't know whether to say he is smart or stupid. Since he can point out Qinmu's advantages, he chose a completely opposite path from the other party. He will suffer for his own mistakes. After returning to the community, Wang Wei naturally saw the messy room at a glance. What's going on? Where are my supplies? Where is my food? He stood there and screamed like crazy, but he didn't forget to hide the remaining food in another corner. Wang Wei is now like a tiger that has been angered. He is willing to sacrifice his dignity, but it doesn't mean that he has no resistance. There is only one possibility in this situation now. That group of people sold him out. Wang Wei's heart was instantly panicked. Could it be that Qin also knew what he had done? If he knew, how would the other party torture him? No, I'm going to find them and ask them clearly. With a twisted look on his face, Wang Wei broke into Old Man Wang's room and scared him. What are you doing? Inexplicably, he felt guilty, but when he thought that the group of people behind him had eaten, Old Man Wang straightened his back again. Even if the other party came to the door, what would happen? Would he dare to fight against so many people alone? It must be said that Old Man Wang played with people's hearts and hit the other party's soft spot directly. Old Man Wang, what's the matter with the food and supplies in my room? Don't tell me you don't know. Believe it or not, I will tell Qin all my plans. Wang Wei also chose to break the jar with a determined look on his face. Anyway, he couldn't survive, and the new supplies he brought would probably be squeezed by them, so it's better to threaten them with Qin. He felt the deterrence of Qin for the first time. Old Man Wang's face changed. Instantly, his legs were unstable, and he almost fell off the bed. We have something to say. We are going to attack Qin tomorrow. Do you really want to betray the community for an outsider? Looking at the other party with a cold smile, Old Man Wang touched his beard, but the tense back of his hand exposed the fact that he was nervous. The problem lies here. They haven't attacked Qin yet, which means that the other party has room to breathe. If Wang Wei really had the guts to inform the other party, everything they had done would be ruined. Someone, come! Wang Wei betrayed the community. Quickly catch him. Wang Wei raised his fist and wanted to hit Old Man Wang in the face, but he didn't expect the other party to give up and just yell. Old Man Wang was a cunning guy. When he arranged his residence before, he even considered this point. His house was in the center of the entire community. He could call out everyone nearby with just a shout. Sure enough, after a while, there were sporadic footsteps outside the house. A group of young people rushed over with murderous intent, holding all kinds of weapons in their hands. Wang Wei, you should surrender quickly and distribute the supplies you brought back to everyone. Seeing such a group of people backing him up, Old Man Wang's face was naturally flushed. This sentence also exposed the opponent's weakness, which made everyone excited. Did you hear that? Wang Wei, this kid brought back a lot of supplies again. As long as we kill him, we can share them equally. This was the subtext in his words, and it also pushed the other party into the spotlight. EPZW.com, 3366S.com, ADWX.com, XSSXS.cc, YJXS.cc, 3JBX.com, Xiaohongshu.cc, CanShubXSC.com, 7CT.com, Bukhui.com. Aren't you afraid that I will tell Qin about the plan? Holding the supplies he took out from the corner, Wang Wei cautiously took a few steps back. Damn, how could I forget that these people in the community are like jackals? It would be strange if the supplies I brought back could belong to me alone. Do you think you can leave here today? With a cold arc on his lips, Old Man Wang winked at the person next to him. As long as they captured Wang Wei, all these supplies would belong to them. Everyone, grab it! Old Man Wang gave an order, and the group of people were like cats seeing blood. Before the other party could even scream, they were suppressed by others. You will definitely not die well. Ah! Wang Wei only felt that his chest was as painful as if it was split open. There was a clear collapse in his chest. It seemed that his ribs were broken by these people. A steady stream of blood overflowed from the corners of his mouth, dyeing half of his face red, looking like a Shura from hell. Haha, I don't believe in reincarnation. Survival is the real skill. Putting a bag of instant noodles in his hand and tossing it back and forth, old man, Wang looked at the other party with contempt. If this kid was smarter, he could spare his life. But Wang Wei, an uneasy and stubborn person, would threaten his rule, so he couldn't let him go. Old Wang, what should we do now? Da Qiang scratched his hair, and seeing Wang Wei, who was gradually losing his breath next to him, he spat directly at the corpse. Bah, you selfish bastard! Now the backbone of the entire kidney area is Old Man Wang, and they will do whatever the other party tells them to do. To put it nicely, it means unity. To put it bluntly, It means a group of puppets being controlled by the puppeteer. They are like headless flies bumping around and will only end up destroyed in the end. Just find a random place to throw him out. We can't let Chin-Moo find out that he is dead, otherwise it will be difficult to explain. Change the plan. I will attack directly tomorrow morning. After thinking for a long time, Old Man Wang could only make such a decision. If Wang Wei does not make any movement for several consecutive days, the other party will definitely become suspicious. Why don't they launch a surprise attack and catch Chin-Moo off guard, which may have unexpected results? Okay, I'll go and tell everyone to pack up. Duqiang nodded repeatedly, then began to knock on doors from house to house and laid out the basic plan. The next morning, a group of people came to the safe house where Chin-Moo was. Chin-Moo stood in the monitoring room and took in everyone's performance. With a hint of irony in his eyes, Chin-Moo turned to Lu Yun and ordered, "Turn on the external broadcast outside for me. I want to hear what they can do." "Okay." Lu Yun agreed immediately and excitedly took out his machine gun. Seeing this scene, Chin-Moo pulled the corner of his mouth speechlessly, as if he had awakened some strange hobby. He studied the weapons and ammunition he had simply collected thoroughly. But to his surprise, the other party had a unique talent in this. Others practiced firearms for a month, but Lu Yun was able to master it completely in just 1 week. This is the legendary God chasing and feeding you. Listen to me, people inside. You have been surrounded. We have a lot of masters here. If you don't raise your hands and surrender, don't blame us for being rude. Old Man Wang sat on a makeshift wheelchair and was pushed to the front by Duqiang from behind. It was called a wheelchair, but it was just assembled from a few broken wooden boards, and even the wheels underneath were pieced together. Under the current circumstances, it is impossible to go to a regular hospital. Such a person would not sacrifice his own interests to find a transportation tool for a dead old man. This is the cunning of human hearts. "Wang Lao, there won't be anyone inside, right? There is no sound at all." Duqiang couldn't help but frowned. He had a hot temper and couldn't stand Chin-Moo's delaying tactics. "Be patient, you young men. Try to shout a few more words." Finding that the other party chose to remain silent in an unusual manner, Wang Lao couldn't help but mutter a few words in his heart. With Chin-Moo's character, he would definitely kill 7 times with a big knife when he heard his provocation, but today he used a delaying tactic. Is there any conspiracy in this? It must be said that Wang Lao knew Chin-Moo's character very well, but he overlooked one thing. That is, the character Chin-Moo showed was just what he wanted everyone to see, and the darkness inside, like a swamp, is unknown. "We have someone with a car here. If you don't come out, we will drive over by force." Old Man Wang gritted his teeth and revealed his biggest trump card, as if to support his words with an explosive sound. A shabby truck drove in from the entrance next to it. It was clearly engraved with the words of the 2000s. It seemed that they found this old guy from a broken factory. It was also in the new era that various power systems were very mature. Most cars used electric energy. This kind of diesel engine has almost disappeared. It's a good thing they can find it. "Brother Moo, are you really not going to do anything?" Lu Yun was secretly anxious. Seeing the truck, he couldn't help but complain. This kind of car was quite popular more than 10 years ago. I heard that the performance and strength are good. I'm worried about our house. Lu Yun only knew that Chin-Moo's house was very solid. He thought that the other party used reinforced building materials. He didn't expect that they used precious materials such as diamond. He subconsciously thought that under the attack of a large machine like a car, there would be no suspense. "Don't worry, the house won't fall down." Chin-Moo drank a sip of tea silently. His expression was very calm. After the test of ups and downs, his state of mind has reached another level. Unless there is an exception, like the sudden appearance of zombies that day, other things will not make him uneasy at all. "Chin-Moo, I remember that there are many of your relatives and friends in the house. As long as you come out and kneel down to beg for mercy and surrender, I can let them go." Deep malice climbed up to the heart of Old Man Wang, and his legs were completely scrapped. There was no doctor and no treatment. Under harsh conditions, his wounds deteriorated rapidly. It was a very lucky result that he was still alive. Old Man Wang now only wanted to make Chin-Moo, the culprit, pay the price. He even wanted to torture him to death to show his power. In the end times, people's malice has reached a very terrifying level. A little bit of accident can be infinitely magnified. apgw.com, 36x.com, 80x.com, ccub, yjxscc, 3gw.com, tonungshu.com, xsw, cd to the. If you have the strength, you can break into my safe house, but I'm afraid you will. Get in alive, but not get out alive. Chinmu walked quickly to the microphone, and his low and hoarse voice spread throughout the corridor through the radio. Arrogant. This was extremely arrogant and provocative. Get out! A simple sentence, but it ignited the fire in Old Man Wong's heart. As he roared angrily, he even struggled to push the wheelchair under him. Old Wong, don't be fooled by his provocation. Chinmu had already aroused the anger of the crowd. Everyone shouted and wanted to rush forward, but one person's calm words woke them up. He looked at the young man with some surprise. The other party was wearing a pair of gentle black light glasses. His thin figure seemed out of place among a group of strong men. He was not very old, and his figure was not strong. He was able to survive until now. He was probably a think tank. Just by looking at him, Chinmu judged his position in the community. Xiao Li is right. Don't be fooled by Chinmu, this bastard. The gloomy eyes of the Old Man Wong were about to turn into reality. Fortunately, Xiao Li reminded him in time. Otherwise, their preparations would definitely be in vain. However, feeling the other party's intentional or unintentional gaze, Xiao Li still had a decent smile on his face, as if he didn't care about it at all. How could he not know that the Old Man Wong was worried that he would snatch his leadership position? What a joke! His goal was to make a career for himself in the end times. He was temporarily wrong to stay in this community just to adapt. When he found an opportunity to go out, he would definitely abandon all these burdens. A trace of arrogance flashed in the depths of Xiao Li's eyes. He was ambitious, but this cowardly behavior means that he will never achieve anything outstanding in his life. Not to mention that he met a terrifying opponent like Chinmu. Ahem, we will follow the plan, and there will be no problem. Don't scare yourself. There was an itch in the depths of his throat. Xiao Li couldn't help but frowned and touched his Adam's apple. The swollen feeling on it made his expression change. He didn't have much time. A smile spread across the faces of the others. Lu Yun, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't help but show a look of doubt. Why can this group of people still laugh in the face of their boss's provocation? Young Master Qin, the surveillance in the back shows that something is approaching us. Ku Yuran, who had disappeared for a long time, walked out, and Ku Yoluo, who was still jumping around, was still with him. The two received Chinmu's order and observed the machine at the other side of the safe house, that is, at the hidden back door. When Chinmu built the room, he specially set up 2 sets of sensing systems. The reason for the sneak attack from both sides was that he suffered such a loss last time, which led to the death of a large number of brothers. The bloody lesson told him that it was better to spend more money and sacrifice than to gamble with people's hearts. My guess was right. They want to split into 2 groups and sneak attack from the back. Chinmu couldn't help but sneer. He would not be fooled by the same trick for the second time. In fact, there is a back door hidden behind the community. It was originally built as a safe passage, but it was abandoned because of poor quality. Over time, except for some elderly homeowners, the younger generation did not know the existence of this road. And Old Man Wong was one of the insiders. It has now become a good condition for Old Man Wong and his men to attack secretly. But they were so bold that they completely forgot why this road was abandoned. Have you put the things I arranged for you to put in the corner? Everything has been arranged. We dare not be careless. Don't worry. Patting his chest with lingering fear, Kyoran looked at Chinmu with even more fear. I don't know where the other party got so many weapons with great lethality. When she took the mines, her hands were trembling. This is something that only appears in movies, but now it is lying quietly in her hands. After swallowing the saliva in her mouth, Ku Yoran looked at Ku Yuluo and was surprised to find that her sister's expression was much calmer than hers. As if seeing the other party's doubts, Chinmu smiled and explained, "Don't worry, I bought this from a friend through legal channels, and the defense mechanism has been prepared. It won't explode easily. You can come back after you prepare the things." A cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. This group of people didn't want to die, so I would prepare a grand fireworks for them to get rid of the cold. The task that Chinmu had simply assigned before now requires Ku Yoran and the others to bury these mines at the entrance of the back door. After Wang Laotu and the others walked into the secret passage, they turned on the explosion switch. The defense function of the safe house can protect everyone from these bombs perfectly. As for the flesh and blood bodies of Old Man Wang, they will only become the nourishment of the dark and low world. They were struggling and resisting like maggots in the ground. To die in this way is the best tribute to them. Will it be bad for us to do this? Kuyuran covered her mouth fiercely as soon as she said this. Shut up! Kuyuran couldn't help but scold, and her back was covered with layers of cold sweat. She stared at Chinmu's back, which suddenly stopped moving, and her heart was chilled. She always thought that Kuyuluo was a well-behaved person, but she didn't expect that she was so bold that she actually disobeyed Chinmu's opinion. Then what do you think we should do? Chinmu turned around slowly. There was no anger on his face, but a faint smile. Let her go. He gently tapped Kuyuran's wrist. The other party felt his fingers numb and couldn't help but exclaimed, and his fingers naturally loosened. Ah! Sorry. After an insincere apology, Chinmu focused his eyes on Kuyuluo's tender face. At such a young age, she has the potential to be a beauty. In school, she is definitely a top-level campus belle. Judging the other person's appearance, Chinmu was not interested. If Kuyuluo could not give him a satisfactory answer, then such an unruly person was not worthy of staying in his team. The simplest principle of a soldier is to obey orders. Chinmu's goal is to build a team that is not inferior to international special forces. Facing the other party's cold eyes, Kuyuluo couldn't help but shudder. She finally understood what her sister meant by the terrible in her words. EPZW.com, 336sis.com, ADX.com, XSX.cc, YJX.cc, 3XX.com, 8PZaHongshu.com, 7CCT.com, Biqui.com. In fact, this underground passage can be another temporary entrance for us. The first sentence that Kuyuluo said with courage made Chinmu's eyes light up. The other party's words were correct. The original purpose of this passage was to allow people to pass through. If it was forcibly exploded, it would inevitably cause the terrain to collapse. While killing Old Man Wang and others, it would also bring about other causes and effects. For example, in the violent terrain disaster later, Chinmu's safe house would be very likely to be swallowed by sand. Chinmu couldn't help but frown. The current ice and snow were just a common weather disaster in the end of the world. He only lived to the middle and late stages of the end of the world, and he didn't know what the disasters were like later. He just heard that earthquakes often occurred in other places. The possibility of landslides cannot be ruled out. Go on. Chinmu raised his chin and looked at Kuyuluo with a hint of appreciation. The other party's idea was very interesting, and what surprised him even more was that she could predict a worse result in a short period of time. Unlike other people's overly sad and overly happy views, Kuyuluo's views were quite conventional. It even convinced Chinmu implicitly. So my idea is to let Brother Lu Yun put his hands at the entrance. Use guns and other threats to force them to build tunnels, and we will use materials as children. As if encouraged by Chinmu, the daughter said all her thoughts in one breath. Her chest was panting. She wiped the sweat from her head and smiled at Kuyuran next to her, very bright and lovely. How could Kuyuran not know when she saw Kuyuluo's eyes? Slowly, moisture filled her eyes. Her sister was using her little strength to support the sisters. Kuyuran always thought that her sister was too young to experience the wind and rain of the world. But today's behavior changed all her views on the other party. It also made Kuyuran realize a fact. In extreme danger, all protection is useless. Her ability has not yet been cultivated, her strength is weak, and she still wants to protect Kuyuluo, which is simply a taboo. Luolu, you are great. Regardless of Chinmu's reaction, Kuyuran directly hugged Kuyuluo in her arms. The two extremely similar faces together are like a beautiful painting. After seeing this, Chinmu left the two of them a separate space to get along, and he turned and walked to Lu Yun's side. It must be said that Kuyuluo's plan is still very desirable. However, he has to make another change. He will not leave a large number of people to work. First, too many bases are difficult to control, which will increase the consumption of materials. Second, he must kill the chicken to scare the monkey and dispel all their ideas. Bang! The sound of metal touching the ground made Lu Yun jump, but when he looked closely, he found that the legendary king of firearms on the ground was AK-47. Brother Mu! He called Mu's name, but Lu Yun's eyes were glued to the gun, not moving. It was as if there was a peerless Daki Yuran, who took off all his clothes and lay on the bed, letting others slaughter him. I'll give you a task. If you complete it, this gun will be yours. He tapped the muzzle of the gun with his toes, which made Lu Yun feel distressed. Oh, my brother, this is an extremely precious AK-47. With eyes full of distress, but not daring to stop Qinmu's actions, Lu Yun really squatted beside and watched. The other party was simply wasting heaven's gift. Brother, if you give me this gun, I would be willing to rush out with a bomb tied to my body. Patting his chest, Lu Yun was full of passion. Qinmu couldn't help but touch his forehead and sighed helplessly. I don't know when, Lu Yun, this fool, evolved into another form. At the beginning, he was a graceful playboy, but now he has become a tough guy with only guns in his eyes. But Qinmu couldn't help but flash a smile on his face. The other party's change is good, and he can win his position in the end times. Take your machine gun and guard that secret passage. Shoot one person for me. The task of killing was arranged lightly, and Lu Yun nodded without showing any emotion. After this period of training, he no longer felt anything about killing. At first, he felt heartache and vomited, but in the end, he gradually became numb. After we finish this job, we can rest for a while. Qinmu also saw what the other party was thinking, and he reached out and patted his shoulder. Lu Yun suddenly smiled and said shamelessly, Brother Mu, if you give me 2 more guns, I can't pass. Go to hell. How many good things do you think I have? Qinmu couldn't help but laugh and curse, and even stretched out his leg to kick Lu Yun. Okay, I already know your mission, and I will definitely fulfill it. Putting away his playful attitude, Lu Yun looked at the other party with a firm look. Naturally knew the importance of this battle to the safe house. As long as they dealt with this group of people, the existence of the safe house would hardly be known to others. This was their advantage in occupying the commanding heights. Okay, remember to leave a few alive. We need some hard labor. Nodding with satisfaction, Qinmu returned to his room after instructing Lu Yun. He sat in front of the table in a daze, then pulled out a black leather notebook from the drawer. After the end of the world, all electronic products can hardly be used, and the method of recording has changed from advanced electronic files to paper records. I have gradually developed the habit of writing a diary, recording important things in a notebook. Not only will it not be lost, it can also be burned at a critical moment, just in case. After a moment of silence, Qinmu wrote a sentence on it with a sharp pen. The end of the world is about to come. I must take them to survive. He took a deep breath, and in a place that no one could see, Qinmu's eyebrows finally revealed a trace of deep fatigue. He leaned lazily on the back of the chair, staring at the ceiling in a trance. Outsiders only saw his glorious appearance, and no one noticed Qinmu's inner panic and depression. Reliving a new life, facing more things than imagined, those unexpected changes made him even more flustered. The figure of the little zombie was still flashing in front of Qinmu's eyes. It seems that we have to hunt in advance. The hoarse voice gradually disappeared in the dark room. Since the zombie monsters have appeared, the identities of the monsters behind will gradually emerge. EPZW.com, 3366XS.com, XSS.cc, YJXS.cc, 3JDOX.com, Pibu.com, Xiaohongshu.cc, Kanshuba.xs, 7CCT.com. Everything was as Qinmu expected. He deliberately took out insignificant supplies to let those people in the community taste the sweetness. In fact, Chuyi and Kuyuran did not agree with Qinmu giving away precious supplies to the people in the community for free. However, those supplies belonged to Qinmu. Although they felt sorry, they could not change anything. Qinmu crossed his legs and curled up on one side of the sofa. He opened his mouth slightly and took the fruit that Chuyi had washed and cut and handed over. Chuyi is currently the weakest person in the safe house, but her strengths are also obvious. She is knowledgeable, interesting, and can read people's expressions. She keeps her eyebrows down, is obedient, and keeps a delicate balance with Kuyuran. She knows her identity very well. His fingertips slid along Chuyi's tender cheek, scratched her plump lips, passed through her pearly teeth, and played with her tongue with great rapping, until Chuyi's saliva could not be controlled and dripped onto her white shirt, soaking it. He pulled his hand back, wiped it clean with a handkerchief, and threw it aside. At least Qinmu was satisfied with Chuyi. She served him very attentively and made him happy. Life was indeed very comfortable. But if there were mice to tease, life would be more interesting. Qinmu's black eyes flashed with a strong interest. Chuyi didn't bother to clean herself up. Lu Yun's somewhat excited voice came from the intercom in her hand. "Brother Mu, those little bastards are really dishonest. They tried to sneak in from the back door, but I found them." After he said this, there was no sound on the other end of the intercom. Chinmu stood up from the soft sofa, his eyes full of interest, his hands in his pockets lazily, and his slender legs raised to walk towards the French window facing the back door. The French window has a great view, and the people behind the safe house can be seen at a glance. He is tall and handsome, with a king-like temperament and a look of confidence, which makes Chuyi a little absent-minded. He is worthy of being the man she likes. Following him, she also looked in that direction. Dacheng didn't expect their actions to be discovered. This underground passage is obviously very hidden. Old Man Wang said that this place would not be known to anyone except the older generation. Then why were they discovered? Lu Yun remembered his mission. He had already quickly adapted to the Doomsday environment, having killed people before. He fired at Dacheng and his men who surrounded him. It must be said that the adrenaline rush brought by this shooting made Lu Yun's face red with excitement. The recoil of the AK-47 was still quite strong. Lu Yun's aim was somewhat off, and many bullets did not hit the fatal parts. However, it was enough to make Dacheng and his men suffer. Most of them were unarmed, and they did not expect Lu Yun to be here, and he was carrying a gun. Half of the team of more than 10 people were killed or injured immediately. There was a particularly unlucky man who was directly captured and used as a shield. He could not die. Dacheng called out to the people, staring at the gun in Lu Yun's hand with vigilant eyes. "Everyone be careful. Use the corpses for cover." Lu Yun's eyes were already bloodshot, and the bullets in the machine gun were sprayed out without cost. Bang, 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 shouting, "All of you die for me! Die for me!" The other people in the team were trembling in their calves. They had to eat or die, and they were not fools. Someone immediately backed out and wanted to slip away, but was grabbed by Dacheng, who saw it. He scolded, "We are all grasshoppers on the same rope now. Do you think you can escape and not die?" The man who was caught was crying and snotting. He was so frightened that his pants were wet, and he was trembling and couldn't say a complete sentence. What Dacheng had painted for them before coming here, all of them were thrown behind their heads. Please, seeing your companions die in front of you with your own eyes, and facing the risk of being shot, who would have the courage to bite the bullet and go ahead? The people that Dacheng brought had already thought of retreating. In addition, seeing Dacheng using his companions as a human wall, they were filled with resentment and fear that they would be the next to die. The bullets in the machine gun had been used up, and Dacheng's companions were few and far between. While Lu Yun was reloading the bullets, Dacheng still gritted his teeth and led his men to surround him, hoping to take advantage of this opportunity to completely eliminate Lu Yun and get his machine gun. Evil was spreading out. Dacheng's pupils almost popped out, filled with boundless murderous intent. He held a sharp kitchen knife in his hand and was about to chop towards Lu Yun. He had killed so many of them, and even if he died, he would drag Lu Yun to hell with him. The people who survived around him also hated Lu Yun very much. Lu Yun did not feel any danger at all. He calmly replaced the bullets in the magazine, as if Dacheng and the others were already dead bodies and not worth his attention. His appearance further angered Dacheng and his group. How dare he be so calm when death is imminent? "Go to hell!" A man next to Dacheng had already rushed to Lu Yun. He was still shouting, and the next moment, his body had already limped to the ground. He was twitching like he was electrocuted, and he looked extremely horrible. Not long after, the bullet directly shot his head, and the brains kept flowing on the ground. Lu Yun chuckled. "This time the aim is very good, hitting the bull's eye." After saying that, his gun was already aimed at Dacheng, the leader. "I'll give you a choice of death. Do you want to be shot to death by my gun, or cut off your own neck with a kitchen knife, or some other way to die?" He tilted his head, and his brown pupils flashed with madness. He couldn't help but think about choosing a suitable death for Dacheng. White brain matter and blood mixed together on the ground and kept flowing. Dacheng's forehead was already covered with fine beads of sweat, and his heart was beating as if it was about to jump out. It was over. He quickly raised his hands above his head and bowed to Lu Yun in fear, begging for mercy, his body shaking like a sieve. "Please spare me. I know I was wrong. Please don't kill me, please." Lu Yun seemed not to hear him and continued to point the gun at him. Da Qiang's legs softened and he knelt on the ground, kowtowed and begged like a Buddha statue. "Brother, I just want to get some food. Please don't kill me, okay? I have old people and young children, and there is a 3-year-old daughter waiting for me at home. If I die, what will happen to my wife and children?" Lu Yun's cold eyes swept over Da Qiang's strong body and fell on his pitiful face. 3-year-old daughter? It's the end of the world now, and Da Qiang's words are not very credible. EPZWs.com, 366.com, 8Ws.com, segwasxx.c site, 3-jack.com, 83bshub.com, shungshtck.com, 7cc.com. However, Lu Yun still put away his gun and spared his life. He was not yet able to kill people without conscience. Thinking that Da Qiang had surrendered anyway, he asked Da Qiang and the others to throw all the kitchen knives in their hands to the ground. After confirming that they were not a threat, Lu Yun carried Da Qiang and the remaining few survivors to the door of the safe house. Da Qiang's eyes flashed with greed and he sneered in his heart. Sure enough, a young man in his early 20s is easy to fool. He only said a few words and made him believe it, and even took him into the safe house. "Can we really get in?" The other residents around Da Qiang looked a little excited. Even though Lu Yun had killed so many people before, he seemed like a god in their eyes, who had bestowed such a favor on them. "Eh?" Lu Yun laughed coldly with an unclear meaning. Da Qiang silently moved his position and walked very close to Lu Yun without leaving a trace. Qin Mu, who was looking down at everything, grabbed the walkie-talkie in his hand and gave an order to Lu Yun, "Get ready." Lu Yun also noticed the change in Da Qiang's position, and a dark flash flashed in his eyes. He had given this man a chance, but he didn't cherish it, so don't blame him for being ruthless. He quickly turned his back and faced Da Qiang, aiming the gun in his hand at Da Qiang's waist. This completely exposed the dagger in Da Qiang's hand. This fine steel dagger was extremely sharp. Da Qiang secretly hid it in his trouser pocket, just to wait until Lu Yun and the others were off guard to attack. Just now he thought the time was right, so he took out the dagger and prepared to kill Lu Yun. His face was pale, and he subconsciously wanted to hide the dagger in his hand, but there was no chance. He retreated a few steps in defeat, and his eyes fell on the door of the safe house, and he became determined. He had finally arrived here, and he had to fight no matter what. Anyway, he was discovered. "Fight! Brothers, charge! There are all supplies in here. Kill them, and they will all be ours." He gave an order, and all those people rushed to the door of the safe house. Lu Yun stood behind them, looking at their backs coldly with a hint of sarcasm, and then put his hand on a red mechanism and pressed it gently. Da Qiang and others rushed to the door of the safe house and were about to step into the open door. A strong electric current went through their bodies directly, and they twitched all over. Their eyeballs rolled back, as if they were dancing a weird death dance, shaking their bodies constantly, and their consciousness gradually dissipated. Then, several red lines were aimed at the eyebrows of Da Qiang and others. Whoosh! The bullets flew fast. Da Qiang and others fell to the ground one after another, twitching, and soon died. The people who fell behind screamed in fear and ran away in the direction of the tunnel. Everyone was also scared and looked crazy. Lu Yun played with the red button in his hand, looking at the empty underground tunnel with only corpses left, and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, mission accomplished. Those who escaped from the back were the few survivors. They ran as fast as if there were ghosts chasing them from behind. It was really weird. No, it's okay that the defense in front is so high, but how come the back is so solid? This is outrageous. Wang Lao looked at those people who ran over with pale faces and more or less wounds on their bodies and didn't know how to react. They are all dead. They were all shot to death. There are guns at the door. Electric nets can knock people unconscious. Automatically aimed guns. It's too scary, too scary. The person who escaped was already speaking incoherently, but he still described all the key information. Old Wang, who was leading the shouting in front, looked pale and sat dejectedly in his wheelchair. For a moment, he couldn't think of how to retaliate against Qin Mu. A deep sense of powerlessness swept over everyone present. Finally, it was Xiao Li's words that broke the silence that was like death. "Our layout is very thorough. Qin Mu and his men couldn't have known about the encirclement from behind. The only possibility is that there is a traitor among us who spread the news of our sneak attack, so the other party was prepared. You are right, it must be like this." Old Wang agreed with Xiao Li's point of view. He gritted his teeth and coughed hard a few times to express his strong unwillingness in his heart. Who leaked the news? There is a traitor among the masses. A riot broke out among the organized crowd. They were already hungry and shivering with cold, and they were deadlocked outside Qinmu's safe house. Physical strength was almost exhausted. At this moment, you looked at me, I looked at you, and no one knew who the traitor who leaked the news was. With such doubts, the originally solid alliance had a crack at this time, and everyone's hearts were no longer united. In addition, the casualties of the people sent to attack were so heavy, which aggravated the haze over everyone's heads. The heavy atmosphere made them a little desperate. When Wang Lao saw the expressions on everyone's faces, he knew that if he backed down this time, he would never have the chance to organize everyone to Qinmu again. The opponent was too strong. As long as he hid in this indestructible safe house, there would be no chance to attack him. Qinmu, you are a coward who can only hide behind. If you have the guts, come out. Old man Wang was still sitting in the wheelchair, shouting at the house with a hard mouth, looking like he was ready to go. Qinmu raised his eyebrows. He admired this old man Wang a little. He thought they were all cowards, but he didn't expect that there was a hard bone among them. He just likes tough guys, even if they are a little old. His clear and cold voice reached everyone's ears through the radio. Everyone is a guest. Welcome to my territory. Are you ready to receive the gift I give you? Just when everyone was puzzled, what exactly was the gift he was talking about? Qinmu aimed at Wang Lao's head and gently pulled the trigger, but his hand suddenly shook. The bullet changed its original route with a bang. Wang Lao's arm was pierced fiercely, and he was about to faint from the pain. He looked at his injured arm nervously and covered the wound. Go! Go! The rest of the people heard the gunshots and fled in different directions like frightened rabbits. Qinmu took a sniper rifle and aimed at those people he didn't like. He randomly selected a lucky person and blew their heads. Brains splattered and white blood mixed with red exploded in the air, forming a gorgeous firework. EPZWW.com, 3366XS.com, 82X.com, XSSXS.cc, 3JWS.com, 3JW.com, Xiaohongshu.cc, HM6W.com, 7CT.com, Bicky.com. Old Wang's arms were injured. He wanted to push the wheelchair. The pain from his arm made him unable to move at all. He could only stay where he was, close his eyes, and wait for death. However, Qinmu's bullets seemed to have eyes. They bypassed him several times, grazing his edge and taking other people's lives. For others, it was simply chasing speed with the messenger of hell. Every time Qinmu pulled the trigger, he would take someone's life. If he ran faster, they would be the next to die. Death. His bullets never missed, and his hit rate was as high as 100%. Except for the fact that he deliberately spared the life of Wang Lao, all the others were killed directly by headshots. Chu Yi witnessed Qinmu's accurate shooting skills with her own eyes, and she was filled with sincere admiration. Her eyes followed Qinmu's back. His head was held high and his posture was agile and fierce, like the Lion King who ruled everything in the jungle, showing his edge. It made people feel safe. Seeing that there were not many people left, Qinmu stopped what he was doing and the broadcast continued. Dear everyone, are you satisfied with my gift to you? He also knew that no one would respond, so after a light laugh, he continued. I think everyone should be very curious about how I knew you would attack from behind. It's very simple. There is a kind-hearted person among you. As for his name, I only know that there is a word Wang in it. You should all know him and are very familiar with him. He told me. Qinmu took the initiative to expose the information about the traitor, confirming everyone's thoughts. According to the clues he provided, everyone's first sight was on old Wang, who stayed in the same place. It was hard not to suspect that the traitor was old Wang. Everyone who had already escaped from the safe house looked at each other, and finally their sight fell on Xiao Li, the smartest among them. Xiao Li, you are the smartest among us, and we all trust you. Tell me, is this traitor old Wang? Xiao Li's face showed a complicated expression. He certainly knew that the traitor could not be old Wang. If anyone among them hated Qinmu the most, it must be old Wang. Moreover, it was old Wang who provided them with the information about the underground passage, so it was even more impossible that the traitor would be old Wang. His silent reaction made everyone a little anxious, and they said to him a little impolitely, "You have always had a good relationship with old Wang, so don't cover up for him." No, it's not old Wang, It's Wang Wei. It must be him. Xiao Li finally remembered Wang Wei. Wang Wei had secretly leaked information in exchange for supplies before. This time, the information leak should also be done by him. Ah, Wang Wei, that damn traitor! Everyone burst into intense hatred. If Wang Wei was in front of them now, he would probably be stabbed by one of them and finally bleed to death. This is the strongest hatred everyone has for him. Everyone hates traitors. Wang Wei obviously knew this. He hid in Qin Mu's safe house and refused to go out. He wanted to stay here. If he could follow a big guy like Qin Mu, he wouldn't have to worry about food, clothing, water, and electricity. He could live the same life as before the end of the world. Brother, is the information I provided this time very useful? Wang Wei saw that the people who organized in the community had failed, and he was still a little proud in his heart. Letting them rob his supplies was retribution. He eagerly asked Qin Mu for credit. Qin Mu glanced at Wang Wei with a faint expression. He didn't like people like him. The information provided by Wang Wei was indeed useful. I will give you a box of instant noodles as a reward. Wang Wei was delighted and a little impatient, but then he thought of his real purpose of staying in the safe house, so he shamelessly put forward his request to Qin Mu. Brother, I don't want instant noodles. As long as you can take me in and let me do anything. You are not qualified to ask me for anything. Qin Mu snorted coldly and impatiently threw a box of instant noodles in front of Wang Wei. It was like alms. Wang Wei's face turned ugly. He picked up the instant noodles on the ground and held them in his arms. Qin Mu hugged Chu Yi, the beauty, in his arms and celebrated by opening a bottle of red wine. He didn't want to leave. Lu Yun walked in from the back door and saw Wang Wei still standing there, so he kicked him out with his foot. Go away, Brother Mu's words are useless, right? I told you to leave quickly. Why don't you get out now? Wang Wei was reluctantly driven out of the safe house, and the gun in his hand was also unloaded. In addition to the box of instant noodles in his hand, he got nothing. He felt a strong reluctance, which made him regret a little. Why did he reveal such important information directly to Qin Mu in order to retaliate against those people in the community? In exchange for this box of instant noodles, it was not worth it at all. He longed for more things like Qin Mu, with delicious food and beautiful women in his arms. Thinking of Qiuran and Chu Yi in the safe house, those two superb beauties, why shouldn't Qin Mu share such good fortune with them? Wang Wei walked out and saw Old Man Wang fainted in a wheelchair. Those people ran away. No one cared about Old Man Wang's life or death. Even though he was the leader, he was now abandoned. Old Wang? Wang Wei tentatively patted Old Man Wang's shoulder. Old Man Wang was not dead yet. He had just fainted from the pain. After being knocked by Wang Wei, he woke up instantly, saw clearly that the person coming was Wang Wei, and then he asked for help in a hoarse voice. Wang Wei, help me, take me back. Wang Wei was still holding a box of instant noodles in his hand. Facing the Old Man Wang's request for help, he was so indifferent that he even wanted to laugh. He vented all his dissatisfaction with Qin Mu on the Old Man Wang and sneered mercilessly. Old Wang, haven't you always been very capable? You took all my food with people, and now you are in trouble, and you still want me to save you. What benefits can you give me? The Old Man Wang was weak and about to die. He had no choice, so he asked Wang Wei for help. I am the leader of the community, and they will all listen to me. As long as you take me back, I will let them make you the new leader. It's a deal. The condition thrown out by the Old Man Wang was very tempting. Becoming the leader of the community residents, he can command them to attack the safe house again. Now he knows the structure of the safe house best, and he must be able to break through the defense line and become the new owner of the safe house. He hid the box of instant noodles in his hand, then came back and pushed Old Man Wang out of the safe house. EPZ.com, 3366SS.com, ADUX.com, XSXS.CSX.cc, YJXAS.com, APSW.com, Xiaohongshu.cc, Kanshuba.cc, MXSM.com, 7cc.com, Bquid.com. That's right, Wang Wei was not dead at all. The scene was too chaotic at the time, and Old Man Wang's people thought Wang Wei was dead. They didn't even take a look at his corpse. They determined that he was dead and thought someone had thrown him away. While Old Man Wang and his people were no longer paying attention to him, Wang Wei eavesdropped on their plan, so he ran to Qin Mu to exchange the information for a chance to live. Qin Mu held a telescope and observed Wang Wei's actions with interest. Sure enough, it was more interesting to leave this little mouse behind. Kuyoluo, who was counting the weapons and bullets on the side, suddenly found that a pistol was missing. Chinmu gave it to Kyuluo because he saw that she was young and not very strong, and it would be more convenient for her to use a light pistol. "Oh, the pistol is missing. I clearly remember that I always put it behind my waist. How could I lose it?" Kyuluo searched for a long time in the house, but couldn't find any trace of the pistol. She stamped her feet anxiously. She realized something and suddenly walked into the room that belonged to her and her sister. She reopened the drawer and remembered that she put the pistol in the drawer when she took a shower, and the magazine in the drawer was also missing. "There's a thief!" Kyoro pushed open the door and rushed to Chinmu. Her still childish face was flushed, and you could tell at a glance that she was angry. The moment she saw Chinmu, she said aggrievedly, "Brother Mu, my gun was stolen. It must have been done by that Wang Wei." "What?" Before Chinmu could speak, Kyoran lost her composure. She suddenly jumped up to get her weapon and wanted to get the pistol back from the thief Wang Wei. "I'll go find him." "Kyoran, don't worry about him." Chinmu said this calmly and took out a silver Desert Eagle from his waist, but actually from the space. He wrapped the handle around his fingertips and handed the Desert Eagle to Kyuluo. Kyuluo took it carefully, holding it with great care, cherishing it even more. "I will definitely not lose it again this time." "Brother Mu, Luoluo didn't lose it on purpose. If I see Wang Wei again, I will definitely kill him." Chinmu waved his hand indifferently. He was still very tolerant and patient with the little sister. He smiled and said nothing. On the other side, Wang Wei pushed Wang Lao back to the residential building. As soon as he appeared, the sentry found his trace. The sentry looked strange, and even suspected that he had seen it wrong. He wiped his eyes several times, but the person was getting closer and closer to them, which also proved that it was him. "Wang Wei and Wang Lao are here. They are still alive." This news made everyone in the residential building frown. Wang Wei had been killed when they were robbing food, right? It was incredible that Wang Lao was not killed by Chinmu. "Li Mingcheng, you are the smartest among us. Tell me, what should we do?" Someone couldn't help asking Xiao Li. Xiao Li, also known as Li Mingcheng, was a supervisor in a Fortune 500 company before the end of the world. With his clever mind and the information he got from his job, he saved a lot of money by reselling stocks. He was a man with ideas. Li Mingcheng stared at Wang Wei closely. Facing the questions from everyone, he was still very calm. "Old Wang is useless. We can't continue to listen to him. As for Wang Wei, let's see what he wants." Everyone watched Wang Wei pushing old Wang's wheelchair closer and closer, and finally stopped. "Hello everyone. Didn't expect it. I'm back again." Wang Wei showed a sinister smile, and his cold eyes swept over everyone. Some people who participated in snatching Wang Wei's instant noodles turned their heads aside with guilt, while those who were strong looked at Wang Wei, a weak chicken, with some disdain. "How dare you come back?" A middle-aged woman pointed at Wang Wei's nose and cursed. "You still have the nerve to come back, you snitch. If you hadn't leaked our sneak attack plan, how could my husband die? You are the culprit who killed my man? Go to hell." "Yes, you are right. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, how could so many of us die?" The one who spoke was a young man, and at this moment his thick white coat was stained with blood, and he also pointed at Wang Wei and accused him. Everyone cast their resentful eyes on Wang Wei, and the deep hatred made them wish Wang Wei had died long ago, and they didn't mind killing Wang Wei with their own hands. Anyway, so many people have died now, and the constraints of law and morality have long become a joke. Blame me? Wang Wei smiled coldly, because the accusations of the crowd made him more gloomy and ruthless. "You killed me. This is my revenge. Why did you steal my food? You all deserve to die. Now no one has food. You rely on betraying us to get food. Those foods should belong to everyone." Li Mingcheng finally spoke. He also got a box of instant noodles from Wang Wei, filled his hungry stomach and barely held on. Old man Wang gasped for breath. His face had already turned pale due to excessive blood loss, opened his cloudy eyes, fell on the crowd, and closed them again. "Why are you still talking so much nonsense with him? Kill him!" Someone started to make a noise, and someone immediately echoed. They picked up the weapons in their hands and surrounded Wang Wei in the middle. Wang Wei looked down at the old man, pretending to sleep, and patted his cheek hard. He had already seen through his disguise. He gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. "Old man Wang, don't forget, you promised me." Old Man Wang had a complicated expression. Under Wang Wei's coercion, he still said what he had promised before. Everyone stop. Listen to me. Everyone subconsciously stopped what they were doing. After all, Old Man Wang was their leader before. Even if he is now useless, he probably won't live for a few days, so they still chose to respect him. Everyone doesn't have much food now, and it's estimated that they can't hold on for a few days. After the failure of the siege of Qinmu this time, our losses were very heavy, and the reason for this failure was that we didn't know Qinmu well enough. He is stubborn and self-righteous, relying entirely on powerful weapons and confident that everything is under his control. If we want to win his trust, we can only rely on Xiao Li. Wang Wei was furious. He immediately slapped Old Man Wang in anger. What are you talking about, old man? Didn't you promise me that as long as I sent you back, you would let me be the leader? What are you talking about? Bah! Old Man Wang spat out a mouthful of spit. He smiled disdainfully and said sarcastically, Is someone like you worthy of being a leader? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? EPZW6XS.com, ADWX.com, CCYJXS.cc, 3JWX.com, Xiaohongshu.cc, HMXXSW.com, 7CCT.com. The water and power outage outside did not have a big impact on Qinmu's safe house. As for water, the snow water out had been purified by filters as domestic water. As for electricity, there were solar panels and the entire safe house ran very smoothly. As for cooking, Qinmu stocked up a lot of gas cylinders when he stocked up and put them all in the space. Qinmu naturally couldn't cook. What a joke. Chuyi and Kuyuran are not young ladies who have never touched women. Kuyuran originally studied medicine, so her knife skills are impeccable. According to her words, when she was practicing anatomy, she didn't dare to use live animals, so she started by practicing cutting vegetables, and practice makes perfect. As for Chuyi, she was responsible for cooking, and it was no problem for her to cook home-cooked dishes. It smells so good. Kuyuluo leaned on the kitchen door and looked into the kitchen with her little head. She was full of desire for food. After experiencing extreme hunger, eating became the happiest thing in her life. After wiping her hands, Kuyuran rubbed her head and coaxed her softly. Sister Chuyi will be ready soon. Be good and go eat some fruit first. Yeah. Kuyuluo responded with her mouth, but her feet did not move at all. She sniffed and smelled the aroma of food in the air, with a satisfied look on her face. In the living room, Qinmu played the game console with Lu Yun, as if returning to their childhood, enjoying the fulfillment brought by the game. Lu Yun couldn't help but sigh. If there were no people outside to harass from time to time, this kind of life would be no different from before the end of the world. It's great. Qinmu gently curled his lips, lowered his eyes, and thought back to his previous life. What were they doing at this time? Yes, Su Qingqiu was hungry, and she urged him to find food for her. He searched on the street in the cold weather of the blizzard, and finally found a rotten apple in the trash can. He cherished the half-intact apple and took it back to Su Qingqiu as a treasure, but she scolded him for being useless. Lu Yun found a few pieces of bread, but he was reluctant to eat them. So he gave him a piece, and finally all of them went into Su Qingqiu's stomach. The cold weather outside is expected to continue for about another week. The safe house is now safe, and we need to go outside too, understand the situation, and make more adequate preparations. Although Qinmu had memories of his previous life, he could not rely entirely on the development in his memory after he discovered that zombies had appeared in advance. It seemed that some things had happened in advance. The current extreme cold is just an appetizer. The real danger is that when the extreme cold ends and the cold melts, the mysterious virus will spread, turning the infected people or corpses into the most terrifying things, which are called zombies. Brother Mu, I always thought that the rumors of the end of the world were false. Every year someone would spread such rumors, but I really didn't expect that one day it would come true. Lu Yun stopped the game console in his hand and said with a sense of loss, he was originally an ordinary rich second generation. If nothing unexpected happened, he could rely on his identity as a rich second generation to eat and wait for death. I don't know how my family is doing now. I'm a little worried about them. Qinmu's eyes flashed. Lu Yun was different from him. His parents had died long ago, but Lu Yun's parents were still alive. Moreover, Lu's father was in charge of the Lu group and had certain supplies in his hands. After the end of the world, he relied on those supplies to become a senior leader of the base and issued a broadcast. Looking for Lu Yun. In his previous life, Lu Yun was almost reunited with his parents, but unfortunately he was killed on the way to Baiyun base where Lu's father was. They must be fine. Don't worry. I will take you to find them later. Qinmu recalled the regret at the beginning and didn't want to let such a thing continue. The meal is ready. Let's eat. Chu Yi was wearing an apron, outlining her slender waist. A strand of hair slid down her ear. She was holding a plate of cold-cut beef in her hand, which was very uniform in size and just the right thickness. The table was full of food, 10 dishes for 5 people, obviously more than enough. If the people in the residential building knew that they were so extravagant, maybe even if they died, they would strangle them to death. Do you know how precious books are? In the residential building, Wang Wei and the others were still in a stalemate. He wanted to take the position of leader. He was eager to improve his strength. He was an ambitious man. Otherwise, he would not have thought of it. When there was no food, he relied on intelligence to get food. He was a person who almost died once, so he wanted to have something more urgently. Is there anyone willing to follow me? Everyone was silent. Who would follow Wang Wei? I'm afraid they would have a brain pump. Okay. Wang Wei took out his secret weapon, the pistol stolen from Kyoluo's room. He originally wanted to get a better weapon, like the book in Lu Yun's hand, which made him salivate, but the target was too big and it was easy to be discovered. If he was discovered, he would die. He still knew it clearly. So he finally chose to steal the pistol, which was convenient to carry and hide. As soon as the pistol was revealed, everyone's faces changed, and a shadow was cast in their hearts. They might have thought that these guns were models before, but with the shock Qinmu brought to them, they would not doubt the authenticity of the gun in Wang Wei's hand. Wang Wei, let's talk it over. Put the gun down first. Wang Lao's face was also frighteningly pale. He had just ridiculed Wang Wei so much, but he didn't know that this guy had a gun in his hand. He was in Wang Wei's hand, which really scared him to death. I talked to you nicely, but you all didn't listen to me, so I had to do this. Wang Wei sneered, pointed the gun in his hand at Wang Lao's forehead, and pulled the trigger. Wang Lao closed his eyes in despair, waiting for death to come. Unexpectedly, the gun didn't move at all. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they rushed up to subdue Wang Wei. Traitor! Executioner! Wang Wei frantically pulled the trigger on the pistol in his hand, but there was no response. He was completely panicked. How could this happen? How could this gun be useless? Damn it! Just when he thought he was finished, he found that the safety bolt was not pulled. He quickly fixed it and fired the first shot. The bullet did not hit anyone, but it made everyone stop and avoid Wang Wei's gun. You will all die. You don't listen. Wang Wei nervously gripped the pistol tightly in his hand, aiming at one person after another. I want you to die.com 336xs.com xssccyjx.cc 3jx.c 8tabzebit.com xiaohongshu.cc canshu.sw.com 76xc.c bhookie.com. Quickly grab the gun in his hand, otherwise everyone will be in danger. Li Mingcheng reacted quickly, hiding behind the crowd and shouting. Although Wang Wei had a gun, a heavy punch could not beat 4 hands. He fired randomly and basically didn't hit anyone, and he panicked immediately. Everyone stepped forward and grabbed the pistol in his hand. He was beaten severely and almost died. Don't kill me, I have food. Let me go and I will tell you where you are. Wang Wei was scared. He didn't want to die. Li Mingcheng stood out from behind the crowd, his eyes lit up. Since you said you have food, where is it? Let me go first. Wang Wei's eyes flickered. He looked at the people in front of him holding daggers and his gun, and regretted it in his heart. Why did he try to be so strong, thinking that he could do whatever he wanted with a pistol, but he didn't expect to lose more than he gained? Let him go. As Li Mingcheng's words fell, everyone let go. Wang Wei quickly got up from the ground. He shrank. As long as you promise not to kill me, I will tell you the specific location of the instant noodles. I hid the box of instant noodles. Qinmu and others finished their meal happily. Holding a toothpick in his mouth, Lu Yun walked to the French window. He was surprised to find someone outside. Why are those people back again? He narrowed his eyes and carefully observed the movements of those people. He was puzzled again. They seem to be looking for something. Maybe they are up to something and want to launch a sneak attack. Chinmu also came to Lu Yun's side and looked at the scene outside. He watched for a long time and saw that those people dug out a box of instant noodles from the heavy snow. The instant noodles tasted like old-style pickled cabbage and beef noodles. Chinmu hated this smell the most. That should be the instant noodles I gave to Wang Wei. This guy is really useless. He can't even keep a box of instant noodles. Speechlessly, Chinmu's eyes fell on the young man in the lead and looked at him for a few more times. After those people found the instant noodles, they obviously had a shadow on the safe house and quickly withdrew. The outside was quiet again. There was nothing else except the snowflakes that kept falling. Next, it was time for Chinmu to train the four of them. As a member of the safe house, they should at least have the ability to protect themselves and not drag down their teammates. As for the training method, Chinmu adopted a set of physical training techniques summarized by the old people who survived in the previous life. It was prepared for people who did not awaken superpowers, and practicing physical training techniques was also very helpful in awakening superpowers, increasing the probability of awakening superpowers. Now there is still some time before the zombie outbreak, but it is not long, and the real disaster has just begun. Lu Yun also listened very seriously, more seriously than when he was studying in school and listening to the teacher's lectures. In the past, studying was to get a diploma to fool his parents, but now studying is about his own life. He still knows what is more important. As for Chu Yi and Ku Yoran, Chinmu did not expect them to practice well. After giving Lu Yun a few more words, he started practicing. Chu Yi looked at Chinmu dimly, reluctantly followed his movements, and did not learn much in a flustered manner. In a supermarket, this place has been occupied by a group of people, and the leader is Sun Peng, who is called Brother Peng. Yesterday, his men caught a girl from a nearby residential building and presented her to Brother Peng. Brother Peng was enjoying it. The taste of a girl is different from that of a slut who has been played with too much. The tightness of her skin is different. She is so juicy that you can squeeze out water. Moreover, she is a real virgin, very raw, and Sun Peng likes this. He hugged the girl he called baby and swaggered in front of everyone. His younger brothers all showed envy. This beautiful girl was found by them first, but now they are attached to Sun Peng and rely on Sun Peng to distribute supplies. They dare not have other thoughts. The girl is only 17 years old, not yet an adult. Her eyes are full of tears. Her eyes have been swollen like walnuts. Her walking posture is also very stiff, as if every step will involve a wound somewhere. When she was pulled into Sun Peng's arms, she was like a puppet who had lost her soul and was like a walking corpse. Su Qingqiu stood aside, holding her already visibly pregnant belly. There were wounds of all sizes on her body, all caused by Sun Peng, the pervert. That guy was a demon who liked to beat people on the bed. He was simply a psychopath. She was scared of being beaten. If she hadn't been able to get some food by following Sun Peng and not starve, she would have run away long ago. Now that there was someone to share the damage with her, she was relieved and had no hostility towards the girl. Although there are a lot of supplies in the supermarket, there are only a few left for each person. Now we don't know when the snow outside will stop falling, so from today on, everyone will reduce their food by half. Sun Peng read out his decision loudly. After hearing that they had to reduce their food, the people below looked a little ugly. Why? None of you react at all? Sun Peng pinched the girl in his arms with some dissatisfaction, venting his dissatisfaction with the people below on the woman. The girl was in great pain, but she bit her lower lip tightly and didn't say a word. Got it, Brother Peng. Only then did the people below speak sparsely and reluctantly. Sun Peng waved his hand and began to distribute food. Basically, their food now is to fill their stomachs with small breads from the supermarket. As for the rice and flour in the supermarket, because they don't have the conditions to make a fire and no electricity, they can only eat fast food. Originally, each meal was a piece of bread with a sausage and a boiled egg, but now it has become only a piece of bread. Sun Peng felt that he was very generous. After all, there are many people outside who can't even eat bread. When it was Su Qingqiu's turn, Sun Peng threw half a biscuit to her with disdain, and was unwilling to give her even a piece of bread. He kept her because he didn't have other women before, and in order to solve his physiological needs, he reluctantly let Su Qingqiu stay. Now that there is a new person, her existence has even less value. Why is there only so little? Su Qingqiu looked at the half-biscuit. It was nothing. It was not even enough to fill her teeth. She was hungry easily during pregnancy. Although her appetite was small, she couldn't be satisfied with just half a biscuit. There was no difference between eating it and not eating it. She was unwilling to accept it, so she pestered Sun Peng. "Brother Peng, look, only half a biscuit. It's not enough. Give me some more. Get lost." Sun Peng kicked her impatiently, and then took away the half-biscuit from her hand. Eat if you want or not at epzw.com, 336xs.com, adwx.com, xsxs.cc, yjwx.com, 8pzw.com, xiaohongshu.cc, hmxw.com, 7cc.com, b.com. There were banging sounds outside the supermarket. Someone was banging on the door. Sun Peng's men immediately became alert. Sun Peng had no time to continue to pay attention to Su Qingqiu's entanglement and picked up a sharp dagger. "Is there anyone inside? Open the door and save me." Wang Wei kept knocking on the closed shutter door of the supermarket. He had fled all the way here. Seeing that there was a supermarket here, he thought there must be food inside, so he chose to stay here. If he could get in, it would be even better. It's a man. He has no weapons in his hands. Sun Peng's men observed the situation outside through the narrow gap. When they saw clearly, there was only Wang Wei, and he didn't seem to be carrying any weapons. After confirming again and again, there was no one else behind him except Wang Wei. Sun Peng heaved a sigh of relief and waved to his men. "Put that guy up. I want to see what kind of person he is." The shutter door was opened a little, and he could only bend over and crawl in through the gap. This process was a test for Wang Wei. Even if he had a weapon in his hand, if he crawled in through this gap, his life would be handed over to Sun Peng and his men. Wang Wei hesitated for a while, but still crawled in through the gap. He heard that there were many people in the supermarket here, and he was considered the most powerful one in the group. The man called Brother Peng was very strong. He struggled to crawl in, but his arms were held by someone. A big man held him on one side, and another person searched his body. "There's nothing." Sun Peng walked up to Wang Wei and looked at his face carefully. "I don't know you. What are you doing here?" "You must be Brother Peng. I've heard of your name for a long time. You can occupy such a big supermarket. I think you must be very capable. I actually ran away from Jinling community." Wang Wei did not hide the fact that he came from Jinling community. He knew very well that if he wanted to gain trust, it would be best to mix the truth with lies. "Oh, you are from Jinling community?" Sun Peng immediately became interested. He had heard from Su Qingqiu that someone in that community had built a safe house with a lot of supplies. He had been envious for a long time. "Then tell me, how much do you know about the safe house in the villa area of your community?" Wang Wei hesitated for a moment, and then told Sun Peng everything that had happened during this period. "Our neighborhood committee has negotiated with the safe house to provide some supplies to help us residents, but the owner of the safe house, Qin Mu, refused, tried to attack the safe house, but its defense coefficient is very high. Whether it is a car or a dagger, it cannot cause any damage to the wall." As Wang Wei described the safe house, Sun Peng became more and more interested. The reason why he chose to stay in the supermarket was because there were many supplies here, but after the appearance of the monster that looked like a human, the supermarket was no longer safe, and he needed to choose a safer place as a base. And the safe house in Jinling community is his best choice at present. I have personally been to the safe house, and it is equipped with all kinds of supporting facilities, as well as water and electricity. It is estimated that a large amount of resources were prepared in advance before the end of the world. The villa is large enough to accommodate at least hundreds of people. After getting the information he wanted, Sun Peng became polite to Wang Wei. "Yes, the information you mentioned is very valuable. What benefits do you want?" Wang Wei smiled bitterly. "I have offended the organizers of the residential building in Jinling community, and they have expelled me. If Brother Peng doesn't mind, please take me in." Faced with Wang Wei's offer of himself, Sun Peng naturally welcomed him. For him, having more people would just mean sharing more bread. He was not short of food at the moment, and it would be beneficial for him to be able to recruit talents. "Okay, as long as you can help me take over the safe house, you will get some benefits. You will follow me in the future." Sun Peng spoke, and the younger brothers naturally echoed, "We will follow Brother Peng's lead." Wang Wei took a closer look and felt that the people on Sun Peng's side were much more reliable than those in the residential building. They were obviously gangsters, and they were probably gangsters before the end of the world. Otherwise, they would not be like this, looking organized and trained. Su Qingqiu had been listening closely, and when she heard Qin Mu's name, her eyes flashed. She naturally hated Qin Mu. He lived in such a big house, had good food and drinks every day and everything, but why didn't he want to take her in? She had already begged him so much, but Qin Mu acted as if he didn't see her. She had fallen to this point, and it was all Qin Mu's fault. Suddenly, she thought of using her relationship with Qin Mu to get food from Sun Peng. She was really starving. Sun Peng was not interested in her body anymore, so it was even harder for her to get food. "Brother Peng, if you want to take over the safe house, you must take me with you. I know the people in the safe house." She was very familiar with both Qin Mu and Chu Yi, and the owner of the safe house once pursued me, but I didn't agree to him. Sun Peng looked at the now haggard belly impatiently. Without makeup, she looked like a dead leaf on the ground, which made people not interested at all. Except for her face, her facial features were indeed good, a bit like his first love. He would not keep this woman. You'd better pray that the other party will take you in. You don't even look in the mirror to see how you look now. I guess the other party will lose their appetite for 8 lifetimes when they see you." Sun Peng's words made Su Qingqiu's face turn ugly. She also knew that her belly was a little obvious now, and she felt that she was getting more and more like a yellow-faced woman. The world was too difficult now, and she was really afraid that she would die accidentally. "Brother Peng, maybe the beauty trap will really work." Wang Wei looked at Su Qingqiu and thought that the other party was still good-looking. With a little dressing up, she would look like the national first love. "There are 3 beauties in Qin Mu's house. All of them are his. And his good brother, Lu Yun, is still single. If you can't seduce Qin Mu, you can try to seduce his brother." "What you said makes some sense." Sun Peng scratched his chin and felt that Wang Wei's idea seemed to be feasible. However, he was reluctant to hand over his new beauty to others to taste, so he let Su Qingqiu complete this task. EPWW.com, 3366XS.com, 80SSS.cc, YJX.cc, 3JWX.com, 8PZW.com, Xiaohongshu.cc, Kanshuba.cc, Hide.com, 7CT.com. The temperature has warmed up, and the thick snow outside seems to have begun to melt, and the snowflakes have stopped falling. This seems to bring hope to people. The bad weather caused them to lose water and electricity. Maybe once the snow stops, everything will return to normal. However, for those who have killed people in the chaos, they least want to return to normal order and settle accounts. Maybe they can only spend their next life in prison, or they may just get peanuts. Qin Mu knows best that it is impossible to go back to the way it was before. He saw Chu Yi and the others were still looking forward to it. It is not appropriate to be trapped in the safe house all the time. If everything can return to the way it was before the end of the world, their lives will undoubtedly be happy. But that is all a dream. Many people do not know that when the snow melted, the people who were killed suddenly opened their eyes, but the corpses that had begun to decay opened their eyes again, with strange dead white pupils and strange roars coming out of their mouths. Their actions were obviously different from those of normal people, which was very strange. "Oh my God, what is that?" Lu Yun looked through the telescope casually and saw the people wandering outside. It doesn't look like a human, but it looks a bit like... He couldn't find a suitable adjective for a while, but he was extremely sure that those people were definitely not living people. "Let me see." Kuyuluo curiously came over and borrowed the telescope in Lu Yun's hand to look over. He was immediately frightened, and his face turned pale. No. Shouldn't those people be dead? They are not living people. To accurately define them, they should be called zombies. Qin Mu's plain words seemed to be announcing an extremely terrifying fact. Lu Yun had also read a Doomsday novel, but he didn't expect it to be a reality. Are they really zombies? This is too outrageous. It's even more outrageous. These zombies should have been exposed to the virus carried in the snow. Since the corpses turned into zombies, the number is still small now, but as time goes by, the number will only increase. Qin Mu simply explained everything about the zombies. No one in the safe house dared to disobey him, and they believed 100% that what he said was true. As for why Qin Mu knew so much, Qin Mu was very mysterious. Even Lu Yun, who was such a good brother to Qin Mu, didn't understand why he knew so much. You have to be careful. If you are attacked by zombies and left with wounds, you are likely to be infected with the zombie virus and eventually become a zombie. The zombies are not at a high level now. You can try to kill them and get the crystal cores in their heads. Lu Yun couldn't sit still. He was really curious about why Qin Mu could do all this. Brother Mu, tell me honestly, do you also read Doomsday novels? Fuck you. Qin Mu was talking about popular science seriously. He kicked Lu Yun and said, "No, I got some inside information, so I collected supplies in advance and built this safe house. The Doomsday era has arrived. I hope everyone can cheer up." No wonder you knew the end of the world was coming. The wandering zombies outside were just right for practicing, and Qin Mu was eager to try. He took Lu Yun and the other 3 girls with guns in their hands and left the safe house together. "Protect yourself." He threw down this sentence and rushed up to chop with a knife. The zombies nowadays are the easiest to kill. As long as you overcome your inner fear and avoid the zombies' attacks, the zombies will pounce on you. Just chop off their heads and dig out the crystal cores inside. Kuyuran's face turned pale. The zombies nowadays were beyond her comprehension. Medically, these corpses were physiologically dead. But what was the situation with these now? Kuyuluo was eager to try. She held the Desert Eagle in her hand and fired directly at a zombie in the distance. The bullet hit the zombie's leg. The zombie seemed to have no feeling. Except for the splashing flesh and black liquid flowing out, the bullet did not cause any damage to him. It just moved a little slower. "It seems that we have to try his heart." Kuyuluo tried to aim at the zombie's head again. Qin Mu had already chopped off the head of a zombie. The absolute power suppression made him kill the zombies very quickly, just like cutting a watermelon. He skillfully dug into the zombie's head and took out a milky white thing the size of a peanut. "What is this?" Lu Yun did not take action, but studied Qin Mu's actions. Seeing him pull such a thing out of the pile of brains, he quickly came over. Qin Mu simply handed the milky white crystal core to Lu Yun and explained, "This thing is the crystal core, which can help awaken superpowers." "Ah, there are superpowers. Go kill zombies first, get more crystal cores and try it." Qin Mu wiped the knife in his hand clean and then put it away. There were not many zombies near the safe house. Basically, they were transformed from the corpses of those people. He could handle it alone. However, in order to train Lu Yun and others, they should be trained up early and adapt to the Doomsday environment earlier. Chu Yi was attacked by a zombie, who suddenly pounced on her from behind and was pressed to the ground. The zombie's sharp fingertips cut through her clothes on the back, and the feathers in her cotton jacket flew out. She was frightened and looked at the terrifying face with some despair. The white pupils had no focus, and the threatening aura told her that she would probably die at the hands of this zombie. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Chu Yi used all her strength to push the zombie away. She rolled and crawled out of the zombie's clutches. She quickly took out her gun and fired at the zombie's chest again and again. Cold sweat ran down her forehead, and her hand kept pressing the trigger uncontrollably. Bang, bang, bang! Until a bullet shot through the zombie's head, the zombie was completely dead. The fresh breath of the living here attracted all the zombies around to surround her. Chu Yi just finished dealing with one, and the second one appeared. Her down jacket was already torn, and she was scratched by the zombie several times. Fortunately, her skin was not scratched and injured. Otherwise, she would have become a zombie. Chu Yi subconsciously looked in the direction of Qin Mu. She was his woman. In that situation just now, she was almost bitten to death by the zombie, and he didn't even make a move. Is he really so ruthless? EPZDW.com 3W.com SCCYJXS 3YDXS3JW.com HongShubakansuba.cc and HSComNespoli.com Bookway.com. Qin Mu was not unaware of Chu Yi's situation. When Chu Yi was pounced on by the zombies, he thought about saving her. Chu Yi was his first woman, and this kind of situation was still very different for him. The reason why he didn't go to save her in person was that he thought of another thing. Chu Yi followed him to learn physical training, and he provided her with weapons. He wanted to see if Chu Yi could deal with the zombies by herself. He would not let Chu Yi get hurt, but he also hoped that she could grow up. When the zombies gradually increased, Kuyuran and the others were no longer able to deal with them. Withdraw. Qin Mu gave the order. All the people who were still killing zombies withdrew and returned to the safe house. Qinmu directly turned on the protection mode of the safe house. The electric grid and the automatic aiming gun would cause fatal damage to the zombies. Except for Qinmu, the others were more or less embarrassed. Lu Yun, who had experienced the baptism of killing, was relatively better. He had transformed. Just now, he was holding a machine gun and shooting at the zombies. His body was covered with zombie debris. Qinmu collected 5 crystal cores in his hand. He had given one to Lu Yun, and the other extra crystal cores were all collected by him in the space. Everyone has fought with zombies and knows how to deal with zombies. Qinmu paused and then said, "Now I have a crystal core in my hand. You can try to absorb the power in the crystal core. It can help awaken superpowers. But this thing is random, and it may not awaken. You can try it." He distributed the crystal cores. He also took a crystal core in his hand. He planned to try again to see if he could awaken a superpower this time. But he didn't have any expectations. He already had the most powerful thing, which was space. In his previous life, there were people who had awakened to the power of space. However, the space they had was only 1 cubic meter. Apart from being able to store some supplies, it was not very useful. His space could not only store things as he pleased, but also allow him to enter and exit freely. When he encountered fatal danger, he could hide directly in the space. It was late at night. Chu Yi felt that her whole body was burning. She held the crystal core tightly in her hand. She longed to become powerful. In the Doomsday, she wanted to have a skill that could protect herself, to have superpowers and to become a superpower. Her little face was flushed, and her body was hot. She lay weakly on the bed, frowning in pain. She had a severe heartburn and longed for something cold to relieve the heat. Qinmu put away the crystal core in his hand. There was no change. He planned to go and see how the other people in the room were doing. He went to find Lu Yun first, but that guy was really heartless and fell asleep right away. He shook his head helplessly and left the room. Qinmu heard noises coming from Chu Yi's room. He opened the door and walked in, and saw a spring scene suddenly exposed. Her white thighs were lying across the quilt. The woman's clothes had been taken off, leaving only the most intimate clothes. Her cheeks were flushed, and she was as dazzling as peach blossoms, like a fairy who came to seduce people. "Chu Yi, are you okay?" He came to Chu Yi and carefully observed her changes, thinking in his heart that this must be the prelude to awakening her superpowers. Suddenly, his arms were hugged by hot hands, and a gentle force brought him into the quilt. He leaned down along with the force and was hooked by the slender legs around his waist. The woman in his arms stared at him with seductive eyes, and her rosy lips uttered the words that made him crazy. "Give it to me." Qinmu waved his hand and threw the quilt that was in the way to the ground. Chu Yi in his arms was like a stove. Her originally fair skin turned red and she became more passionate. That night, Qinmu experienced an unprecedented experience. Chu Yi was extremely active and allowed him to play with many new postures. It was not until the second half of the night that the two stopped tossing and turning. Chu Yi was already exhausted and fell asleep. Holding the woman's slender waist, Qinmu also closed his eyes and fell asleep. The next morning, Qinmu got up from the bed and there was no one next to him. As soon as he walked downstairs, he saw Lu Yun trying all kinds of strange movements. It looked like he was practicing physical skills, and he added some other movements. It was very weird. "What are you doing?" Qinmu couldn't help but ask curiously. Lu Yun quickly stopped what he was doing and asked Qinmu excitedly, "Brother Mu, have I awakened my superpower? Please check for me. I have tried many times but still can't find out what the superpower is." Qinmu remembered that he went to see Lu Yun last night, and that guy fell asleep. He still wanted to awaken his superpower. "Take out your crystal core and let me take a look." Lu Yun took out the crystal core from his pocket. Looking at the crystal core that had not changed at all, Qinmu's mouth twitched. Then he comforted her. "You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. You should try again. Not everyone can awaken superpowers. It takes time." He looked around and saw Chu Yi in the kitchen. He waved to her. "Come here. You have awakened superpowers. Let me see what it is." Chu Yi stopped what she was doing and walked over in a daze. She felt a little strange today. When she saw Lu Yun when she went downstairs, she inexplicably heard his voice. "I should have awakened superpowers. I did everything Brother Mu said. There was no problem with the steps. I don't know what superpower it is. I hope it is a powerful one." Then she asked Lu Yun if he could speak, but Lu Yun said no. Later, she heard the voices of Kuyoran and Kuyuluo. After several experiments, she found that her awakened superpower was to be able to hear other people's voices. My ability seems to be able to hear other people's thoughts. Chuyi's words made Chinmu raise his eyebrows, and he immediately became interested. Then you come and listen to my thoughts. What am I thinking about now? Chuyi tried to find out Chinmu's thoughts, but she didn't hear anything. She didn't give up and tried again, but still heard nothing. I can't hear what you are thinking. Chinmu was puzzled, thinking secretly in his heart. Chuyi did awaken the ability, but as for why he couldn't hear his voice, what could be the reason? But it's better not to hear, otherwise, it's equivalent to having no secrets, and it's not a good feeling that Chuyi knows everything you think. Her ability can help identify people with ulterior motives. Is my ability useless? Chuyi thought a little melancholy and couldn't help but sigh. She wanted to become stronger and catch up with Chinmu. EPZW.com, 3366XS.com, ADWX.com, XXS.cc, YJXS.Pinex.ccs, TelevimXSW.com, 7CCT.com. In order to test Chuyi's ability and find out how the strength of the residential building has grown, Sumo simply took and headed for the residential area. The number of zombies wandering on the road gradually increased. They had just cleared the zombies near the safe house yesterday, but now there were more. Chuyi was silent, but her heart was at the bottom of the valley. She didn't know whether her parents were dead or alive. She still had a glimmer of fantasy. Her mother always liked to stock up a lot of food in the refrigerator. Her father had scolded her mother many times because of this matter. It was because she bought a lot of food and always liked to buy new food, which led to more and more food piled up in the refrigerator. The old couple couldn't eat much at home, so it was estimated that these things should be enough for them to survive the cold winter, but the zombies wandering outside were the most deadly danger. Brother Mu, can I go back home? Chuyi's house was still some distance away from here, and she was not sure whether Chinmu would agree, so she asked cautiously. Yes. Chinmu thought about it and said, there are still many zombies outside. Although you have awakened your superpowers, it is not safe for you to be outside alone. I will go with you after the residential building is dealt with. In the residential area of Jinling community, everyone would gather in the community, except when they were conscious. The rest of the time they stayed in their own homes and relied on the food they had stored before to fill their stomachs. Now the biggest problem they faced was lack of water. The purified water stored at home had begun to run out, and as the snow outside stopped, they also began to go out to find food and water. The cold weather took the lives of many elderly people. Some of them died of cold, some died of starvation, and some were robbed and killed mercilessly. The first group of people who came out to look for food were particularly unlucky and ran into zombies outside. They were bitten by the zombies that rushed over, and the blood that burst out was sprayed everywhere, stimulating more zombies to besiege this place. There were fewer and fewer living people in the residential building. Old Wang was still alive, but he was almost a cripple. His legs and arms were all crippled. If it weren't for his wife who stayed with him and took good care of him for so many years, he would have been dead. Li Mingcheng became the new leader in the residential building. He witnessed how the zombies outside killed humans and realized that the outside world was now full of monsters. Everyone, don't go out now. There are monsters wandering outside now. Everyone, try to stick together and don't be alone. The gun in Wang Wei's hand has now fallen into Li Mingcheng's hands. Everyone dared not disobey him and followed his lead. Brother Li, the snow water outside has melted and can't be drunk. Why? Li Mingcheng frowned. It's like this. I melted the snow outside and fed it to my dad. I didn't expect that after he drank the water, he fainted and died. The man who spoke had red eyes. He was filial, but he didn't expect that he would kill his father. The incident happened too suddenly. He only had time to run out and tell everyone the unfortunate news. Unexpectedly, there was indeed a miserable wail in his home. Dad, don't bite me. It was the voice of the man's wife. The middle-aged man and Li Mingcheng looked at each other and realized that something had happened. They quickly took people to the man's home. As soon as they opened the door, they saw an extremely tragic scene. The middle-aged man's wife saw a huge bloody hole on the side of her throat, and blood was constantly oozing out. She trembled and covered the wound, her eyes full of desire for life. The moment she saw the middle-aged man appear, she ran towards him desperately. "Save me!" Behind him was the middle-aged man's father. He was no longer human. His pupils had turned white. Except for some features and the clothes on his body, he was indeed the man's father before he was alive. But now he has completely turned into a monster outside. Li Mingcheng took out his pistol and pointed it at the middle-aged man's father. "No!" The middle-aged man shouted. He was holding his wife in his arms, but he looked at Li Mingcheng pleadingly. "He is my father. He has become a monster. Look at your wife in your arms. Wake up." While the two were talking, the wife in the middle-aged man's arms also began to change. She couldn't stop twitching all over. Her eyes were bloodshot. Her face was twisted into an incredible angle and began to blacken. She evolved towards the direction of a monster. The middle-aged man was about to become a prey. He subconsciously threw out his wife, who had turned into a zombie, in his arms. At this moment, Li Mingcheng pulled the trigger without hesitation and shot the middle-aged man's wife, who was about to turn into a zombie. The other party's body twitched a few times, and then he was completely dead. The zombies behind him also rushed over, and Li Mingcheng shot them again without mercy. The middle-aged man was gasping for breath after surviving the disaster. He was so scared that he couldn't say a word. After being bitten by a monster, you will also become a monster. Li Mingcheng said thoughtfully. Sumo and Chu Yi had already arrived at the residential area. Along the way, Qinmu killed the zombies with absolute strength. He carried a machine gun and fired at the zombies. The zombies were densely packed together, which made it easier for him to kill. Wherever they passed, there was only blood and flesh, and various pieces of meat splashed and fell to the ground. The people in the residential building heard such a big commotion outside and hurried to the window to check the situation. "It's the people in the safe house. They are killing those monsters. They did something human this time. I hope they can get rid of all the monsters around so that our lives will not be threatened." Li Mingcheng also looked outside when he heard the noise. When he found that Qinmu was suppressing the zombies by force, his eyes were bright, flashing with an unknown light. He had already made a plan in his mind, and he hid the pistol in his hand. Qinmu and Chu Yi looked at the Yi group of people in front of them. There were many new faces. Wang Lao was no longer there, replaced by Xiao Li, who had left an impression on Sumo. "My name is Li Mingcheng, and I am the new person in charge of Jinling community. Are you two here to cooperate with us this time?" Li Mingcheng asked Qinmu tentatively. He lowered his posture and seemed very polite. Chu Yi began to use her special ability to explore what Li Mingcheng was thinking, and quietly repeated what she heard in Qinmu's ear. "I lost a pistol. I heard that Wang Wei appeared here. I wonder if the gun is here? Upcomcom 3366xs.com, 80wx.com, xxxs.cyjx.cc, 3jwx.com, 8pzdegs.com, 7sebit.com, bilhi.com. Wang Wei left a long time ago. We don't know where he is now. As for the gun, I'm sorry, we haven't seen it." Qinmu listened quietly to Li Mingcheng's lies. Chu Yi had already told him what she was thinking in advance. She did it on purpose. "Oh, then what is that gun? On your back?" Li Mingcheng subconsciously looked behind him. He had hidden so well, how could he still be discovered? "I don't know what you are talking about." Qinmu's patience was exhausted. The black muzzle of the gun was pointed directly at Li Mingcheng. "I don't have so much free time to waste here with you. Either hand over the pistol, it's mine, or say goodbye to this beautiful world." Li Mingcheng panicked after hearing this threat. He quickly took out the pistol and pushed it across the table and returned it to Qinmu. "I came here just to remind you. Last time you besieged the safe house, I turned a blind eye and didn't kill you all. Now the heavy snow has stopped. There are zombies everywhere around. You should have seen it. As for whether you can survive, that depends on your ability." Li Mingcheng keenly caught the information from Qinmu's mouth, and he stared at Qinmu closely. "You don't want to kill us, then you are so strong. Can you accept me?" Qinmu glanced at him contemptuously. "First, you have to have the conditions to attract me. In addition, if you want to be my person, you must be completely loyal to me." Chu Yi sat next to Qinmu like a background board, but her curvy figure and good looks still made her gain a lot of attention. She could already hear the lewd fantasies in those people's hearts. "This woman has really big breasts. Qinmu is really lucky. If there is such a beauty to accompany me, even if I die, I will be happy. This Qinmu is so arrogant. Who does he think he is? If he didn't have those guns and ammunition in his hands, he would be killed sooner or later. And this Xiao Li, if it weren't for the problem with Wang Lao, how could this young boy be the leader? If he didn't have a gun in his hand before, he would have been killed long ago. She listened carefully to Li Mingcheng's thoughts. Qinmu is very strong. The most important thing now is to stabilize him first. Then take it slowly. A cold voice sounded, and she said directly, "You are not suitable to join us." Qinmu put away the pistol. He raised his head to the cooking. The two stood up. They were about to leave. "Wait, I have information about Wang Wei. You might be interested." Li Mingcheng didn't want to miss this opportunity. He quickly threw out the points he thought could attract Qinmu. Oh? Qinmu really stopped. He was indeed interested in Wang Wei, who stole things from him and got away unscathed, but he was really interested in his life. He has now joined a base of a man called Brother Peng. I heard that Brother Peng is very powerful. He has occupied a large supermarket and gathered a group of powerful younger brothers. I heard that most of them are gangsters and are very good at fighting. Many people have died in their hands. Chu Yi nodded slightly, proving that Li Mingcheng's words were not false. Okay, reward for true information. Used his consciousness to find a bar of chocolate in the space, threw it on the table casually, and turned around and left with Chu Yi. Looking at the chocolate left on the table, Li Mingcheng gritted his teeth. He couldn't eat chocolate. There was no way. He had to reward the chocolate to the people below. Touching his throat, he had some problems with his throat, which was almost brought from the womb. Every autumn and winter, his throat would swell terribly, his voice was extremely hoarse, and the strong pain kept tormenting him. It was hard for him not to suspect that Qinmu did it on purpose. Li Mingcheng, whose gun was taken away by him, also realized that he had nothing to suppress the group of people under him. Before, he could rely on his pistol to make people in the community listen to him, but now without a gun, he was like a tiger without teeth. Old Wang also learned about this from his people, so he quickly asked his wife to push the wheelchair to the entrance of the community. Don't be fooled by this kid Li Mingcheng. He only cares about himself. Only I am sincere. For everyone to continue to live, I should be re-elected. The people gathered in the residential building looked at each other. Why did Wang Lao come to join in the fun when he was like this? Wang Lao, you need to be pushed by others to walk now. Forget it. It's not cold outside now, but it's full of zombies. If you go out, you will be bitten to death by zombies. We are short of food and water now. Whoever can provide us with these, we will listen to him. Sumo and Chu Yi hid in the corner, listening to the conversation of the group of people in the residential building, and shook their heads. It's just a mob, nothing to be afraid of. What really interested him was Brother Peng mentioned by Li Mingcheng. There was such a person who could match the name in his memory. His name was Sun Peng. Before the end of the world, he was just an ordinary gangster. He had some younger brothers under him. In the early stage, he accumulated a lot of followers. He was very successful in the end of the world. Wang Wei ran to Sun Peng's side. It is estimated that Sun Peng will cause trouble soon. Qinmu returned to the safe house and called everyone to discuss. I plan to go out and look for Chu Yi's parents with her. If her parents are still alive, they can live in the safe house. Qinmu himself is an orphan and has a shallow relationship with his parents. However, he will have many women in the future. At present, Chu Yi and Kuyuran are both submissive to him in terms of strength. If he really wants them to be loyal to him, he will have to work hard. Chu Yi's awakened mind-reading ability is very useful to Qinmu. When he wants to recruit troops and absorb talents in the future, what he needs most is that his subordinates will not stab him in the back. The prerequisite is that Chu Yi will not betray him 100%, so that her words can be trusted. Qinmu hopes that Chu Yi's parents are still alive, which is equivalent to holding a handle. Don't blame him for calculating in his heart. He doesn't want to experience the feeling of being betrayed again in this life. Take me with you. I'll go with you. Lu Yun also wanted to go out and take a look. Although he was safe in the safe house, he felt like he was going to get moldy. He was a person who couldn't sit still. Now that he had the opportunity to go out for a ride, he became very active. Then let's go together. The two sisters of the Q family also agreed. Someone has to be left guarding the safe house. Don't forget that there are always people eyeing this community covetously. E366xs.com, adwx.com, xxs.cc, yjxscc, 3jdlx.com, xyaohongshu.cc, konshuba.xs7sw.com, 7cct.com, bitqi.com. You stay and take care of the house. Lu Yun, I'll take you out next time I have a chance. Qinmu patted Lu Yun's shoulder apologetically. He really felt sorry for his good brother. I'll leave them in your care. Lu Yun felt a little regretful, but he soon recovered. It's okay. To make up for it, Qinmu stuffed all the crystal cores he got today into Lu Yun's hands. Try again and see if you can awaken your superpowers. It doesn't matter if you can't. Just follow the physical training I taught you. At least you can strengthen your body. Looking at the pile of shiny things, Lu Yun's eyes lit up. After Chu Yi awakened his superpower, he was envious. Even though Chu Yi only awakened a mind-reading superpower, that sounded useless. However, after reading so many apocalyptic novels, he knew that it was not easy to awaken superpowers. We are leaving. Goodbye. Qinmu and Chu Yi embarked on a journey to find Chu Yi's parents. After leaving Jinling community, looking around, there were already people outside, even though there were still many zombies wandering on the street. Some people held kitchen knives in their hands, some held baseball bats in their hands, and more or less held weapons that could cause damage to zombies, and their bodies were stained with black and red blood. The glass outside the doors of those shops was smashed, and the rolling shutters were also violently destroyed, opening wide to reveal the empty scene inside. Especially those small supermarkets, snack shops, etc., were basically robbed by people, and the remaining things were some unused electrical appliances, pots and pans, etc. Outside, Qinmu chose to be low-key. He took out a machete from the space and handed one to Chu Yi. Anyway, using cold weapons to kill zombies was also fast and would not cause too much noise. Their goal was very clear. They did not get too entangled with the zombies. They avoided the dense zombies all the way and drove through the streets towards Chu Yi's home. When Qinmu drove past his original company and looked at the company building, he suddenly remembered the hot Tian, who was his capable secretary. However, she should be doing well now, and her family was not bad. I don't know if I can meet her again in the future. What a beautiful beauty, who made me only care about hoarding supplies at that time and missed it. Facing the zombie in front, I just ran over it. The car has been improved and is not inferior to military vehicles at all. Along the way, I saw that there were groups of people looking for supplies and killing zombies outside. Few acted alone. Driving on the road without any scruples like him also attracted the attention of many people, who couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my God, someone actually drove a car to crush zombies. I learned something. I learned something." The car is obviously specially modified. I've tried it. Ordinary cars don't work at all. The zombies will also pierce the glass and take your life directly. A person with lingering fear patted his chest. Many people still chose to drive. At least the safety factor is higher, and look for supplies nearby. After a seemingly long cold period, people hiding at home have long been out of water and food. If they don't find food, they will really starve to death. Food is extremely precious now. No one is willing to give up their food to share. It seems that the good qualities of being helpful have disappeared in them. Qinmu drove all the way to the place Chu Yi said. It was a very shabby old community. There was not even a railing. It was completely open. I didn't expect that the place where Chu Yi lived before was so old and dilapidated, just like the old houses in the old city. The shops and supermarkets nearby were also destroyed by people, and the supplies inside were taken away. There should be someone there. They got off the car. Qinmu put the car into his own space. Chu Yi's eyes were a little hot, staring at the familiar residential building. Even though it was old and dilapidated, it was where she grew up. Her parents lived here, in building number 3. I didn't expect to find building number 3. I wanted to go up, but I found that the corridor of building number 3 was blocked by a pile of furniture, televisions, and some heavy things, preventing people from outside from entering and people inside from going out. What is this doing? Qinmu and Chu Yi frowned. Chu Yi shouted to the upstairs, "Is there anyone? Is there anyone else in this building? Dad, Mom, I'm Chu Yi." However, there was no response. No one in the building stuck their heads out to look. It seemed like an empty building, silent and silent. Chu Yi was really panicking now. She was at a loss, but Qinmu blew up all the things blocking the way outside. He was too lazy to clean them out bit by bit and waste his energy, so he blew up all the things and vacated an empty passage. He held Chu Yi's cold little hand and walked upstairs step by step. There was nothing blocking the way upstairs, but looking at the bloodstains in the corridor, he had a bad premonition. At least something happened here. Maybe someone was injured or dead. Maybe because of this, the entrance to the passage was blocked. Chu Yi's home was not high on the 4th floor, and they quickly climbed to that floor. The door of the house was tightly closed, and Chu Yi knocked on the door. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." The door was clean, and there was no bloodstains, which made Chu Yi feel relieved. But his heart was still tightly clenched, and he couldn't rest assured. Unexpectedly, the door was opened soon. It was not Chu Yi's parents who opened the door, but someone who surprised her. "Wang Hao, why are you here? Where are my parents?" Qin Mu also looked at the man Chu Yi called Wang Hao. He had a messy head of curly hair and looked a little sloppy without the care of the barber shop. He was tall, but his face was pale, his lips were chapped, and he looked extremely dehydrated. "Xiao Yi, you are back." Wang Hao's eyes burst into surprise. His voice was hoarse, and it was indeed difficult to conceal his excitement. "I knew you were not dead. Where are my parents?" Chu Yi pushed Wang Hao away and broke into her house without saying anything, looking for the traces of her parents. Then in her parents' bedroom, she saw her father feeding her mother medicine. The old couple looked fine. Except for their haggard faces and not very good mental state, everything was normal. Qin Mu followed in. Wang Hao frowned and looked at him warily. "Who are you? Why did you come with Xiao Yi?" EPZDub.com, 33666SS.com, XYSXS.cc3JWX.com, 8PZDO.com, Conshuba.cc, HMXSW.com, Biwa.com. Qin Mu squinted his eyes and looked at Wang Hao. His man's intuition told him that the other party's attitude towards Chu Yi was not ordinary. Wang Hao took the initiative to ask Chu Yi about Qin Mu's identity. "Xiao Yi, tell me clearly, who is he to you?" Chu Yi did not hesitate and directly admitted her relationship with Qin Mu. "I am his girlfriend now." "How can this be? Xiao Yi, we are childhood sweethearts. You promised me when you were a child that you would marry me when you grow up. How can you be with another man?" Wang Hao was extremely angry. He suppressed his anger and looked at Chu's father and mother. "Uncle, aunt, what do you think about this?" Chu's father came out to smooth things over and pulled Wang Hao aside. The two people whispered there. Chu Yi stood closely with Qin Mu to show her position. The moment she saw Wang Hao at home, she had already guessed what the matter was. This Wang Hao and her neighbor were opposite each other. When they were young, they did play together often. Chu Yi also knew that he had some thoughts about her, and she did not refuse openly, but just kept him hanging. Before meeting Qin Mu, she was indeed a scumbag who liked to play with feelings, which might have caused Wang Hao to misunderstand. The two talked for a while and finally stopped. Father Chu looked at Chu Yi with a somewhat evasive look. "Daughter, this is it. If Wang Hao hadn't been taking care of us these days, I'm afraid we would have died a long time ago. We should repay this life-saving grace. Look at the relationship between you and Wang Hao since childhood, otherwise." Before he could finish, Chu Yi interrupted him. Looking at his father seriously, "Dad, let me tell you the truth. Mom has always been in poor health. The money for the previous operation was given to us by Qin Mu. If he hadn't been willing to pay me, I'm afraid Mom would have died long before the end of the world. If we talk about life-saving grace, it is Qin Mu who saved our lives more." Father Chu was stunned, and even Mother Chu on the bed looked at Qin Mu and her expression eased. "So that kind-hearted person is you. Your name is Qin Mu, right? Oh, young man, I think you are very good-looking. Before, it was my uncle who didn't consider it carefully. Since Xiao Yi likes you, then uncle and aunt have no objection." Wang Hao's eyes have completely changed. His eyes have become vicious and angry. Why? It is obvious that he has been taking care of Chu's father and mother with water and food at home, hoping to impress Chu Yi with this matter and show Chu Yi his sincerity. But he didn't expect that when he saw Chu Yi again, she was already with a new man. Tell him that she is already in love. How can Wang Hao accept this? "No," he shouted angrily. "I don't agree." He looked around. Then he found a beer bottle in Chu's father and mother's room. Snap broke it on the wall, and then pointed at Qin Mu with trembling hands. His eyes were full of bloodshot. He stared at Qin Mu angrily, staring at the culprit who made him lose his love. "Xiao Yi is mine. No one can take it from me. I have nothing left. For Xiao Yi, I have nothing left." Chu Yi did not expect Wang Hao to suddenly go crazy. She subconsciously hid in front of Chin Mu, ignoring the glass bottle, and swung it towards this side. Just as the broken glass bottle was about to hit Chu Yi's head, a big hand grabbed the broken glass bottle. At the same time, the glass bottle disappeared from the spot. After Chu's mother screamed, she fainted. Wang Hao stared blankly at his empty hands. Chin Mu's hand was still bleeding. Chu Yi held his hand distressedly. "Ah, it's bleeding. Let me bandage it for you." Chin Mu looked at the silly woman in front of him and felt an inexplicable taste in his heart. In fact, he could have avoided the glass bottle, but Chu Yi stood in front of him without hesitation, which touched him very much. This silly woman, it was so dangerous at this time. She should have stayed away, but she rushed up. If he hadn't acted in time, I'm afraid that the beautiful face would have been ruined. Chu Yi pulled Chin Mu aside. Chin Mu took out the medical box from the space and let Chu Yi bandage him carefully. Wang Hao, who was already a little crazy, was stopped by Chu's father and pulled aside. Wang Hao did not attack Chu's father and regained some rationality. The disappearing glass bottle made him realize that this man named Chin Mu was not simple. Although he was unwilling, he didn't know what to do when the other party showed such a perverted ability. Father Chu, who was sitting outside the house, lit a cigarette and smoked it silently. He understood Wang Hao very well. Although Wang Hao almost hurt his daughter just now, Wang Hao had been taking good care of the old couple for so many days, even more properly than he took care of his biological parents. With such a heart, he could not say anything to blame Wang Hao. It's just that whose parents don't want their daughter to find a better person? It is obvious that between Chin Mu and Wang Hao, Chin Mu is the stronger one. It must be better for his daughter to go follow him than to follow Wang Hao, so Father Chu chose to help Chin Mu. Xiao Hao, you also saw Xiao Yi. She likes the man named Chin Mu. We like you too, but we still respect Xiao Yi's choice. Wang Hao lowered his head and scratched the hair on the back of his head. His eyes were already red. EPZ.com80xs.com, XSXS.cc, YGXS.cc, 3GWX.com, 8ZhaoHongshu.c, KanXiongShuba.xw.com, 7CT.com. Uncle Chu, I just can't accept it. After saying this, tears started to flow. Father Chu just smoked his cigarette silently, not knowing how to comfort Wang Hao in front of him. Chu Yi in the room finished bandaging Chin Mu and hurried to see her mother. Mother Chu fainted because of Wang Hao's sudden crazy behavior and fell on the bed. Chu Yi grabbed her hand and pushed the hair on her face behind her ears with heartache. "I'm sorry to have worried my mother." Leaving the space for the two people in the room, Chin Mu closed the door and looked at Wang Hao. "Wang Hao, I know you've been taking care of your uncle and aunt these days, and as Xiao Yi's man, I naturally can't let you take care of them for nothing. I have some food and water here. Just consider it as your reward for taking care of them these days. Do you think this is okay?" Wang Hao suddenly looked up at Chin Mu. He still hated the man in front of him who had taken away the woman he loved. Chin Mu had already taken out 5 boxes of instant noodles and 3 boxes of mineral water from the space. I wonder if these things are enough? Wang Hao had just seen him make things disappear out of thin air, and now he was even more shocked to see him make things out of thin air. Looking at the 5 extra boxes of instant noodles and 3 boxes of mineral water on the ground, he opened his mouth, even forgot to shed tears, and stared at those things blankly. Wang Hao also knew how precious food and water are now. Okay, I accept this compensation. After thinking about it, Wang Hao finally bowed his head in front of the food. Anyway, Xiao Yi has chosen Chin Mu now. Even if he wants to get the other party again, he is not very sure when even Chu's father and mother no longer support him. It would be better to accept the compensation. At least it would allow him to survive for a while longer and find new food. "Uncle Chu, you and Aunt Chu come with us. I have built a safe house in Jinling community. You can live in it. There is no shortage of water and food there." After Chin Mu dealt with Wang Hao, he looked at Chu's father. He wanted to know what the chef was thinking. Chu's father's eyes lit up when he heard it. "Really? That's great." If Chin Mu and his friends didn't come, according to the food they had now, they could only starve to death. The old couple were in poor health and didn't have the energy to fight with those people outside. In addition, they witnessed people from other buildings running into building number 3, killing people, and robbing the food in the house. The people in building number 3 discussed how to completely block the passage to building number 3. How did you get up here? I remember the passageway was completely blocked. Father Chu belatedly remembered that the passageway below was completely blocked and asked with some curiosity. At the same time, he was also a little worried. We blocked the passageway to prevent people from other buildings from coming here to rob our food. Someone really died here before. I saw that person being killed with my own eyes, and the blood was all over the floor. Speaking of this, Father Chu's eyes revealed a look of panic. It was the first time he saw a murder. He didn't sleep well the whole night. He didn't dare to tell Mother Chu about it, so he buried it in his heart. After the other people in Building No. 3 blocked the passageway, they stayed at home and never went out. As for Wang Hao, he came to visit the second day of the Doomsday and took good care of the old couple. He was a little overwhelmed to take care of the sick Mother Chu alone, if Wang Hao hadn't been helping him all the time and sent some of the remaining purified water in his house to them. The cook did store a lot of food in the refrigerator. Even if the water and power were cut off, the food would not spoil completely due to the cold weather. However, the water they stored had been frozen into ice cubes, and the water reserve was not much. Uncle, killing people is a common thing in this world now. Qin Mu cruelly revealed the naked truth. He said seriously, there are monsters called zombies wandering outside. They will attack humans. As long as they are attacked and injured, they are likely to become zombies. Ah? Obviously, Father Chu didn't know about this matter and looked frightened. Father Chu was given time to digest it. After Mother Chu woke up, she put all the things that needed to be taken away from home into the space. Just as they opened the door and walked down the stairs, they heard a noise from below. Someone was climbing up, and there were quite a few people. The passage between us and the building is finally open. It was blocked before and we had no chance to come up. We just heard some noise. We came to check the situation and found that it was actually open. There must be treasures in Building No. 3, otherwise it wouldn't be blocked so tightly. My family doesn't have enough food. I hope we can get something this time. Just like that, they ran into a group of people. Those people were holding kitchen knives with bloodstains on them, and some were holding steel bars. For a moment, they all stopped and looked at each other. When they found Qin Mu and his group, except for Qin Mu, who was a young man, the others were either old or women. They looked easy to deal with. And looking at their appearance, they didn't seem to be hungry. They probably had food in their hands. Several people suddenly became excited. Call out the food in your hands, otherwise we will kill you. Seeing that Qin Mu and his group didn't even have weapons in their hands, the group of people felt more relieved and shouted directly. But they really stepped on an iron plate. Qin Mu directly took out a gun from the space and killed the people in front of him in a few shots. What? He actually has a gun in his hand. Hurry up! The people behind started to run away in panic. Chu's father took a deep breath. Qin Mu could even get a gun. His daughter really knew such an incredible person. They continued to walk downstairs, but they didn't expect that the people who escaped before didn't want Qin Mu and his friends to have an easy time. They directly lit a fire at the bottom of the building and wanted to burn down the entire Building No. 3. Although the fire was small, those people continued to pour gasoline and increase the firepower. That man has a gun in his hand. We can't deal with him. We can only burn him to death. Don't let him out. Let him live in there and burn to death. They dragged the large furniture that had been blown up again and blocked the entrance to the passage. Because they had so many people, they moved very quickly. When Qin Mu and his friends went downstairs, they saw the entrance to the passage blocked again. EPZWW.com, 3366SS.com, 80WX.com, YJXS.cc, 3JA.Hongshu.cc, Kanshuba.com, 7CCT.com. Big smoke continued to rise. Thick Smoo just looked at those complacent people indifferently. As for the furniture blocking the way in front of him, he directly put them all into the space. The things that everyone had spent a lot of effort to move disappeared all at once, revealing the entire entrance. Qin Mu held a fire extinguisher in his hand. No one knew when it was put into the space, and now it suddenly came in handy. He aimed at the already burning fire and sprayed it. The originally burning flames immediately became smaller and were finally extinguished. He put away the fire extinguisher and replaced it with a machine gun. Those who didn't have time to leave all lost their lives in his burst of shooting. None of the people outside could escape. They wanted to kill Qin but they didn't expect to lose their lives in the end. Wang Hao, who was upstairs, witnessed the scene of Qin killing the group of people with his own eyes. He covered his mouth with force and suddenly felt lucky to have survived. Fortunately, he didn't really hurt anyone before. Otherwise, if Qin really got angry, he would kill him. Father Chu has gradually accepted this fact. He looked at the bloody corpses all over the ground, and many of them were familiar faces he had seen before. These people died in front of him, and a little sadness surged in his heart. But soon he saw those corpses slowly crawling up from the ground and turned into monsters with strange movements. This should be the zombies that Qin mentioned. Qin didn't bother to care about those zombies and directly slid the car in the space out. After everyone got in the car, he drove away from here, leaving a lot of debris on the ground. He killed so many people this time, and all of them turned into zombies. It is estimated that in a short time, this residential building will become a hell on earth. On the other side, Wang Wei has successfully penetrated into Sun Peng's inner circle and officially became one of them. When he first came, he looked embarrassed, but now he is wearing new clothes from the supermarket, with a sharp dagger on his waist. He originally thought that guns were difficult to get, but when he saw guns in the hands of Sun Peng and his trusted younger brother, he knew that he had followed the right person this time. It is obvious that Sun Peng's fighting power is much higher than that of the mob in the residential building. Brother Peng, I tell you, I have observed it, and I guarantee that it is foolproof. Wang Wei reported the situation of sneaking into the Jinling community and destroying the safe house truthfully. Sun Peng had already developed the mentality of taking possession of the safe house based on Wang Wei's description. When he heard Wang Wei say this, he immediately became interested. He immediately gathered all his subordinates together and was determined to take over the safe house. At his command, nearly 100 people under his command gathered together. Most of these people were men between 18 and 40 years old, all young and strong. Wang Wei felt more confident when he saw the people under Sun Peng. Sure enough, he did not find the wrong person. This brother Peng was as powerful as the rumors said, and the women who followed him were also very beautiful. Su Qingqiu was also watching Sun Peng gathering so many people not far away. Of course, she knew that Sun Peng was going to attack Qin safe house. She didn't know why she started to get excited. She wanted to see Qin become a prisoner, and then she must humiliate him in front of Qin. As if she had already encountered that scene, she couldn't wait to laugh and stroke her already bulging belly. But behind him, he remembered the voice of the girl. Sister Su, why didn't Sun Peng ask you to abort the baby in your belly? It's obviously not Sun Peng's. The girl who was forced to follow Sun Peng was called Zhang Yuan. She was originally a high school girl, but because of this sudden apocalypse, because she was a little pretty, she was caught by those people and brought to Sun Peng's side. From the initial resistance to now accepting her current identity, Zhang Yuan didn't have to do anything every day, just serve Sun Peng well. Sun Peng would not beat her, but would only take it out on Su Qingqiu. Her life was very smooth, and she even grew some meat on her face, looking more outstanding and beautiful. Su Qingqiu stared at the girl named Zhang Yuan with some jealousy. She even put on makeup on her face, looking more youthful and dazzling. Obviously, she was so beautiful before, but I don't know when she became a yellow-faced woman like now, and she was pregnant. As for the question asked by Zhang Yuan, Su Qingqiu also realized it later. It turned out that after Sun Peng tried several times, he thought pregnant women were more interesting, so he never let Su Qingqiu abort the baby. Of course, Brother Peng is sincere to me. Before you came, I was his favorite woman. Zhang Yuan was still a little naive and didn't have so many guards against Su Qingqiu. She thought that she was just a poor woman. Like her, she looked at Su Qingqiu with some sympathy. By the way, where's the father of your baby now? Speaking of this, Su Qingqiu couldn't help but think of it. She didn't want to abort the baby in her belly, because the baby in her belly was Nijie's. To say that Su Qingqiu really had too much affection for Nijie, that was actually not the case. However, she was really happy during the time she was with Nijie, and Nijie was really good to her. Among so many men, Nijie was the man with the most potential in her eyes. I just don't know if Nijie is still alive now. According to the power of Nijie's family, it is estimated that he should be doing well now. Nige is not a nouveau rich like Chinmu. His family background is solid, he is a nobleman. Although Nije is just playing with her, she is pregnant with Nige's child. As long as the child is born safely, with this child as a bargaining chip, Nije will treat her well even for the sake of the child. Okay, let's go now. Over there. Sunpeng has already issued an order. The people below have begun to gather and attack in the direction of Jinling community. They are numerous, and the zombies on the street are not their opponents at all. Under their joint siege, the zombies on the road were directly beheaded, and Sunpeng's people have discovered that there is a crystal core in the head of this zombie, and they will dig out the crystal core inside. Although they don't know how to use the crystal core yet, they still keep it. EPWWW.com, 3366S.com, ADWX.com, XSXSCC, YJXs.cc, Canshoes.cc, Canshubu.com, 7CT.com, BQE.com. The speeding military modified vehicle crushed the zombies along the way at a very fast speed. Wherever the car passed, there were zombies that were knocked away. It was too eye-catching, really too eye-catching. Before the end of the world, Zhao Ru was a game anchor playing a large game. With her long-trained clip sound, she attracted many big brothers to give her rewards. She was not bad-looking either, with willow leaf eyebrows and a melon seed face. She was very happy to post her photos on social platforms and was once named a goddess on the internet. When the end of the world came, fortunately because of her work, she stayed at home for a long time, stockpiled a lot of instant noodles and food, and survived the extreme cold. The food at home was exhausted, so she went out to look for food. She was too beautiful, young and beautiful, with a slim figure. Even if she was tightly wrapped in a black long cotton coat, you could still see her small and lovely melon seed face. Her skin was white and glowing. As soon as she went out, she was stared at by someone. A group of people surrounded her. Zhao Ru looked at those ugly monsters with obscene smiles, and a sour water came out of her stomach, making her nauseous. Even if she died, she didn't want to be defiled by such people. "Don't touch me!" The obscene man directly grabbed Zhao Ru's arm, but was slapped away by Zhao Ru. "Get lost!" Her resistance made those people more violent. They rushed over to take Zhao Ru down and forcibly ripped off her cotton jacket and pants. She was completely exposed except for her underwear, and looked very embarrassed. Zhao Ru ran to the main road in a panic. Chinmu drove very fast. The road was empty except for zombies. He stepped on the accelerator to speed up. The joy of speeding made his adrenaline soar, and an incomparable sense of pleasure was reflected from his brain. Chuyi could still adapt, but Chu's mother was carsick, and the car was driving so fast, her face was pale. She was holding the handle tightly, and she looked like she was going to faint at any time. "Xiaomu, you drive slower." Chinmu quickly slowed down. He had just been speeding up so much that he forgot that there were two elderly people sitting in the back of the car. Now that he was reminded, he realized that he was driving too fast. An almost naked woman jumped out on the road in front of him. He subconsciously slammed the brakes to avoid her and swerved again. Fortunately, the speed in front slowed down. Otherwise, if he braked suddenly like this, something would definitely happen. He just stopped the car, but he didn't expect that the woman would actually rush directly towards his car window, which made him a little dumbfounded. What kind of new type of fraud is this? Zhao Ru kept knocking on Chinmu's car window and looked behind her in panic. Those people really caught up with her. She was finished. "Help! Help! Save me!" Before Chinmu could make any move, the other party came straight to the car door and kept pulling the handle. Chinmu frowned. He was not so kind. His heart was as cold as a stone. He had no interest in playing the hero to save the beauty. Moreover, the other party was in such a miserable state, which made him even less interested. "Where do you want to escape, little girl?" Zhao Ru couldn't open the car door no matter what. Chinmu didn't even unlock the door. The wretched men behind her had already caught up with her. There were about 5 wretched men. They held Zhao Ru, who couldn't run away, firmly and pressed her against the car window. Everyone in the car could see the despair on Zhao Ru's face. She didn't ask for help from the people in the car. It seemed that she saw the indifference and ruthlessness of the people inside. A line of tears flowed from the corner of her eyes. Silent despair. Chinmu was just about to start the car and leave here, ignoring this little episode. Unexpectedly, after those wretched men caught Zhao Ru, they also greedily stared at Chinmu's car. "This car is good." They picked one person to be responsible for catching Zhao Ru, and the other four had already had evil intentions to take the car for themselves, so they surrounded the car and took out daggers. "Hand over the car." Qin smiled coldly. Looking for death, he turned off the engine and rolled down the window. "Get out!" "Boy, you are still very arrogant. Your car has been surrounded by us. I advise you to hand over the car honestly, otherwise don't blame us for being rude." "Look at him. There is a pretty girl in the car. One is not enough for us to share, and here comes another one." Just when they thought Qin was helpless with them, Qin started the car again. He was sitting in the modified car. There was no reason for him to be blocked by these little karami. He controlled the car to run quickly. Those people thought he was going to escape, so they rushed forward to grab the car. The next second, they would regret their decision. Qin threw one of those people off the car at a very fast speed and then rushed towards the surrounding buildings. This military-modified car was particularly strong and durable, and it would not be damaged no matter how it was hit. But it was too late for those wretched men to regret. The huge impact made them fall to the ground, their internal organs were displaced, and they spit out blood. There was also a stubborn one who wanted to break the glass to stop Qin. Chu Yi predicted that Qin would be crushed into a meat pie before he could do anything. After dealing with these people, Qin got out of the car. Originally, he didn't want to meddle in this business, but these blind people just wanted to take advantage of the situation, and he couldn't stop them from dying. So he might as well let them do it. The man who grabbed Zhao Ru couldn't help but shiver all over. Seeing his dead companions, he swallowed his saliva. "Don't come over here, I didn't participate." Before he could finish his words, Qin shot him in the head. "Ah!" Zhao Ru screamed in fear, and the blood sprayed directly on her face. The hot touch made her brain freeze and her breathing stagnate instantly. After dealing with these troublesome guys, Qin didn't intend to stay any longer. He put away his gun and turned around and left. "Wait!" Zhao Ru ran forward and caught up with him. Her hair was disheveled and her clothes were stripped off, leaving only a little. She used her hands to cover her face. "Please be kind and take me with you." She didn't dare to stay here any longer. Now she had no clothes. Even if those wretched men were dead, there might be new ones soon. She didn't dare to take the risk. Qin turned around, his deep eyes narrowed slightly, and he paused when he looked at the large piece of snow-white skin exposed by the woman in the two round parts. EPZW.com, 3366XS.com, 80WX.com, FXSXS.cc, 3JJX.3JWX.com, Xiaohongshu.cc, HMXSSWG.com, Bitquay.com. Looked at Qin pitifully, her watery eyes filled with pleading tears, her small lips slightly parted as if she was begging him. Qin found a women's coat from the space and handed it to Zhao Ru. "Let's go." Zhao Ru took the coat in a daze, thinking for a moment that she had heard it wrong, and then she put on the off-white coat, in surprise, hiding her proud figure. She squeezed into the car, only to find that there were other people in the car. She originally thought that Qin was attracted to her body and took her in the car to do something improper. However, it seems that she misunderstood. Zhao Ru breathed a sigh of relief and silently looked at the other people in the car. Chu's father and mother were also looking at this poor girl, who was about the same age as their own daughter, and were gentle to her. "Don't be afraid, we are all good people." "Yeah, thank you for saving me. My name is Zhao Ru." Arriving at the safe house, Qinmu's team had a new member, a young and beautiful woman, and it was not clear what ability she had at the moment. Chu Yi also thought to herself that Qin rescued Zhao Ru and brought her back, probably because he liked her. Originally, Qin had more than one woman, including Qyuran, and now it was suspected that there would be another one. Chu Yi felt a little uncomfortable. Who would want to share their man with others? At least Chu Yi couldn't do it. She wished that Qin only had her and no other women, but this was obviously unrealistic. With Qin ability, he could have as many women as he wanted, and it was up to him whether he liked them or not. "You're back!" Kuyulo was the first to spot the car. Seeing that it was Qin who had returned, he happily went down to greet everyone. Kuyuran and Lu Yun were behind him and also came out to greet them. Seeing the people getting off the car, Kuyuran's eyes fell on Zhao Ru. Her eyes also flickered for a moment, but she quickly covered it up. Chu Yi glanced at her and smiled. "Who is this?" Kuyuran pointed at Zhao Ru and asked, Unexpectedly, Zhao Ru hadn't introduced herself yet. Lu Yun was surprised to recognize her. "Are you Ruru Little Green Tea?" Zhao Ru didn't expect anyone to recognize her. She thought it was the end of the world and no one would recognize her. The goddess halo she had in the game before was no longer valid. "Do you know me?" Lu Yun smiled and then explained, "I was once your #1 brother on the list, Yunzi." "Ah, it's you! You are Yunzi!" Zhao Ru's beautiful eyes widened and she covered her mouth in surprise. The initial restraint disappeared a lot, as if she had seen her family, and she was a little excited. "You are more beautiful than in the photo. I wanted to find you, but you said you don't want to meet privately." Lu Yun stared at Zhao Ru straight, and the blood in his heart surged. Before the end of the world, he was a rich second generation who spent money like water and rewarded beautiful female anchors on the internet. Ruru Xiaolucha was one of his targets. He spent money to get to the top of the list, and thought about making an appointment to meet and date to see if there was any further development. As a result, the other party directly rejected it very ruthlessly. "I don't want to see the big brother on the list. I know that anchors will agree to have dinner with the big brother and hold hands in order to keep him. I can't accept it, so." Qinmu watched his brother chatting with the woman he brought back. They were old acquaintances. What a coincidence. He gave up the idea of taking Zhao Ru into his harem. He enjoyed women, but it didn't mean that his brother would never have meat to eat. These days, he saw that Lu Yun seemed to be a little bit depressed. In the past, he didn't need to endure it. He could find a place to solve it with a little money. Now, except for Kuyoluo, the other two in the safe house are his women. Even if Lu Yun was depressed, he could only use his hands to solve his needs. Kuyoluo was still too young. Seeing that she was underage, he couldn't do it at all. He didn't have that habit. Qinmu didn't care about the two of them and let them develop as they pleased. He started to settle, choose father and mother. When the safe house was built, he deliberately divided it into many rooms. He arranged for Chu's father and mother to live on the first floor of the safe house, so that they didn't have to climb stairs, and it was convenient for the old couple to go in and out. "This house is great." Chu's father sighed and was very grateful to Qinmu. At night, Qinmu held the crystal core in his hand and tried to absorb the energy inside. He didn't awaken any superpowers in his previous life, but he had a lot of experience in absorbing crystal core energy. He tried to use his consciousness to feel and guide the pure white energy in the crystal core, sucking the energy into his body little by little and finally into his dantian. The whole process was extremely slow, but the effect was significant. In one night, Qinmu didn't sleep and absorbed the energy of 10 crystal cores. The crystal cores that had absorbed all the energy turned into a pile of powder and fell to the side of the bed and turned into ash. Despite this, Qinyu didn't feel tired at all, but was very energetic. He felt that his vision became wider, he could see farther, his senses became more sensitive, and his movements became faster. A little bit stronger. Qinmu sighed secretly. He was very satisfied with this change. Even if he couldn't awaken his superpowers, he had space anyway, and he could become stronger. As soon as he left the room, he ran into Lu Yun coming out of the room alone, with a somewhat lost expression. Qinmu stepped forward and patted his shoulder. "What's wrong? Are you unsatisfied? Didn't I bring you a woman?" Lu Yun scratched his messy hair, a little frustrated. "Brother Mu, that's not the case. What are you talking about? Zhao Ru was brought back by you. She is your woman. I still understand the principle that a brother's wife should not be bullied. I failed again to absorb the crystal core to awaken my superpowers last night. Woo-woo." "So that's it," Qinmu comforted him. "Take your time, I'll teach you later. Also, Zhao Ru is not my woman. I didn't touch her. I think you are interested in her. If you want, go after her. She's not my type." Zhao Ru's breasts were not as big as Kuyoran's, Qinmu secretly complained. Although small and cute, it affects the feel of the hand. He likes big ones. It feels good to hold and is convenient for him to output. Big buttocks and big breasts are his favorite types. In fact, it was because of Su Qingqiu. In his previous life, he liked Su Qingqiu's pure first love feeling. Even if she was thin and had flat breasts, as long as that face was there, he would accept it. Now he has changed. After enjoying the taste of different women, his aesthetic taste has become more diverse. Next time, he wants to try the kind with bigger breasts that can be buried. Dollar.code36s.com ss.cc dus 3dbex.com a xiaohongshu.ce xabt.com Beak.com. A touch of joy flashed across Lu Yun's face. He really liked Zhao Rou's type. He was also worried that Zhao Rou was Qinmu's woman, so he didn't make a move. After getting Qinmu's accurate words, he was relieved. Chu Yi has been a little bit uncomfortable since her parents came to the safe house. She subconsciously hides and gets close to Qinmu when her parents are present. Qinmu is not a person who will wrong himself. Before Chu Yi can adjust, he asked Kuyuran to serve him again. Compared with the first time, Kuyuran has a few more different styles and the charm that a woman should have. She became proactive, her slender and round thighs hooked around her waist, like a fairy who sucks human essence. Her hair was scattered behind her back, and some of them fell on her chest mischievously, which made Qinmu feel a little itchy, and his movements became more strenuous. Brother Mu, The movement of the two people was even, heard by Zhao Ru next door. Zhao Ru's face turned slightly red. It was still daytime, how could? In order to ease the embarrassment, she went to the restaurant to get a glass of water and ran into Lu Yun on the sofa. Lu Yun was frowning, staring at the monitor in his hand, and vaguely felt that something was wrong. Brother Yun, what are you looking at? Zhao Ru took the water and curiously leaned over to see what Lu Yun was looking at. Oh no, someone is attacking! Seeing a large number of people appear in the monitor, Lu Yun's face instantly became solemn. He felt something was wrong when he checked the monitor just now, so he looked at it a few more times. Unexpectedly, in just a short while, so many people had gathered within the field of view of the monitor. Zhao Ru, go and call Brother Mu. Lu Yun didn't have time to call people now, so he arranged Zhao Ru to call. I or you should go, Brother Yun. Zhao Ru remembered the voice she heard next door. They are doing that thing now. It's not good if I don't call them. Lu Yun was silent for a while. How about this? Let's wait until Brother Mu is done. I can deal with this number of people. Lu Yun already had experience in the last attack. Although the number of people he saw on the monitor was not small, for him it was just a replay of the last time. He turned on the red button without hesitation and activated the defense device of the safe house. The people gathered outside were naturally no one else but Brother Peng, who listened to Wang Wei's words and led his brothers to prepare to attack the safe house. Sun Peng looked at the safe house with a huge land area in front of him, an independent villa in a small area. Just one look, he was sure that he would become the owner of this safe house. Sure enough, he saw with his own eyes what Wang Wei said. It was all true. Thinking of the experience of the failure of the people in the residential building last time, he knew a lot. So Sun Peng simply appointed him as a military advisor. Let him command this battle. If he succeeds, he will be appointed as the deputy captain, and he can also lead his brothers in the future. The appearance of their group naturally attracted the attention of the people in the residential building of Jinling community. After discovering that it was Sun Peng, those people stopped their attacks again. They couldn't beat him. Wang Wei knew that the safe house would start the defense mode and electrocute anyone who crossed the safety line. He specifically asked Sun Peng to prepare the materials to isolate the power supply in advance so that they could avoid being electrocuted. Their first line of defense was directly broken through. Then there were the automatic aiming guns. They were not afraid of them. They were well protected and no one was injured. They only consumed one wave of ammunition. In this way they came to the door of the safe house. This door was very difficult to break and had a high defense coefficient. Wang Wei had been in the safe house before. He knew the structure inside and even knew that there was an underground passage. We will go through the underground passage. The strength there is not as high as the front. There may be an ambush, but we are prepared in advance and should be able to deal with it. Wang Wei arranged it bit by bit according to the last experience. Lu Yun was sitting on the sofa in the safe house, watching those people getting closer and closer to the inside of the villa. He knew that this matter could not be delayed any longer. He quickly explained the situation to Qinmu on the intercom and sounded the alarm in the safe house. Qinmu was almost done. When he heard Lu Yun say that the safe house was attacked, he quickly finished and changed his clothes and came out with a gloomy face. What blind people are they? When he went down, Lu Yun was already fully armed, holding a submachine gun in his hand. Chinmu carefully scanned the monitor screen and finally fixed on a familiar face. It's Wang Wei! That bastard! Chinmu cursed inwardly. He quickly asked Lu Yun to change his tactics. This time we don't have to go out and fight them directly. I did a little trick in the underground passage before. If they really want to make trouble, then wait. This was what Chinmu did before leaving the safe house. He put some good things in the underground passage, which were blood bags to attract zombies. As long as someone dared to attack the safe house through the underground passage, just wait. Wang Wei confidently let people break into the passage. He also mixed in with the crowd, using his familiarity with the terrain to lead the way, and walked in. The underground passage was very narrow and could only accommodate 2 people at the same time. Just as they opened the door of the underground passage and wanted to enter the safe house, a stream of bloody red blood sprayed on them. It was extremely thick and smelled like rust. The wet and sticky feeling made everyone feel very uneasy. What is this? Why does it look so much like blood? It seems to be blood. I don't know where it came from. They crowded at the entrance of the passage and continued to attack the door at the entrance of the passage without caring too much. The zombies outside who smelled the bloody smell rushed over here. The smell of fresh blood made them particularly agitated. Large numbers of zombies were coming over here. Sun Peng, who was outside, was also a little panicked when he saw so many zombies. They were not afraid of fighting with people because they were in large numbers, but facing such monsters, they were not afraid of pain. If the wounds were not fatal in the brain, they could still survive and hurt people. They really had no choice but to bite the bullet and face the zombies that were rushing over. Seeing that the situation was not good, Sun Peng quickly ordered, "No, the zombies are besieging us. Everyone, retreat quickly." Ah! Some zombies had already pounced on them, and one of the little brothers was directly pounced on. The zombies bit his throat, and soon the man was out of breath. When he woke up again, he had become a zombie without consciousness who only knew how to bite and grab people. The smell of blood would stimulate zombies, and so would the smell of living people. The zombies became more agitated and excited when they smelled the smell of a large number of living people here. EP2GW.com, 3366.com, 80dubsxs.com, xxsscc, yjxs.c, 3jax.com, ape, southconk.90sock.cc, kenshubei.shubegdax.com, 7cct.com. The dense zombies kept rushing towards this side, toward the smell of blood. Sun Peng and his men were blocked and forced to stay at the entrance of the underground passage, as if they had found a cage and jumped into it. Damn it! Sun Peng cursed angrily. He took out his pistol and kept shooting at the zombies pouring in. Get rid of the zombies first. The younger brothers took out their weapons and fought with the zombies. They had never seen so many zombies gather together, and a strong sense of threat swept over them. Gradually, the physical strength of Sun Peng and his brothers was constantly consumed, and some were scratched by zombies. Their emotions were already at the critical point of fear and terror. Brother Peng, these zombies are endless. What should we do? If this continues, we will all die here. Sun Peng looked at the zombies that kept appearing. He gritted his teeth and led a group of confidants to continue walking deep into the passage. Let's find a way to get into the safe house first. Once we hide in it and kill the people inside, we will be safe. The idea is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. Sun Peng and others saw the heavy steel door and tried it. Even bullets could not leave any traces. The door was unlocked by fingerprints. Who can crack this combination lock? Sun Peng's confidants looked at each other and shook their heads. Brother Peng, this is a combination lock. We can only pry open the keyhole, not this one. Sun Peng stared at the combination lock on the door angrily and fired at that position, but it didn't work. Except for leaving some traces that were barely detectable, there was no sign of breaking it. I don't believe it. Blow up their wall. The door is made of steel plates. It's impossible that the concrete wall is also made of steel plates. Chinmu and others in the house stared at the actions of Sun Peng and others on the surveillance camera. Chinmu held a cup of fine billochen tea in his hand and sipped it carefully, feeling the tea fragrance slowly spreading in his mouth. He leisurely appreciated Sun Peng's behavior as a performance. Good tea. Sun Peng and others worked together to place bombs on the walls of the house and ignited the bombs, accompanied by a strong explosion. The wall of the safe house did not move at all. Some of the wall skin outside fell off and turned black. The solid steel plate material inside was also exposed, which showed the solidity and stability of the safe house. Even the bomb could not blow up the wall of the safe house. It was made of bulletproof material. It was worthy of being a safe house built at a high price. Zhao Rou and Chu's father and mother, who had just joined the house, were relieved to see that the protection factor of the safe house was so high. Now, they can finally drink tea in peace. There's no need for us to attack now. Let's wait for them to consume their forces first. Qin Mu glanced at Lu Yun, who was ready to make a move, and pressed him down. The younger brothers behind him could no longer hold on. There were more and more zombies in the passage, and they subconsciously hid inside. Soon, Sun Peng's team joined them. Automatic aiming of the safety objects also began to work. Bullets were fired at Sun Peng and the zombies, and the hit rate was still very high. A younger brother next to Sun Peng was hit in the heart by the automatic aiming and died on the spot, which scared Sun Peng directly. Everyone, pay attention to avoid it. He stared at the muzzles of the automatic aiming guns. Go and block those muzzles quickly. Otherwise, we will all die here. Sun Peng's people had to deal with the zombies rushing from behind, and the automatic aiming guns that could take their lives at any time. Several more people fell to the ground. Sun Peng simply picked up one of their bodies and threw it towards the muzzle of the gun, blocking the muzzle with his body. Some of them were not dead, but were just shot by the gun. He also pushed them directly in front of the muzzle to block it. He went around to a glass and threw a stone at it fiercely, trying to break the glass. However, the stone hit the glass and the glass remained motionless. Sun Peng tried again, but it still didn't work. He tried to shoot at the glass, but the glass was bulletproof and very strong. The zombies had already pounced on him and directly knocked Sun Peng's brother down, and the tragic screams came one after another. Is he going to die here today? Sun Peng was very unwilling, and he racked his brains to think of what to do. It seems that we can't get into the safe house now, so we should find a way to leave quickly. There will be more and more zombies here. Retreat. Sun Peng gave an order, and his men covered him and walked out of the passage. In addition to attacking living people, the zombies in the underground passages sometimes attack the safe house unintentionally. Even under the attack of the zombies, the safe house remains motionless. Fuck. What the hell is this house made of? Bullets can't penetrate it, bombs can't blow it up, and even the glass is so strong that zombies can't do anything to it. The key is that through the transparent glass, they can see the scene inside. Qin Mu and others leisurely nestled on the sofa, drinking tea and eating snacks. That kind of leisurely life made them jealous, unwilling, and crazy. Negative emotions surge. Why do they eat and drink well in the house and enjoy life, but we have to fight to death here, be threatened by zombies and be shot? It's not fair. I'll fight them. I want to go in too. I want to live this kind of life too. They knocked on the glass windows unwillingly, staring at the people inside quietly, wishing they could fly directly into the safe house and occupy everything inside. Qin Mu reached out and hugged Kuyuran in his arms and naturally lit a cigar, exhaling wisps of smoke. Are you really willing to leave like this? Sun Peng had already asked his men to retreat quickly, but some people were still tempted inside, greedily looking at the life inside as if it were before the end of the world. They had already suffered from hunger and thirst, and their lives were threatened. If everyone was like this, they would accept their fate, but they saw that some people could live such a comfortable life in the end of the world. Not willing. They really were not willing. Those who did not retreat actually began to pile up a human wall, trying to climb up one after another. On the one hand, it was to escape, and on the other hand, it was to climb up and maybe find an entrance. After Qin Mu found that they were stacking human ladders, he finally asked Lu Yun to take action. Start. Lu Yun could no longer hold back his hungry submachine gun, ran to the shooting port and started shooting at those people. This was a good opportunity for him to practice his aim. He not only killed people, but also zombies. He became excited when he saw the bodies falling one by one. Pedam Bertsuide 6 Tom Darem Sesam Wabratiawarat.com. Xiaohongshu.cc, Kanshuba.cchmxesta.com, 7cct.com. Seeing Lu Yun taking action, the sisters Kuyuran and Kuyuluo were not idle either. They also took out their guns and started practicing their aim. Even Chu Yi quietly found a position and silently shot at the people below with his gun. He looked very focused. Those who were originally piled up like human ladders were quickly shot down. As the subsegments were constantly consumed, the number of corpses below gradually increased. The zombies and humans overlapped with each other, slowly forming piles of corpses, which stacked together to form a mountain of corpses. Sun Peng watched his men falling down one after another. He was horrified and had already run out of the underground passage. With the cover of his brothers, he was safely escorted into the car. Just when he started the car and wanted to escape, Qin took action. He aimed a sniper rifle at the tires of Sun Peng's car and shot at them. The bullet pierced the tires and released the air inside. He blew up the tires one by one. Sun Peng started the car for a long time, but the car couldn't move. You still want to escape? Dream on. Qin smiled coldly. He put away the sniper rifle in his hand. Sun Peng's face was very ugly. He was able to climb to his current position because he had fought and killed all the way. He had seen all kinds of storms. When he was about to die, he knew how to bow his head. He thought he could take down the safe house this time, but he greatly underestimated the opponent's strength. Even with Wang Wei, who knew the detailed terrain of the safe house in advance, he could not have predicted that there would be so many zombies. Sun Peng knew the situation very well. He raised a white flag. This meant that he had surrendered. He hoped that this method would make the people in the safe house stop and spare his life. The tires of the car had been blown out, and the car was scrapped. If Qin and the others didn't want to let him go, he would probably lose his life here. Sun Peng looked at the zombies that gradually surrounded the car and began to attack his car. Qin also saw Sun Peng raise the white flag to surrender. It was really interesting. Qin became interested, and he waved his hand to signal Lu Yun and the others to continue shooting. They shot at the heads of the zombies that surrounded Sun Peng's car, and eliminated the zombies around him. Feeling that he could indeed talk to the other party, he turned on the radio and spoke in the direction of Sun Peng. Sun Peng, today you brought people to attack my territory. I can spare you for the time being, because you raised the white flag of surrender. But why did you come to attack my territory? And I heard that you have an acquaintance. If you can hand him over, I will spare you. Sun Peng listened carefully to Qin words. The moment he heard him talk about acquaintances, immediately thought of Wang Wei. Qin should be talking about Wang Wei. He couldn't think of anyone else except Wang Wei. Wang Wei's expression in the car was evasive. He also knew that Qin was talking about him, but he didn't want to fall into Qin hands. He didn't want to die. So he looked at Sun Peng with a pleading look. Brother Peng, I am devoted to you. I have no second thoughts. Please don't hand me over, okay? Sun Peng got out of the car and asked his younger brother to hold Wang Wei down. He said loudly to Qin, I wonder if you are talking about this guy? Yes, it's him. As long as you hand him over, I can spare you. Qin said so in the radio. Suddenly he saw a familiar figure in the telescope. He could recognize that person even if he turned into ashes. He stared at that person closely. Suddenly he continued in the radio. There is another person. I am also interested in her. If she can be handed over, it would be even better. Sun Peng was a little confused, not knowing who Su Qin was talking about. Then he heard Qin description. That person is the pregnant woman next to you. I also know her from the past. As long as you hand over these two people, I will let you go. For his own life, Sun Peng abandoned Wang Wei without hesitation. He had no feelings for Su Qinqiu, but just used her as a tool to vent his anger. He threw Su Qinqiu to the ground without mercy. I have handed over all the people. Please fulfill your promise and let me go. You can go now. After Qin finished speaking on the radio, Sun Peng got out of the car with the remaining surviving brothers and found another car. Even if Su Qinqiu was missing from his women, it didn't matter. He didn't like this kind of stuff anyway. He didn't expect that Qin was such a lustful man that he could even like Su Qinqiu. He didn't leave immediately, but continued to say to the safe house, I have another beautiful woman in my hand. I don't know if you are interested. I can offer that woman to you as well. Qin snorted coldly. No need. He didn't need such a thing that had been played with. The women he wanted had to be at least innocent. He didn't want any that had been touched by other men. The women in Sun Peng's hands must have been played with by Sun Peng in various ways. The reason why he wanted Su Qinqiu was not because he was attracted to Su Qinqiu's beauty as Sun Peng thought. This woman was good at flattering others. If he hadn't discovered it by accident this time, he didn't know where this woman would have escaped to. He had no intention of letting Su Qingqiu live a carefree life. Looking at her, Brother Peng didn't really like her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have handed her over so quickly. Qin Mu let Sun Peng go, leaving only Wang Wei and Su Qingqiu. After confirming that all of Sun Peng's men had evacuated, Qin Mu dealt with all the remaining zombies. He led his men out of the safe house and collected all the crystal cores in the zombies' heads. Looking at the tied-up Wang Wei and Su Qingqiu, he walked in front of them. He first looked at Wang Wei, the spy who had come from the residential building. He raised the corners of his lips, revealing a hint of sarcasm. "Wang Wei, you didn't expect that you would fall into my hands this time. Last time the people in the community attacked my base, you provided me with information and I rewarded you. But I didn't expect that you were a thief and stole my things. I asked around and found out that you were with Brother Peng. I thought you would be smarter, but I didn't expect you to instigate Brother Peng to attack my base." Wang Wei had a bitter face and kept kowtowing to the screen. He begged with tears, "Brother Mu, please let me go. I was forced by Sun Peng. I didn't want to attack your base. It was all his fault. It had nothing to do with me. But it is a fact that you stole my ARC pistol. No matter what, you took something that doesn't belong to you, so go to hell." EWW.com, 3366S.com, ADWX.com, XSXS.C, YJXS.C, 3JW.com, 8PShaoHongshu.cc, HUBUM, MXSC.com, 7CCT.com, Bikui.com. Wang Wei with Qin Mu had killed him. He swallowed his saliva and felt Qin Mu's gointing at his forehead, but he did not move. "It's too easy for you to take your life like this. I want you to continue to live, unable to live or die, so that you can deeply realize your mistakes." After Qin Mu finished speaking, he turned his head and looked at Su Qingqiu. It can be seen that without the support he had in his previous life, Su Qingqiu has become haggard and old, and she is pregnant. Maybe Sun Peng didn't treat her very well. Look at how pure and lovely this little face was originally, and how deceptive it is. Now her face has become thinner, and you can see the prominent nasolabial folds, which made her originally pure school beauty. Face suddenly lose that pure and lovely feeling and become vulgar. He just looked at Su Qingqiu quietly. His expression was very complicated. Su Qingqiu was uneasy, but she also had a hint of expectation. You know, Qin Mu has always been interested in her. She had always wanted to find Qin Mu to take over, but she didn't expect that the other party would ruin her plan again and again, and let her fall to such a state. She didn't know what Qin Mu was thinking and how he felt about her. She deliberately made a charming and seductive gesture to seduce Qin Mu. However, Qin Mu really disdained it and said disgustingly, "Put away your disgusting expressions, don't make me sick. The reason why I asked Sun Peng to bring you here is naturally not to serve you with good food and drink. You know, I hate you more than Wang Wei." Qin Mu did not hide his malice, and he laughed evilly. "Su Qingqiu, I will also make you feel pain. I won't let you die so easily. I want to keep your life so that you can see me become stronger step by step." These are the words Qin Mu wanted to say most after his rebirth. He hated the woman in front of him, but as his strength gradually became stronger and he had more things, the pain caused by his previous life was gradually faded. The life now is what he should cherish. However, this does not prevent him from torturing Su Qingqiu. When he gets tired of it, it will not be too late to kill her. Qin Mu tied Su Qingqiu and Wang Wei together. He did not let them enter the safe house, but tied them in the yard at the door, like two animals, and did not give them food and water. Su Qingqiu and Wang Wei should be thankful that all the zombies have been solved, and they will not be threatened by zombies for the time being. As for the lack of food and water, this is unacceptable to them. Su Qingqiu was originally at Sun Peng's place and did not get anything to eat. She came out hungry and was pregnant. As for Wang Wei, because he was trusted by Sun Peng before, he ate a lot and did not feel hungry. His physical strength was also much better than Su Qingqiu. The two of them were tied up like animals in the yard. Wang Wei tried to untie the rope that bound him, but the rope was tied with a knot. The more he struggled, the tighter it got. Wang Wei didn't want to die or be tortured. He wanted to leave. Looking at Su Qingqiu on the side, "You know Qin Mu. Do you know what kind of person he is? Can you ask him to let us go?" Wang Wei also hated himself. He just stole a pistol at that time, but Qin Mu remembered it like this. He didn't hesitate to let Sun Peng go and took him. Sometimes I really don't understand what Chinmu wants to do. Others in the safe house don't understand why Chinmu spared the lives of the two. Why didn't he just kill them? He tied them at the gate of the yard. Looking at the surveillance, the two are now relatively well behaved. Chinmu didn't continue to watch them. Instead, he waved to Chuyi. Chuyi followed Chinmu silently. You've been acting strange these days. Can you tell me about it? What's the reason? It seems that you've become much colder to me since I brought your parents here. Chinmu went straight to the point and stated the purpose of bringing Chuyi here alone to talk. Chuyi also guessed that Chinmu was probably going to talk about this matter. She stepped forward and hugged Chinmu's waist and put her face on his chest. Before I met you, although I played around with various men, I didn't feel anything for them. Don't worry about your mother at home. You have to get money for her medical treatment. It was your appearance that saved my mother. I'm very grateful that you became your woman, and I don't regret it. Chinmu didn't say anything but listened quietly. I find that I can't leave you anymore. Then, why are you still hiding from me? Chinmu knew how deceiving a woman's mouth could be. Only Chuyi herself knew whether what she said was true or false. He didn't awaken the ability to read minds like Chuyi. I'm not hiding from you, but I want a status that allows me to stand shoulder to shoulder with you openly. I'm your first woman, right? Chuyi looked at Chinmu affectionately. God knows how uncomfortable she felt watching Chinmu and Kyoran doing those intimate actions these days. She hated Kyoran for sharing Chinmu with her, but she had no power to stop Chinmu from getting close to other women. Even she herself followed Chinmu without any status. Chinmu reached out and pinched Chuyi's palm-sized face, looking at the deep affection in her eyes that seemed real and fake. He was more willing to believe that Chuyi couldn't read his heart. So he didn't know how cold and hard his heart was. No matter how much Chuyi expressed her love to him, he would not give Chuyi 100% of his love. His heart had already been broken into pieces. At most, he would only give Chuyi a little. It would be impossible to try to get more. You want a status? Do you want to be the first wife? Chinmu understood what Chuyi meant. She had been acting like a spoiled child these days just for this. Chuyi saw that Chinmu understood and nodded quickly, hooking her head around Chinmu's neck in anticipation. Her soft lips actively pressed against Chinmu's lips, biting them passionately like a fish reunited after a long separation, and her flexible little tongue played with Chinmu. Hubby, promise me, I want to be your first wife. Chuyi's coquettish and seductive voice rang out. Chinmu hugged this little devil and threw him directly onto the bed. It was just an illusory title. He would not end up with only 2 women anyway, so it didn't matter who became the first wife. That depends on whether you have the ability. The spring light suddenly appeared, and the scenery was unique for the night. The only problem was that Jiaoru next door had to listen to the babbling lullaby all night and couldn't fall asleep. She really admired Chinmu's ability to have fun every night, and she also wondered in her heart whether she should hold Chinmu's thigh. 336xxs.com, 80wx.com, xsflyjss.cc, thwyjss.cc, kanshuba.cch, amxsf.com, 7c.com. Inside the residential building. Hungry, so hungry. Wang Mei weakly supported herself and searched for food in the house to fill her stomach. She had eaten all the edible things in the house. She had been hungry for 4 or 5 days and was really about to give up. Her cell phone had run out of battery, so she had to crawl out of the house little by little and used all her strength to find Wang Lao's house. Wang Lao, give me something to eat. I can't hold on any longer. She was not the only one outside Wang Lao's house. There were also some elderly people who had no food. They were in their twilight years and could not stand the hunger anymore. They regarded Wang Lao as their last hope. Old Wang looked at the supplies at home. These were all acquired by his eloquence. In addition, when the Doomsday cold hit, he distributed the surplus food at home. He hid all the supplies under the bed in the room. That place was originally used to store gold bars. Now gold bars are worthless, and food is more important. He turned a deaf ear to the woman's pleading outside. Old Wang's wife, also a woman, showed a look of pity on her face. Old man, why don't we distribute the supplies? Those are the lives of people in the community. Many people are starving to death. We can't just stand by and watch them die. What does it have to do with me if they starve to death? Haha, why don't those termites outside know how to go out and find food? I can't spit out the things that fall into my hands, Old Wang said very heartlessly. What does it have to do with him, whether the people in the community live or die? Besides, my legs and hands are disabled. If we don't think of a solution, none of us will survive. His wife sighed, withdrew her sympathy, and pretended not to hear anything. It was not just Wang Mei. The elderly people knocked on the door together. They were really starving to death. If they didn't get something to eat, they would really starve to death. The residents living near Wang Lao's house quietly leaned in through the peephole to look outside, and saw so many people gathered outside, including many people gathered at their home. Wang Lao wouldn't have taken all the supplies. No, but he said that everyone in the community should unite and help each other. I took a plastic bag of rice and flour to him. Everyone, find a way to get Wang Lao out, otherwise people will really starve to death. Wang Mei still couldn't hold on. After knocking on the door dozens of times, her eyes went black and she fainted from hunger. When everyone saw Wang Mei fainted, they also became angry and kept knocking on Wang Lao's door. Some even took steel bars and kitchen knives to split Wang Lao's door. Wang Lao's wife quickly told Wang Lao what she saw through the cat's eye. Oh no, they are trying to split the door by force. We can't do that. If the door is broken, we will be unsafe. Open the door, Wang Lao said calmly. As the door was opened, a swarm of people rushed into Wang Lao's house, staring at him and not being polite at all. Wang Lao, why don't you open the door? We have been knocking outside for so long. What do you mean? Old Wang had a bitter face, sat in a wheelchair with a hunched back, and sighed deeply. Everyone, it's not that I don't want to open the door, I just really have no food. His words once again ignited everyone's dissatisfaction. How could you not have food? You asked everyone to contribute food before, and all that food is here with you. Yes, where did the food that my family took go? You should take it out quickly. Someone is starving to death. Wang Mei has fainted. You should take out the food quickly, otherwise she will die. Search, I don't believe it. Let's find the food. Those impulsive people could not be stopped. They were already starving, and their eyes were green. If they hadn't retained the last bit of human rationality, they would really start to eat human flesh. No, everyone, don't look. My family really has no food. Old Wang pretended to stop the searchers, and still let them search his house. In addition to searching out a bag of flour, his wife forgot to put it away. Everyone held the bag of flour and couldn't believe that Old Wang really had no food in his hands. There is only one bag of flour, nothing else. Old Wang pretended to be a good man. Some people have been complaining to me before, saying that there is no food at home. I gave a little of this and a little of that. Isn't it just that there is no food? You can take this flour. After all, I am an old man, and now I am useless. I will die of starvation. His appearance successfully deceived those people who were dizzy with hunger. Some people still didn't believe it. Old Wang, did you hide the food? You can't be so selfish. Old Wang sneered in his heart with a sad face. You also know that there are zombies eating people outside now. We should unite more. The food in our hands will only get less and less. I really didn't lie to you. You also searched, and I really have no food on hand. Old Wang, then what do you think we should do? After all, they got a bag of flour. Everyone treated Old Wang better and didn't leave immediately. We have to find a way to get food. There is a supermarket outside the community. There should be a lot of good things in it. Old Wang suggested. As soon as they mentioned going out, everyone in the room fell silent. Who will kill the zombies? We don't have many people anyway. Everyone was afraid of fighting. Many people were lost when the community gathered together to attack the safe house. Old Wang took the opportunity to say, Qin Mu in the safe house. I saw them kill a lot of zombies and even drove out. He is so strong, he should stand up and help everyone. Qin Mu is so selfish. He is unwilling to help us even though he has so much food. Talk to him. Now we have to unite together, otherwise mankind will really perish. Killing each other will only make things worse. Encouraged by Old Wang's words, the people in the room began to think again. Most of the zombies in the community were attracted by Sun Peng's attack. Now the community is relatively safe, except for a few zombies. After everyone worked together to deal with them, it can be said that it is still safe in front of Jinling community. People in the residential building gathered downstairs and started a fire with wooden tables and chairs at home. They boiled the flour they got from Wang Lao with melted snow water and made flour paste. Each of the old people was given a little bit, just half a bowl. They were already starving and drank the paste clean. The hungry Wang Mei was fed some flour paste by the kind old people. At least, she drank some of it and did not die. She looked like she was still alive. epdidww.com, 3d666xs.com, xsxs.cc, 3jxs.c, xiaohongshu.cc, kanshuba.cc, hmxs.com, 7cct.com. Wang Mei survived, but a woman named Liu Lili in the residential area was reluctant to eat it and fed the paste to her child Xiaobao. Xiaobao is only 3 years old now and has just started kindergarten. Xiaobao, what's wrong with you, Xiaobao? Liu Lili held her son and looked at his red face, eyes tightly closed, and a sickly look. Not only Xiaobao, but also several other elderly people who drank the flour porridge also had strange behaviors. Some of them complained of stomach aches, some had frighteningly red faces, and some fainted. Could this porridge be poisonous? There were also people who drank the porridge but were fine. Looking at those who fell down, his heart skipped a beat. When Wang saw someone in trouble, he also pushed a wheelchair over. What's wrong? Liu Lili held Xiaobao, who was now red with fever and looked very sick. Doctor, is there a doctor? Save my Xiaobao. My dad also fainted. What happened? Li Mingcheng's people soon told him about this. When Li Mingcheng heard that those people had eaten the porridge made with melted snow water, he understood the situation. He brought his people downstairs. Old Wang, don't you know that snow water is poisonous? Drinking it will turn you into a zombie. Liu Lili cried in pain. My little treasure, my little treasure. She glared at old Wang fiercely. You killed my little treasure. Some people who didn't drink the porridge secretly rejoiced that the porridge they made was not enough to share. Otherwise, they would have problems as well. I heard that Qinmu has a female doctor under him. Why don't we ask her to take a look? Old Wang's eyes rolled around, and he quickly thought of something to do. He hated Qinmu, but he was safe and sound. So he simply directed the fire to Qinmu. Liu Lili's eyes lit up, and she went to Qinmu's safe house with the child in her arms. Some of the unconscious old people had already turned into zombies, and they crawled up from the ground with twisted movements and weird postures and pounced on the nearest person. After screaming, a dagger cut open the zombie's head. It was Li Mingcheng. This was not the first time he killed a zombie. With his clever brain, he has found out that the zombie's fatal weaknesses are the head and spine. This time, he accidentally discovered that there was a white agglomerate in the zombie's head. Not knowing what it was, he held it in his hand. All the remaining people who had undergone mutations were dealt with by him and his men. Only the brains of those who had completely turned into zombies had this thing. Qinmu saw a woman holding a child approaching his safe house on the surveillance camera. What are you doing? He thought that the people in the community were restless again. Liu Lili knelt down with her legs straight, holding the child tightly in her arms. That was the child she had given birth to after 10 months of hard work, and it was also her hope to survive. Her husband was shot dead during the last attack on the safe house. Liu Lili must hate Qinmu, but for the sake of her child, she chose to kneel down to Qinmu. Please, please save my child. He's sick. I know you have a doctor. Let her see my child. He's only 3 years old. He's still so young. As she spoke, Liu Lili showed the child in her arms. The child's face had turned pale, and it was difficult for him to breathe. It looked like he was going to die. Kuyuran also looked at the poor mother in the surveillance video. Her sense of mission as a doctor made her feel soft-hearted. Brother Mu, can I save him? Qinmu's eyes were cold and ruthless, and his voice was like a cold and emotionless devil. It's up to you. I want to try. In fact, Qinmu did not approve of Kuyuran saving people. In this world, who is not pitiful? A saintly heart will sooner or later hurt oneself. But he still respected Kuyuran. His heart was cold, but it did not mean that he forced everyone to be as cold-blooded and ruthless as him. He simply followed Kuyuran and walked out of the safe house. Seeing Qinmu and the others willing to come out, Liu Lili's eyes flashed with strong surprise. She originally thought that Qinmu was so cold-blooded that he would definitely not save her son. Hope came so suddenly. She handed the child to Qinmu and the others. After Qinmu saw the child's pale face clearly, his eyes became even colder. There was no hope. This child is going to become zombie. He announced Xiaobao's fate like the god of death. Impossible. He didn't become a zombie. He can still be saved. Liu Lili subconsciously argued. He just drank snow water. He was not bitten or scratched by zombies, and it has been so long he is still alive. Kuyuran still took the child, looked at his pale face, put her hand on Xiaobao's chest. It was already cold, and she could not feel the other's heartbeat. This child is dead. There is no hope. I am powerless. If he was still alive, she would try her best to save him no matter what. However, the child was already dead. My condolences. Liu Lili was unwilling to accept this fact. She begged desperately. Please take another look. My little baby was still breathing when I was in my arms just now. How could he die like this? Kuyuran returned the child to her. At this moment, something strange happened. Little Bao made a strange roar, which was shrill and sharp. His originally fair and plump face was all cracked into ugly and hideous wounds. His pupils turned white, and he twisted his body and opened his mouth to bite. Kuyuran threw him to the ground decisively. Little Bao, who fell to the ground, staggered to his feet. His white pupils were aimed at Kuyuran. With a clear target, he stretched out his sharp claws and pounced on Kuyuran. Qinmu had already taken out his gun and pointed it at Little Bao's head and pulled the trigger. As Liu Lili screamed, "No!" Little Bao's brains splattered and his small body shook a few times. Bang! He fell to the ground. Liu Lili screamed and rushed towards the child, hugging him tightly in her arms. "Ah!" she screamed in despair and unwillingness. Qinmu retracted his gaze, and Kuyuran's face turned pale. Fortunately, Xiaobao almost bit her. "Brother Mu." She felt more grateful to Qinmu in her heart. "I want you to taste the life of my man and Xiaobao." Liu Lili was completely crazy. She lost her husband and her child again. The hope of life had long been wiped out. Her revenge was, she stuffed Xiaobao's red and white brain into her mouth. She had to eat it to avenge Xiaobao. She also touched a hard thing from it. It was Xiaobao's. She swallowed the white crystal core in one bite. Qinmu didn't expect that this woman would be so crazy. Kuyuran's face turned pale, and she subconsciously took a few steps back. EPWW.com, 336XS.com, 8WX.com, XSXS.cc, 3JXS.cc, 8PWXC.com, FanakianSexebase.com, 7CCT.com. At the same time, Qinmu did not attack Liu Lili. He was waiting. He wanted to see whether Lili, who swallowed the crystal core, would become a zombie or a superpower. In the previous life, there was a very extreme way to awaken superpowers. That is to swallow the crystal core directly. Some people have tried this and awakened superpowers, but some people have turned into zombies after trying it. Liu Lili did not bring any weapons. Even if she wanted to kill Qinmu, she could only watch. Her resentful eyes swept back and forth between Qinmu and Kuyuran. "You all deserve to die. Especially you, Qinmu. You are a completely selfish guy. I curse you to die quickly and pay for my little treasure's life." Qinmu was indifferent. "I'm selfish, huh? If you didn't have so many supplies and were unwilling to share them, how could my man and his friends take the risk to rob you? If you weren't selfish, how could my little treasure become a zombie because of hunger after eating the porridge made from snow water? You also killed my little treasure with your own hands. Ah! You really deserve to die." Crazy, this woman is completely crazy. Qinmu was too lazy to talk to her. Su Qingqiu and Wang Wei, who were tied to the gate of the yard, vaguely heard the movement and looked towards Liu Lili. Liu Lili's consciousness gradually went crazy. She felt a strong force entering her limbs and bones. She became stronger. A stream of water flowed out from her palm. Qinmu's eyes lit up. "Good guy. This is the awakening of water ability. How can this guy be so lucky? This woman is really lucky. But she is crazy, and there is no way to communicate properly. Otherwise, if she joins his team, there will be no shortage of water sources. Water ability is relatively useless in the early stage, and Qinmu is not worried that she will cause any harm to his team." What is this? Even Liu Lili herself found it incredible and paused for a while. She tried a few more times and found that she could control the shape of water, turning it into a sphere and a water column. As long as she wanted the water to become what she wanted, it would become what she wanted. Just when she stopped to study. "Liu Lili, I don't want to kill you. I'll give you two choices. Either you choose to surrender to me and become a member of our base, or you die." Qinmu still wanted to try to recruit Liu Lili. As soon as he said this, the other party attacked directly, and two water balls hit Qinmu. "Don't even think about it. I want you to die." There was nothing to say. Qinmu was no longer merciful and shot Liu Lili in the head. Blood splattered everywhere. Only Liu Lili's unwilling eyes were left tightly open. obviously dying with her eyes open. He stepped forward and dug a blue crystal core from the head of Lu Lily, who had already turned into a corpse. Then he handed the crystal core to Ku Yuran. "Take this crystal core. It is safer than the zombie crystal core. Try to absorb it." Ku Yuran took it silently. Lu Lily's tragic death was still echoing in front of her eyes, and this bloody crystal core made her feel a little nauseous. Chinmu took a bottle of water from the space and stuffed it into Ku Yuran's hand. "Don't have such a big psychological burden. This is the rule of survival in the Doomsday. Only by becoming stronger can you survive. Save yourself first, and then consider whether it is worth it for others." "Yes." Kyoran put away his complicated emotions. Wang Wei and Su Qingqiu numbly watched Chinmu and the others enter the warm, safe house. They were cold and hungry, but Chinmu didn't let them die at all. He tied them up like this, and when they were about to collapse, he rewarded them with a piece of bread. In this huge threat facing mankind, the official finally announced the news. Through the radio, the broadcast in the car and the radio can hear relevant information. Chinmu listened to the content that was similar to his previous life. Basically, the official announced that the monsters outside are defined as zombies. To kill zombies, you have to attack their heads or spines. There are crystal cores in the brains of zombies, which can be used to awaken superpowers. The official has initially established an official base in Dongxi and invited the survivors to join. "Brother Mu, it's really the same as what you said." Chu Yi sighed. Lu Yun laughed out loud. "This is called foresight. Now that the superpowers have been announced, more and more people will awaken superpowers in the future. Today, Lu Lily awakened the water power. I have given her crystal core to Yoran. After tonight, Yoran should be able to awaken superpowers." Chinmu needed to explain this matter to everyone in the safe house. Although everyone had seen everything on the monitor, he still had to explain it clearly. Lu Yun was not jealous, but he was unwilling to accept that he had not awakened superpowers yet. "Brother Mu, I want to try her method. Just eat it raw." Chinmu was entangled. "Lu Yun, I have to make it clear to you. Eating the crystal core raw may awaken superpowers, but it may also turn you into a zombie. You have to think it over." "Brother Mu, I want to become stronger." Lu Yun still wanted to try. He felt that he would not be so unlucky or forget it. Chinmu's words did not stop Lu Yun. He was determined to try. Zhao Rou looked at Lu Yun, who was about to enter the room to swallow the crystal core, with worry. She didn't want Lu Yun to get into trouble. "Brother Mu, why don't we stop him? Help me go in first and take a look." Chinmu's expression flashed. He was also very complicated. In his previous life, Lu Yun had also thought of swallowing the crystal core, but he stopped him. This method was too risky. Lu Yun had never awakened his superpowers. In this life, he didn't have much hope. Zhao Rou hesitated for a moment, but still walked into Lu Yun's room firmly. "Why are you here?" Lu Yun was holding the crystal core in his hand and was about to swallow it. When he saw Zhao Rou coming in, he regretted not locking the door. "Yunzi, I'm worried about you. Let me eat with you." Zhao Rou had already thought about it. She admitted that she had a vague affection for Yunzi since the live broadcast, and she was even more attracted to him after meeting him in the safe house. "Yunzi, I like you. I really like you." Zhao Rou showed a shy and sweet smile, just like the shy look of meeting a beloved boy. Lu Yunjin smiled. "I know I'm quite charming, and I like you too, little green tea. When you were broadcasting live, I was wondering what kind of little goblin you are." He simply threw the crystal core in his hand to the head of the bed, hugged Zhao Rou horizontally, and threw her on the bed. "Anyway, I don't know if I will die after swallowing the crystal core, so I might as well be a playboy before I die." Zhao Rou fully cooperated with Lu Yun, panting repeatedly with his somewhat rough movements. Her small and exquisite curves tightly fit Lu Yun's strong abdominal muscles, and the obscene sound immediately rang throughout the room. EPZWW.com 80com 80doxa.cc jjxs.cc 38.x.com 7cct.com. As the two of them were tangled together, the white crystal core that Zhao Rou had been holding in her hand fell to the ground. The crystal core fell to the ground with a clatter. When the two of them finished fighting, Zhao Rou went to look for the crystal core that had fallen to the ground, but she couldn't find it after searching for a long time. Lu Yun gave his crystal core to Zhao Rou, who was surprised to find that the crystal core was slowly becoming more milky and transparent, as if the impurities inside had been absorbed. She handed the crystal core to Lu Yun in surprise. Look, has this crystal core changed a little bit? Lu Yun took the crystal core and took out another one for comparison, and found that it was indeed a little different. Zhao Ru took the one that had not changed in his hand and held it in her palm again. Not long after, it also became a clear and transparent crystal core. What's going on? Could it be? Ruru, have you awakened your superpowers? The two were confused, but Lu Yun was also skilled and bold. Thinking that he was going to awaken his superpowers anyway, he swallowed the crystal core in one gulp. Zhao Ru could only watch him swallow the crystal core. She also swallowed the other one, not knowing what would happen. Lu Yun simply lay down on the bed. After a while, he became dishonest again. He was a little tired after just going through a strenuous exercise. After a while, he felt a burning sensation in his abdomen. The burning sensation burned directly on his cheek, while Zhao Ru next to him did not change much. Lu Yun knew that he was the beginning of the change. Zhao Ru was standing by and holding his hand. The power of the crystal core was gradually absorbed by Lu Yun's body. He felt a strong force flowing from his dantian into his limbs. Similarly, his symptoms became more intense. He opened his scarlet eyes and pressed Zhao Ru directly on the bed. He had an urge to vent. As for Qinmu, he had already made a decision. He believed that Lu Yun would not turn into a zombie so easily, so Qinmu was also relieved and let him choose whether to take the risk. Qiuran had awakened her superpowers and absorbed Lu Lily's blue crystal core. Compared with zombie crystal cores, human crystal cores are easier to absorb. Qiuran's awakened superpowers are healing superpowers, which are very consistent with her identity as a doctor. Suddenly, there was a huge noise in Lu Yun's room. Qinmu quickly got up to check what was going on. When he arrived at Lu Yun's door and opened it, he found that the inside was charred black. It turned out that Lu Yun had awakened his superpowers, but he couldn't control his superpowers. The powerful lightning struck the whole house as if it had suffered a catastrophe. It was pitch black with sparks, and it was about to burn. He quickly put out the fire. Lu Yun and Zhao Ru also left the room. It seemed that this room could not be used. Lu Yun's face was very excited. Felt the surging power all over his body. He awakened his superpowers. It was a very powerful thunder power. Just now, he just summoned a little lightning, and the whole house was burned into that miserable state. Brother Mu, I have awakened my superpowers. This is a thunder power, so strong. Qinmu nodded slightly, and there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. Did you awaken your lightning ability after swallowing the crystal core? That's really good luck. I was worried that you would become a zombie. That's impossible. If I become a zombie, I will let you kill me with your own hands. What about Zhao Ru? She also took the crystal core. Qinmu looked at Zhao Ru. Seeing that Zhao Ru was fine, he thought that she should have awakened her ability. Zhao Ru shook her head and said, I don't know. I can't feel any power. There is no way to summon lightning like Yunzi, and there is no way to listen to your voices. I did take the crystal core, and there was a strange phenomenon. Lu Yun quickly told Zhao Ru that she could purify the crystal core. Brother Mu, Ruro seems to be able to purify zombie crystal cores. The two crystal cores we took became the purer ones after Ruro's hands. Ruro, how about you show it to Brother Mu? Zhao Ru nodded. Qinmu handed over a zombie crystal core. Zhao Ru held it in her hand and felt the zombie crystal core in her hand. Slowly, the milky white zombie crystal core began to become more crystal clear. Picked up a treasure. Qinmu's first reaction was surprise. It was purification. Zhao Ru's ability is to purify these zombie crystal cores. As long as she purifies the crystal core, it will not be contaminated by the impurities of the zombies when absorbed, which is equivalent to not turning into a zombie. So even if you don't awaken your ability after taking it, you won't turn into a zombie. Qinmu had only heard of such people with abilities, but they were rare. They had the ability to purify crystal cores and thus cultivate more people with abilities. Qinmu was excited. With Zhao Ru, he could cultivate more ordinary people into people with abilities, making the base stronger and more powerful, and also have more hope of surviving the zombies and monsters in the Doomsday. His plan should also be put on the agenda. Qinmu thought about this and had a plan in mind. Zhao Ru handed the evolved crystal core to Qinmu, and Qinmu simply handed over all the zombie crystal cores he had to Zhao Ru. Zhao Ru, your ability is very important. You can evolve as many of these crystal cores as you want. I will give them to you. Jiaoru took it without hesitation. It was Qinmu who saved her. Besides, she is now Lu Yun's woman, so she naturally has to make a contribution to the base. It's not easy to find a place where she can be useful, so she naturally has no choice but to do it. Qinmu handed the evolved crystal core to Yuluo. Here, Yuluo. Yuluo couldn't wait to take the crystal core. Now everyone in the safe house has superpowers except her, and she can't fall behind too much. After Yuluo got the crystal core, she immediately absorbed it, and everyone looked at her expectantly. The crystal core in her hand turned into powder, little by little after being absorbed. Yuron looked at her sister expectantly. As Yuluo slowly raised her hand, she felt a tiny green seedling slowly growing out of her palm, and then moved its leaves under her will. But the small green seedling did not last long and soon disappeared. She wanted to summon the small green seedling again, but after trying several times, she could not do it. Instead, fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. After trying several times without success, she could only withdraw her hand in disappointment. Then she looked at everyone. ilpool.com, 33x2xs.com, xxs.cc, 3wx.com, xiaohongshu.cc, hmxssupply.com, 7ct.com. Very good, it's a plant-related ability. That's right, Yuluo awakened a plant-related ability, which may seem useless in the early stages. But in addition to being able to summon plants herself, she can also communicate with plants in the outside world and use plants in nature to launch attacks. These need to be studied in detail, and they will be very powerful in the later stage. Qinmu was just an ordinary person in his previous life, and he did not awaken any superpowers, so he was a little surprised about being able to awaken superpowers. It seems that we have to go out and kill zombies more often to earn crystal cores and improve everyone's strength as soon as possible. Lu Yun and the others all agreed. When they came to the door, Su Qingqiu and Wang Wei were tied outside the door for a few days. Both of them got sick from the cold and passed out. Qinmu felt that they were an eyesore outside the door, so he threw them into the basement and imprisoned them. He took out the military vehicle in the space, sat in the driver's seat, and everyone got in the car, leaving only Chu's father and mother in the safe house to watch the house. The group left the Jinling community. Similarly, people all over the country learned about the role of crystal cores in official broadcasts. Many people also tried to absorb the energy in the zombie crystal core. Some awakened their superpowers, while others turned into zombies. Li Mingcheng in the residential building also heard the official news on the radio. He absorbed the energy in the zombie crystal core and also awakened his superpowers. The zombies that were originally terrifying have now become a tool for everyone to become stronger. Li Mingcheng looked at the flame in his palm. His expression was excited, watching the flames that kept rising. He absorbed the zombie essence core again, and the flame was a little bigger. He wanted to become stronger. He wanted to become stronger. He who awakened the fire superpower quickly gathered the people who belonged to him in the community together, and he showed his superpowers to his people. In addition to him, several people also awakened superpowers. Some could control soil blocks, and there were water superpowers. The water superpower was Wang Mei. She almost starved to death before. If it weren't for the bowl of porridge, she would have starved to death long ago. After feeding the bowl of porridge, when she woke up again, Wang Mei found that she could make water balls. She hated Wang Lao, who watched her die without saving her, so she chose to go to Li Mingcheng. With water, everyone seemed to see hope. Li Mingcheng also quickly accepted Wang Mei, and he thought more. Now everyone has little food. If we continue like this, we will starve to death sooner or later. Since we have awakened our superpowers, let's go out and find food. As for those ordinary people, Li Mingcheng did not give up on them either. Although everyone has not awakened their superpowers now, we have awakened. People with superpowers will protect everyone. As long as everyone follows me, I will definitely take everyone to eat enough, wear warm clothes, and not thirsty. His words made those ordinary people who had not awakened their superpowers feel a lot more relieved. They were afraid that Li Mingcheng would choose to abandon them because they were just ordinary people. As long as Li Mingcheng did not abandon them, they would always follow Li Mingcheng. Brother Li, we will follow you and you will lead the team. Li Mingcheng's people organized a team, got on the car, and went out to find supplies while cleaning up the zombies. In contrast, there was a group of people on Wang Lao's side. They also heard about Li Mingcheng's movements. When they heard that Li Mingcheng went out to look for supplies, they urged Wang Lao. Wang Lao, why don't we go to Shaoli? He is so powerful now. At least we won't starve to death if we follow him. Wang Lao sat in a wheelchair, holding the handle of the wheelchair tightly. He hated Qin Mu and Li Mingcheng as well. After Li Mingcheng broke up with him, he took away most of his people. Now he has no prestige at all. That group of people dared to run to his house to plunder his food. Let's follow Li Mingcheng and see what they have. When they find the supplies, we are from the same community. We should unite and let him share some with us. Everyone nodded in agreement with Wang Lao's opinion. They were not good people to follow Wang Lao, so they got on the car and followed Li Mingcheng to look for supplies. Qin Mu looked at the map displayed on the car. Although he had so many supplies in his space that he couldn't use them up in several lifetimes, considering that he would expand in the future, the base would need more supplies. So he planned to find some large warehouses to collect those supplies. He had already recorded several points. Among them, the warehouse in the frozen area of the West Suburb Vegetable Market in City A was Qin Mu's main target. Qin Mu had locked this location before the end of the world. Most of the fresh food supply in City A was frozen here. Although there was no water and electricity now, the cold weather affected it. Those fresh and frozen foods would not spoil so quickly. The number of zombies was obviously more when Qin Mu and Chu Yi were looking for Chu's father and mother. It seems that the zombies have injured many surviving humans during this period, and then transformed them into zombies. The number of living people seems to be decreasing, and a trace of sadness emerges in the hearts of everyone except Qin Mu. When he saw people from Jinling community driving out, Kuyuluo's sharp eyes saw Li Mingcheng at a glance. It's them, they came out too, they are all very brave. But they are also unlucky. Look at so many cars, all those zombies are surrounding them. I don't know if he can survive. He is a smart man, he should not die. Qin Mu looked at the place where Kuyuluo said, and it was indeed Li Mingcheng. Seeing that their car was surrounded by zombies, several fireballs and earth spikes were thrown out, killing the zombies. It seems that Li Mingcheng has also awakened his superpowers. Qin Mu didn't care so much and sped up towards his destination, Shijiao Vegetable Market. The door was locked tightly, and foul language was heard from inside. A strong man with a beard with a big scar on his face that was almost as high as his chin was grabbing a woman's slender waist and laughing. In addition to him, there were many places where the same scene was being played out, and the women below were also cooperating with each other. The bearded man used to be a pig butcher. He saved some money by killing pigs, and finally married a wife who was not good-looking. He always felt that he was not happy, but he looked fierce, and those beautiful girls would not be attracted to him. After the end of the world, he survived the cold, killed his wife, and then came to the vegetable market where he worked and occupied it. EPZW66.com, if6.com, xsxs.ccygs.hum, 3jwx.com, xiaohongshu.cc, kanisi, kankshimsestom, 7cct.com. With the resources of the vegetable market, he felt the benefits of strength. He could sleep with all kinds of women with the little supplies in the vegetable market. Suddenly, a military-modified car suddenly crashed into the closed door and rushed into the vegetable market. It was not that Qin Mu wanted to be so violent, but because someone outside the vegetable market stopped them. After Qin Mu dealt with the two people, he looked at the closed door of the vegetable market and simply rushed in. The originally cheerful Luo Xiaobei sturdy man was frightened and quickly pulled up his pants, staring at the intruding car with a bad look. Qin Mu and his companions got out of the car and then stored the car in the space. "Who are you?" Ignoring them, Qin Mu scanned the market and led everyone to the fresh frozen warehouse. The bearded man and the others gathered together and looked at Qin Mu vigilantly, but they hesitated to take action, unsure of the other party's strength. But seeing that the other party was so arrogant, they hesitated. As the door of the vegetable market was destroyed by Qin Mu, the zombies wandering outside also entered the vegetable market. The bearded man and his companions did not bother to evaluate Qin Mu's strength and hurriedly chased after him. Feeling that there was a tail behind him, Qin Mu just looked back coldly. Then he also vigorously destroyed the warehouse door of the fresh frozen area and broke in directly. As soon as he entered, he felt that the temperature inside dropped a lot instantly. It seems that the insulation effect here is still very good. At least these ice cubes have not melted yet. The frozen fresh food inside should not be bad. He touched the rows of shelves directly and put all the fresh products into the space. As he continued to walk, rows of goods were all taken away. The bearded man also blocked the door of the fresh food warehouse with a bad look. "Who are you? Why are you here to steal our things? These things are ours." "If you want to live, don't talk too much nonsense. These things are ownerless. Whether you can hold them depends on your strength." Lu Yun covered Qin Mu. He directly displayed his lightning ability. A lightning ball condensed from Lu Yun's hand and was thrown at the bearded man. The bearded man subconsciously avoided it, and a big hole was smashed under his feet by lightning. Looking at the dark hole, the bearded man and the people behind him were also pale. "Are you a psychic?" They originally thought that the person who could change things back and forth was a space psychic, but they didn't expect that they actually had a lightning psychic. The strength of this group of people is really strong, otherwise they would not dare to be so arrogant. The bearded man swallowed his saliva. He also awakened the ability to control metal. He pretended to be submissive. "Everyone, if you have something to say, please talk it over nicely. Don't fight." He turned around and winked at his subordinates. Chu Yi stared at the bearded man and had read all his thoughts. "Be careful." She reminded Lu Yun and the others not to relax their vigilance. Always. Watching the actions of the bearded man and his men, Qin Mu had already emptied all the things in front. He finally stopped what he was doing and turned to the place where the goods that had not been taken were. The gate of the vegetable market continued to pour in zombies like dumplings. The bearded man had murderous intentions, and Qin Mu took away the things that originally belonged to them. The kitchen knife on his waist appeared in his hand under his mind, and he attacked the three seemingly weak women in their team, and the bearded man's subordinates also attacked. Chu Yi and the others took out the guns that had been prepared long ago and directly fired at the people rushing towards them. Within 7 steps, how could a knife be faster than a gun? "I gave you a chance to live, but you didn't cherish it." Lu Yun smiled bloodthirstily. He had been itching to fight, and purple lightning appeared from his palm, striking the bearded man. Not only the bearded man. There were also zombies gradually pouring in from behind. The fresh food warehouse was in chaos, and zombies kept pouncing on those humans who had no power to resist, tearing their flesh and blood, and finally assimilating them into zombies. "Run! There are more and more zombies. We will all die here." The bearded man's brothers looked at the increasing number of zombies pouring in, and they didn't dare to care about Qin Mu and the others anymore, so they dealt with the zombies that were approaching first. Qin Mu was almost as thin as before. He looked at the living people in the vegetable market dealing with the zombies. "Do you want to join me? I took all the things here. You don't have the strength to control these supplies. Even if it's not me, it will be someone else. I don't want to kill you. There are so many zombies here now. Can you handle them?" The bearded man spat. He cut off the head of a zombie with a knife viciously and said to Qin Mu, "If it weren't for you, how could our peaceful life become like this now?" Obviously, he was the leader of this group of people. Qin Mu saw that he was so ungrateful. He didn't waste any more words, but dealt with the zombies around him, dug out the crystal cores in their brains, and threw them into the space. Qin Mu and others continued to gather with the bearded man, forming 2 factions. With the help of Lu Yun's lightning ability, more and more zombies fell to Qin Mu's hands. They killed zombies as easily as cutting vegetables. They fell down in a flash, clearing a small space. Although the bearded man had awakened the gold ability, it was still a bit difficult to face so many zombies. He controlled the knives to chop at the zombies' heads. He was unwilling to accept that all his things were taken away by that group of people. He turned his anger into actions in his hands, killing zombies more quickly. "Boss, why don't we surrender to them? Look how powerful they are. Let's not resist stubbornly." The people under the bearded man couldn't help but compromise. Qin Mu and his men were too strong. They killed zombies as coldly and ruthlessly as they killed fish in the vegetable market. If they killed all the zombies, wouldn't it be their turn to die? "How about this? You kill all the zombies here and we will let you go." The bearded man was still reluctant to give up his rights. He knew very well that being a boss was different from being under the command of someone else. Lu Yun taunted, It seems that they still don't see the situation clearly. They follow my brother Mu and live a good life. They don't even cherish such a good opportunity. They are not good people. After reading the hearts of the bearded man and others, Chuyi knew some of the things they had done in the past, and he was full of disgust for them. EPZWB.com, 3366XS.com, ADWWX.com, XSSSF.YLSTechSheet.cc, TINF.com, Kongshu.cc, KangsSSW.com, 7CCT.com. Seeing the zombies pouring into the warehouse area, they had been wandering around the vegetable market for a long time. The closed door prevented them from entering. Now that the door was open, they swarmed in. The vegetable market was in chaos, and everyone ran towards the warehouse. Everyone worked together to open the door of another warehouse, and one by one they hid inside. The zombies behind him chased the living people relentlessly, madly killing those who ran slower. After the bearded man and his men dealt with the zombies that rushed over, they also covered those people to enter the warehouse. Hurry up! After the zombies were pierced by bullets, large pieces of blood mist appeared on their bodies and turned into pieces of minced meat. When almost everyone came in, the warehouse door was closed, isolating the zombies outside. There were still some people who fell behind. Looking at the closed fresh food warehouse, they had to find other warehouses. The warehouse that was originally full of goods was cleaned up by Chin Mu, leaving only empty shelves. The cold air condensed again as the warehouse door was closed. The exposed skin gradually felt cold and had goosebumps. The bearded man was even worse. He was doing that thing, so he didn't have time to put on any clothes. He simply put on his clothes and pants, which made him even colder. It's so cold. He put his hands around his shoulders, rubbed his cold arms, and looked at his companions. Who of you take off some clothes for me? It's not a good thing to go on like this. We have to find a way to get out. Chin-Mu and others looked at the closed warehouse door and discussed it. Brother Mu, how about we fight our way out? Just now I saw a lot of zombies. How about we just use bombs? Chin-Mu has heavy weapons in his hands, especially bombs, which can blow up a bunch of zombies. For them, the zombie group is not difficult to deal with. They are ready to act, and the bearded man and others stared at them vigilantly. Seeing Chin-Mu was about to open the warehouse door, the old lady who had long hated Chin-Mu and others for attracting zombies was angry. Her name was Wang Po. She used to be an old lady selling vegetables in the vegetable market. She always had a bad temper. She would rip off customers if she could, and scold those who bargained. This time, he put his hands on his hips and angrily accused, "You young people are sick. Our vegetable market is a good place for survival, but you had to break in and catch so many zombies. You really deserve to die. You still want to open the warehouse door to kill us. Don't even think about it. Everyone listen to me. Kill them. Don't let them open the door and let the zombies in." Wang Po's words were very inflammatory. Under the threat of zombies, even if they had guns and superpowers, they couldn't let go of their hostility towards Chin-Mu in this small space. The bearded man even warned in a low voice, "Don't move the door. We can talk about anything. Otherwise, it's either you or me. Yes, rather than being killed by zombies and becoming zombies, it's better to kill them together. If it weren't for them, we would still be fine." The natives of the vegetable market expressed strong dissatisfaction, staring at Chin-Mu and others with a covetous look, as if they would be in trouble if they dared to move. Do it. Chin-Mu ignored the shouting of the people in the vegetable market and took out the explosive pack directly from the space. After this thing appeared, the smell of gunpowder spread in the warehouse. The bearded man and others took a step back sharply and compromised. "Okay, if you want to go out and die, go ahead." The door of the warehouse opened, and Chin-Mu took the lead in throwing out an explosive pack to deal with the zombies at the door. Then he led the people out. After they went out, the bearded man and others started to discuss. "Brother, do you think they really have a way to deal with zombies? They have explosives in their hands." Wang Po is really brave. I saw that they had guns in their hands, but they didn't dare to speak. Wang Po shuddered and scratched her face. Then she realized, why didn't you say it earlier? They have guns and explosives in their hands. They are not military personnel. A huge fire started burning, and Chin-Mu threw bombs at the place where zombies were densely packed. Bang! Along with the smell of burning, the zombies' bodies were blown into pieces, and black explosion pits were left on the ground. Sparks burned on the walls and some flammable materials also burned with the flames. Chinmu jumped and shot at the stalls of various vegetable markets, dealing with ordinary zombies. Now the zombies are still at the lowest level and can be harvested on a large scale with bullets and gunpowder. So Chinmu was not stingy with the consumption of bullets. Everyone in his team was equipped with a gun. With the cooperation of several people, the first wave of zombies was dealt with cleanly. They collected the crystal cores from the zombies that fell to the ground, which took Chinmu a lot of effort. All the collected crystal cores were stored in the space. The vegetable market is indeed a good place to clear monsters. Except for the wide aisle in the middle, the rest is made up of shops. The zombies poured in from the main entrance of the vegetable market, and a few of them came in from behind. They were directly harvested by Lu Yun's purple lightning, as fast as a flash of lightning. Suddenly there was a rustling sound around as if something was gnawing. Several black insects flew up in the air. Their bodies were obviously larger than the eyes of normal insects. Their eyes were also abnormal, with strange red eyes. They rushed towards the zombies on the ground, and the gnawing sound was made by these insects when they were eating the zombie corpses. And the number visible to the naked eye emerged from the ground. What are those? Kyuluo's face turned pale. She didn't like insects and was afraid of them. She subconsciously hid behind her sister Kyuyoran. Mutated insects. Chinmu looked at the pile of insects with a serious expression. The apocalypse brought not only zombies, but also various mutant animals and plants, and insects were the most numerous creatures. Fuck. Lu Yun couldn't help but curse. It's not enough that there are already such perverted things as zombies, but there are so many monsters. Is this still the world he knows? The bearded man and his friends couldn't stay in the warehouse. It was too cold in here. Staying for one more minute would be torture. Someone couldn't help but suggest, why don't we go out and take a look? That group of people is so powerful and makes so much noise. The zombies should have been dealt with almost. Yes, those people have explosives again. I heard that there seems to be no movement outside. Just as they opened the gap in the warehouse door and looked outside, they found that there were indeed no zombies. They came out with peace of mind. There are no zombies. Everyone, come out quickly. They seemed to be happy too early and ignored the black insects flying in the air. EPZW.com 33366XSDOMTWX.com XSS.C.C38DongCC Conshuba.cc HMXSW.com 7CCT.com. Ah, what are those? Finally they found the black bugs floating in the air. What's the fuss? Aren't these bugs very common? Grandma Wong looked at the bugs in the air. They are just some of the swill. They are often seen in the vegetable market. You don't have... She hadn't finished her words. They saw the bugs flying towards them. Each one was a circle larger than the common bugs, and there were more of them. Most of the zombie meat on the ground had been eaten by them. The mutant worm bit Wong Po's neck. The chattering woman was bitten. The poison instantly swept through her body, making her feel paralyzed and unable to speak. She stared with her eyes wide open, as if her eyeballs were about to pop out. They were red and bloodshot. She was in great pain. She grabbed the worm on her neck and crushed the mutant worm to death. Wong Po killed this one, and other worms pounced on her. Those worms pierced their mouthparts in people's bodies and bit their flesh. Chinmu and his companions were also attacked by mutant insects. Lu Yun was better. He wrapped himself in lightning and then continued to attack the mutant insects that covered the sky. After the mutant insects came into contact with lightning, they turned into charred corpses. Looking at the dense and overwhelming mutant insects, they were different from the zombies that were still clumsy in action. There were so many of them that it was hard to defend against their attacks. Even Chinmu was bitten by the mutant insects. Similarly, these mutant insects also had crystal cores in their bodies. No matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. There was also gasoline stored in the space. Chinmu entered the space directly, found the gasoline he had stored in the space, and then found wood. He made a torch out of the two things. When he came out of the space again, the situation outside had become very serious. It was obvious that Lu Yun alone could not support it. Chu Yi and Ku Huyoran were also somewhat helpless. Their abilities seemed so useless at this time. Zhao Ru was better off. She kept giving the purified crystal cores to Lu Yun so that he could continue to maintain the lightning and replenish the consumed energy. Chinmu appeared with a torch and handed it to Chu Yi and the others. asking them to hold the torch. The mutant insects were still afraid of the burning of fire, so they avoided them and turned to attack the bearded man and others. While the mutant insects were changing their targets, Chinmu took the car out of the space and said, "Get in the car, let's go." There were so many mutant insects that they could not deal with them at the moment, so it was better to leave first. Anyway, the bearded man and the others were unwilling to follow him, so there was no need for him to waste more time. Just as they got in the car and drove out, a very fast man rushed to their car with another strong man. "Take me with you, please." Zhao Muyang and Zhao Danyu were brothers, the kind of brothers. Zhao Danyu is the elder brother. He is a muscular man with natural strength. He can carry things 3 times heavier than his weight. After the apocalypse, he also awakened his superpowers, which are strength-related superpowers, making him even stronger. Zhao Muyang, on the other hand, is a speed-related superpower. He just ran out of an afterimage. It was not easy for him to catch up with Chinmu's car and bring his brother with him. Both of them were still injured, and it was obvious that they were attacked by mutant insects. Looking at the 2 men stuck in traffic, Chinmu chose to brake. "My name is Zhao Muyang, and I have a speed-type superpower. Next to me is my brother, Zhao Danyu, who has a strength-type superpower. We both want to join you. We heard what you said in the warehouse before. Get in the car." Chinmu honked the horn twice. The 2 people climbed to the back seat of the car and sat down obediently. They all looked honest and had no courage to stop the car just now. Looking at the wounds on their bodies, they were still a little miserable. Lu Yun took the initiative to ask them, "Why don't you 2 follow your boss? He doesn't want to join us. Why do you have such an idea?" Zhao Danyu scratched the back of his head. He was a dumb guy, not as smart as his brother. Now it was Zhao Muyang who explained, "My brother and I don't have a boss. We just stayed in the vegetable market for a while. I think you are stronger than him. I can survive with you. You know, those terrible bugs are much more difficult to deal with than zombies. In addition, the vegetable market is not safe now, and it will be sooner or later. It's better to follow Chinmu. They are strong, have cars, and I heard that they have a base. Don't worry. As long as you listen to me and Brother Mu, I guarantee that you will have a good life." Lu Yun was very happy. These 2 people are quite appreciative. After all, they are much more honest than the bearded man, and they don't seem to have any bad intentions. Chu Yi stared at them for a while with her beautiful eyes and confirmed that the 2 people did not have any bad intentions, and she was relieved. She didn't say anything, which meant that there was no problem with the 2. "Zhao Danyu, Zhao Muyang, why do you think your names are so different?" Kuyuluo was still very interested in the 2 newcomers. "My original name was not Zhao Muyang, but Zhao Dayang. Later, when I went to school, I felt that my name was too rustic, so I changed it." Zhao Muyang was also helpless. "My family is from the countryside. We didn't have much education before, so we gave our children some simple names, which were convenient to raise and call." "Oh, so that's how it is." Zhao Danyu and Zhao Muyang were also looking at them. This car was full of handsome men and beautiful women. From the perspective of appearance, they were very extraordinary. In addition to their mysterious and powerful strength, they were originally thought to be the kind that were difficult to get along with and talk to, but they were unexpectedly quite friendly. "The one driving is our brother Mu, who is also our boss. Our team was established by Brother Mu. Now we have 8 people in the team with you. Don't think about the girls. They are all taken." Lu Yun narrowed his eyes with some meaning and looked at Zhao Danyu, who was looking at the beautiful women with a dazed look. Zhao Danyu quickly retracted his gaze. "Oh my God, no wonder they are so beautiful. It turns out they all have someone." Zhao Muyang was fine. He didn't have any intention at first. He just wanted to get to know the new boss's strength and see if he could follow him. Bang! It was the sound of a gun hitting the car. Passing a corner, Chinmu's car was attacked. There was an interception at that intersection. It seemed that the other party was not friendly. Chinmu didn't think twice and directly crashed into it. He didn't care about it. The interception seemed a little insignificant in the face of absolute strength and was directly knocked away. However, there was a row of steel needles and boards at the back, which allowed Chinmu to successfully brake the car. His eyes turned cold and he wanted to see who was blind. EPsexecutive.com, 3366xs.com, XXXSC, YJ, XSSS.cc, 3HWF.com, 8daohongshu.cc, Kanshuba.cc.chin, 87ct.com, by Biki.com. As soon as his car stopped, there was a crowd of people in the 2 rows of corridors. The people who rushed down were still wearing police uniforms, holding police guns in their hands, and approached Chinmu's car step by step. "Everyone in the car, get out!" Looking at those people dressed like policemen, Chinmu's hands itched a little. "No matter who you are, stop my car. Damn it!" Seeing that there was no movement in the car, they stepped forward and knocked on the door. Chinmu got out of the car and was immediately pointed at by the police. They stared at him with greedy eyes. "Hand over your car. Is there anyone else in it? Let them all get out." Lu Yun and others also got out of the car. When they saw Chu Yi, Q Yoran, Zhao Ru, and Q Yoluo, 4 beautiful women with different styles, getting out, those police-dressed people stared at them. "Damn, I knew there must be good stuff in this car. Look at these girls, they are all so pretty. Brothers, this is a blessing. 4 girls are definitely enough for us to share. Hey, I've wanted to have some fun for a long time, but I never found the opportunity." Hearing the dirty words of those people, the beauties frowned tightly with disgust. Lu Yun, who has a hot temper, took action directly. A bullet hit Lu Yun's arm, making him furious. "You bastard, you dare to hit me. I'll let you know what it means to be unable to live or die." He threw a lightning-filled fist at the man who fired the gun, but he didn't expect his body to be locked in place and unable to move. He raised his fist in the air but couldn't swing it. "What the hell? I can't move." Chinmu also found a strange mental fluctuation. He didn't act rashly but looked at those people carefully. There must be a psychic among them. Hey. Fang Jingnian looked at the group of fat sheep. He stopped. He had already set his eyes on this car. He knew it was a good car at a glance. He wanted to leave here a long time ago, so he caught it. It's him. Chu Yi used his mind-reading ability and quickly locked onto Fang Jingnian. His name is Fang Jingnian. He is a psychic who can control mental power. Oh, this beautiful lady seems to know a lot about my situation. Fang Jingnian's eyes flashed with interest. His ability was very strong. Basically, all the zombies nearby were solved by him alone. I didn't expect that the other party could see his strength at a glance. They are really a perfect match. Zhao Danyu and Zhao Muyang looked at each other. They had just joined the team and now encountered such a thing. They were a little hesitant about whether to step forward. What if Chinmu was not Fang Jingnian's opponent? Would they have to change the boss again? "Brother, what should we do?" Zhao Muyang's sharp intuition showed that Chinmu was not as simple as he seemed. He could make things disappear directly. He made a decision. He was as fast as lightning. A shadow passed by and snatched all the pistols in the hands of those people one by one. When Fang Jingnian controlled him, it was already a little late. Fang Jingnian was very angry and felt that he had underestimated this group of people. Go. His ability could only control one person for the time being, and he needed the assistance of others. As for his subordinates, they also showed their abilities. A wall of earth directly crossed in front of Chinmu and others, blocking the bullets fired by Chinmu and others. It was equivalent to a thick wall of shields. There were also earth spikes coming out from the ground. If they hadn't dodged in time, they would have been injured. A battle broke out immediately. Kuyoluo whispered something to Zhao Ru, and Zhao Ru gave her all the evolved crystal cores in her hand. She absorbed so many crystal cores at once and felt her energy slowly increasing. The energy in her Dantian was constantly surging. She was young and still an underage little lowly, so she was not taken seriously by everyone. She stared at Kuyoran. She wanted to protect her sister and become her sister's shield. When those people's dirty hands were about to touch her sister, she took action. Countless vines flew out from her palms and wrapped around those people's hands, blocking their attacks. Don't touch my sister. Her vines penetrated the earthen walls and directly stretched to Fang Jingnian and others, entangled them together. Fang Jingnian obviously didn't expect that this inconspicuous lowly was so powerful. He used his mental power to try to fix Kuyuluo. Lu Yun struggled out, and the moment he felt the restraints on his body disappear, he immediately took action, aimed at the nearest person and chopped down. He didn't want to try the feeling of not being able to control his body just now. He thought about getting rid of the guy called Fang Jingnian as soon as possible. Chu Yun and others helped to shoot. Kuyuluo spit out blood. She absorbed too much and consumed a lot of energy to control the vines. In addition, she was attacked by Fang Jingnian. Her small body could not withstand such damage. The vines that were originally waving lost control in an instant, and she fell to the ground. Ku Yuran saw that her sister was injured, and her heart was immediately anxious. She kept shooting at those people, and then approached Kyulu little by little and helped her up from the ground. Qinmu had already approached Fang Jingnian. The moment his hand touched Fang Jingnian, he brought Fang Jingnian to his consciousness space. Fang Jingnian felt that he suddenly appeared in another world. Looking at the mountains of supplies piled up inside, he widened his eyes in disbelief. Looking at Qinmu in front of him, there was no one else except the two of them. He was a little horrified and wanted to use his mental power to fix Qinmu, but he suddenly found that his mental power seemed to have disappeared. Qinmu was the king in his consciousness space. He almost crushed Fang Jingnian and tortured him beyond recognition. "I let you arrogantly stop my car and hurt my people. Do you think you are strong and invincible in the world?" Fang Jingnian's nose and face were swollen. He never thought that the person in front of him had such a strong strength. "What kind of superpower have you awakened? It's so abnormal. Is it also a psychic superpower? Haha." Qinmu felt excited when he saw his frightened look, and a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. "You can ask this question in hell." Then, as his consciousness moved, Fang Jingnian lost his breath and turned into a corpse. Qinmu stepped forward and dug out the black crystal core in his head. The ground in all directions, and the concrete floor was also extremely damaged, forming hideous cracks. Soil was scattered everywhere, and a black figure appeared in the dust. Under his feet, a man had no intact part of his body. His eyes were staring unwillingly, with a desperate look formed by extreme fear and terror, frozen forever. "Boss Fang." The group of police recognized the body and called out the body's name with disbelief, venting their inner collapse. They stared at Fang Jingnian's body in a daze. Obviously, Boss Fang was the strongest among them. He had a psychic ability. How could he be killed by someone else? "Don't worry, you can accompany him soon," Qinmu said as he raised his gun and aimed it at the head of one of them. He was killed with one shot. He had no resistance at all, like a lamb to be slaughtered. When they reacted, the Earth-type ability user immediately built a wall of earth to block Qinmu's bullets. However, a wall of earth could not stop him at all. Qinmu did not hesitate at all and directly split the wall of earth. In the face of terrifying strength, even the strongest earth wall was smashed to pieces in an instant, and countless pieces of earth fell to the ground, directly exposing the people hiding behind it. It was too violent. Since Fang Jingnian was brought into the space to be solved, the situation of the two sides has completely reversed. Even Lu Yun and others were stunned. They knew that Qinmu was very strong, but they did not expect him to be so terrifying. The group of policemen were all trembling. They had already consumed most of their energy and were already at the end of their strength. If they were to say, they regretted it, extremely regretful. They had been lurking near the residential building just to get Qinmu's car. Now the situation was completely one-sided, and it seemed that they were going to end up like this. Qinmu dealt with the two of them who pointed guns at and stopped. Now the group of people were almost scared out of their wits. They had been out for a long time and didn't want to waste too much time on them. He glanced at them coldly and said lightly, "If you want to live, answer my questions obediently. Answer whatever I ask. If you get the answer wrong, I don't mind giving you another bullet." The hearts of the survivors who heard the last sentence trembled. Hearing Qinmu's words, they nodded to show that they understood and dared not make any more unnecessary movements. Who can still be the opponent of this devil now? Even Fang Jingnian died in his hands. Since Qinmu didn't want their lives but had something to ask them, it meant that they would not die for the time being. "Ask us. We will tell you everything we know." Yes, yes, we will never lie to you. Don't worry, we will tell you everything." Seeing that everyone was sincere, Qinmu was quite satisfied. "Where are you going? Do you have to rob my car?" "To be honest, we received information from the official. We heard that a base will be built in Dongcheng, so we plan to go to the official base. And we have internal information from the official. We need to find Mayor Wang and his family and take them to the official base. Completing this task is incidental. There will be rich supplies as rewards." We encountered a group of zombies while driving on the road, and our car was damaged. We also saw that your car was really good and sturdy. It was a military-modified vehicle, so we had evil thoughts. Those people finished talking one after another. After a general description, Chinmu understood the situation and was interested in the task they were talking about. Do you know the specific location of Mayor Wang? It was not that Chinmu was interested in Mayor Wang, but the power he represented behind him. He had a lot of connections behind him to climb to the position of mayor. In addition, Mayor Wang was also in this city. Although he did not intend to join the official base, he did not want to miss this good opportunity to make friends with the official base. Maybe he could get news about Lu Yun's parents through Mayor Wang, living in Fuyang Villa District. After getting the specific location of Mayor Wang, Chinmu released those people and kept his word. He had no intention of killing humans, not because he was soft-hearted, but whether these people could survive depended on their abilities. He was a person who would repay kindness with kindness and revenge with hatred. He did not let go of those who pointed guns at him or even attacked him. The rest of these people would not amount to anything. Kuyulo's body became extremely weak because he consumed a lot of superpowers. Fortunately, Kuyuron awakened the healing superpower. She used her superpowers to continuously heal Kuyulo's injuries, and soon he recovered. But in the end, it was because of her inner strength that she looked pale, and even her originally rosy lips turned pale. She helped Kuyulo into the car and took good care of her. Zhao Danyu and Zhao Muyang were fine, they were not injured, and they both made contributions. Chinmu accepted them sincerely and praised them. Zhao Muyang, you performed well. Welcome to join us. Zhao Muyang's face flushed with excitement after receiving Chinmu's praise, and so did Zhao Danyu beside him. They had seen Chinmu's strength. Fang Jingyan was so powerful, but he was solved by Chinmu. Moreover, they didn't understand how Chinmu asked people to kill him. They only knew that Chinmu and Fang Jingyan disappeared, and when Fang Jingyan came out again, he had become a corpse. Such a terrifying ability made them admire Chinmu even more, and they felt that they had not followed the wrong person. After experiencing 3 or 4 battles, everyone seemed a little tired. Although they had gained a lot of supplies and a lot of zombie crystal cores, their physical strength was almost exhausted. Chinmu planned to put the rescue of Mayor Wang aside and go back to the safe house first. Their car drove back to Jinling Community and met Li Mingcheng's group again. It seemed that they had gained a lot. They were smiling when they saw Chinmu. Li Mingcheng even took the initiative to say hello. After driving into the community, Qin slowed down his car. He rolled down the window and looked at Li Mingcheng. It seems that the harvest is good. Li Mingcheng was just tentatively greeting Chinmu and didn't really expect him to pay attention to him, but he didn't expect Chinmu to respond to him. Yes, we found a supermarket with a lot of food and drinks, so we brought them all back. Fortunately, there were no dangers along the way. Very good. Chinmu responded lightly. I have awakened the fire ability. Can we cooperate? As he said that, Li Mingcheng showed Sumo his fire ability, and a string of flames emerged from his palm, shaking continuously with the wind. EPW.com, Ton336XS.com, ADWX.com, XSCCYJXSX.com, CC3XX.com, CSCNCHongshuat Shadek and Shangshot.C557CD.com, Bighui.com. Cooperation. How do we co-opt the car? Li Mingcheng had proposed to cooperate with him before, but at that time, Li Mingcheng was not very honest. What he said in his heart was inconsistent with what he said, so he did not agree. Now our team has 3 superpowers, including me, 1 with fire power, 1 with water power, and 1 with earth power. We brought back a lot of supplies from the supermarket. I know that supplies are nothing to you, but they are really important to us. Li Mingcheng thought of Chinmu's strength and the arms they had, which was enough for Li Mingcheng to be respectful to him. Even if he had awakened his superpowers, he was still not good enough in front of Chinmu's safe house. He just had the qualifications to negotiate with Chinmu. He also had this self-knowledge. Moreover, he could awaken superpowers, and Chinmu and the others also awakened their superpowers. For them, this might not be a big deal. Li Mingcheng, I always think you are a smart person. Since you want to cooperate with me, then show your sincerity. What can you bring to me, and what do you need me to provide for you? Chinmu simply laid it out and was willing to give Li Mingcheng a chance. I know you have a female doctor who can treat diseases. I hope you can let her help me treat my throat. I was born with a cough, and I want you to provide us with protection, by the way. In exchange, I can provide you with peripheral protection, which will continue to increase the safety factor of the community. Li Mingcheng wanted to seek Qin Mu's support. His fight with Wang Lao was in full swing. This time they went out to search for supplies and encountered zombies. His team was responsible for solving them, while Wang Lao's people followed behind them to pick up leaks. Not only did they take away the crystal cores of the zombies they killed, but after they found the supermarket, they also took away some of the supplies in the supermarket. If it weren't for the friendship between the people in the community in the past, Li Mingcheng would have refrained from attacking them. In addition, he was entangled by the zombies and had no time to stay outside for so long, so he kept forbearing. Until he returned to the community, his subordinates expressed dissatisfaction with this. It was obvious that those supplies were obtained by them with great effort and hard work, but Wang Lao and his group of people followed behind them to take advantage of them. Who could tolerate this? Qin Mu's conditions proposed by Li Mingcheng touched his heart, so he agreed. Okay. Li Mingcheng was delighted. We also want to build a house as solid as your safe house. Before that, I want to drive Wang Lao's people out of Jinling community. This is your business. You can do it yourself. Qin Mu just agreed to Li Mingcheng's conditions. I can provide you with some help. As for the matter of Mr. Wang, that depends on your ability. It is impossible to rely on him for everything. If he can't even deal with Mr. Wang's group, then there is no point in keeping Li Mingcheng. Qin Mu started the car again and left here. In the safe house, Chu's father and mother had already prepared the meal. The hot meal was placed on the stove to keep warm until Qin Mu and his friends came back, and they could still eat hot food. After eating and drinking, they went back to their rooms to rest. Li Mingcheng came to the door again, with the purpose of finding Ku Yoran to help him treat his throat, and Qin Mu agreed to it. If it hadn't been awakened before the superpowers, Ku Yoran might not have been able to do anything. But after awakening the healing superpowers, she felt that diseases, like Li Mingcheng's, that were brought from the womb could be cured. After trying it, a warm light appeared from the palm of her hand, flashing a warm yellow light. Her soft hand was placed on the tip of Li Mingcheng's throat, sending energy into it little by little. Li Mingcheng only felt the soft fingers touching his throat, making him feel a little itchy, and the warmth gradually relieved his throat, which had been feeling uncomfortable, until Ko Yuran moved her hand away, and her delicate and slender fingers were retracted. She lowered her head, lowered her long eyelashes, and checked Li Mingcheng's recovery. Li Mingcheng looked at the soft and beautiful woman who was so close to him. She was wearing a silk shirt. Although she was wrapped tightly, he could see her exquisite curves. She was extremely focused, as if she was rubbing a thin layer of soft light on her fair cheeks, making her look extremely sacred. He felt his heart beating very fast, as if there was a rabbit running around inside. It should be healed. Li Mingcheng felt it and found that the throat disease that had been bothering him was cured just like that. He was overjoyed. He quickly expressed his gratitude to Ku Yoran. Thank you, Miss Yoran. I have had this disease since I was a child and have never been able to recover, but you cured it in one go. You are really my angel. It's nothing. I am a doctor. After awakening my healing ability, I naturally want to save more people. Kieran didn't pay much attention to it. She just treated Li Mingcheng as an ordinary patient. Seeing that he was cured, she stopped paying attention to him. Li Mingcheng stared at Kieran's back as she left. Chu Yi glanced in his direction, and her soft lips curled up in a small arc. She naturally heard clearly what Li Mingcheng was thinking. However, she looked at Kuyuran and saw that the other party didn't notice it at all. She was too lazy to say anything. At least now, she and Kuyuran were competitors. Kuyuran is admired by other men. What does that have to do with Chu Yi? Early the next morning, Qin Mu set off with Lu Yun. This time he only brought Zhao Muyang. This time he was just looking for Mayor Wang, not collecting supplies, so he didn't need so many people. Zhao Danyu was left behind. He actually wanted to go with them. He was a simple and dull man, and staying in the safe house made him feel a little restrained. It was Chu's father and mother who took the initiative to speak. Danyu, why don't you come and help us with the work? You are strong. Some physical work is worth your doing. After the battle, Lu Yun had some new insights. After saying goodbye to Zhao Ru, He took the evolved crystal core back to the room and began to absorb the energy in the crystal core. In fact, Lu Yun could do it, but Lu Yun was a young master, and it was impossible to expect him to work. Now with Zhao Danyu, he can carry water and firewood and do everything. Moreover, Zhao Danyu not only listens to orders, but is also easy to talk to. He is a very good brick, moving wherever he is needed and working hard. Letting him do something made him feel more relaxed and comfortable. He soon started chatting and became familiar with everyone. EPZWWDude.com, ADWX.com, XSX.cc, YJXS.3JU, PZW.com, Shu.cc, CanShuButzi, HMXSS.com, 7CC.com, in Fuyang Villa District. She was wearing a retro Lolita dress with delicate wool curls in her hair, delicate makeup on her small and delicate facial features, and leather shoes on her feet. She leaned against her dressing table with a delicate braided pigtail. She was Wang Yao, the daughter of Mayor Wang. Even if the end of the world had come, she still maintained her demeanor as a young lady from the golden branches and jade leaves, from her hair to her fingernails. Her fingernails were all exquisite. Her fingernails were long and manicured, and even Mayor Wang couldn't help but sigh when he saw his daughter. "Yaoer, have you packed up?" "Dad, when do you think the people from the official base will be sent to pick us up?" Wang Yao's beautiful voice sounded, asking Mayor Wang. She was already a little impatient. Since the water and power outage, she had never taken a bath again. She felt that she smelled sour, and she covered the smell with thick perfume. She really wanted to take a bath. There was no shortage of food at home, but for her, a delicate cleanliness freak, not being able to take a bath was a torture for her. She was looking forward to someone picking them up and leaving here. As long as she could find a place where she could take a bath, it would be fine. It should be soon. Mayor Wang was also looking forward to it. It was not safe to stay here after all. The zombies wandering at the door of the house could crawl in at any time. She and her daughter would not be the opponents of the zombies, and they could only rely on others to protect them. As for awakening superpowers, he and his daughter were ordinary people. It was also because of his indulgence of his daughter that Wang Yao still maintained her exquisiteness at such a moment as the Doomsday. Mayor Wang did not say anything, but indulged his daughter because not long after Wang Yao was born, his mother died. Mayor Wang raised his daughter as both a father and a mother. There was more than one team coming to rescue Mayor Wang. When Qin Mu arrived at the Fuyang Villa area, he saw that some people were already cleaning up the zombies in the villa area. They were a well-trained group, but judging from their manners, they were from the army and should be professional soldiers. "I want to take a shower." Wang Yao felt her greasy hair and looked at the greasy self in the mirror. She couldn't help but screamed. Mayor Wang had no choice but to hand Wang Yao a hat. "Put on the hat first." Wang Yao borrowed the hat and put it on her head. Someone was killing zombies outside. Wang Yao looked towards the noise and found that the rescue team had arrived. Qin Mu joined the team to clean up the zombies. He also used a gun to kill the zombies. Every shot was a blast. The zombies' heads looked like they were very accurate. The movement on his side made the soldiers in that team look at him, somewhat confused about his identity. He skillfully dug out the crystal core from the zombie's head. It was visible to the naked eye that the zombies wandering around the villa area were completely eliminated. Qin Mu followed behind the team. "Are you here to rescue Mayor Wang?" He took the initiative to talk to the people in that team. Wu Zhengying was surprised that the other party knew their mission and thought that Qin Mu was also an insider. "Did you also get the news and come to rescue Mayor Wang?" Qin Mu nodded. "That's a coincidence," Wu Zhengying said with a smile, because Qin Mu and he had the same goal. He relaxed his vigilance against Qin Mu a little. They came to Mayor Wang's door together, and before they knocked on the door, Mayor Wang took the initiative to open the door from the inside. "Mayor Wang," Wu Zhengying bowed respectfully. "My name is Wu Zhengying. We are sent to pick you up." Okay, then I'll trouble you." Mayor Wang had already learned the news, and heard that his name was indeed the name of the person sent by the official base to pick him up. As for Qin Mu beside him, Mayor Wang thought he was a member of Wu Zhengying's team and didn't take him seriously until Qin Mu took the initiative to introduce himself. "My name is Qin Mu. I also got the news to come and escort Mayor Wang. However, since Mayor Wang has someone to escort him, it seems that I have nothing to do this time. Dad, I'm ready." After Qin Mu introduced himself, An exquisite Lolita girl came out. Her long and beautiful legs were still wearing white silk stockings, which extended to her thighs. Her voice was crisp and pleasant. Chinmu's eyes could not help but be attracted by her. This is Mayor Wang's daughter. As expected of a young lady, if it weren't for her dress, I would have thought she was attending a fashion show. Everyone, this is my daughter, Wang Yao. Mayor Wang hurriedly introduced, then looked at Chinmu and smiled apologetically at him. I'm sorry, little brother. I made you run for nothing. He must follow Wu Zhengying and the others. How long will it take to get to the official base? Can I take a shower there? Wang Yao asked with a frown, dragging her small white suitcase. Miss Wang, it will take at least 3 days to get to the official base from here. Wu Zhengying quickly explained to Wang Yao. The base is still under construction. As for the water supply, there should be no problem with drinking water, but I'm afraid you will have to queue up to take a shower. It will take 3 more days, and I can't take a shower yet. Wang Yao felt like she was going crazy. She really couldn't stand the way she looked now. She wished she could be bitten to death by zombies. She folded her hands in front of her chest in annoyance and stomped her feet. Mayor Wang winked at her, then took her suitcase in his hand and was about to follow Wu Zhengying. Chinmu was originally thinking about how to get Mayor Wang to notice him, and when he saw this temperamental young lady, he felt that he had found his chance. Miss Wang, do you need a shower? Wang Yao glanced at Chinmu, looked him up and down, and found that he was actually clean. Even his hair was fluffy, and she immediately had a good impression of him. Yes, I need a shower. I haven't had a shower for many days because of the water outage. I really can't stand myself now. I'm going to stink. She is really a big lady. Chinmu didn't feel disgusted with her because of her temper. Instead, he felt that she was a breakthrough that could pry open Mayor Wang. Why don't you go to my safe house first, where I can provide you with a shower, and then you can leave after you're done packing? Wang Yao's eyes lit up when she heard this. Are you serious? Can you really take a shower? Chinmu smiled and nodded. Mayor Wang finally looked serious and carefully looked at Chinmu to judge the truth of what he said. Okay, what are you waiting for? Let's go. Wang Yao walked towards Chinmu. When she got closer, she smelled the faint fragrance on Chinmu. She sniffed carefully, but I couldn't tell what the smell was, but it smelled good. EPZW.com, 3366XS.com, 80dovsxs.cc, YJXS.cc, 3jsdovduck.com, xiaohongshu.cc, kenshuba.ssf.com, 7cct.com, 7cct.com, Bikuiz Yaoer said, and go to Comrade Su's safe house first. Mayor Wang patted Wu Zheng's shoulder to comfort him. For his only daughter, the feeling of indulgence was about to overflow, but it was a bit unfair to Wu Zhengying and others. They ran all the way from the official base to rescue Mayor Wang and his family, but were intercepted. Wu Zhengying had no choice but to protect them and act according to Mayor Wang's wishes. Chinmu saw that his goal had been achieved. Then trouble you all. Please come with me. Wu Zhengying actively stepped forward to take the luggage of Mayor Wang and Wang Yao. Wang Yao saw that he was stained with more or less blood from the zombies. She frowned and endured it without saying anything. When she got on the car, she saw several smelly men sitting in the car. They were sweating after the battle. It was too smelly. Wang Yao covered her nose and couldn't accept it. She jumped down, took a deep breath of the fresh air outside, and complained in a bad temper. No, I don't want to take this car. Change me. Although Wu Zhengying and those soldiers were well trained and would not show their dissatisfaction on their faces, they were more or less dissatisfied with Wang Yao's repeated temper. It was already a time, and she was still in such a temper. If it wasn't for her father's face, who would give her face? Wang Yao looked at Sumo's car and pointed at Sumo's car. Just take this one. As she said that, she walked towards Sumo's car. Sumo didn't have the sweaty smell of those stinky men, so she could still accept it. Zhao Muyang was originally sitting in the co-pilot seat, and Miss Wang didn't want to sit in the back. You, get off. Sit in the back. She had no choice but to give up the co-pilot seat. Wang Yao lifted her curly hair and got into the car elegantly. She was wearing a Lolita dress and really looked like a princess. Drive, she commanded Chinmu with dignity. After the car started, she took out a mirror from her sachet and carefully looked at her makeup in the mirror to see if there was anything wrong with it. Zhao Muyang really couldn't understand why the boss came here just to pick up such a willful and capricious young lady. She was pretty and had a proud aristocratic demeanor. Before the end of the world, it didn't matter how she acted like a young lady, but now her life was in jeopardy. It was really a headache to take care of such a young lady. "What's your name?" Wang Yao was free and took the initiative to talk to Qin Mu. "Qin Mu, do you really have water to take a bath at home?" "Yes." "Can't you just say one word at a time? Can't you say more?" Wang Yao was dissatisfied with Qin Mu's cold attitude and was a little angry. Qin Mu didn't like her young lady's temper, so he ignored her. Wang Yao was bored and simply stopped talking. "I was tired from killing zombies yesterday and slept all day. I was tired all day." "Don't say that you can get well after a night's rest." Luan has recovered a little after absorbing the energy in the crystal core. He still feels some muscle soreness and a little warmth in his dantian. Zhao Ru, wearing a thin, gauze dress, walked to Lu Yun and pressed against his strong and powerful arm. "Yunzi, take a rest." Qin Mu replied weakly, "I'm okay, not that weak. Thunder power is indeed powerful, but power is not infinite. The result of constantly consuming power is sequely. He now feels like his body has been hollowed out, without a drop. But under Zhao Ru's caress, he has energy again." Just when the two were getting cuddly, Qin Mu came back with Wang Yao. Wang Yao's retro Lolita dress instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the villa. Where did Qin Mu get the woman from? Why did he play so lavishly? "Brother Mu, you brought another woman home." Lu Yun said that he was used to it, but this one looked a little special. "Why does she look a little cold, as if someone owed her money?" "Where is the shower?" Wang Yao asked. She didn't look at anyone in the safe house and started looking for the bathroom. Qin Mu pointed it out to her, and she immediately went over there, holding up her skirt. Then Mayor Wang and Wu Zhengjing arrived. They arrived a little later than Qin Mu and followed behind them, so they also came later. Qin Mu introduced each other's identities to everyone. "This is Mayor Wang, this is Wu Zhengjing, and they are all soldiers, responsible for escorting Mayor Wang to the official base." Oh, Lu Yun and the others also knew that Qin Mu went there to find Mayor Wang to complete the task. Who was that before? Who was the woman who was looking for a shower as soon as she arrived? Everyone couldn't help but ask curiously. She is Mayor Wang's daughter, named Wang Yao. After everyone greeted each other, Mayor Wang explained, "We will leave after Yaoer takes a shower." Wu Zheng looked at the safe house. He could see clearly how sturdy the equipment was and how valuable it was for base construction. He kept recording data. The official base was still under construction and needed some advice. "Otherwise, thinking of taking you to the official base if possible. But after seeing your safe house, I gave up the idea. I also understand that it doesn't matter whether you go to the official base or not with such a safe house. At least the security of the official base may not be as good as the safe house here." He looked at the personnel configuration in Qin Mu's safe house again. After serving tea and snacks to Mayor Wang and others, everyone started chatting together. They talked about things about base construction, but they didn't talk about it in depth. Wang Yao's exclamation came from the bathroom. It was inconvenient for boys to enter, so Chu Yi had to go over to ask what happened. But there was no movement inside for a long time. There was no way. The door was locked. So Chu Yi had no choice but to ask Qing Lu for help. He heard that something seemed to have happened inside. Mayor Wang was worried about Wang Yao, so he and Qin Mu were knocking on the door. Asked, "Yaoer, what's going on?" The sound of water splashed over the voice, and no one responded. "This is really strange. Is there something wrong?" Thinking of this, Mayor Wang couldn't sit still. "How about we open the door?" Qin Mu found the spare key, opened the door, and saw the erotic scene inside. Ah! EPZW.com, 36@xs.com, 80dovextet and YJXS.csil, WhiteHW.com, Xiaohongshu.cc, CanchumXSSW.com, 7CT.com. He quickly closed the door again, then shook his head at the others. Nothing happened. Seeing something that shouldn't be seen, it was Wang Yao's silence that caused such a mistake. About an hour later, Wang Yao came out of the bathroom. She exuded a moisture smell and her face was flushed. It was obvious that she had taken a bath and felt much more refreshed. After drying her wet hair, Wang Yao returned to the appearance of a delicate and beautiful young lady, but she would no longer wear the retro nude armor. She changed into another apricot-colored long skirt. "Mayor Wang, can we leave now?" Wu Zhengying felt that it was almost time, so he began to urge Mayor Wang to leave. Mayor Wang nodded, and he was also thinking the same thing. But Wang Yao didn't want to leave. She thought this place was pretty good. Dad, why don't we not leave? I think this is pretty good. I want to stay here. Qinmu didn't expect that Wang Yao actually wanted to stay here. He just wanted to build a good relationship with Mayor Wang, so as to get closer to the official base. But he didn't really want to keep such a willful and capricious young lady here. He really couldn't resist. Mayor Wang also disagreed. It was rare for him not to indulge his daughter. Instead, he pulled Wang Yao and said, "Yaoer, be obedient and follow Daddy. You have been delayed for a while. Now that you have taken a shower, come with me to the official base." "No." But Wang Yao pouted. She didn't want to leave. "I just want to stay here. I think it's pretty good here. There are so many zombies outside. It's very dangerous. Dad, why don't you stay here with me?" Wang Yao didn't want to leave. Mayor Wang was also embarrassed. He had a stern face and rarely indulged. "Wang Yao, don't make trouble anymore. We have been delayed for a long time. Now we can't delay any longer. We have to hurry to the base. The people over there are still waiting for me." "Yes, Miss Wang, don't be so irritable anymore. Just listen to me. Let's hurry on the road." "I'm not leaving. If you want to leave, you go. I think it's pretty good here. I don't want to go to any official base. There's not even water there. Here we not only have water but also electricity. I really think it's good here, and it suits me very well." She was used to a life of luxury and could not accept the harsh environment at all. She didn't want to leave, not at all. Mayor Wang was helpless. He couldn't let Xixing stay here like Wang Yao, although he also thought it was really good. He straightened his face and said seriously, "I'll give you another chance. Do you want to go with Dad?" "No." Wang Yao refused. Mayor Wang made up his mind. "Okay, then you stay here. I'm leaving." Before leaving, Mayor Wang asked Qinmu, "Brother Qin, I'll ask you to take care of my daughter first. After the official base is built, I will send someone to pick her up. The facilities there are indeed not perfect now. I'm afraid Yaoer can't adapt to the life there. Don't worry, it won't take too long." Mayor Wang asked Qinmu to take care of Wang Yao. Qinmu thought about it and felt that this was not a difficult thing. It was just a spoiled young lady. Then he thought of the young lady's hot figure in the bathroom, and the murder weapon buried under the retro Lolita was so arrogant. Therefore, Qinmu's indulgence of Wang Yao reached its peak. He smiled and nodded in agreement. "Mayor Wang, don't worry, I will take good care of her." After receiving Qinmu's assurance, Mayor Wang was relieved and then followed Wu Zhengying and the others to leave quickly. The safe house fell into silence again. Wang Yao and everyone looked at each other. She began to carefully look at the safe house. She counted the people in the house and counted how many people there were. Her villa used to have a nanny and a housekeeper to serve her. Now, she regarded Qinmu as his housekeeper, and the other personnel were nannies and helpers. "I want to choose a room. It must be the largest here. I want to choose carefully." Wang Yao selected the rooms in the safe house one by one, but the largest room in the safe house was only Qinmu's room, and Qinmu specially designed a very large bed. Wang Yao chose for a long time and finally only liked Qinmu's room. "I want this room." Her words made everyone else in the safe house a little unhappy. She wanted to take their boss's bed right away. What was she trying to do? Rebellion? Don't mention it. She is just the daughter of a mayor. Even if she is Mayor Wang, she can't do this. "No, this is Brother Mu's room. You should sleep in another room." Lu Yun disagreed and directly rejected Wang Yao's words. Wang Yao started to act like a big lady again. "No, I want this room. You promised my father that you would take good care of me. I just made this request and you didn't satisfy me." "Okay, then you can sleep. Don't regret it." Qinmu simply gave up the room and made a gesture to the others who still had opinions. Everyone stopped arguing about this matter, and Wang Yao prepared to pack up in the room. Lu Yun talked to Qinmu about Wang Yao. "She really has the temper of a young lady. She just takes whatever she likes and is really rude. She's obviously a guest, but she acts like the host. Also, Brother Mu, when did you become so easy to talk to? You're being bullied by someone, and how can you still be so polite? You don't understand." Qinmu gave him a meaningful look. "You didn't see that figure." Lu Yun realized something in an instant. "Fuck, is that so? Brother Mu, are you interested in that young lady? Oh my god, this is like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth." "Okay, Brother Mu." Hearing Qinmu say that he was interested in Wang Yao, Lu Yun's hostility towards Wang Yao instantly disappeared. Instead, he began to look forward to how lively things would be after Wang Yao was taken into Qinmu's harem. "Brother Mu, I think Chu Yi and Kyoran have good personalities. One is gentle and considerate, and the other is kind and willing to help the dying and the wounded. I really don't see how Miss Wang is tolerant. I'm afraid she can't accept sharing you with so many women. I'm afraid there will be a fuss when the time comes." Chinmu laughed and scolded. "It hasn't even started yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Besides, he was just fantasizing about it, and he didn't really do it. He still has to think about it carefully. After all, Mayor Wang didn't give his daughter to him to mess around." Wang Yao threw all the things that originally belonged to Chinmu aside in Chinmu's room. EPZWW.com, 3366XS.com, 80SSS.CCYJX.CC, 3JXX.com, 8PZShaohongshu.cc, Konshuba.cc, HMXSWD.com. The clothes in the closet, as well as the bedding, were all replaced with hers, and Chinmu's things were all thrown on the sofa beside her. Looking at the big pink bed that she had made in the closet that was replaced with her clothes, she finally felt satisfied. After she had packed up her things, she left the room with dignity, and then called Chinmu up, pointing at the pile of Chinmu's things. "These are all your things. I put them there for you. You can move them all out now. This room belongs to me. I don't want to see other people's things here." Wang Yao's appearance made the originally quiet safe house become chaotic, and she was quite noisy, even though she was just a small person. Chinmu moved his stuff to Chu Yi's room and slept with Chu Yi directly, since it was the same thing anyway. Chu Yi's room was right next to Chinmu's original room, and the noises they made at night were clearly heard by Wang Yao, who was a light sleeper. Even with earplugs, there was no way to block out the noise. She tossed and turned in bed, listening to the humming and groaning of the person opposite. She couldn't figure out what the person opposite was doing, not sleeping in the middle of the night and disturbing the peace and quiet. She endured it again and again, but in the end she couldn't help it. She got up from the bed and knocked on Chu Yi and Chinmu's door angrily. Chu Yi and Chinmu were originally looking for a happy point, but they were interrupted by such a knock on the door. Chinmu stopped, and then the two of them put on their clothes and opened the door. Seeing Wang Yao outside, no matter how good-tempered Chu Yi was, she finally couldn't help but frown. "Miss Wang, it's so late. I wonder why you knocked on the door? You're still blaming me. How can I sleep when you two make so much noise? Can't you two keep your voices down? Why do you have to whisper to each other so loudly in the middle of the night? What are you doing? Is the soundproofing in the room so bad?" Chu Yi's face turned red instantly. Fortunately, it was dark, so Wang Yao didn't see too much. Chinmu raised his eyebrows. "Of course we are doing something fun. If Miss Wang thinks we are noisy, I'm really sorry. This is our fun." "Fun? What are you playing? What game? I just heard Chu Yi yelling. Is it hide and seek?" Now, no matter how stupid Chinmu and Chu Yi were, they understood that this young lady was so innocent that she didn't even know these things. I don't know if she is protected too well or what's the matter. She looks like she is already 20 years old. Could she not even have this common sense? Chinmu's hand was around Chu Yi's waist, and the two of them looked like they had a good relationship. "Anyway, you guys should keep your voice down." Wang Yao's eyes dodged, then she turned and left. After she left, Chu Yi and Chinmu did not continue. The two absorbed a few crystal cores and practiced some physical fitness techniques. Wang Yao kept thinking about what they meant and what interesting things they were doing. The next day, Chinmu gave all the crystal cores he got yesterday to Zhao Ru, and the people who had awakened their superpowers sat on the sofa. Zhao Ru had purified a batch of crystal cores that could improve everyone's strength. Her purpose was to be responsible for distributing those crystal cores and distribute them to everyone in equal proportions. Wang Yao always sat there like an outsider, watching them absorb the power of the crystal cores after they divided them. She didn't understand why they did this, but she kept staring at them curiously. Especially Chinmu. Her eyes always unconsciously fell on Chinmu, thinking of what happened last night. Chinmu noticed her strangeness. He now has an evolved crystal core on hand, and he can give it to Miss Wang to see if she can also awaken her superpowers. However, Wang Yao is only staying with them temporarily and will be picked up later. Before she becomes his woman, he is considering whether to improve her strength. He threw the clear and transparent crystal core up and down, and the shining crystal core really attracted Wang Yao's attention. Seeing everyone absorbing the crystal core, she couldn't help but become curious about the crystal core and asked proactively, What are you doing? We are absorbing the energy in the crystal core, which can help us improve the level of superpowers. Kyuluo is still a well-behaved little sister. When she heard Wang Yao's question, she told the truth. Hearing about superpowers, Wang Yao became interested. She had also heard about this from her father, and her eyes lit up. Give me one too. I'll try and see if it works. Wang Yao was about to take the initiative to ask, and the others looked at Qin Mu. After all, Qin Mu was the one who decided on this matter. Qin Mu chose to give Wang Yao a crystal core, and it was this crystal core that made Wang Yao one step closer to becoming a member of Qin Mu's harem. After learning about the 2 ways to use the crystal core, Wang Yao first tried to hold the crystal core in her hand and tried to absorb the power in the crystal core to her dantian. But like most people, she held the crystal core in her hand for a long time without feeling the energy inside. After trying it to no avail, she could only choose the second method, which was to swallow the amount directly. After struggling for a while, Wang Yao still couldn't resist the temptation of having superpowers, so she chose to take the crystal core. No one paid much attention. Only Qin Mu kept looking at Wang Yao, watching her take the crystal core, and kept trying to see if she had superpowers. Lu Yun whispered something in Qin Mu's ear. Brother Mu, your chance has come. Swallowing the crystal core has side effects, and that is that it will cause you to be consumed by sexual desire. Lu Yun finally understood this after he and Zhao Ru had done something together. He and Zhao Ru both swallowed the crystal core, and they were so attracted to each other that they had sex. Sure enough, after a while, Wang Yao felt her whole body was getting hot, as if there was a fire burning her body. She touched her dizzy head, as if she had a fever. Qin Mu was pushed directly by Lu Yun and came to Wang Yao's side. The domineering young lady was curled up on the sofa like a kitten because of her physical discomfort. Very charming. She was not tall to begin with, and now she was a little weak, resisting the heat in her body. Went forward and picked up Wang Yao horizontally, and sent her upstairs directly to Wang Yao's room, which was originally his room. EPSW.com, 3366S.com, 80WX.com, XSSXSCC, YJXS.cc, 3JWX.com, Hongshu.cc.c, Shuba.kangchmxSW.com, 7C.com, Biki.com. Watching Qin Mu bring Wang Yao into the room, Chuyi didn't say anything, but her expression darkened and the smile on her face disappeared. Who would want to share their man with others? But she knew that this matter could not be avoided. From the look in Qin Mu's eyes towards Wang Yao, it was clear that it was an extremely aggressive look. It was just a matter of time. Sooner or later, this matter would happen, and she could only accept it silently. Kyoran clenched the crystal core in her hand, and she couldn't tell what she felt in her heart. Qin Mu's bedroom has become a pink and tender girlish room. He put Wang Yao on the bed. Wang Yao was in a trance due to fever. She only felt the softness of the bed and subconsciously began to peel off her apricot-colored long skirt. Her black and soft hair was scattered. Her slender white fingers were rubbing on her white and tender skin. The silk-like hair seemed to have life with her movements. The collar of the long skirt was pulled up by her to reveal a large area of snow-white skin underneath, and even her plumpness could be seen looming. The soft cherry lips opened and closed, and the autumn water eyes were charming and eager as if they were about to drip water. Qin Mu reacted instantly, and a hot and swollen part of his body urged him. Hurry up, don't waste time. He is not Liu Xiaohui. He has to do what he should do. With a pull of his big hand, the round and soft body that was originally looming like snow and crisp jumped out like a big rabbit, dazzling his eyes. He covered it and felt the damn softness. With another pull, the apricot-colored long skirt was completely scrapped and thrown off the bed by Qin Mu. Miss Wang is really well developed, comparable to a basketball, but the flesh grows in the right place. It's like Lolita completely covers up her good figure. Qin Mu thinks she should go for a sexy and hot style. Hehe, who can resist the temptation of a top-notch big boobs? He found a treasure. Miss Wang is really an inexperienced virgin. Awkward, tight, and gradually softened under Qin Mu's skillful rhythm. Qin Mu panted slightly and rolled off Wang Yao, preparing to change positions. A sharp wind blade. Swoosh, 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 it came straight to his good brother. It almost cut him. Qin Mu quickly dodged. What a close call. Then several more wind blades rushed towards him, and the owner of the wind blades was Miss Wang, who was still panting under him just now. She woke up, extremely sober. No matter how stupid and naive, she should know what happened. She pursed her lips tightly and stared at Chinmu like a furious lioness. Chinmu, you dare to sleep with me? Go to hell! Chinmu raised a bitter smile and raised his hands helplessly, surrendering. Miss Wang, it is said that a husband and wife will be grateful to each other for 100 days after they marry. I am your first man. If you want to kill me, isn't that murdering your husband? Wang Yao's eyes turned from pink to blood red. A strong hatred surged in her heart. She gritted her teeth and said, You took advantage of me when I was not sober and took me by force. Even if you die 10,000 times, it will not relieve my hatred. Seeing the wind blades sweeping in again, Chinmu approached Wang Yao without saying a word. The wind blades scratched his arms and thighs, but he didn't care. He pushed Wang Yao down on the bed aggressively, his obsidian eyes reflecting Wang Yao's panic. I was too gentle to you because it was your first time. You want to know the fun between Chu Yi and I? I'll take you to experience happiness again. The surrounding scene changed. Wang Yao didn't know where she was. It was just a pure white space. Until she saw Chinmu next to her, she felt a little panic inexplicably. Where is this? Chinmu didn't say anything, but conquered Wang Yao again. Wang Yao was completely suppressed in his space. She couldn't use the wind blade at all, as if she hadn't awakened her superpowers at all. Moreover, Chinmu's absolute physical suppression made her resist at the beginning, and then forced to endure and accept it, and finally slowly adapted to it. She even inexplicably enjoyed it until her throat was hoarse and she couldn't scream at all. She collapsed on the ground. Her fingers had no strength at all, and she gasped like a fish out of water. Chinmu let her go. Miss Wang, you are my woman. Don't try to resist me. The man's commanding tone was something Wang Yao had never experienced before. She was a high-ranking young lady, and even the mayor's father had never been mean to her or beaten her. Now her body felt like it had been run over by a car. She had no strength at all, and her hoarse throat could not even utter a complete sentence. She was scared. Chinmu picked her up and left the space. He put her on the bed and covered Wang Yao with a quilt. She was so tired that she fell asleep as soon as she touched the bed. After going downstairs, Chinmu looked at the time and found that he and Wang Yao had been tossing around for a whole half day and even missed lunch. However, his body, which had been strengthened after awakening, did not feel any fatigue at all, and he was full of energy. Seeing Chinmu coming down, Chuyi tied an apron and went into the kitchen and brought out the corn and pork rib soup that was boiling. Brother Mu, drink some soup first. Lu Yun came over. Brother Mu, it's okay. Why didn't Miss Wang come down? Chinmu swallowed the meat in his mouth and explained, I fell asleep because I was tired. 4 hours, you are really awesome. Lu Yun was envious and looked Chinmu up and down. Brother, are you lazy about some martial arts behind my back? Teach me quickly. Is there any kind of yin-yang replenishment? What are you thinking about? Chinmu laughed and scolded. Really not. Lu Yun didn't believe it. Chinmu spread his hands. It's just talent, just like I awakened the space power, and you awakened the lightning power, luck. You have gnawed down such a proud bone of Miss Wang, Brother Mu. To be honest, I am worried about you. I am afraid that Miss Wang will chop you up after she wakes up. Lu Yun actually told the truth without knowing it. Chinmu even suspected that Lu Yun was eavesdropping at the door. How do you know? Didn't you eavesdrop? She really wanted to chop me up, and she almost succeeded. Sure enough, the thing I was most worried about has happened. Lu Yun spread his hands helplessly. I was just guessing. How could I do such a thing? Think about it. Miss Wang is so domineering, like a noble princess. Who can subdue her except Brother Mu? Wang Yao has awakened the wind ability. As far as we know, she can control the wind blade. I don't know how much damage she can do. Chinmu pondered while drinking the soup. Now, except for you and me, Chuyi and the others' abilities are mostly auxiliary and not very offensive. Zhao Danyu can be in the front row, and now there is Wang Yao. There is one more output. Will she really listen to orders? Don't be arrogant at home when the time comes. Lu Yun expressed deep doubt. She even wants to chop Chinmu up. Will she really cooperate? EPZWW.com 3366XS.com XX.cc YJXCC3WX.com 8PZW.com Xiaohongshu.cc ConchemXCTA.com Bike.com. When Wang Yao opened her eyes again, a blank look flashed across her. When she came to her senses, she remembered what Chinmu had done to her before. Her fair and tender body was covered with traces of Chinmu's abuse. She angrily clenched the quilt in her hand, tightly, and a violent aura spread around her. Chinmu! Wang Yao went downstairs angrily. Especially after seeing the intimate behavior of Chinmu and Chu Yi, she reached the peak of rage. Her supernatural power returned, and her body was full of wind blades. They flew indiscriminately towards Chinmu and Chu Yi. Chinmu frowned for a moment, then calmed down and quickly disappeared with Chu Yi. The wind blades lost their target. They scattered in the air, and in a breath, Chinmu and Chu Yi appeared again. Wang Yao didn't believe it and tried again. It happened again. Wang Yao took a deep breath. Chinmu, my father entrusted me to you. Is this how you take care of me? I didn't expect you to be such a beast in human clothing, a despicable villain. You are shameless. I want to leave here. I want to find my father. Chinmu raised a slightly cold smile. Even if he wanted Wang Yao, so what? Miss Wang, you are still protected too well by your father. Go out and take a look. A piece of bread can be exchanged for a woman to sleep outside, and a bottle of water can make a strong man work hard for you. You can have superpowers now, which is a deal between us. I gave you the means to protect yourself. At that moment, Wang Yao was stunned as if she had lost her mind, looking at Chinmu with a complicated expression. If you don't want to stay here any longer, you can go out and take a look. Is it like I said? Humph, I won't stay here any longer. This young lady, who had been protected in the greenhouse by Mayor Wang for more than 20 years, left Chinmu's safe house without hesitation. She swore, even if I die outside, I will not suffer such humiliation. Looking at Wang Yao's back as she left, Chu Yi was a little worried. She is thinking about seeking revenge on you after finding Mayor Wang. It's not a good idea for us to just let her go. We are trying to get closer to the official base, but now we have completely offended. Chinmu's thin lips curled up slightly. He was a man of his own accord. If he liked Wang Yao, he would get her. There was nothing to regret. It all depended on how he could turn the situation to his advantage afterwards. I'll go find someone first. Not long after Wang Yao left, Chinmu left the safe house. There was only one road from here to the exit of the community. He sped up a bit and soon saw Wang Yao. She was wearing a new Lolita skirt, which was still very eye-catching. She hadn't even walked out of the Jinling community when a young man in sportswear came up to her and said, "Miss, you look unfamiliar. Are you new here?" Wang Yao ignored him and continued walking with a cold face. The man in sportswear was not discouraged. "Miss, there are a lot of zombies outside. It's not safe for you to go out alone. I am a superpower. I can protect you. I still have a lot of food in my hand. Do you want to follow me?" He really liked Lolita and asked sincerely, "Get lost." Wang Yao was in a bad mood to begin with, and she yelled at the man in sportswear. The man in sportswear's face instantly darkened. After he awakened his superpowers, ordinary people in the community begged him for protection, and many women came up to him. This Lolita really didn't know what was good for him. A mud wall appeared in front of Wang Yao, blocking her way. "If you want to leave, it's not that easy." The man in sportswear showed off his skills proudly, thinking that Wang Yao would soon give in. Wang Yao was in a bad mood. She used her wind power, and soon the wind around her became violent, with countless wind blades sweeping over the sportswear. The sportswear reacted and protected himself with a layer of stone soil, but the wind blades hit him, which was obviously more severe. The sportswear's protection was broken abruptly, leaving wounds of various sizes on his body like a slow slicing. "I told you, don't mess with me." The sportswear was covered with cuts and bleeding continuously. He looked at Wang Yao in horror. Chinmu was originally planning to take action to deal with it, but the sportswear was dealt with by Wang Yao. She had just awakened her power, and her strength was so strong. "I can't let her go." Wang Yao looked at the palm of her hand. The setback she suffered in the safe house made her think that the wind power was very weak. Now it seems that Chinmu was too abnormal. There will always be a chance for her. When the time comes, she will chop that guy off with her own hands. Leave Jinling community. There were disgusting zombies wandering on the streets, and there were mottled bloodstains left after they had bitten them. Chinmu watched Wang Yao pick the clean roads to walk on. She was a little road shy and was basically walking blindly. She should have found a car, but she was walking on foot. It was a bit stupid. At this moment, Chinmu felt a dangerous breath. A mangy dog with black, mottled patterns all over its body, ugly to begin with, now looked even more creepy. Its pale white eyes stared at Wang Yao, revealing its sharp teeth, black and red wounds all over its body, and some black breath lingered around it. It was a zombie dog. The zombie mangy dog let out a warning roar. It seemed to sense the breath of danger. However, the fresh blood of humans kept attracting it, so it chose to attack, and the zombie dog's movements were very sensitive. He crawled slightly on his front legs, and his hind legs bounced off and started, flying towards Wang Yao. Wang Yao! Qinmu roared and shot at the zombie dog's head. However, the zombie dog quickly dodged the bullet, fell to the ground, and attacked again. Wang Yao also reacted, condensed the wind blade and shot at the zombie dog. The zombie dog dodged. Its speed was as fast as lightning, running around Wang Yao's body at a high speed, and only its shadow could be seen clearly. Wang Yao's wind blade lost its target. She condensed the wind blade several times, but it didn't touch the zombie dog. Qinmu understood that this was a second-level zombie dog, which could reach such a fast speed. Seeing that the zombie dog was about to bite Wang Yao, he remembered the spiritual crystal core he had obtained before. Although it was only a first-level crystal core, the power of the spiritual power was that it could lock the target and control the opponent. After swallowing the black crystal core, Qinmu came to Wang Yao's side and held her. The zombie scabby dog tried to jump over and bite Wang Yao, but was interrupted by Qinmu and looked for another opportunity. Feeling a stream of energy flowing into his dantian, the scene in front of Qinmu gradually became more solid, and the zombie scabby dog's movement speed also slowed down. Under his lock, the zombie scabby dog's speed suddenly stopped. Right now! Wang Yao, kill it! Araf Sikbanarum S Scatter 3jx.com Xiaohongshu.cc HMSubly.com 7cct.com. Wang Yao looked at Qinmu beside her with a complicated look, and she accumulated the wind blade. After the zombie scabby dog stopped, her wind blade successfully pierced its skin, penetrated into its body, and crushed all its internal organs. However, even so, the zombie dog didn't die. The zombie dog bared its teeth and exhaled. Hit its head, Qinmu gave the order again. Wang Yao obeyed and smashed the zombie dog's head, revealing the red and white brain inside. Qinmu stepped forward and took out a more condensed milky white crystal core from the red and white brain. It was a little bigger than the first-level crystal core. It was indeed a second-level zombie dog. She couldn't bear it anymore, and she covered her mouth and retched. It was so disgusting. This zombie has been upgraded to the second level, so it is difficult to deal with. Wang Yao vomited for a long time. After hearing what Qinmu said, she asked what was in her heart. Have you been following me all the time? Yes, your father handed you to me. If something happened to you, I would not be able to report to you. Qinmu told the truth. Then you still. Wang Yao was embarrassed to say what she wanted to say, and she was still depressed about Qinmu. You bully me. I hate you. You hate me? What do you hate about me? Qinmu asked back. Do you hate that I'm so powerful, or do you hate that I protect you? Wang Yao was so angry that she laughed at his shamelessness. You already have a girlfriend, and you still force me. I have never seen such a shameless person as you. Strong strength is capital. I have the ability to make you my woman. You can become stronger if you follow me. At least others can't bully you. You can't even deal with zombies now. How can you go out? Follow me. At least I can promise you that if you don't want to, I won't do that again. Qinmu's words made Wang Yao fall into silence. Now she faces two choices, either turn around and leave, or follow Qinmu. After experiencing the attack of the zombie scabby dog, she admitted that she was indeed a little unconfident. The confidence to leave the safe house to find her father and seek revenge on Qinmu was somewhat shaken under Qinmu's persuasion. Hesitated for a long time. Scattered zombies were wandering over, and Qinmu shot and killed them. Wang Yao finally compromised. Okay, I'll go back with you, as you say. I don't know if it was because she came to her senses after saying she was going back, but she got closer to Qinmu. The two of them went back together. Chu Yi listened to Wang Yao's voice and immediately felt alarmed. Another love rival. I give up. Qinmu took out the second-level crystal core he had harvested. The mangy dog was a speed-type zombie, and this crystal core was most suitable for Zhao Muyang. He did the same, and handed the second-level crystal core to Zhao Muyang. This is a second-level crystal core. Take it and absorb it, and try to improve your strength. Hearing that Qinmu gave him a second-level crystal core, Lu Yun was a little jealous. Brother Mu, that's a second-level crystal core. I haven't even touched it before. I want one too. Go out and kill it yourself. It's all luck. Wang Yao is lucky. He encountered a second-level zombie dog right away. Chinmu didn't have any on hand. However, since there are second-level zombies, it means that the zombies are probably upgraded, and there may be more second-level zombies in the future. Starting from the second-level zombies, it is not as easy to deal with as the first-level ones. It is possible to encounter zombies with special talents and skills, which are also not easy to deal with. Chinmu's eyes flashed, and he remembered the skills he mastered after taking the spiritual crystal core, which can lock the zombies. Now in the safe house, apart from the strongest, is Lu Yun, who has reached the critical point of the peak of the first level. Zhao Ru is his woman, and all the crystal cores were given to Lu Yun, which he also knew. Lu Yun, let's have a competition. As soon as Chinmu said that, Lu Yun became excited. Okay, Brother Mu, we agreed not to use guns, but only compete in superpowers. If I win, shouldn't there be a reward? What reward? If I win, can you call me Brother Lu? Lu Yun actually wanted Chinmu to call him his godfather. Who doesn't want to be a father? Especially the father of a good brother. What's the point of being a brother? If you lose, you can call me Dad. Chinmu didn't bother to be polite with him and directly set up a father-son game. Hey, he had already imagined the scene of Brother Mu begging for mercy under his powerful lightning power. Oh, the two came to the empty yard outside the safe house, and the others watched. You make the first move, Chinmu said in a deep voice. Lu Yun couldn't help but sigh. Brother Mu, you underestimate me too much. It's about having another son or another father. How can I not take it seriously? He activated his power and started to output to Chinmu. Chinmu didn't even make a move. Only Chinmu could sense the invisible mental power which locked onto Lu Yun's body. His mental power was very strong. Chinmu estimated that it was because of his rebirth. So after the mental power was stimulated, it directly reached the second level. It was equivalent to directly crossing a small realm. He was invincible at the same level, not to mention that Lu Yun was only at the peak of the first level. Lu Yun's lightning bolt failed to be thrown out. He felt the same feeling as when he was locked by Fang Jingnian last time. He couldn't use his strength, and his supernatural power couldn't move. His movements also became extremely slow, and his attack speed was even slower than that of an old lady without a cane. At least that was what Chinmu saw. Others saw that Lu Yun's attack speed had not slowed down. Chinmu blocked Lu Yun's attack with his hand, and then he neutralized Lu Yun's attack. With a slight move, he used a set of physical training techniques. Lu Yun wailed, "Ah, Brother Mu, it hurts. It was like a pig being slaughtered." No more, Brother Mu, you're cheating. I won't fight you anymore." Chinmu stopped. It was indeed no different from cheating, directly locking the enemy's supernatural power, suppressing the most powerful means, and coupled with a strong spirit, he could keenly capture the opponent's movement trajectory, let alone touch Chinmu. "I give up. Call me Daddy." Lu Yun decisively acknowledged the thief as his father. "Dad! Hey, good son!" Chinmu smiled, patted Lu Yun's shoulder, and pulled him up from the ground. Feeling that his superpowers could be used again, Lu Yun breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother Mu, let's go out and kill zombies. I want to find a second-level zombie, preferably one with lightning superpowers." Chinmu thought that he should go out and take a look. He couldn't stay in the safe house all the time. He should know the movements of the zombies outside in real time. Just like today, if Wang Yao hadn't run away, he wouldn't have gone out and encountered a second-level zombie, nor would he have taken the opportunity to awaken his mental superpowers. "Let's go out for a walk and see if there are any good things." He gave an order, and the safe house was ready to go. EPZW.com 366s.adwx.com, xsxs.cc, yjxs.c, atv.com, xiaohongshu.cc, hmxss.com, 7cct.com. It was convenient to have the battle maniac Lu Yun here, carrying a tough tang sword like crazy. It's not that AK is not fast to shoot, but it's more fun to cut the head with the tang sword. He can't beat Chinmu, but he is good at killing zombies. The hungry sword has long been unbearable. Chinmu is also happy and comfortable. He doesn't have to do it himself to kill the zombies. His teammates will help him solve the problem. Even Wang Yao killed a first-level zombie. Chinmu didn't like the first-level zombies, and there was no need for him to take action. There are few zombies near the community. I think they have been cleared several times and have not formed a scale. It is safe and also reduces the possibility of the birth of second-level zombies. Chinmu vaguely remembered that the second-level zombies appeared on the 10th day after the zombies appeared. But in this life, The time was obviously much earlier. How about we go to Wanda Mall and have a look? Jiaoru took Chu Yi's arm and suggested sweetly. The two looked at the good sister, and Chu Yi also agreed softly. Yes, I used to like to go to Wanda Mall the most. There are all kinds of things in it. I want to see if I can find some women's products. There are so many sisters in the house, and they can all use them. The two sisters of the Q family had no objection and obviously agreed. These days, most of the things they have in stock are running out, and now there is no online shopping for takeout. In addition to going to the mall to purchase, there is no other way. Wanda Mall? Chinmu thought about it and agreed. There are really few women's products stored in the space, and it is time to prepare more. There is no reason to make your women miserable. Anyway, it's free purchase. You can take whatever you want. Let's go. Lu Yun, who had not killed enough zombies, put away the Tang sword in his hand. He had no interest in the first-level zombies. If he encountered a second-level zombie, he would like to give it a try. Outside the Wanda Mall. At this time, there were not only zombies here, but also human activities. Brother Mu, it seems that there are quite a few people. Lu Yun reported after exploring the situation in front through the telescope. Let me see. Chinmu took the telescope from Lu Yun and looked carefully at the people he was talking about. Wanda Mall is a circular building, which is a very good base, especially its circular building, which can effectively block most zombie invasions. Several entrance doors are used to attract zombies, and they kill one by one. They came to Wanda Mall mainly to collect women's products, not food, so there should be no conflict with that group of people. When Chinmu found that group of people, those people also saw them. After cleaning up the zombies in their hands, Chinmu and others walked towards the Wanda Mall. The two groups looked at each other warily, and neither of them took action, but just watched from a distance for a while. It seemed that they saw that Chinmu and his men were equipped with guns, so they left tactfully. No one stopped them. The women were very familiar with Wanda Mall and went shopping in groups of 3 or 4. Only Wang Yao was not familiar with the people in the safe house, so she did not move and followed Chinmu. What do you need? Chinmu asked Wang Yao. Wang Yao shook her head. Chinmu simply ignored her. Who knew what this young lady was thinking? He was too lazy to guess. He walked straight into a boutique lingerie store. The door was still open, and large and small women's lingerie were hung on the shelves inside. The two models in front of the door were wearing black and purple suits with lace. It was a relatively conservative style, and Chinmu didn't like it very much, so he continued to look inside. Wang Yao hesitated for a long time looking at the lingerie store, secretly cursing Chinmu for being a pervert. Sure enough, the good things were hidden inside. Chinmu's eyes lit up. There were even erotic items. These were not convenient to display outside, so they were all placed in an inconspicuous corner. Only when customers had special needs would the clerk display them, or put them on the bottom floor. Every model was available. Chinmu put all the items he liked into his own space. As for the conservative and ordinary ones, he did not take them. They were not interesting. He swept through the treasures in the entire store and even the warehouse, and picked out the ones he liked and put them into his space. Chinmu then went to other shops. There were gold shops in the mall. He walked in, but he did not expect that the glass cabinets were all smashed, and the gold jewelry in the glass display cabinets had long disappeared. They must have been taken away. Although it was the end of the world, this gold could still be circulated in the market. It was considered hard currency, more useful than money that had become waste paper, and could be said to be a substitute for money. Chinmu was not too disappointed about this. He turned around to look for Wang Yao, but did not see her. Where did you go? Chinmu frowned and searched around. Wang Yao was seen at a Lemur skincare counter. She was applying makeup in front of the mirror, as if she had finally found something she liked. Chinmu, pack all of these for me. She never took her eyes off the mirror, but she was busy ordering people around. Chinmu hooked his lips and stepped forward to hug Wang Yao's slender waist. I thought you didn't like anything. Wang Yao's body stiffened for a moment, but she didn't resist. He sucked on Wang Yao's round and plump lips. Following her wishes, Chinmu put all the skincare products and cosmetics into the space. Chu Yi and the others found what they wanted, but they only had 2 hands, so they naturally couldn't carry so many things, so they came to Chinmu for help. Chinmu hooked his arm around Wang Yao's shoulders, and Wang Yao looked a little resistant. Chu Yi came to Qinmu without any expression, hugged Qinmu's arm, and said in a coquettish voice, "Brother Mu, I like a lot of things, but I can't carry them. Can you help me?" Qinmu was completely pleased with her pretentiousness. "Okay, I'll take them all for you." Wang Yao, who had been resisting Qinmu, now pursed her lips and glanced at Chu Yi, looking a little unhappy. Chu Yi took the opportunity to grab Qinmu, took Qinmu's arm, and went to get the things. Wang Yao was left looking at the backs of the two of them in love, feeling inexplicably unhappy. She snorted coldly. Another team of people in the mall had been observing Qinmu and the others. "Captain Chu, what do you think those people are doing? The things they are carrying are all daily necessities, and they are from big brands. They are not rich young men or girls who are out shopping, are they? We don't need those things anyway. I think they are not simple. There are only a few of them, and they are all clean, which shows that they are capable and have no shortage of water resources. They can be absorbed into the base." The man called Captain Chu squinted his eyes and analyzed. "Wanbing, what do you think?" Mu Wanbing held the samurai sword in her hand and said indifferently, "I don't care about these. I don't care about these. ewbo.com, 33css.com, xxxs.cc3jwx.com, 8com, xiaohongshu.c, shuba.xsw.com, 7x.com, bikuhe.com. Qinmu put all the things the girls needed into the space. Lu Yun escorted them and killed most of the zombies in the mall, holding a bunch of first-level zombie crystal cores in his hand. Several people were about to leave. The group of people in the mall came over to chat with them. "Hello, I'm Chu Zhou, from the Dawn Base, and the captain of the Broken Wolf Squad. They all call me Captain Chu." Dawn Base. Qinmu raised his eyebrows. He heard the name of this base so soon. This is the 7th-ranked base among the 8 major bases in the future. Its strength should not be underestimated. It's just that I didn't expect to hear about this base so soon this time. I think you are very extraordinary. Why don't you get to know them? Qinmu introduced his team lightly. Chuzhou was thinking of recruiting them to the Dawn Base, and was particularly enthusiastic. "We are all from City A. The Dawn Base has currently recruited many talents, with a scale of about 1,000 people. The facilities of the base have been gradually improved. Among them, there are many people with special abilities, and they can provide housing, food, and water resources for the talents who join the base. Of course, the base does not provide resources for nothing. You need to complete the tasks assigned by the base to obtain points and exchange them for corresponding supplies." Now the scale is already over 1,000 people. Qinmu's eyes flashed. He doesn't like to be controlled by others. He can now fully meet the conditions that Chuzhou said, and there is no need to obey the command of others. "Then what is your mission in Wanda Mall this time?" Chuzhou's eyes sank. "Collecting supplies. This is a collection point." Qinmu understood that the Dawn Base is so powerful that it must have the most detailed map of City A, marking large and small shops as collection points, which is not surprising. And Chuzhou and others did not have the supplies they said in their hands. Could it be that they also have space abilities? "Are you willing to join the Dawn Base?" Chuzhou looked at Qinmu and the others' enthusiastic invitation, especially the guns in their hands. As long as they have combat power and can kill zombies, no matter whether they have superpowers or not, they are talents who can join the base. He saw Lu Yun's decisiveness in killing zombies, and he is definitely a talent. "No," Qinmu refused directly. Mu Wanbing held the samurai sword, and her icy eyes fell on Qinmu for a moment. Chuzhou felt a little regretful. He really wanted to absorb more talents into the base, and there was also a reward mechanism. If you recruit talents with superpowers for the E base, you can get more points. Even for the sake of points, he hoped to recruit Qinmu and the others. But Qinmu didn't want to, and he couldn't force it. While the few people were talking, more and more zombies poured into the various entrances of the mall. As if they were under some kind of command, they kept pouring in from the entrance of the mall in a strange posture. After a while, a dense group of zombies appeared on the first floor of the mall. They sensed that there was fresh blood in the mall, which stimulated them and kept pouring into the elevator stairs and higher floors. This strange phenomenon soon attracted everyone. Qinmu keenly felt a strange energy fluctuation. Unlike the first-level zombies, after he awakened his psychic powers, he was more sensitive to the fluctuation of mental power. The intensity was not that of the first-level zombies, but the second-level zombies. The second-level zombies have a level of suppression on the first-level zombies, and can order the zombies within a certain range to attack. And these zombies pouring into the mall are likely because a second-level zombie appeared near the mall. This is his order. It seems that we have to cooperate together. It's a bit difficult to deal with. Chujo looked at the zombies pouring in and said to Chinmu and others. Chinmu did not speak, but showed his attitude with his actions. He picked up an AK and shot the zombies below in the head. Chujo and the others also used their special powers, throwing colorful skills into the zombie pile to cause considerable damage. After they cleaned up the zombies that poured into the mall, new zombies continued to pour in. Looking at the endless stream of zombies, Chinmu knew that he had to get rid of the second-level zombies first, not only for his crystal core, but also because the endless stream of zombies really consumed his physical strength and special powers. There are second-level zombies nearby. Be careful. Chinmu told the people around him. Chujo also heard it, and he was a little surprised how Chinmu knew about the second-level zombies. He saw Chinmu had already jumped out. Chinmu followed the spiritual fluctuations, avoiding some zombies along the way, and jumped to the first floor of the mall under the cover of Lu Yun and others' gunfire. The spiritual fluctuations were actually on the underground floor, where there was a parking lot. Chinmu continued to jump down to the stairs without hesitation, and went down to the underground floor. Lu Yun heard that there were second-level zombies. After seeing Chinmu jump away so casually, he also excitedly followed Chinmu. Chujo hesitated for a moment and also led his people to the underground floor. Chinmu followed the spiritual fluctuations and found the underground floor. There were many vehicles parked on the underground floor. There were also many zombies that came in from the underground garage door. Found it! Chinmu looked at the obviously different movement speed from some zombies, and the size was slightly larger than the first-level zombies. The second-level zombie was purple all over, and punched the car next to him, and immediately smashed a big hole. In addition to this one, Chinmu found that there was actually another one on the edge of evolution. It actually picked up the head of the companion zombie next to him and smashed it directly, and then swallowed the other's crystal core, instantly completing the evolution from the first level to the second level. The purification between zombies can also be upgraded by swallowing the crystal core of the same kind, and the upgraded zombies are obviously one level higher in wisdom than the first-level zombies. Just like a second-level zombie can issue simple commands to let some zombies charge for him, but the intelligence of a second-level zombie is only slightly better than that of a first-level zombie. The first second-level zombie obviously awakened his power, and his power was strengthened, so he had extremely strong destructive power. Wherever he passed, there was no place that did not suffer a small degree of damage. Just looking at him being able to lift a car with his bare hands, you should know how strong his power is. Chinmu felt that the energy fluctuations of the evolved zombie were stronger than that of the second-level zombie of the power system. That one opened its mouth and roared, causing more zombies to rush towards him. Those zombies attacked people. Even at the second level, the zombies' intelligence did not increase much, and they also followed the group of zombies to attack here. EPZWW.com, 3336WX.com, XSXS.CC, 3JWX.com, APZW.com, Xiaohongshu.cc, HMXSW.com, 7CT.com. Chinmu tried to aim his gun at the second-level zombie that looked different from the first-level zombie. He shot at the zombie's head, but the bullet was quickly avoided by the zombie. The claws of the second-level zombie were also strengthened, digging deeply into the concrete floor, leaving 10 scratches. He hit the zombie's head, but the zombie quickly dodged the bullet. It was extremely flexible and fast, and soon grabbed a member of the Chujo team. Its sharp claws directly tore the human body. The flesh and blood stimulated the second-level zombie to speed up the wounding action. 2 second-level zombies attacked at the same time. Chinmu released his mental power to lock one of them. When the zombie's body was fixed, Lu Yun quickly condensed lightning and struck the zombie. The lightning hit the zombie's body. The second-level zombie did not die immediately like some zombies, but tried to struggle. However, its spirit was controlled by a more powerful mental force, making it unable to move. Under the concentrated fire of everyone, the second-level zombie fell heavily to the ground and died. After dealing with one, the remaining one was already injured. Even if it was not very smart, it realized the danger and wanted to escape. After Chinmu locked onto it again, everyone focused their fire to kill the second zombie. The remaining zombie was not a big deal. Chuzhou realized how much he had underestimated Chinmu. The strength of those two second-level zombies was definitely above theirs, but Chinmu and his team could deal with second-level zombies. This showed that their strength was even more unfathomable. The base lacked such masters. If he could be persuaded to join the base, the Dawn base would be even more powerful. Chuzhou was tempted and wanted Chinmu to join the base and become his partner. When it came to the distribution of the crystal core, Chuzhou took a step back. Despite the loss of manpower in his team, he still chose to give up the crystal core. Brother Chin, this crystal core was killed by you. Take it. Although the temptation of the far second-level zombie was also great, it was not killed by them after all. It was completely thanks to Chinmu, and they didn't have the face to ask for the crystal core. Mu Wanbing's expression fell on the second-level crystal core, revealing a trace of desire. Her originally cold face finally showed a different expression. She was the most beautiful goddess in the team. She had just joined the Wolfbreaker team and was very strong. Just now, when dealing with the second-level zombies, she used the Ice Blade to block the second-level zombies' movements and protect her teammates. Can you give me one of the second-level zombie crystal cores? Mu Wanbing's voice was cold, without any emotion. With her cold and beautiful face, she looked like a cold rose returning from hell, with a cold killer temperament. Chinmu had seen the other party's coldness and was always more tolerant of beautiful women, but the second-level crystal core was also precious to them. Giving up a crystal core for no reason must have some conditions. It's not impossible, but you have something in exchange. Mu Wanbing pulled out a gem-studded dagger from her waist. Chinmu saw that there was a word ice engraved on it. Do you have someone you want to kill? You can use this to ask me to help you complete any task. The other party's gesture was like a cold machine without emotion. Chinmu carefully looked at him and finally concluded that this cold beauty should be a killer. Chinmu thought it was a bit interesting. Does this task include sleeping with you? Mu Wanbing's expression did not change at all. She just nodded slightly indifferently, like a machine without emotion. She threw the second-order crystal core to the other party. Seeing the second-order crystal core changing hands, Mu Wanbing felt that it was different from the first-order crystal core, and the second-order crystal core had more abundant energy. Chuzhou listened to the conversation between the two with a complicated expression. However, a woman who was as cold as a machine without emotion always felt a little bit lacking, no matter how beautiful she was. Chinmu saw that the other party agreed so decisively, and he probably had adapted to it a long time ago. Suddenly, he felt a little bored. Okay, this crystal core is just a way to make friends with the Dawn base. You can take it. After saying that, he walked out of the mall. Mu Wanbing looked at the other person's back with cold eyes, and her eyebrows relaxed slightly. Chuzhou also breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Chin really likes to joke. Wanbing, why did you agree so quickly? If he is serious, you will really sleep with him. Sleeping is sleeping. What's the big deal? Is it harder than killing? A trace of doubt flashed in Mu Wanbing's eyes. Chuzhou sighed. He forgot that Wanbing only killed people. How could he understand these things? You don't understand, forget it. Chinmu and his friends missed a second-level zombie crystal core, and they felt a little sorry. After walking out of the mall, they found that there were more second-level zombies outside, so they didn't cherish the two in the mall. It's not that the first-level zombies are unaffordable, but the second-level zombie crystal cores are more cost-effective. Chinmu used his mental ability to lock the zombies and quickly killed the second-level zombies. Lu Yun and his friends were not idle either, trying to kill the second-level zombies by themselves, without Chinmu's help. He attracted a second-level zombie, wrapped his Tang sword with lightning power, and when the second-level zombie's claws were about to touch him, he quickly cut off the zombie's arm. The powerful force of the lightning power destroyed the zombie's attack. It lost a claw and became more furious. It rushed up again and lost another claw. Just when Lu Yun was proud, the second-level zombie jumped up and pounced on Lu Yun. Its sharp teeth were about to bite him. He emitted a strong electric current all over his body, which directly numbed the second-level zombie and chopped it on the head with a knife. After a few gurgling sounds, The sharp tip of the knife touched the foreign object and picked it up. It was a second-level crystal core. This color looked more condensed and larger than the milky white crystal core. He gave the crystal core to Zhao Ru, like offering a treasure. Am I powerful? He killed one, and Qin Mu had already killed 4. Zhao Ru was still very respectful. While Qin Mu was killing zombies, he felt that he had improved a bit. He seemed to have a better understanding and perception of his spiritual power. If he was not in the wrong place, he could even sit cross-legged and meditate to deepen his understanding. Inspiration was like an accidental gain that might be forgotten in the blink of an eye. He drew out 2 spiritual threads and tried to control 2 second-level zombies at the same time. There was a faint tingling sensation in his brain. It was obvious that he had reached his limit. EPZDW.com, 366XS.com, ADWX.com, XSXS.cc, YJWX.com, APZW.cc, KenShuba.XSW.com, 7CCT.com. As the spiritual power was separated, the barren and scarce spiritual pool aggravated Qin Mu's pain. His brain seemed to explode. His eyes were extremely bloodshot and his whole head was throbbing with pain. Damn it! Qin Mu wanted to curse. At this time, Qin Mu reached a critical point. Every cell was painfully splitting, as if it was about to grow new filaments. A force as light as water was injected into his body. He was slightly startled, and the feeling of being torn apart eased a lot. It was Ku Yoran. After gritting his teeth and enduring this period of advancement, Qin Mu was filled with surging power. The mental pool became wider. Originally, it would be difficult to separate 2 mental filaments to control the second-level zombies. But now it was like a fish in water. He easily killed the zombies invisibly, connected to the zombies' spiritual sea of consciousness, and annihilated its consciousness. The 2 second-level zombies all fell to the ground and died. Not only that, Qin Mu's perception of the surroundings has reached a new level. The original field of vision within a range of 10 meters has now expanded to 20 meters. The field of vision is extremely clear. At the same time, in addition to the zombies on the ground, there are countless energy fluctuations hidden underground. Ku Yoran's worried voice rang out from behind. Brother Mu, are you okay? Just now, she saw Qin Mu clenching his teeth and trying to hold back the pain. As a doctor, she observed more carefully. The extremely painful look made her very worried. It's okay. My superpowers have just been upgraded, so this happened. After briefly explaining the situation just now, Qin Mu felt that the energy fluctuations under the ground were becoming more and more obvious. I sensed a lot of energy fluctuations under the ground. It's not clear what they are yet. Everyone, be careful. The thing under the ground is likely to be a strange beast. It's not just humans who can become zombies and evolve with superpowers. Animals can also evolve or become zombies. No matter which kind, they may attack humans. The temptation of the crystal core is unquestionable. After the zombies evolve to the second stage, they will first attack the awakened ones. The crystal core condenses in the heads of the awakened ones, which is a great tonic for the evolution of zombies. The low-level first-stage zombies attack humans indiscriminately just because of their desire for flesh and blood. They are completely unintelligent creatures. The high-level zombies are different. They will gradually acquire their own wisdom as their levels rise. Before the zombies on the ground were dealt with, a cracked pit appeared in the solid ground. As the first mutant rat emerged, rats continued to emerge. Squeak, squeak. Not only here, but also in several places, mutant rats continued to break out of the ground. These mutant rats not only retained the characteristics of their original rats, but their bodies were even bigger. The rats in the south were originally small, but now the largest one is almost as big as a football. Their claws are sharp, their teeth are shining silver, and their eyes are strange red. Rats are underground creatures that are everywhere in the city. They used to avoid people, but their numbers are extremely large. They are another relatively large mutant beast besides mutant insects. Qin Mu's heart sank. Now that mutant rats have appeared, their damage to buildings is undoubtedly huge. He has seen mutant rats destroy an entire base with his own eyes. They are a very destructive creature. The mutant rats appeared in groups, attracted by the zombies killed by Qin Mu and his men. So many zombie corpses are also one of their diets. This time, it was not a coincidence that they ran into mutant rats. Compared with rotten zombie meat, mutant rats have a greater desire for human flesh and blood, which has a fatal attraction to them. They gave up eating the rotten zombie meat and instead set their sights on Qin Mu and others. Among those people, they chose Chinmu. In the eyes of those mutant rats, Chinmu was like a coveted Tangmonk's meat, exuding an alluring breath. They obviously pounced on Chinmu and wanted to eat him up. It was too late to run now. Chinmu didn't plan to run. All the zombies that blocked the mutant rats' actions were also attacked indiscriminately by the mutant rats. Their sharp claws directly tore the zombie's skin and flesh. A zombie that was originally twisted and walking was instantly submerged by countless mutant rats and turned into minced meat. The crystal core in his head was swallowed directly by the largest mutant rat. After swallowing the crystal core, the body of this mutant rat obviously became bigger. Seeing the ferocity of those mutant rats, even Lu Yun gasped, and Wang Yao's face turned pale. She was most afraid of rats. These dirty things should not appear in the world. Those mutant rats killed zombies at will, which obviously meant they were stronger and they were a gang. Chinmu was in danger. Get out of the way! Brother Mu, can you do it alone? Lu Yun was a little worried. He didn't want to see Chinmu being drowned by zombie rats. Why don't we run first? If you can't beat them, just run away. This is an unchanging principle since ancient times. While he was talking, a zombie rat had already pounced on him. Chinmu used space to dodge. When he appeared again, his mental filaments went straight to the largest mutant rat. He had a bomb in his hand, and he detonated it directly. Now Lu Yun and the others had already hidden in a building nearby and were temporarily safe. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud rose straight into the sky with the sound of the explosion. A huge pit was left at the original place. The mutant rats had no time to run away and were directly blown into pieces by the bomb. The huge mutant rat was fixed in place by him, which was the center of the bomb explosion. Countless mutant rats began to run around. Without their leader, they went back underground under the threat of the bomb. The mutant rat, which was extremely arrogant in front of the zombies, once again burrowed into the ground with its tail between its legs, flying gravel and raised sand. Chinmu stood on the huge pit, looking down at everything he had created. At the window of the building, Wang Yao witnessed all this. She herself did not realize that her eyes had changed when she looked at Chinmu. The crisis was resolved. Lu Yun and the others quickly jumped out of the building and looked at the countless tiny crystal cores that fell into the huge pit. They were all from the mutant rats. They were smaller than the crystal cores in the zombies' heads and were also milky white, like small crystals. Under the sunlight, they emitted a faint ray of light and sparkled. So many crystal cores. This is more than killing zombies. Lu Yun hurriedly took a sack and picked up the crystal cores on the ground. These were all treasures that could make him stronger. Chinmu kicked a stone away and picked up the large shining crystal core. This was the crystal core of the giant mutant rat, which was even more precious. EPZW.com 3366XS.com X80YJXSC YVXS.com EPZW.com Xiaohongshu.cc Kanshuba.c Shakeshu.com 7CT.com Pic.com. The demise of this wave of mutant rats brought huge benefits to Chinmu and others. Jiaoru was not idle for a moment, constantly evolving crystal cores for supply. Due to the endless supply of zombies, everyone's strength was constantly improving. Chinmu absorbed the energy of the second-order crystal core, feeling his strength rising. At present, the energy provided by the first-order crystal core to him is negligible, which can be said to be negligible. Unless he piles up the number, it is not very helpful, so Chinmu directly abandoned it. Chuyi, Wang Yao, and the sisters of the Q family are still at the first-order level, so they all digested internally. Lu Yun also broke through the peak of the first order and entered the second-order supernatural power. After entering the second order, the powerful lightning supernatural power obviously has more penetrating power, and the control of supernatural power is more handy, and the damage range is wider. Look, what is that over there? After Lu Yun's strength increased, his perception of the surroundings also increased. The thick fire burned, emitting bursts of black smoke, and in the billowing black smoke, a zombie with fire all over his body appeared. The fire could not cause any harm to him, but kept moving closer to it. The zombie with fire smashed all the rows of cars on the road, causing a chain explosion of cars. The burning flames kept rushing towards it, and it seemed to be absorbing the power of the flames. Oh my God, what kind of monster is this? Chinmu could tell at a glance that the zombie was evolving, and it was most likely a fire zombie. It was rare to encounter a zombie with superpowers. Most of the second-level zombies encountered before were strength and speed zombies, and their crystal cores were milky white and transparent. Absorbing the energy in those crystal cores would at most provide a bonus in speed and strength and would have no effect on the improvement of superpowers. The reason why they were able to upgrade was because of their constant perception in battle. It's a fire zombie. The main superpower levels, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, are also common superpowers among superpower users. Lightning is relatively rare, and it is also a relatively powerful superpower, and space-based superpowers are also rare, but there will be at least one space-based superpower absorber in each base, and there is also a special superpower, that is, spiritual superpowers. Chinmu didn't know much about this. In his previous life, those who could awaken spiritual powers basically became big bosses. It was not something that ordinary people like him could get in touch with. The fire-type mutant zombie continued to absorb the energy in the flames and had completed its evolution. Its speed was obviously increased. It discovered the existence of Chinmu and his friends, and the car in its hand became its weapon, throwing it in their direction. Bang! Chinmu collided with the car in the air and kicked it back in the direction of the zombie. The car landed with a violent explosion but did not cause any damage to the fire-type zombie. The fire-type zombie jumped over the flames and rushed towards Chinmu and his friends at a high speed. The Q sisters tried to shoot at the fire-type zombie's head. The bullet hit the fire-type zombie's body, leaving only a faint burn mark. Apart from that, it did not cause any effect except to further anger the fire-type zombie. The fire-type zombie beat its chest frantically. Chinmu attacked it mentally, trying to control the fire zombie, but was strongly resisted by the other party's spiritual sea of consciousness. The fire zombie seemed extremely angry, and a thick flame spurted out of its mouth, spraying straight towards Chinmu's face. Chinmu dodged, but his clothes were still caught by the flame, and some blisters appeared on his arms. The flames burned his clothes, and he rolled on the ground before he could put out the flames. The fire zombie kept spraying fireballs, igniting all the flammable materials around it. The temperature around it rose sharply, and it became more excited and irritable when it felt the heat of the flames. Wang Yao tried to chop off its head with the wind blade, but the wind blade not only did not cause any damage to it, but also made the flames around it more vigorous. The wind helped the fire. She was completely restrained, so she might as well not make a move. A cloud of smoke suddenly descended, and the surrounding flames were extinguished a little. When Chinmu was searching for supplies, he casually put the fire extinguisher in. Now it finally came in handy. The thick smoke suppressed the high-temperature flames. He got closer and closer to the fire zombie, constantly trying to attack it with his mind. Under his persistent attack, the fire zombie finally found a breakthrough point and tried to break into its brain and destroy its mental connection. The red flames around it became weak and seemed to be extinguished at any time. Lu Yun also used the lightning power to turn the fire zombie into charcoal, making it lose its ability to move. Chinmu found the location of the other party's crystal core and swung the tang knife in his hand at its head. The tip of the knife picked up the layer of brain skin outside its crystal core and dug it out. With this knife, the fire zombie also fell to the ground, leaving a deep cut on its head. The flames wrapped around its body gradually dissipated, turning into a smelly corpse without breath. The red crystal core in the fire zombie's brain was dug out, and it still felt hot in the palm of my hand. The red crystal core was full of energy. The awakened fire power absorbs this crystal core, and the power will definitely be greatly improved. Lu Yun came over curiously and looked at the crystal core in Chinmu's hand. "Brother Mu, can I absorb this?" "I don't know." Chinmu really didn't know this. He had to study it carefully. If he could absorb the energy in this crystal core, he might be able to awaken another fire-type ability. His mental power felt abnormal rejection when it touched the fire energy in the crystal core. He simply ignored it for the time being. There were still impurities of zombie virus in it. He gave the crystal core to Zhao Ru and asked her to purify it first. Zhao Ru's purification can not only purify the impurities in the zombie crystal core, but also purify the zombie virus brought by the zombie after being scratched by a zombie of the same level so as to avoid becoming a zombie. Chinmu felt a slight stinging sensation on his arm, and then he realized that he was burned by the fire-type zombie, and large blisters appeared on his arm. Ku Yuran stepped forward. Her ability was equivalent to the existence of a nanny in the team. She was responsible for treating anyone who was injured. Her healing ability was still very useful. Chinmu felt the pain in his arm disappear when Kuyuran's ability touched his arm. After a while, the wound on his arm, which was originally hideous, was restored to its original state, as if he had never been injured. EPZWWW.com 336xston.xsxs.cyjs.cc3wx.com 8ps.cc kongshuza.cc hmxsb.com bike.com. Coincidentally, Chinmu and his team were delayed here for a while. The Po Wolf team encountered in Wandamal followed the zombie corpses all the way to find them. They looked at the zombie corpses along the way and dug out the crystal cores. They once again sighed at the strength of Chinmu and his team. "Brother Chin, we finally caught up with you." The Po Wolf team's car stopped and Chuzhou got out of the car. The members of their wolf-breaking team also came down one by one. Chinmu raised his eyebrows slightly. "This group of people is really haunting. Please join the Dawn base. I personally don't like being controlled by others. I really don't consider joining the base at the moment." He looked at his teammates, but found that Lu Yun seemed interested. He remembered that he had promised to help Lu Yun find his parents. "Wait, let me ask my people what they say." He pulled Lu Yun and others aside and asked them what they meant. "Do you have any intention?" "Brother Mu, I'll go wherever you go." Chu Yi immediately said softly, "Brother Mu, I will follow your lead." The two brothers of the Zhao family said so. The sisters of the Q family also meant that they would be more secure if they followed Chinmu. Wang Yao was even less interested in the Dawn base, and Chinmu didn't care about her. Only Lu Yun made a suggestion. "Brother Mu, we are so strong that it is best for us not to be controlled. But I want to know the whereabouts of my parents. Since there are so many people in the Dawn base, I think their leaders have more resources and means, and maybe they can help me contact them." It is like wanting to spread the news of finding his parents so that Lu's father and mother will know that he is still safe. There is, indeed, a way. Let's go to the people in the Dawn base to cooperate and ask them to help spread the news. If there is any news about my uncle and aunt, please contact us immediately. Okay, that's it. I'll also take a look at the development of the Dawn base. Chinmu agreed. It's okay to go to the Dawn base this time and take a look at what powerful superpowers they have. If you can poach them, it would be even better. Chuzhou was just relying on impulse and thought of giving it a try. Even if it doesn't work, you can make friends. The fact that he was able to chase for such a long distance also shows his sincerity. After Chinmu finished his discussion, he negotiated with Chuzhou. "Okay, we'll follow you to the Dawn base to have a look." Chuzhou was overjoyed, and even the cold and beautiful Mu Wanbing beside him was slightly surprised, as if she didn't expect that Chinmu was really persuaded. She also had the opportunity to give out her reward. It's better to do it today than today. Chinmu saw that the crystal cores had been collected almost, so he drove behind Chuzhou and his team. The Dawn base was built in a secret military base in City A. In the past, it was basically not open to the public except for the troops. It was located in a remote area with few people and few buildings except for a few villages. The population density was low, so the number of zombies was small, and it was relatively safer. Passing through a hidden mountain road, the view gradually opened up, and it was a military sentry post. Chuzhou's car was stopped, and Chinmu's car followed closely behind, also stopped. The sentry stepped forward to check Chuzhou's identity information card. Chuzhou explained a few words to the other party. The sentry looked at Chinmu and others carefully and let them in. As soon as they entered, they first entered the underground parking garage, where there were many cars, most of which were military vehicles. Chinmu's military-modified car would not look out of place if parked inside, and they got out of the car. There were several middle-aged women in neat military uniforms, leading them to a bungalow. Chuzhou explained, "Everyone who enters the base must be checked, and we have to do it too. We are afraid that they will be scratched by zombies outside and turn into zombies. If you have injuries, you must be isolated for 24 hours to confirm that you will not turn into a zombie. This is indeed necessary, and Chinmu has experience. It is worthy of being a large base, with perfect construction and very thoughtful consideration of every detail. Unlike the small base he stayed in his previous life, with complex personnel and no such screening, it is really abominable to conceal the injuries of zombies when going out until the trusted teammates are killed by him who has turned into a zombie. Chinmu did not say anything and cooperated with the various inspections of the Dawn base. The strong muscles hidden under the exposed clothes, the strong arms and 8-pack abs full of manliness, coupled with his strong and handsome features, the middle-aged woman who examined him couldn't help but wipe her saliva. After the inspection, he went upstairs to the registration room. Name? Chinmu. Power? Space power. When he heard that Chinmu had space power, the man in charge of recording the information stopped writing and looked at Chinmu excitedly. This is a space power, which is equivalent to having a portable storage space that can store a large amount of supplies. It will be a target of competition in any base. Any questions? Chinmu said lightly. No. May I ask how big your space is? Chinmu really didn't study how big his space is, and he had never measured it. Anyway, it was a white space that could not be seen at the end at a glance, enough for him to store countless supplies. He didn't care too much. When he had time, he would go to the space to study it carefully and see how big it was. 10 square meters. Thinking that the space-based superpowers were only a few square meters in size, the space would only increase as the strength increased. If he wanted to meet the base leader, he had to show some strength, and it would be easier to negotiate terms. The recorder swallowed his saliva and quickly wrote in the record book, S level. This was the big boss he wanted to win over. Chinmu felt that the recorder looked at him more eagerly. After recording the people in Chinmu's team, the eyes of the people in the whole room were different. It was the worship of the strong. They were not afraid that Chinmu and his team would lie, and there was no need to lie. Welcome to join the Dawn base. The guide lady in the base greeted them enthusiastically. Our base has a room specially allocated for superpowers. I will take you to see it now. If you like it, you will have priority. The pretty guide lady stared at Chinmu and Lu Yun eagerly. If she could take one of them down, an ordinary person like her could also ascend to heaven in one step, enter the superpower area, and become the family of a superpower. On the way to the residence of the superpowers, there are layers of brick and tile bungalows, which look a bit old. They should be the houses in the village. The troops are stationed inside. There are also many container houses with clothes hanging outside. They are arranged very densely. Many people live in them. EPZW.com, 3366XSS.com, ADWXSXSCCAJX.cc, 3JWX.CW.com, Xiaohongshu.cc, Kanshuba.cc, ShimXSSW.com, 7CT.com. This is the area.com. It is built temporarily and looks a bit simple. But don't worry, the residence area for superpowers is not like this. It is much better. The pretty guide lady came over to explain to Chinmu and others. Wang Yao frowned and looked at those shanty towns with disdain. It was too bad. Fortunately, you don't live here. Otherwise, you might as well not come. Lu Yun also looked down on this place and breathed a sigh of relief. Let's keep going forward. Chinmu knew that no matter what base it was, ordinary people were the lowest level of existence. The law of survival in the end times is the law of the jungle. The base provides ordinary people with a safe shelter to prevent them from dying at the hands of zombies. It has done its best. If you want to live in a good house, you have to see if you have the strength first. The planning of the Dawn base is still very good. After all, it is a large base. Even if it has not been established for a long time, the facilities it should have are very complete. It seems to be a good choice at present. Approaching the residential area for psychics, what you see at a glance are neat and orderly apartment buildings. The green belts of the community are planted with osmanthus trees and camellias. There are even villas in the back, which are single-family houses. I think they are places for high-level people and high-level psychics to live in. Hey, are you new here? You look unfamiliar, especially these beautiful women. Each of them is so beautiful, and their figures hiss. A man with rat eyes, short and thick eyebrows tilted downwards, dark and thick eye bags under the corners of his eyes, and thick lips hooked in a bad way. His unscrupulous eyes swept over the group of women behind Chinmu, and soon he fell in love with the charming Chu Yi. It was as if he wanted to stick his disgusting eyes on her. His smile was extremely uncomfortable, and his eyes revealed greed, looking at Chu Yi with lustful eyes. "Boss, which one do you like? We'll get her here later." The lackeys around the man also had greedy and mean smiles on their faces. "That one." The rat-eyed man pointed at Chu Yi and said greedily, "I want her." "You are new here. I'm afraid you don't know his identity. His name is Xu Xiaoqiu, a precious space ability user. His brother is the base's guard captain Xu Guangchun, and the guards of the entire base must obey his orders. As long as you hand over the beauty in the beige skirt, I guarantee that you will be safe in the base, and no one will dare to provoke you. And I will give you an extra 10 crystal cores in exchange for one person. If you don't agree, you will suffer the consequences. The lackey understood the meaning of the rat-eyed man Xu Xiaoqiu and threatened Qin Mu and others arrogantly. Qin Mu curled his lips and sneered, and simply went along with their words. Interesting, it sounds very powerful. Then among these beauties, don't you have any other ones you like? Just one? Xu Xiaoqiu's eyes lit up, thinking that Qin Mu had compromised, and he became even more arrogant. I will change to another one when I have had enough fun. I like these beauties very much. If you are willing to give them all to me, I will give you 50 crystal cores. Haha, one person is worth 10 crystal cores, right? Qin Mu laughed instead of getting angry, and a bone-chilling chill broke out in his eyes. Yes, you definitely made a profit. If it weren't for the fact that those beauties are really good-looking and have good figures, they would not be worth the price. I'm being generous, so don't thank me too much. Xu Xiaoqiu looked very proud. Okay, that's what you said. Qin Mu took out 10 crystal cores and waved at Xu Xiaoqiu. I'll give you 10 crystal cores. Xu Xiaoqiu was puzzled. What did he mean? The lackey beside Xu Xiaoqiu took the crystal cores from Qin Mu. It's useless for you to take the crystal cores. My boss doesn't care about your few crystal cores. As he said that, he kicked the 10 crystal cores into his pocket. The boss looked down on them, but that didn't mean he didn't. He got them for free anyway. A pistol suddenly appeared in Qin Mu's hand, and he pointed it at the dogleg's head, smiling and looking at Xu Xiaoqiu. Bang! The dogleg didn't even have time to react, and was beheaded and went to see the king of hell. Damn it, what happened? Xu Xiaoqiu was dumbfounded. He was so smug just now, but now his face turned green. This guy really didn't take him seriously. Chu Yi looked at Qin Mu with blushing cheeks. Although she knew that Qin Mu would not send her away, she was on someone else's territory after all. She was unsure. Qin Mu used his actual actions to prove that no one could touch his woman. Where did you get the gun? No, you also have spatial abilities. Xu Xiaoqiu reacted, looking at Qin Mu warily with a look of surprise. No wonder the other party was so confident. It turned out that he had the spatial ability as his confidence, and his status was almost equal to his. It's okay to kill a small fry, but the most important thing is that the other party is killing people in front of him, and there's no guarantee that he will be the next one. I'm warning you, my brother is the captain of the guards. If you dare to touch me, the base will not let you go. You are all new here and don't know the rules. I won't bother with you, Xu Xiaoqiu warned, having already backed off and taken a few steps back. But he was grabbed by the back of his neck by someone, which frightened him so much that his hair stood on end. It was Lu Yun. Did I let you go? A woman who dares to think about Brother Mu. She doesn't want to live anymore. A slap hit Xu Xiaoqiu's head. The power of a second-level psychic is not just a slap. If Xu Xiaoqiu wasn't a psychic and had a better physique, he would probably have a concussion. But the actual situation was not much better. Hello, is this Mr. Qin Mu's team? A middle-aged man in a formal military uniform came over with a group of soldiers and saluted Qin Mu. Brother, it's them. They bullied me and killed Erlei. Xu Xiaoqiu's eyes lit up when he saw who was coming, as if he had seen a savior. So you are Xu Guangchun. Your brother just wanted to buy my woman with 10 crystal cores. I spent 10 crystal cores to buy his little brother's life. You shouldn't mind this, right? Qin Mu waved his hand, signaling Lu Yun to let go of Xu Xiaoqiu. Xu Xiaoqiu was still expecting Xu Guangchun to make the decision for him. Unexpectedly, Xu Guangchun glanced at the corpse on the ground, smiled respectfully at Qin Mu and said, Qin, my brother is ignorant and offended you. Our base leader is sincerely happy to hear that you and your team have joined, and specially invites you to visit his house. Please honor us. Qin Mu saw that Xu Guangchun's attitude was so humble and respectful, and he was not looking for trouble for his brother. Then go. Brother, they? Xu Xiaoqiu felt something was wrong strangely, but was glared back by Xu Guangchun. He shut his mouth and followed Xu Guangchun silently. The look in his eyes when he looked at Qin Mu was sinister, like a poisonous snake that would attack at any time. Come, 3366xs.com, 80ws.com, xxxs.cc, yjxs.c3jzdub.com, xiaohongshu.cc, hww.com, 7c2.com. Mr. Chin, it's just in front. Gongshan brought Chin Mu and others to a villa and knocked on the door. As the door opened from the inside, Chin Mu and others entered the villa one after another. The furnishings inside were low-key and luxurious, presenting a graceful Chinese style as a whole, but not luxurious and gorgeous. Even the vase placed casually in the corner can be seen as not an ordinary item. This is the residence of Commander Fu Haifeng of our Shuguang base. This time it is Commander Fu who invites you all. Shu Guangchun briefly introduced the identity of the host. As soon as he introduced, Chin Mu also saw the middle-aged man who was boiling tea on the solid wood sofa. He was wearing a simple Zhongshan suit. He just sat there holding a smoking cup of tea in his hand, exuding a sharp aura. Mr. Chin Mu, nice to meet you. Sit down, don't stand. Serve tea to the guests. Commander Fu asked Chin Mu and the others to sit down, and his eyes lingered on Lu Yun for a few seconds. He greeted them with a pleasant expression and took a sip of tea. I learned from Wan Bing that you killed a second-level zombie. You are really young and promising. Chin Mu was being looked at by the other party while he was being looked at by him. Being able to kill a second-level zombie. In the eyes of the leader of the Dawn base, he was a guest of honor. Commander Fu began to introduce. Mr. Chin, Captain Chu should have introduced the situation of our Dawn base to you. He said the general situation. I will tell you more about the inside. There are a total of 367 people with special abilities in our base, among which special talents are scarce, such as space talents are even more eager for talent. I saw Mr. Chin wrote in the record book that he has 10 square meters of space. It's really rare. Commander Fu's eyes sparkled. That's 10 square meters, equivalent to a small mobile warehouse. It's not ruled out that Chin Mu may still be hiding his strength. Chuzhou is praising Chin Mu. Shuguang base must take him down no matter what. As long as you join the base, I guarantee that I will provide the best treatment. Like this villa now, if you like it, there is an empty house next door. As for food, water resources, crystal cores, and electricity, everything is available. As long as Mr. Chin needs it, our base will try its best to provide it. Commander Fu, in fact, we came to the base this time not to consider joining. But there is another thing we want to ask the base for help. As for the conditions, as long as it is reasonable, I can agree to it. Chin Mu was not interested in the cake painted by Commander Fu. He showed his cards directly. Commander Fu was stunned and put down the teacup in his hand. Why is Mr. Chin unwilling to join our Shuguang base? Is there a better choice? Chin Mu nodded slightly. Indeed. Commander Fu felt a little regretful. He knew that Shuguang base was not the strongest base and was still in the process of construction and recruiting talents. Which base do you plan to join? None of them. I have my own small base. Commander Fu, I don't like to be constrained. I prefer to be a free man. Commander Fu smiled helplessly and sighed. Mr. Chin, if you insist on doing so, I won't force you. By the way, what is the thing you want to talk about? Chin Mu drank the tea and signaled Lu Yun with his eyes. Lu Yun took the initiative to speak. Commander Fu, we want the base to help issue a missing person mission. My name is Lu Yun. My parents were executives of Haichang Group in City A. They went to City J for a meeting on the eve of the Doomsday and are now missing. Their names are Lu Rongkong and Liu Meilan. Looking for someone? This is a small matter. Commander Fu readily agreed. For their Shuguang base, finding someone is the most common thing. There are radios connecting their bases, so they can help post missing person notices and ask bases in other cities to help search. In this world, there are more and more zombies and mutants, and the survivors should unite to face this catastrophe. As for the reward, we really have something we want to ask Mr. Chin for help. Commander Fu thought of the task that gave the base a headache. Maybe the man in front of him could really help them complete it. The power generation equipment we have at our base is not enough to maintain it. There is a nuclear power plant in City A, and we need the equipment there. But several superpower teams at our base have been lost there, and the specific situation is still unclear, so the base needs strong people to form a team. If Mr. Chin can agree, our base will give you a bigger reward. Commander Fu thought about it and chose to bring out the reward first. It is a special fruit called the Awakening Fruit. After taking it, those who don't have superpowers will awaken their superpowers, and they can also awaken a new superpower on the basis of superpowers. Awakening new superpowers. Chinmu's eyes lit up, and he was indeed interested in this reward. I wonder how many of these awakening fruits there are? Commander Fu made a 3-number gesture. They were obtained at the cost of the lives of more than a dozen psychics and hundreds of ordinary people. 2 of these fruits have been used for experiments, and now there are only 3 left. I want them all. I'll take this task. Chinmu took all 3 awakening fruits in one breath. Commander Fu was reluctant to give them up. Those 3 fruits could train 3 new psychics for the base. It was already a luxury to take out 1, and now he had to give out 3 at a time. Let me think about it. Then Commander Fu's eyes lit up, and he thought of a good idea. 3 awakening fruits are a bit too much. I can tell you where we found the fruits. There are still many such fruits there, but there are many mutant plants there which are extremely aggressive and have a high risk factor. Chinmu was very interested. Some of the fruits of mutant plants have magical effects, while others are highly toxic. Okay, then it's settled. I'll let Chuzhou take you to understand the details of the nuclear power plant. Since you know each other and Chuzhou introduced you, this mission will be completed by you and the Polang squad. Commander Fu was also a little more expectant when he saw Chinmu finalize the matter. Chinmu came out of Commander Fu's villa. Shu Guangchun brought Shu Xiaochou's ear to him and apologized to Chinmu. Mr. Qin, my brother is useless. Please don't take him to heart. I'll go back and give him a good beating. Why are you still standing there? Apologize to Mr. Qin. Shu Guangchun yelled at his brother. Shu Xiaochu cowered with a bitter face and reluctantly apologized to Chinmu. I'm sorry, Mr. Qin. I didn't recognize the great man and offended you. EPZW.com, 3366XS.com, 80XSSXSYJX.cc, 3JXX.com, 8W.com, Xiaohongshu.cc, Canshuba.c, HMXS.com, 7CC.com. It should be said that Shu Guangchun of the Dawn Base is a good person. No wonder he can climb to the position of guard leader. It is really impossible to climb to such a high position without strength and emotional intelligence. Because of Shu Guangchun, Chinmu let Shu Xiaochou go. Okay, this time, for your brother's sake, I won't bother you. If you are so blind next time, hehe. Chinmu's eyes flashed with murderous intent. For the time being, they rested at the Dawn Base. The base arranged them in a bright house in the superpower community. The house had several rooms, enough for Chinmu and others to rest. Chuzhou also brought the Broken Wolf team to visit. They also received the order from the deputy commander to prepare to go to the nuclear power plant with Chinmu the next day. Brother, to be honest, our base lost a lot of people in the nuclear power plant. Every time the superpower team went there, they were almost wiped out. Anyone who entered the interior did not come back alive. Since the people outside came back and revealed the news, it seems that there is lightning flashing inside the nuclear power plant. It is estimated that there may be a lightning superpower zombie inside, and in a place like a nuclear power plant, the strength of the zombie may be unpredictable. Chinmu played with the fire crystal core in his hand. Well, the lightning superpower was lost. Then this trip is even more necessary. It just corresponds to Lu Yun's superpower. In addition to you, the base has also sent powerful psychics to accompany my 2 teams, and the rewards will be very generous if they complete this mission. Chuzhou knew that the nuclear power plant was dangerous, but it also meant a generous reward. They worked so hard to complete the mission for the base. They worked so hard to get points just to be able to live more comfortably. Even if they can't be as comfortable as before the end of the world, it's much better. The next day, the masters sent by the Dawn Base also arrived. Among them, they saw an acquaintance. Why is Shu Xiaochou going with us? Chinmu frowned. He is a space psychic. For important missions like this, he will be taken with him. Chuzhou explained. He didn't know the grudge between Shu Xiaochou and Chinmu, and explained with a smile. The moment Shu Xiaochou looked into Chinmu's eyes, he dodged a few times. He hid behind someone for a while, and he was relieved until the team set off. He thought that he had his brother protecting him in the base, and no one could bully him. In addition, he had the ability of space, so others respected him and praised him. Chinmu had just arrived at the base for 1 day, and he killed his follower Erlei. He could not swallow the anger in his heart. In addition, the woman who coveted Chinmu, he took the initiative to sign up for this trip to the nuclear power plant, and was soon selected. The nuclear power plant is located in the sparsely populated eastern region, in a small town in City A that is unknown to the public. This small town does not even have a population of 100,000. Compared with the zombies wandering in the city, the zombies here seem so rare, but there are more mutant plants and animals. There was no stop on the road. The car drove all the way to the periphery of the nuclear power plant. The green plants originally planted here were all dead and yellow, and even the shadow of the zombies was not seen. It seemed so quiet. The quieter it was, the more weird and terrifying the nuclear power plant seemed. In addition, the countless superpowers lost here cast a terrifying shadow on. Chuzhou and his team did not rush into the nuclear power plant. Instead, they waited until everyone got off the car and gathered together before taking out the map of the nuclear power plant. He showed the route he had drawn to everyone. If you encounter danger during this mission, evacuate from the nuclear power plant quickly. Everything is based on life. Did you hear that? Chuzhou gave an order, and his team members immediately responded. Qinmu looked at the several female members in his team. Except for Wang Yao and Kuyuluo, all of them had auxiliary abilities. Of course, Kuyuran's healing ability could also be brought in. As for Chu Yi and Zhao Ru, he was a little hesitant. The two of them couldn't help much if they went in. It would be better to stay outside. So he asked Chu Yi and Zhao Ru to stay, and the two of you stayed outside. After thinking about it, he also kept Zhao Danyu. The risk factor of the nuclear power plant this time was too high, and he was not sure if he could protect everyone. If he encountered danger, he could hide in the space. But if there were too many people, he might not be able to take care of them. Finally, he decided to take Lu Yun, Wang Yao, Ku Yoran, and Zhao Muyang into the nuclear power plant. After taking the second-level speed crystal core, Zhao Muyang also entered the second level. He was very fast, and Qinmu sent him to find out the internal situation of the nuclear power plant. His foot speed was very fast, like lightning, and he quickly disappeared from the spot. In just 2 minutes, he ran out of the nuclear power plant quickly, and there was a crackling sound of lightning from inside. There is indeed a thunder zombie inside, and there seem to be a few mutant black dogs in addition. I didn't see the others. Okay, let's be careful. After learning the general situation inside, Qinmu led his men to carefully enter the nuclear power plant. Just after entering the long pool inside, several fish with sharp teeth jumped out, like mutant fish. It was a bit weird that creatures that swim in the water could swim on land. It was not difficult to deal with these mutant fish quickly. Although they can swim on the ground, their speed is still not fast. They stared at the pool vigilantly. The water in it fluctuated for a while, and a few more fish jumped out and killed these mutant fish. After that, they continued to move forward and saw the nuclear power plant building. The mutant black dogs that Zhao Muyang saw were wandering near these buildings, staring at Qinmu and others with a covetous look, as if they could pounce on them at any time, as long as they took another step forward. The mutant black dogs spewed flames from their mouths, and their eyes flashed with bloodthirsty light. Their sharp teeth and claws could tear people apart alive. Lu Yun condensed lightning and struck the mutant black dogs. The mutant black dogs were